Alright, so this dude is Jack Drake, the first ever washout from the Draker clan. And why's that? Because he was born into this legendary family of Dragonslayers, but his body was so jacked up. He couldn't even use Aura, the one power literally every knight has. Jack totally flunked his awakening, something that was supposed to be impossible for a knight. So, of course, they treated him like garbage and kicked him out of the family. Jack's life was a total struggle, forcing him to do whatever it took to get stronger and just survive. Like, stealing an ancient artifact rumored to grant some insane power. But just Jack's luck, the Emperor was after that same artifact. To get his hands on this thing, the dude sent a whole freaking army just to hunt Jack down after he snagged it. Being crazy outnumbered and unable to use Aura, Jack was quickly cornered. It got so brutal that his enemies chopped off both of his arms. The first two soldiers to catch up to Jack even flipped a coin to decide who got to finish him off. They were treating him like a complete joke. In his most desperate moment, Jack's insane will to live forced him back up. He bit down on one of his own severed arms and used this unique healing power he had to stick it back on. Then, with that newly reattached arm, he grabbed a sword and lopped off the heads of those two scumbags. Badass, right? But even though he got them, they'd already called for reinforcements. Seeing the huge mob of soldiers swarming him, all he could do was sigh and curse his crappy luck. Jack knew there was no way he was getting out of this. But he stayed cool, picked up his other arm, and slapped it back on. Wait, what? Did he just stick his arm back on? The army chasing Jack Drake was completely floored seeing this. What a freak. That's disgusting. Guess we'll have to take his head to make sure he's actually dead. Now that he had both arms back, Jack threw everything he had into that impossible fight. But even though he fought like a demon and took down a ton of guys, he just couldn't win. By the end, his back was so full of swords, he looked like a damn porcupine. He was coughing up blood, feeling his life just draining away. In his last moments, Jack tried to cheer himself up. So what if he couldn't get his revenge or live a happy life? At least he managed to swipe that artifact the Emperor wanted so badly. It felt like a huge win. Shaking, Jack pulled the artifact from his shirt. Blood dripped down from his head and mouth, landing right on the artifact, causing it to explode in a blinding yellow light. Then, Jack heard some weird voice. Your powerful will can awaken an ancient power. The soul of an ancient dragon is etched into the will of the relentless. Emergency measure activated. Jack Drake, do you consent? Jack thought he was mishearing things, or maybe just hallucinating since he was about to kick the bucket anyway. But the voice just kept repeating over and over in his head, do you consent? Do you consent? Shut up. Just do whatever the hell you want. Jack screamed, totally pissed off and wanting the voice out of his head. But then it just kept going. The Awakener's consent has been confirmed. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. Countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown hit 0, everything just went white for Jack. He couldn't hear a thing and figured he was finally dead for good. But then, when he came to, Jack realized he was a little kid again. Yeah, totally unbelievable, I know. But not only did he not die, he was actually reborn back in the past. Jack could still feel the phantom pain of being skewered by all those swords, but now there wasn't a single scratch on him. Even though it had been ages, one look was all it took for Jack to know where he was. He was back at the Draker clan's training camp. The Draker clan of Dragonslayers is one of the 3 major powerhouses of this era. Their ancestor, Tarakan Drake, was the hero who saved the whole continent by killing the evil dragon Bahamut in a war 1,000 years ago. His descendants are the ones who founded the Draker clan. Probably because they're all descended from the Dragonslayer Tarakan, every member of the Draker family has some kind of blessed bloodline. That's why they can all easily awaken high-level auras and become total powerhouse knights. Jack was the one and only exception, which is why his last life was such a train wreck. Management system rebooting. Just as Jack hit the sack, he heard that strange voice again. He bolted upright, freaking out and looking around. Jack was positive he was alone, but the voice just kept going, steady as ever. Verifying Awakener's soul. Awakener's soul confirmed. 100% compatibility match. The chosen Awakener's soul has accepted the ancient dragon's will and has fully synchronized. Confirmed. You have gained access to a portion of the system. Nice to meet you, Jack Drake. Activating status window mode. Then, a bunch of shimmering blue screens popped up right in front of him. Being an old-timer, he couldn't really call it a window, like we modern folks who are used to RPGs would. But let's be real. Jack, like every other regressor protagonist, had just scored himself a system. Back then, Jack couldn't make sense of any of this weird crap, just assuming that artifact had accidentally triggered it all. He waved his arms around, and another status window popped up. It read, Low-Level Administrator's Status Window, along with all the current stats on Jack Drake. It showed his current class was Healing Mage, Rare Grade, with the title Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. His current class skills were healing, calm mind, vitality recovery, and enhanced senses. His other skills included precise thrust, slash, and critical hit. On top of that, there was one more category, Dragon Arts, but he couldn't check it out yet. The system wanted 10 points to unlock it, and his current point total was a big fat 0. Jack was blown away by this thing in front of him. He reached out to touch it but realized it was like smoke. His hand went straight through. Model, you can't just grab it, you can only steer it by, like, lightly touching its surface. Whatever. The info on this status window was giving Jack a headache. This whole so-called class thing and the skills were all in some ancient dragon tongue, totally obsolete now. But in his last life, Jack had this master who actually talked about this crap. The first awakened dudes basically boxed themselves into classes depending on what they were good at. Each class drilled a special technique called a skill. Last time around, Jack's class was also a healer, so he could use the heal skill. Jack remembered it crystal clear. After he awakened, his master trained him so hard he almost freaking died. Anyway, according to this status window, he was still a damn healer this time around. He had to see if this thing was for real. Last life, he didn't become a healer until he was 20, right after Egger Hall unlocked. Jack squeezed his eyes shut, trying to feel for it. And just like he thought, even as a little kid, his Ager Hall was already unlocked this time. It finally clicked for Jack. After coming back, even though his ripped, trained body was gone, he came back with all his memories and skills intact. Compared to his last life, he was in a way better position now. And Jack was totally gonna milk this for all it was worth and live a life that didn't suck. But first, he had to figure out what he was even working with. "Young master, Jack, may I come in?" Suddenly, a voice from outside the door made Jack jump out of his skin. He wasn't even done reading the damn window and had no clue how to turn it off. Before he could even try anything, the guy outside just pushed the door open. "Wait," Jack yelled, totally freaking out, but it was too late. "I can't believe you're still not ready. What are you even thinking, young master Jack?" Jack knew that old guy. It was Decker, his personal butler. Looks like the old dude couldn't see the status window. Jack quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then shot back, "Ready." "Ready for what?" Decker's eyes suddenly went laser sharp. Even though he was just a servant, Jack could feel this insane pressure coming off the old guy. "Are you seriously asking me that, young master Jack?" Jack shuddered. Man, thinking back, he was seriously terrified of Decker in his past life, ever since he was a kid. Hell, even now with the soul of a 32-year-old dude, he couldn't shake that fear that was burned into him. Right then, the system automatically kicked in the Calm Faction skill. Just like that, all of Jack's anxiety just vanished. This skill basically made it so the user's mind wouldn't get rattled, no matter the situation or who they were facing. Jack had no idea the system could auto-cast skills. Pretty damn useful, actually. Decker saw the kid was ignoring him and nagged again. "I've told you over and over again how important this event is. Are you even listening, young master Jack?" Yeah, Decker, I'm listening," Jack shot back. He finally remembered what was so important today. "You're talking about the pancreas evaluation test, right? This place Jack was stuck in had another name, the Cradle. It's where all the Drake family brats get shipped off to for training, starting from age 7. For 5 straight years, they get put through the most brutal basic training. The instructors judge the new kids every year with contests in sword fighting or just straight-up brawling. The pancreas test had no rules. Instructors picked your opponent, but sometimes, kids could pick their own opponents if they both agreed. And since this test has 0 rules, some people end up getting seriously jacked up, and some don't even walk out alive. But they keep doing this stupid test because it's how they decide which class the students get dumped into at the academy later. So the kids have no choice but to go all out. Jack got changed and headed out of his room to the arena. The guy in charge today was the head instructor, Pamax. Jack didn't really remember much about this time in his life, but hearing Pamax say this was the last part of this year's evaluation got all the students hyped up. Jack was standing at the front of the line, and it wasn't hard to hear the trash talk coming from behind him. "Look, it's Jack. Got his ass handed to him last year, and he's still here? Pathetic. Dude, if that were me, I would have bailed. How's that guy from the direct bloodline? What a loser." Jack just had to pretend he couldn't hear them. Whatever, he was used to being treated like crap from his last life. The test started quick. First 2 up were Aaron and Goda. After instructor Pamax gave the signal, they lunged at each other like a couple of rabid tigers. Jack just sat there and yawned, because after that first exchange, he already knew this fight was over and who was going to win. Goda's stance was garbage from the get-go. Aaron was going to knock him out cold any second now. If this were the 12-year-old Jack from his last life, he'd be scared stiff watching this bloody beatdown. But he'd already lived a whole other life. A miserable one where he couldn't use his aura and had to rely on nothing but his fists. So these kids, they were a total joke to Jack now. He just slouched in the stands the whole time they were fighting, yawning his head off. But what Jack didn't know was that on the other side of the stands, some kid was staring holes into him with this totally predatory look. That kid's name was Leon, and he was also Jack's next opponent. It wasn't until he stepped into the arena that it hit him. At this point in time, Leon was way bigger than him, and he was the same dude who beat Jack to a pulp last year. So when Leon saw him show up for this year's exam, he got all cocky. Too bad for him, the tables have turned. We'll see who ends up eating dirt this time. Wanna live? Then beg for it, you pathetic parasite, Leon taunted. Oh, Leon's voice just reminded Jack of how much he struggled last year and the year before that. Leon was always his rival, and he'd never won. Not once. Jack was willing to bet the dude cheated, because his family were the exact type to whisper all sorts of trash into their kid's ear. Stuff like, you gotta play dirty to become a real Dragonslayer. Leon had been brainwashed by his parents since he was a kid, so he had zero talent but a whole arsenal of cheap tricks. The more Jack looked at him, the more he wanted to punch that smug face. He couldn't figure out how a piece of trash like that could even be his cousin. In his past life, he had 4 direct siblings in the Drake family, but they never even got the chance to meet. Instead, he got stuck meeting a ton of his cousins, and every single one of them was always ready to bully him whenever they got the chance. Yo, I gotta hand it to you, Jack Drake. You've got guts. Showing your face here again after getting wrecked last year. Or are you just stupid? Leon kept running his mouth. If this was the old Jack from his past life, he probably would have been scared or pissed off. But now, this teenage body was housing the mind of a 30-year-old man. Plus, the system automatically kicked in the Calm Mind skill, which basically made him immune to the other guy's trash talk. Look, I'm not gonna go easy on you if you keep running your mouth, Jack warned him, mostly because Leon's non-stop yapping was giving him a headache. But to Leon, Jack was just a useless weakling, the family reject. So when Jack actually talked back, he thought it was a total joke. Instead of just talking crap, Leon stepped up and grabbed his hair. So what you gonna do about it, you pathetic loser? Nobody even saw what Jack did next. 1 second, Leon was there. The next, he was sent flying. Turns out, Jack had accidentally used his critical hit skill. Just like it sounds, the skill lets you deal critical damage to an enemy. But if you screw up the attack, you can get hit back with the same amount of force. Leon grabbed his face, screaming in pain. Jack was kinda surprised himself. He'd only meant to knock the guy out, but the skill just activated on its own when he threw the punch. Yeah, it was super effective, but it also proved Jack couldn't really control his own powers yet. What do you think you're doing, Jack Drake? Pan yelled, rushing over to Leon. How dare you attack before I even gave the signal to start? Since when does anyone announce ready, set, go on a real battlefield? First strike gets the advantage. You should know that. Teach. Jack didn't even have to say anything. The thing that made Pan flinch was the totally bloodthirsty look in Jack's eyes, something he'd never seen from the kid before. Leon finally caught his breath, shakily saying he was fine and begging Pan to let the fight continue, even with blood pouring from his nose. But that punch from Jack Drake might as well have flipped Leon's psycho switch. He swore right then and there that Jack wasn't walking out of that arena alive. Leon stumbled to his feet. The second Pan gave the signal to start. He shot toward Jack like a freaking arrow. Jack was still holding back, worried he'd lose control of his power again. And after that last hit, Leon was way more on guard. So, the punch from Jack's left hand looked totally obvious to him. In a split second, Leon dodged the left hook and managed to grab Jack's thigh. One more move and he could have slammed Jack to the ground. Pan thought that was it. Game over. But what happened next made his jaw drop. Pan's eyes were glued to Jack, unable to believe the insane combat sense, coming from a 12-year-old kid. The moment Leon dodged Jack's punch and went for the takedown, Pan was sure it was over. But Jack reacted in a flash, slamming a fist into Leon's chin and breaking free from his grip. That was totally Leon's fault for getting sloppy and thinking he had Jack trapped. But what really blew Pan's mind was how calm Jack stayed, even after his own attack missed. That scary level of focus and the precision to land a clean, effective hit. Was this really the same Jack Drake everyone knew? As for Leon, after taking 2 hits in a row, he was pretty much losing his mind. Leon had to back off and create some distance before Jack could start his next attack, but he was just a split second too slow. The thought to make some space had barely crossed his mind before Jack landed a hard kick to his shin. Jack was obviously smaller than Leon, but his kicks and punches were packing some serious power. Leon felt like his leg was about to snap, but he still wouldn't shut his mouth, just kept screaming at Jack, calling him a useless piece of crap. He totally lost it and stopped caring about strategy or distance. All Leon could do now was charge in and attack like a wild animal. Too bad for him, because after a few hits, Jack was starting to get a handle on his power. On top of that, he activated his Enhanced Senses skill, which temporarily jacked up all his senses. Suddenly, Leon's lightning-fast punches looked like they were moving in slow motion. This felt less like a fight and more like a walk in the park. He was finally getting used to controlling the power from the Echo Hall. Jack didn't have time to play cat and mouse with this loser anymore. He grabbed the guy's arm and slammed his whole body onto the ground. If it was a normal person, that move alone would have taken them out of the fight completely. But Jack wasn't done with him yet. He activated another skill, Precise Stab, then used his elbow like a freaking sword, driving it straight into a weak spot on the guy's chest. Stop. Leon gasped, groaning in pain. Even an idiot like you should have learned your lesson by now, right? Jack shot back, not even stopping his punches. It wasn't just Pan. All the students watching turned pale with fear. Jack looked like a total psycho, just unloading on Leon until he finally stopped moving. Satisfied, he finally stood up, then turned towards the stands where all the students were just standing there, staring at him. Breaking a little sweat really clears your head, you know. Now then, anyone here got a problem? Feel free to come down here all at once. Jack Drake's challenge really pissed a lot of people off, but not everyone was ballsy enough to step up after seeing him absolutely wreck Leon. Finally, a teenager stood up from the crowd. Jack recognized him. It was Jackian Jimin Constantinus, yet another one of his cousins. But this kid's attitude was just as rotten as Leon's, if not worse. Jackian Jimin Constantinus wanted to challenge Jack, and of course, he had no reason to refuse. It's just, he was getting a little bored of these one-on-one fights with snot-nosed brats. So, he took it upon himself to nominate one more person, Liam Stone, Jackian Jimin Constantinus' servant, to join the party. I think this will make the fight more balanced, Jack added, baiting him. Jackian's face turned beet red. Are you insulting me? He hissed. You bet I am. You moron. Jack shot back, his voice full of hype and his eyes sparkling. Seeing him like that, Jackian Jimin Constantinus got so pissed that veins started popping on his face. Just like Leon a minute ago, he swore he would take Jack Drake's life today. This time, Instructor Pan had learned his lesson and kept reminding him. Jack Drake was not to make a move before he gave the signal. Yeah, I got it. Jack nodded like a bobblehead. His eyes were still glued to his opponents, but the person he was watching wasn't that idiot Jackian, it was his servant, Liam. In his past life, that guy was known as the Mercenary King. Just like in the past, he joined this training facility as Jackian's servant, but because he was just some distant relative, no one cared. So, Liam was pretty much forgotten and never got a proper education. He once begged to take advanced classes at Valhalla Academy, but he was rejected and ended up joining a knight order of a small country called Baron. After Baron fell, he officially became a mercenary during the chaotic era. When people were scrambling to flock around the strong, Liam became a shining star. After a long stint as a mercenary, he became a legendary knight and formed his own mercenary group, the Stone Mercenaries. After that, Liam even united the 3 largest mercenary guilds on the continent, and the title Mercenary King was officially born. In his past life, Liam, as the leader of the Stone Mercenaries, participated in the Great Continental War, and Jack, with the nickname Ghost of the North, faced him as a mortal enemy alongside the Northerners. There was no denying Liam gave him a hell of a time, but this time things might be different. Begin. Pan's voice cut through Jack's memories. Almost at the same instant the command was given, Jackian charged forward with a punch full of openings, and Jack Drake caught it without breaking a sweat. His eyes suddenly turned ice cold, looking at Jackian as if he were a pile of trash. I said to come at me together. Even his voice was freezing, but Jackian quickly wriggled free. You think I'd fall for a cheap trick like that, he said, backing up to unleash a kick. But it seemed like he was so pissed off that this kick had even more openings than the punch before it. Jackian Jimin Constantinus' foot slammed into Jack's elbow. Not only did he fail to hurt him, but his own leg ended up screaming in pain. On instinct, he looked down at his leg, which was an incredibly stupid thing to do when you're in a fight, because all it took was less than a second for Jack to flash in front of Jackian Jimin Constantinus and slam a fist right into the kid's gut. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Jackian Jimin Constantinus finally accept that he couldn't beat Jack, so he screamed out, Liam, take this bastard's life from me. Liam, who had been standing still and waiting this whole time, slowly approached after Jackian gave the order. Looking at the guy's towering frame, Jack found it hard to imagine this kid was the same age as him. He had fought Liam so many times before, and the most annoying thing about dealing with him was his insane reach. If he let his opponent make the first move, Jack would be completely on the defensive, so he wanted to seize the advantage by attacking first. Putting thought into action, Jack immediately activated his E-rank /skill, which allowed him to unleash a series of attacks on his opponent. It obstructed their vision. The students up in the stands could only gape in amazement. They couldn't even keep up with Jack's movements anymore. He pretty much expected this, because this was the Central Palace, a place where the sword was the dominant weapon. How the hell could these kids recognize the unique northern fist-fighting style he had just unleashed? However, Jack was still at a disadvantage in this fight, because his body as a kid was, to put it bluntly, the absolute worst of the worst. Just using that many skills made Jack's bones ache all over, while his opponent had the physique of a damn monster. Liam hadn't counterattacked or even dodged this whole time. He just calmly held his defensive stance and took all of Jack's attacks. Compared to when he was the Mercenary King, Jack felt he was way more intense now. Jack took a deep breath, clenching his fists. He'd seen how strong his opponent's body was, but now his own body was about to hit its limit. Jack poured all his strength into his right arm, planning to land one blow that would smash through that defensive posture and take Liam down. But then, suddenly, Liam's eyes flew open, sharp and bright. He tilted his head to the right, successfully dodging the all-out attack Jack had just thrown. To say Jack wasn't shocked would be a lie, because Liam's senses were just insane. And to make matters worse, after that move, he managed to grab Jack's arm, planning to slam him hard onto the ground. Too bad for him, Liam was just a 12-year-old kid right now. He had all the talent but lacked any real combat experience. Meanwhile, Jack had the soul of a 32-year-old man with tons of experience from getting his ass handed to him way too many times. The moment Liam grabbed his arm to throw him overhead, Jack used that exact posture and force to his advantage, landing a solid punch on the crown of his head. No matter how tough Liam was, he was still human. Taking a hard hit to the head like that, he couldn't help but feel dazed. Jack seized the opportunity and once again activated his enhanced senses skill. He used his top speed to lock his legs tightly around his opponent's neck because he knew. Jack figured it didn't matter how jacked the other guy was, starve his brain of oxygen and he'd go limp. Simple as that. But Liam? That dude was way more psycho than he bargained for. The guy was practically feral, fighting on pure instinct just to break Jack's chokehold. Liam was just wailing on his body, punch after punch. But Jack was just as stubborn, refusing to let go, just squeezing tighter. One guy's throwing endless punches, the other's just cranking up the pressure with his legs. Their whole fight turned into a friggin' endurance contest between two dudes with a serious size difference. All the other students were holding their breath, watching this go down. Seeing how fast Liam was throwing hands, they all figured Jack was toast, that he'd get turned into ground meat. Even the instructor, Pan, was so tense he forgot to breathe. He'd never seen a fight this insane, this down to the wire. It was just two kids, not even adults, and after a little over 1 minute, it was finally over. Liam had been starved of oxygen for too long. His body started giving out, he had nothing left to fight with, and just slowly collapsed. Jack was beat to hell, but he'd won. Most of the students were just staring, jaws on the floor, like they couldn't believe he actually pulled it off. But there was this one kid with a huge-ass grin on his face, and it was not a nice smile. Good, he thought. This is the bare minimum I expected from you. A performance like this. At least now you're worthy of being crushed by me, Jack Drake. So, after acing the test with a result that couldn't have been better, Jack headed back to his room. Decker heard his young master got seriously messed up and was all worried, wanting to check his pulse himself. But Jack knew the old man wasn't just playing doctor. He wanted to check if Jack had awakened his aura. So after changing, Jack played along and held out his hand. Decker carefully took it and started checking his pulse. What totally blew Jack's mind was that Decker was actually a blue knight. This guy's power was no joke. And usually, when you check if someone's awakened, you just check their core. But Decker was being, super thorough. Just pushing aura into someone else's body is hard enough. But this dude was maneuvering it through Jack's entire system with insane precision. There was no other explanation. He had to be a blue knight. Then again, not all knights are created equal. They get ranked by color, based on their power and how good they are at slinging aura. White swordsman is the bottom of the barrel, the basic level. Most kids who haven't been through the blessing ceremony are stuck at this rank. Step up from that is yellow swordsman. That's when you finally awaken your aura and unlock your core. Normally, all the students at the Cradle become yellow swordsmen after the ceremony. The only pathetic exception was Jack in his past life. Next up, once you actually learn to control your aura, you get a new title, Knight. The lowest of the low is Purple Knight, whose only party trick is reinforcing their sword with aura. A step above that is Blue Knight. That's when you can actually create a blade made of pure aura. And finally, you've got the realm of the absolute monsters, people who've blown past normal limits. That's the level Liam hit in his past life, and where Jack Drake was before he got sent back in time. Red Knight. Rumor has it, there's a rank even higher than Red Black Knight. But in the entire continent's history, only a few freaks of nature like that have ever existed. After figuring out how strong Decker really was, Jack was even more confused. A guy at his level should be a commander or something. So why the hell was he stuck being a glorified babysitter for a punk-ass young master like him? He thought about it till his head hurt and got nowhere, so Jack decided to shelve it. The most important thing right now was making sure Decker didn't find out about the power he got from the E-rank haul. I mean, there are only 2 people in the entire world who can even use the E-rank haul, so the chances of the old man knowing about it were pretty much 0. Decker checked Jack Drake's pulse for a long time before finally letting go with a deep sigh. "Young master, is there something you're hiding from me?" So, Decker didn't find Jack squat. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. He could tell the guy was trying to pressure him to get a reaction. If this were the old Jack from his past life, he would have been scared shitless just hearing Decker use that tone. But the Jack now? Totally calm. He handled it like a pro. "What's up? Are you hiding something from me?" Jack shot back. Decker's only answer was silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. "Why have you changed so much all of a sudden, young master?" And with that, Jack stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, and Decker was met with a look so cold it could freeze bone. "Wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why it took me this long to finally change." "That's right. A lot more is going to change from now on. But really, things are just going back to the way they're supposed to be, so all you need to do is stick close to me. Got it?" "Understood, young master." Decker gave a formal, respectful bow. He had no clue what was going on, but one thing was for sure. This Jack was a completely different person now. As for Jack, he still wasn't sure whose side Decker was really on, or if the old man was just some pawn planted to spy on him. But he knew one thing for sure. He had to flip Decker's loyalty, keep him close, and squeeze him for any useful info. The real question was, who ordered Decker to spy on him in the first place? Jack didn't think it was anyone from his mom's side. He figured it had to be one of his dear brothers or sisters. This crap was just giving him a headache, so he decided to drop it for now. Jack headed straight for the personal training room that Decker had set up for him. In his past life, he was so pathetically weak that he never got the chance to use a room like this when he was a kid. Seeing it now, he couldn't help but be impressed. This family really lived up to the hype. It was just a personal training room, but it was decked out with absolutely everything. And since he was alone, Jack took the chance to check out that so-called system of his. Most of the info was exactly the same. The only thing that changed was his /skill. It had leveled up from novice to proficient, so it looked like the more you use a skill, the more it levels up. Duh. The skills just activated automatically based on what he did. Jack started to wonder, does that mean these skills were there all along? And what if he learns something new? So it's just gonna get slapped on here like some other skill, right? Plus, what's even the diff between a skill and a class skill? They both fire up the same way. And another thing, what the hell is this so-called dragon skill that I can't even look at yet? What's its big secret? Jack tried tapping on the dragon skill tab. Figures. Still needs bonus points to unlock. The system says I can grind for M by killing monsters. Speaking of monsters, there's a ton of them in the dungeons. But to be safe, Jack needs to at least become a purple knight before he can go there. Also, I'm super curious about why I got sent back 20 years in the past and what this system even is. All I know is that it's definitely connected to that great treasure. The rest of the info is way too scarce, so Jack can't really jump to any conclusions yet. I just know this thing can make me stronger, and that alone is reason enough to keep using it. Jack picked up a sword with this weak-ass body and started to get a feel for himself. In this world, there are 2 known types of power, the light aura of knights and the spiritual energy of mages. Knights strengthen their light aura in their dantian, while mages channel spiritual energy through a magic circle around their heart. The 2 powers are total opposites, so once you awaken one type, you're locked out of the other. In my past life, I was so damn unlucky I couldn't awaken either of them. No dantian, no magic circle. I was rejected by my own family and ended up meeting my master while I was wandering around. He taught me a bunch of stuff, but the most useful things were the healing arts and the Hall of Egger. The Hall of Egger was something my master, Jack's master, developed. It let me use nature's energy, which is why my master and I were the only 2 people in the world who could use Egger. Still, awakening a light aura would be a good thing. Whether I can pull it off, this life is up to fate. So, Jack started sword practice, but only lasted like 2 hours. Man, I felt like I was about to pass out. This body is absolute trash. Jack leaned on his sword, panting like crazy, and that's when the system automatically activated a class skill. Heal and stamina recovery. That heal skill is super rare. I didn't even know it existed until I met my master. If I use it in front of everyone, they definitely think I'm some kind of freak. That's why I couldn't use it in the fight against Liam. I had to heal my injuries real quick as soon as I got back to my room. With this, it's like I have an infinite energy source. Drain it, then refill it. Drain and refill. But I can't just rely on it, so I still have to train like my life depends on it to make this body stronger. Next thing I knew, I'd been training until dinner, and my room was so trash you couldn't even tell what it used to look like. This went on for a whole week straight. The other students at the training camp started gossiping that Jack, the family reject, was now a completely different person. Some of them even thought I'd messed with black magic to get stronger, but a few actually flipped and started admiring me. They were even hoping I'd knock some of those arrogant pricks who act all high and mighty down a peg. That day, in the training camp's cafeteria, Jack's cousins were all gathered in one spot. They all had the same goal, to beat me. The most pissed off one of the bunch was definitely Leon. A week had passed, and the wounds Jack Drake gave him still hadn't healed. Both Leon and Jackie and Jim and Constantinus were worried that Jack Drake was getting stronger, but Owen Gemin, the calmest kid in the group, was acting all cool like a commander. Don't worry, the Pancration match was brutal, but impressive. However, Jack will be totally crushed when we move on to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even lift a damn sword? Hearing Owen say that, Leon's crew started to chill out. Come to think of it, Jack's body was so weak he couldn't lift a sword. Usually, it was too heavy, so he even needed a special custom sword. He definitely beat me by a fluke. There's no way I'd lose to that weakling. Leon was still fuming. Jenna Turin, who'd been quiet the whole time just focused on her steak, suddenly slammed the table and stood up. A fluke? If you seriously believe Jack just got lucky, then none of you losers deserve to be knights of this Drake family. After saying her piece, Jenna Turin just stormed off. But you can see why Jack Drake's cousins were so eager for the swordsmanship competition. Unlike Pancration, this match would use real swords, and that's the reason for most of the accidents that happen at the training camp. A sword fight is where you see the real skill gap between students. Soon enough, the swordsmanship exam was here, and unlike what any of the students expected, this time Jack was rocking an absurdly long sword. It looked heavy as hell too, but he held it like it was nothing. In the first match, Jenna Turin was the one who stepped up to challenge him, and Jack accepted. When she came face to face with Jack and saw the way he confidently swung that ridiculously long sword, Jenna Turin was almost certain that this wasn't the Jack she used to know, because the Jack she knew was a guy who could barely even lift a sword. The way he looked now even made Jenna Turin feel threatened. She tried to calm herself down. At the same time, she drew her weapon. To be honest, Jack wasn't as chill as he looked on the outside because fighting knights of lightning was something that stressed him out like crazy, both in his past life and this one. And Jenna Turin, the girl standing in front of him, was exactly that, a lightning knight. In my past life, she was one of the knights who made a name for herself during the Continental War. She was also recognized as one of the strongest of the Drake family's next generation, because she was one of the few who awakened their light aura even before the blessing ceremony. Jack remembered that Jenna had awakened her aura a few years before this point in time, but she didn't use it at the training camp. The reason was she wanted to improve her fundamentals. That was also why guys like Leon and Jake and Verde were scared of Jenna. Anyway, compared to that trash, this girl was an opponent far more worthy of Jack's respect. The second pan signaled the start of the match. Jenna Turin impatiently lunged forward. The girl's moves were crazy fast, her sword strikes sharp and clean. So Jack didn't dare let his guard down. She was even better than he'd expected, but Jack knew there was no way he was going to lose. Quit playing around and just finish him off, Jenna Turin. The students watching the match started screaming. What an idiot. Jackie and Jim and Constantinus muttered from the front row. Does it look like Jenna Turin is playing around with him? That kid seems surprisingly sharp today. He knows Jenna Turin is going all out, but it's still not enough to even touch Jack's weak points. She was trying her damn best and struggling hard. After Jack blocked a few of her moves, Jenna Turin finally found it, an opening in his defense. But even when she launched a lightning-fast attack at that exact spot, in the end, the thing Jenna Turin's sword tip hit wasn't Jack's skin, but his blade. Jack was still one step ahead of her. It was like he was praising her for trying so hard to find an opening, but it was also like he was totally humiliating her. He kept revealing openings and then blocking her every time she attacked. It made her feel like Jack was completely controlling the pace of the fight, turning a life-or-death match into some kind of friendly sparring session, like he was training her. Their blades clashed again, and this time, Jenna was knocked back. She was panting, totally exhausted, while Jack looked weirdly relaxed. He couldn't help but sigh. Right, before she became the Lightning Knight, Jenna was also just a kid. Her fighting style back at the training camp could be summed up in one word: green. Her swordsmanship was too straightforward. That's what Jack saw clearest in this girl obsessed with the basics, and it was the very thing holding her back. That's why he wanted to help her break out of her cocoon and become a brilliant butterfly with her insane talent for the sword. Thinking that, Jack Drake's center of gravity suddenly dropped. He took a super low stance with that oversized longsword in his hand, and Jenna Turan started calculating. She figured he was planning to close the distance in a single blow. Her speed was no joke, so Jenna Turan believed she could handle it. Bring it on, Jack Drake, Jenna Turan thought. And then, just as she expected, Jack suddenly shot up. He lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, except his speed was way faster than Jenna Turan had imagined. She didn't dare to block it. Instead, she had to scramble backward to dodge his blade. But just backing up and dodging over and over wasn't how you win a fight. Jenna Turan was getting seriously frustrated. While Jack kept up the assault, she was just scrambling to survive. And then, Jack closed the distance again and attacked. Jenna Turan's eyes went wide with terror. Only one thought ran through her head. I'm screwed. Then she gritted her teeth. Instead of dodging, she went for a counter. Jack's longsword was knocked high into the air, landing behind him and stabbing deep into the ground. The students immediately jumped to their feet, cheering. Jack lost. That's Jenna for you. She didn't even need to use her aura to beat that loser. Only Pamax noticed what really happened. When Jack's final attack closed in on Jenna, she had used her aura the smallest amount possible. You could say it was an amount of aura, so small it was almost impossible to detect. Jenna Turan was the one who'd sworn never to use her aura until she officially entered the academy, and today, Jack had forced her to do it just to save her own skin. Maybe because of that, Jenna just stood there, stunned, totally ignoring the cheers of the crowd, calling her name. What the hell are you doing? Focus. It's not over yet. Jack's voice snapped her out of it, but it was too late. By the time Jenna Turan realized what was happening, Jack was already on her and slammed a punch right into her chest. Jenna Turan immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, forced to one knee. Her whole body wouldn't stop shaking. This is a sword fight. We're not going to put up with a cheap shot from a loser like you. The girl hadn't even said anything yet, but up in the stands, Leon roared, that's right. A knight throwing away his sword. What a joke. The other students started chiming in. This is Jenna's victory. You don't have what it takes to be a knight. How shameful. The students up there were just tearing into Jack. It felt like if every single one of them spit on him, he'd drown. Jenna Turan coughed violently a few times, then got back on her feet. Want to keep going? Jack asked. She hadn't surrendered yet. The first thought that popped into Jenna Turan's head was that just now, Jack only managed to hit her because she let her guard down. But in the end, she was an honest person. If Jack had a dagger instead of his bare fist just now, her throat would have been slit wide open. Thinking about that, Jenna Turan frowned and forced out the words, I lose. The entire stadium, busy cussing out Jack, immediately went dead silent. They were all staring at Jack Drake, the same guy who was being called human garbage just a few days ago. And now, he just won against one of the most brilliant, talented kids from the most prestigious families, Jenna Turan. The story of how Jack Drake had suddenly changed into a completely different person reached his older brother, Abin. In the war for succession, the children of the Dragonslayer clan were all on edge. That's why Abin, a guy who pretty much never came home, decided to head back to the family estate before the official blessing ceremony for one simple reason. He was curious to see what kind of awakening made his youngest brother turn into such a different person. After Jack's victory against Jenna Turan, the entire training academy was in shock, but that didn't seem to affect his life at all. Jack just went back to his private training room and kept at it. Another month passed, and the blessing ceremony finally arrived. Even so, Jack stuck to his daily training routine, which is why his body now was in way better shape than when he'd first regressed. Jack opened his status window to check, just as he'd expected. Almost all his skills had leveled up, and some even hit master level. He even managed to up his proficiency with flexible footwork, a skill he picked up from fighting. Footsteps echoed from outside. Jack figured it had to be Decker, and sure enough, a voice called out from beyond the door. Young master, we depart in 2 hours. All right, I'll be out soon. Get everything ready. After washing up and changing into some decent clothes, Jack found himself in a carriage heading back to the family's main estate. If he counted the time from his past life, it had been a crazy long time since he'd been back to that castle. It belonged to the Draco clan, located in the territory of the Duke of Choi. Even though the cradle was located in the center of the continent, at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Midlands, the blessing ceremony still had to be held at the main estate, the place where the whole Dragonslayer legend began. That castle had another, much cooler name, the Dragon's Lair. After who knows how long, the carriage stopped. Jack stepped out and stared at the castle with this weird feeling. Even though he was a direct descendant, he had to stand with the other trainees from the clan. No special treatment, not even a little. During all this, Jack kept scanning the area and noticed something he'd never seen before. All the guests at the ceremony were big shots you only ever heard about in the Continental papers. Jack was sure that out of all those eyes, at least half of them were glued to him. But whatever they were plotting, the second they saw him fail to awaken, they just ignore him anyway. And then, Jack's eyes suddenly locked onto a tall figure. Just seeing him, there was enough to make the expression on his face start to crack. This guy was shaking hands and greeting the guests, and it looked like everyone was shocked to see him here. Well, I guess I did have a reason for coming back today. Coincidentally, my adorable little brother happens to be here too. Oh, there he is. That face. Jack could never forget it. He was Abin Drake, the second son of the family. Right now, he was known as the Sword Lion, but in the last life, he had another name, the Butcher Knight. The second Jack saw his brother, he was seeing red, but he had to force himself to calm down. There was nothing he could do right now. He remembered that in his past life, Abin didn't even bother to show up for his blessing ceremony. But him being here today meant that Jack's actions had already changed the future. If that was the case, this could be Jack's chance to change his screwed-up destiny. Once the guests up front settled down, the blessing ceremony officially began. The first name called was Aaron. The kid nervously walked forward, where a basin of holy water sat, in front of a knight statue and 2 spirit lamps. If you awakened your aura, the statue would react. If it was spirit energy, the lamps would react. Aaron took a deep breath, then rolled up his sleeve and plunged his hand right in. Through this blessing ceremony, all members of the Drake lineage, who were 12 years old and had graduated from the cradle, would awaken their sealed aura, and Aaron pulled it off without a hitch. First off, compared to normal knights from other families, awakening at 12 is super early, because they usually only awaken after they turn 20. Among these kids, there were also a few rare cases. Along with their aura, they would also awaken a Dragonslayer trait called Spirit Suppression. When that happens, the 2 spirit lamps at the ceremony react by glowing red. These super rare cases were guaranteed to at least reach the level of a yellow knight in the future, and a few could even match red and black knights. Awakening your aura and spirit suppression at the same time meant that the kid had awakened their true blood. They were a freaking genius. And this year, a case like that happened. Unsurprisingly, it was Jenna Turin. As soon as she awakened her spirit suppression, Instructor Pan ordered a servant to bring him some gloves. Because of that critical trait, everyone who awakens it has to wear a pair of special gloves made by the family. Otherwise, they can't live a normal life. The moment someone proves they're a descendant with true blood, they get to add the Drake surname to their name, whether they're a direct descendant or not. Along with that, they also get an insane amount of funding and a ton of perks from the family. But even with Gina Turun and her limitless potential, she wasn't the one people were really waiting for. That was Jack. Most of the guests assumed he'd awaken his true blood too. I mean, he was the guy who beat Jenna Turin, right? Jack slowly walked forward. He never thought he'd get another chance to stand in front of this statue. In his past life, he had a totally awful experience in front of it, even though the blessing ceremony was the one thing that pushed him through all the crap at the cradle. In the end, Jack just got slapped with the shameful title of the family's failure. But maybe this life, things would be different. Not only did Jack have insane healing abilities, but he could also use the Hall of Egger, something no one besides him and his master could even open. Most importantly, he hadn't given up and surrendered. He'd stood up on his own 2 feet. Even so, help me out here, you damn statue. Jack thought to himself, then rolled up his sleeves and dipped his hand into the basin just like everyone else. The moment Jack's hand touched the water, the knight statue suddenly started shaking like crazy, and then just stopped. The entire room fell dead silent. It was creepy. Jack cursed under his breath. He knew he shouldn't have counted on the future changing. It's just that with Abin suddenly showing up, he'd gotten way too cocky. Just like in his past life, whispers started to ripple through the Great Hall. He failed to awaken? How is that even possible? Looks like the family head's blood wasn't enough to suppress that cursed bloodline after all. Then how'd he beat Jenna Turin? He must have pulled some shady trick, right? What a disgrace to the family. Jack clicked his tongue. The way these losers reacted was exactly the same as his last life, but failing to awaken his aura didn't matter to him anymore. Besides, it's not like awakening was the only way for Jack to get stronger. Right then, the system popped up with some new notifications. My apologies, Jack Drake. Due to a processing error, a message was delayed. We've detected that essential information is missing from the identification matrix. During the class identification, class info was manually entered using system admin authority. Jack reread the message a couple of times, skeptical as hell. It was wordy AF, but it looked like his awakening totally bombed because some data was missing. The system auto-fixed the glitch during the identification process. First, it unlocked Jack's rare class, Healing Mage. Right when that message came through, the knight statue started glowing red. Just like when Janna Turin awakened, the crowd's vibe totally flipped. That red glow, that's a true blood awakening. But it didn't stop there. The system also auto-created a title link. Blessed by the ancient dragon, which was sealed in Jack's soul, was unlocked too. At the same time, the Draker family talent in his blood, the fighter bloodline, was also awakened. These three things, healing mage, blessed by the ancient dragon, and fighter bloodline, all combined to create a brand new, unique class called Immortal. Right then, the statue's glow shifted from red to gold. This had literally never happened before, so everyone watching was totally confused. Jack decided to just shut up and let them guess. I mean, it's not like he could just scream, "Hey guys, I just got a unique class." The mana lamp didn't react at all. So, the sword statue is busted. Yeah, if there's no mana suppression, you can't call it a true blood awakening, right? Finally, Abin's applause shut down the whispers in the crowd. Why the long faces? We've got 2 true blood awakeners in one go. Isn't that something to celebrate? He said. Everyone exchanged confused looks, but for real, the second son of the Draker family had some serious clout. For him to say that, he was basically confirming his little brother's true blood awakening, so nobody dared to argue. One minute, they were all whispering and doubting Jack. The next, he and Gina were the family's golden children. Abin immediately had a servant bring gloves for Jack, while turning everyone's attention to the next kid. Jack slipped on the gloves and just walked off. He could totally see what his brother was trying to pull, but having to accept that Creep's help left a bad taste in his mouth, like he'd just eaten crap. A few more kids later, the blessing ceremony was finally over. To celebrate the family's new batch of prodigies, they threw a huge party. But Jack couldn't care less about this kind of fancy BS. He wanted to find the training room in the main mansion, but Abin cut him off. The party just started. Where do you think you're going? Jack tried hard not to glare daggers at him. He didn't expect Abin to be so eager to chat him up this fast. Abin's eyes were filled with suspicion and danger, but he still put on a fake smile and congratulated Jack on his true blood awakening. At the same time, he held out his hand. Jack was totally disgusted, but not shaking his hand would make his hatred way too obvious, so he reluctantly reached out. But before he could even touch Abin's hand, the horrifying memories of his past life came rushing back. Jack froze, his hand hanging in midair. He finally lowered it. In that moment, he decided he couldn't shake this scumbag's hand, not even to save face. Abin, left hanging, had to cover for himself. Well, this is awkward, Jack. But I guess that's how it is. I'll just have to get used to seeing you around more often. See you around. As he walked past Jack, Abin made a point to pat his shoulder a few times. It made Jack's skin crawl. To him, "See you around" sounded like a damn challenge. Jack swore he'd make that bastard pay for everything. For everything he'd done in the past life. Back at the party, just as you'd expect, everyone was gossiping about the 2 new true blood awakeners. Especially Jack, since his light was that freaky golden color. Most of them thought he had totally failed his awakening. But before they even had a chance to look down on him, Jack pulled a stunt like that. Yet, the man of the hour was nowhere to be found. Jack had already gone back to his room, taking off his heavy outfit to finally breathe, including those special gloves. Honestly, he was still thinking about what just went down. Every kid who awakens a true blood has the mana suppression trait. It's the ability that proves you're an enemy of dragons, the source of all mana. The mark of a true Dragonslayer. But since most machines run on mana, kids with true blood are forced to wear the family's special gloves. Which means, if Jack really had true blood, something should have happened when he took off his gloves. But here he was, perfectly fine. Jack slid the window open. His class status had changed from healing mage to immortal. He also had 2 new skills, mana reversal, grade A, and overall physique grade A. Jack was like, whoa, these 2 were definitely new. So it was mana reversal, not mana suppression. This skill let him create a distorted environment to nullify any mana nearby. Mana suppression is like a passive skill, but mana reversal is an active one. That's why the mana lamp didn't react back there. Jack thought it was insane. Before the ceremony, he was a rare healing mage, but now he had the unique immortal class. But damn. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. All the other Cradle graduates awakened with a blue aura. Only Jenna had awakened true blood with a red light. But Jack was different from everyone. He started out red, then turned gold. He remembered the system's previous notification. It said the identification matrix couldn't work right because essential info was missing. So, was that identification matrix talking about the statue? A night before the Divine Basin. A sec later, the system forced Jack's class info in, using some admin override. The statue immediately lit up red, but after syncing with his class, it went solid gold. Now that I think about it. Jack realized that bronze statue doesn't just check if you've awakened. Nah, it actually IDs the user's traits and their class. Red meant a rare class, like back when Jack was a healing mage. And gold, that was for his unique class, immortal. Jack remembered that the bronze statue was some ancient relic, used way before his ancestor Tarakan even founded the family. Since the whole class concept is dead in this era, they just use it to see if someone's awakened or not. And for generations, they've been getting it wrong, thinking the red light, which actually means you have a rare class, was the sign of a true bloodline awakening. Total screw-up. No idea which family head will figure out this mistake, but Jack's sure as hell keeping his mouth shut. Plus, there was something else. He'd somehow scored 100 karma points. No clue where they came from, but Jack was itching to use them on some dragon skills. A few options popped up in front of him. All of them were locked, level 1 dragon skills. First up, Dragon's Eye, letting the user scope out detailed info on other people. Unlocks for 20 points. Next, Dragon's Might, lets you make enemies surrender just with your aura. That one costs 30 points. And last, Devour, which lets the user pig out and digest it super fast. Costs a whopping 50 points to unlock. Jack paused. He got Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Might. Well, what the hell was the point of Devour? Eating a lot? For real. And it cost 50 damn points, too. After mulling it over, Jack decided to play it safe instead of gambling. He blew 50 points to unlock both Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Might. No one was in the room, so he couldn't test out Dragon's Might. Instead, he fired up Dragon's Eye first. Jack was super hyped, but it seemed like nothing changed. Until he opened the door to the balcony and saw something totally insane. The statue in the middle of the garden, which was super far away, now looked like it was right in his face. Turns out the skill also gives you telescopic vision. Pretty damn useful. The second Jack closed the door, a bunch of status windows popped up again. On top was a simple yes or no question. Do you want to receive detailed info on the detected target? The moment Jack hit yes, 49 other status windows exploded into view around him. They showed info on every single thing around him, like a decorative candlestick from Mysing, a table made from Oliver wood, a chair from the Louvre dynasty, 2 dressers from the Mac Empire, and a rug from the Lam Empire. Jack got hit with a massive info dump, and his body suddenly felt like lead. He'd never felt this wiped out, not even during training. Jack dragged himself to a chair and flopped down. Guess using dragon skills drains a ton of stamina. If that's the case, I can't just spam this stuff. What a pain, Jack grumbled. The second the words left his mouth, the system auto-activated his healing and stamina recovery class skills. Jack instantly felt fine and shot up. But wait, he didn't even try to use healing or stamina recovery. With that thought, Jack pulled up his status window again. He then saw that all his class skills had turned into passive skills, and their mastery levels had all gone up by 1. Jack was stunned but also stoked. Okay, he thought, this is just getting ridiculous. He always knew his healing ability was OP, but it wasn't something he could just spam constantly. Like, in the final battle, when Jack reattached his own freaking arms, everyone called him a monster. Plus, the healing had its limits. It couldn't actually make him immortal. But now that it was a passive skill, his self-healing would be limitless. That's actually terrifying. Thinking about it, Jack wanted to test it for himself. He grabbed a fruit knife off the table and sliced his own wrist. The second the first drop of blood hit the floor, sure enough, the self-healing skill kicked in. And not a single scratch was left on his wrist. He couldn't hide how freaking amazed and happy he was. Normal students, after graduating from the Cradle and moving on to the Academy, have to train for another 5 years. But with this insane system, Jack figured he could do it in just 2. The Draker family's Knight Academy is also the most legendary academy on the continent. Anyone who dreams of becoming a knight would sell their soul to get in. The academy is located in the territory of Duke Choi. Every spring, the place is buzzing with energy from all the new recruits rolling in. Jack had trained his ass off to get in shape before coming here. Looking at the fresh meat, you could tell they'd all been trained to a T, but even among those students, all it took was one look for him to spot the difference between the normies and the kids from the big shot families. People always run their mouths about equality, but these silver spoon brats were marked from the start. Here, a direct descendant of the Draker family, like Jack Drake, was the top dog. But among the countless branch families kissing the Drakers' butts, 3 of them have some serious clout. They're called the 3 Great Families, including House Tarun, where Jinnah Tarun is from, known for their brute strength. Their symbol is a buffalo. Next is House Gims of Owen, known for their smarts, with a viper as their symbol. And last is House Verde, home of that punk Jakin Verde, whose only strength is his cash. Their symbol is 3 swords between 2 axes. The 3 kids from these families were instant celebrities, and they formed their own little crews right away. But Jack couldn't care less. He never gave a crap about all that clique drama anyway. Besides, the perks he got for being a direct descendant were way better, so he didn't need to kiss up to anybody. Jack got placed in the Platinum Building, the swankiest dorm on campus. The place had a massive training hall, a library, and all kinds of other top-tier facilities. It's only for the top-tier students with crazy backgrounds, so even if you graduated from the best of the best, you're not guaranteed a spot here. On top of that, as a true blood awakened, Jack was given the privilege of being the floor master of an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. The second Jack walked into the main hall, servants were already lined up in 2 rows to welcome and escort him to his designated floor. This whole over-the-top welcome was seriously stressing Jack out, even for a true blood. When Jack got to his room, Decker was already waiting there. He brought some essentials for him, starting with a new pair of special-purpose gloves that were a totally different quality from the temporary ones he had to wear at the ceremony. Jack was pretty satisfied. These were all perks he'd never gotten to experience in his past life. Jack also requested a new sword for himself. Of course, Decker didn't refuse. Since the Choi Duchy's territory was near a huge mountain range, there were tons of high-quality iron ores here. It was also the birthplace of many outstanding blacksmiths. Decker was ready to find a skilled blacksmith for Jack, but he shut that down, saying he already had someone in mind. "I'll go meet them myself, so just set up the appointment." Jack grabbed a pen and paper, scribbled a few words, and handed it to Decker. On it was the name Ganiel Hambeck, a blacksmith Decker had never even heard of. But the young master was super opinionated now, so all he could do was obediently follow Jack's orders. He also brought some related documents because the first class was starting tomorrow. After nagging Jack about a million different things, Decker finally left, feeling at ease. Once he got his space back, Jack totally relaxed, enjoying the life of the young master. Since the Platinum Floor was completely separate from the other students, he'd have way more free time to develop his dragon techniques. Just as he was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door. A maid came in with a dinner invitation from Gina. Jack had no idea what that girl was scheming, but he agreed anyway. The maid led him to where Jenna was. Jack came alone, but Jenna greeted him with a whole crew of servings behind her, looking like some kind of gang. "Welcome, Jack Drake. My family's a bit unusual. My apologies." Jenna Tarun waved her hand, and the knights standing behind her left one by one. "Thanks for the invite." Jack casually sat down in the chair at the other end of the long table. "Let's talk after we eat." Jack knew right away this wasn't just some simple dinner invitation. I mean, the girl was a lightning knight, after all. Just by watching her, he could tell Jenna was optimizing her core to control her light aura. Looked like she had her eyes on the purple knight position too, but her swordsmanship was still stuck in a rut. Jack could only click his tongue, thinking what a waste of potential it was. The food was brought out quickly, and Jenna Turin didn't say a word throughout the meal. What surprised Jack the most was that even though he was a big eater, his appetite wasn't even half as big as the girls sitting across from him. After they finished eating, Jenna Turin got straight to the point. "Jack Drake, accept the support of our Turin family." The offer was totally out of left field for Jack. "You seem to have forgotten." "Huh. We're both True Blood Awakened." "Looks like you've got the wrong idea about True Blood Awakened. It's true, we get a lot of privileges. This Platinum Floor alone is proof enough. But we don't get any benefits when it comes to our growth. This academy has centuries of academic knowledge and combat experience, and it's tough to master all of it on your own. Having a suitable personal instructor is super effective for improving your abilities. Without one, no matter how rich you are, you'll get left in the dust real quick. That's why support from your family is essential." Even Aben Drake, who was a True Blood Awakened before and the youngest ever to get the White and Black Knight titles, he also agreed to accept support from his mother's side, the Jimin family. Although the head of the Turin family didn't tell me why, he did tell me that you're not getting any help from your maternal side. So I'll say it again. Jack Drake, accept the support of the Turin family. "Nah." Jack shot back without a second thought. While Gina Turin's offer was dead serious, the contrast made the air go silent, deadly silent for a few seconds. "Why?" she demanded. "Accepting support from the Turin family isn't a bad thing for you. I'm not dissing it. I just don't need anything more than what I've already gotten as a True Blood Awakened." Jack stood up. He was about to leave, but then thought of something and stopped to thank her for the meal. Jack was willing to give Gina Tarun a piece of advice. Her sword had way too much force behind it, and he could see she was too focused on that. Meanwhile, Jenna's greatest strength was her flexibility, which came from her agile body, so she shouldn't be taking attacks head-on and crushing opponents with power. Instead, she should be flexibly deflecting her opponent's attacks and landing a precise, refined strike. Trust me, if you can do that, you'll grow and become way stronger than you are right now. After saying his piece, Jack just walked out. Jenna Turun heard everything he said, and her feelings were complicated. Because the Turun family was a symbol of power, Jenna had just followed that traditional path. But now Jack was telling her not to worry about what others think, and to show her strength with flexibility and finesse instead of just brute force. As annoying as it was, Jenna couldn't deny he was right. She was too obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turin name. As a result, that obsession had unconsciously seeped into her sword. This was something Jenna Turun herself had never even realized before. And yet, Jack saw right through it. When she was little, everyone called her a genius, and no one ever gave her real advice. Jack Drake was the first and only person to do so. This completely changed how Gina Turin saw him. For this guy, things were slowly starting to change. After coming back from Gina Turin's place, Jack stayed up all night training. But the efficiency of the faction skill he had was just insane. By regenerating his own vitality, Jack was totally fine after grinding all night. In his past life, he saw Draker Academy as hell. But now that he was a legit awakened, it was paradise for Jack. The feeling of having money, power, and strength was just awesome. Jack was chilling on his way to class when he heard someone call his name. He turned around and saw it was Owen. That guy's the third son of the Jimin family, and since his family backs Aben, even though they hadn't interacted much this life, Jack still couldn't stand the dude. Besides, since scheming was his family's specialty, in his past life, he always used other people to bully Jack, and slyly kept up his own good guy image. Just like with Jenna, a bunch of lackeys from his family trailed after Owen. He walked up and asked Jack Drake, why didn't he answer his dinner invitation from last night? This friendly act seriously made him want to puke. Why didn't you answer my invitation? Huh. Owen started to lose his patience. Well, aren't you funny? Jack laughed. Why the hell would I answer that? Jack's tone was dripping with contempt. So much so that Owen's eyes went wide with shock, but before he could even react, his subordinate rudely stepped forward. You've got some nerve. Even after my young master was so kind to you, Jack Drake. Jack looked at the guy like he was a fly. Who's this? He asked. The question made the guy freeze up completely, and he could only cover his face and laugh bitterly. How could you not know who I am? Jack sighed again. Looks like servants from the cradle aren't worth much. Listen up. I get that you're trying to show off for your master, but remember who you're talking to. After all, Jack was a direct heir. This bastard was being way too disrespectful, so he just meant it as a light warning. But unexpectedly, as soon as he turned to leave, the guy launched a sneak attack, and what's more, he used his aura. It wasn't a normal physical attack. It seems high-level students like them were already getting the hang of controlling their aura. Jack was still able to dodge that last move. That just pissed the bastard off even more. I'm Durbin. They call me Durbin around here. He started to brag. Today, on behalf of young Master Owen, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Jack stopped, because he found that nickname Durbin absolutely ridiculous. A student who wasn't even an official knight yet already had a moniker. This was a total insult to real power. Jack shot forward like an arrow and landed a punch right in the guy's gut. Blood immediately gushed from his nose and mouth, and Jack's punch sent him flying nearly 10 meters. He hit the dirt, completely unable to get back up. Durbin, was it? Who's next? Pick someone. Young Master Owen, Jack said arrogantly while adjusting his crooked glove. Owen's eyes grew cold. He walked up to Jack, and as he passed by, he left him with a line, You really love basking in the glory, don't you? Jack Drake. After saying that, Owen and his group of lackeys sauntered off. Jack thought it was hilarious. They were clearly the ones who started it, and now they were acting like he was the bully. Whatever, he wasn't in the mood to bicker with these clowns. At Draker Academy, students are mainly divided into two classes. There's the normal class, where they teach you that if you lack talent, you have to overcome it with effort. Because of that, students in this class follow a strict regimen from early morning to late at night. Besides that, there's the special class, where you can freely choose the subjects you like. Aside from the basic subjects, the place in the academy where the greatest elites gather is this special class. So Jack was actually kind of looking forward to coming here, but once he arrived, he found out that most of the students who chose this class were former students from the Cradle. They might as well just change the name to the Cradle class. Since it was the first day, the students in this class were welcomed with a pretty special event. It was a visit from the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Empire War from 20 years ago. He's also the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his sheer cleverness and has now become the headmaster of the academy, General Hogwarts Raker. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, ladies and gentlemen. Hogwarts stood at the podium, cheerfully waving to the students below. It's hard to imagine this gentle-looking man being a war hero. He was worshipped as a wartime hero and a tactical genius. But Jack knew that wasn't the truth. Back then, Hogwarts deliberately leaked information to the enemy just to save his own skin. That unintentionally threw them into chaos. Instead of calling Hogwarts a hero, Jack felt he was more like a lucky traitor. Most importantly, the thing that made Jack hate Hogwarts was that the old bastard was the mastermind who got him kicked out of the academy. He lost the only place he had left to go back to and ended up wandering all over Choi. Eventually, he was kidnapped by slave traders and sold to cattle in the south. Meeting again in this life, Jack was going to make that little rat suffer all the pain he had to go through. After Hogwarts finished his instructions for the newbies, he left immediately, and they would soon begin their first basic class. All the students took their swords to the special class's indoor arena. Jack looked bored. He went through all the trouble of signing up for the special class, but he still had to learn the basics. When it came to slaying dragons in his past life, just because he couldn't use his aura, it took him a whole 2 years. Just to learn stuff a normal person could pick up in 3 months. Even though things were different this life, Jack was still pretty traumatized by it. I was just hoping this whole thing would blow over quietly. The instructor today was some Rose engineer named Andre Drake. His appearance got all the trainees below buzzing and whispering. Cause even though he's super young, he was rocking the official uniform of the prestigious Draker family. But only Jack knew who this guy really was. Andre wasn't some pure-blood awakened, but he graduated early as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius who was honored with the Drake surname. Word on the street was that Andre was known for being a hard-ass, never bending the rules for anyone. Looks like even the instructors for the special class are on a whole other level. Quiet. Hearing the whispers, Andre's whole expression soured. Just that glare alone was enough to make the kids down below piss their pants. If you're all ready, I will begin the class now. Following Andre's instructions, the students all drew the swords from their hips. Only Jack, who wore his sword on his back, caught the guy's attention. After seeing Jack's oversized sword, Andre ordered him to step into the arena and face him. You, trainee. Don't you know you're supposed to pick a sword that fits your body? Andre demanded. Jack sighed. He knew this was going to happen. In this situation, he should have just bowed his head and apologized, but some other force made him stubbornly talk back. Sir, I can beat you with this sword. Andre's expression turned nasty, which Jack totally saw coming. It's just that the guy was already biased against this sword, so no amount of explaining would work, as well as just showing him what he could do. Faced with Andre's mental pressure, the system automatically activated the Indomitable Spirit Defense skill, an upgrade from the Composure skill. So Jack was able to keep his face as cool as a cucumber. I see, trainee. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword touches my body, even a little, you'll not only be pardoned for your rudeness, but also be exempt from this basic dragon-slaying class. Jack was more than satisfied. Andre really was easy to piss off. He'd taken the bait. Don't worry. I have no intention of using my aura on my own student, Andre added. Jack was secretly stoked. The condition of getting to skip the dragon-slaying class was way too good of a deal for him. The important thing was, he could totally beat Andre since he already knew all of his weaknesses. It's just that right now, Abin was definitely watching him like a hawk. There was no way Jack could be so arrogant as to beat Andre to a pulp. It would be dangerous if he kept drawing more attention to himself, like when he beat Jenna back in the cradle. Guess I should just do what Andre said, land a hit on him with my sword and then take the L. So Jack took the initiative and attacked first. At the start, even though he was fast, his opponent was no slouch either. I mean, the guy was a blue knight and the Academy's valedictorian, so even just touching the corner of his clothes wasn't going to be easy. Andre's demeanor was incredibly calm, like he had no intention of fighting back. From start to finish, he just stood in one spot, using one hand to casually parry all of Jack's attacks with his sword. The strength of an official Draker Knight was on a completely different level. The students below watched the two of them without daring to blink. One attacked, one defended, and this went on for 30 straight minutes, and Jack still hadn't even managed to graze the guy's uniform. But during these 30 minutes, Andre had to constantly exert himself, so the arm holding his sword was starting to tremble, ever so slightly. But even that tiny movement didn't escape Jack's notice. He could recover his stamina infinitely thanks to his class skill, but his opponent couldn't. Of course, Andre had no idea Jack had a system. He could only explain Jack's ridiculous stamina by assuming he was a true blood awakened. Seeing his opponent getting weaker, Jack was basically throwing a party in his head. Low stamina was still Andre's fatal flaw, this life and the last. On top of that, the fact that he was suppressing his aura was another major disadvantage, because the Draker family's aura cultivation method was famous for its special properties. The Knights have to keep their auras active constantly during training, in their daily lives, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically, they have to maintain it like breathing. So for Andre right now, he was essentially holding his breath. His awkward swordsmanship was draining his stamina even more. If he kept holding his breath while swinging his sword like this, Andre definitely wouldn't last much longer. Jack wanted to end this fight quickly, so the easiest way was to force him to use his aura. Therefore, his attacks became more and more deadly, because he needed something to make Andre unconsciously use his aura. In other words, he had to create a do-or-die situation, with no way out. With that thought, Jack suddenly accelerated, activating the flowing movement skill. Andre was an experienced guy, so he recognized the skill instantly. His normally calm state immediately turned to panic, because Andre had never met a student so skilled they could use this technique. By the time he calmed down, Jack had also activated the precise thrust skill and suddenly attacked from behind. The distance between them was now so short that Andre could easily die if he didn't fight back, and Jack's speed wouldn't allow him to dodge in time. To save his own skin, Andre was forced to use his aura and counter with the first form of the dragon-slaying arts. This single slash that seemed to tear through the sky carried all of his rage as it flew straight at Jack, who took the full force of the blow. Seeing this, Jack Drake's cousins were thrilled. Even though Andre broke his promise not to use his aura, the person getting hit was still the guy they hated. And to really sell the act, Jack decided not to dodge, taking the full damage from that one attack. Although his self-healing skill kicked in quickly, the pain was still real. Luckily, he had also succeeded in touching the corner of his opponent's clothes with his sword. All right, time to act like I just got my ass handed to me so no one gets suspicious. To wrap up the performance, Jack dropped his sword and passed out to make it look more convincing. Andre sheathed his sword and turned away as the medical team rushed in to give Jack first aid. He announced loud and clear to the whole class, "This student no longer needs to attend the basic dragon-slaying class. As for the rest of you, anyone else want an exemption?" The crowd below was dead silent. Anyone could see that Andre was pissed about losing the bet, and they weren't stupid enough to poke the hornet's nest. No one said a word. Guess not then. In that case, get your swords up and train properly. The class continued, while Jack was taken back to the white dorms. Once he was alone, he didn't need to fake being in pain anymore. Honestly, Jack gave his own performance a 10 out of 10. Even though he couldn't actually hurt his opponent, he successfully forced Andre to use the aura blade he promised he wouldn't and got his skills recognized, even if he had to sacrifice a little by intentionally taking a rage-filled hit from the guy. But in return, Jack now had free time and didn't have to join that ridiculously easy class anymore, so in a way, he still won. Thinking back on Andre's final attack, it was the most basic move of the first form of the dragon-slaying arts, Skyrending Slash. Plus, it was from a blue knight, so the power behind it wasn't anything special. Still, Jack felt proud that he'd managed to defeat a blue knight using his own infinite self-healing ability. But even so, that wasn't nearly enough for him to live freely without being held back by any powerful forces. Jack wanted to grow his power to an unstoppable level, so he'd never have to bow down or hide his strength from anyone ever again. Hey, so you're Arthur's youngest son, huh? Just as Jack was lost in thought, a strange voice and the strong smell of booze hit him in the face, snapping him out of it. He had no idea when, but some drunk old guy had appeared by his bed, and Jack was sure he'd never seen him before. The strange man took another swig of booze, then continued speaking. "You got the same eyes as that arrogant bastard Arthur Drake." Jack eyed the man suspiciously. This guy had to be crazy strong to be able to just appear out of nowhere without him noticing. With that overpowering smell of alcohol, not to mention the way he called the current head of the Drake family an arrogant bastard, it was proof enough that this guy was no ordinary person. "Who are you?" Jack demanded, but he didn't get an answer. Instead, the man shot a question right back at him. "How'd you do that before, kid?" After asking, he took another gulp of booze, acting so casual it was actually pretty damn annoying. "What do you mean?" Jack asked again, but was met with a cold, "Humph, don't play dumb. Earlier, you clearly had internal injuries from Andre's attack, so how did they heal so damn fast?" Jack broke out in a cold sweat. This man, who looked like a total drunkard, had somehow seen right through his self-healing secret. It looked like his power level was no joke. Even though his indomitable spirit had activated, Jack was still on edge in front of this mysterious character. He was just trying his best to act cool about it. Here in this academy, no one besides him had or even knew about the system. So all he had to do was deny everything, and this would all be over. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, so you're gonna keep up the act, huh?" the man asked as he suddenly launched an attack. He punched a hole clean through the wall behind Jack Drake with his bare hands, at a speed that even shocked Jack. But the move was just a warning. As the man's hand kept moving, Jack instinctively ducked to dodge. They exchanged a few more blows, but Jack managed to slip out of his opponent's range each time. Finally, to end the pointless fight, Jack had no choice but to grab the blanket he was under and throw it over the guy's head. For some reason, his instincts screamed a crucial warning at him. If he didn't take this guy out first, he'd be the one to die. So, even though he had no clue who this drunk bastard was, Jack decided to go for the kill. But surprisingly, even with his vision completely blocked, the old guy still managed to catch his oversized sword with his bare hand. Your ability to adapt is pretty impressive, just like a mercenary. Jack used all his strength, but he couldn't even make the sword budge. This was the first time since coming to this world that he had felt so completely powerless against an opponent. Who the hell was this guy? Jack's sword was stopped effortlessly by Duke Drake. The man smirked, his eyes suddenly glowing with a strange light as he repeated, "A mercenary." Hearing that, Jack quickly leaped backward, vanishing from his spot in the blink of an eye. A worried look crept onto his face as he wondered what kind of monster this guy was, a mercenary. And what worried him most was, did this guy know something about his past life? Right then, the man still looked totally relaxed, casually playing with the sword as he spoke. A Drake, letting go of his sword and backing down. After a moment's thought, he held up one finger. Duke Drake looked at Jack and said, "I think you're better suited to be a mercenary than a knight." Hearing that, Jack was startled, thinking, is that what he means? I haven't been like that since I met my master. I knew it after that clash. The power gap between us is huge, so huge that he could kill me easily if he wanted to. He's an elite knight at the very least. The man then pointed straight at him and asked, "That two-handed sword, it's standard issue from the Cradle, right? You've got talent, so why are you using a piece of junk like that?" Jack blurted out, "No," thinking, he might be even stronger than that. Just as the tension in the room became super thick, someone suddenly walked in from the door. The person spoke up, "So this is where you were." Seeing who it was, Jack was completely surprised, thinking, "Andre, why is he here?" Andre kept looking at Duke Drake and said, "Groundskeeper Duke Drake." Hearing this, Jack stared at the old man, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, "That's the groundskeeper." That man, Duke Drake, finally spoke up. "You persistent bastard, how did you know I was here?" Andre replied, "You were in the training hall earlier." The old man added, "You're just annoyingly quick." Andre suddenly glanced over at Jack. "If you're all patched up, you can get lost." Jack quickly turned away and answered, Yeah, I'm going." Just as he reached for the doorknob, a loud voice called out, "Kid." The person who spoke was none other than Duke Drake. He continued, "If you've got time, come to the greenhouse on the west side of the academy. I'll teach you some useful stuff." This made Jack just freeze on the spot, totally confused about what was happening. After a moment of being dazed, he walked right out and refused. "Nah, pass." Hearing that, Duke Drake was fuming and yelled, "Listen to that smart mouth on you. That attitude is just like Arthur's." After closing the door, Jack smirked to himself. "You, the gardener, Duke Drake, who are you trying to fool?" He remembered what the guy said earlier. "So you're Arthur's youngest." He thought to himself, if he's on a level where he can just casually say the name of the current family head, Arthur Drake, like it's nothing, then he's got to be the guy who's only had one disciple his entire life, Andre. An image of the man flashed in Jack's mind. Duke Drake, the Whirlwind Knight, one of the Black Knights with enough fighting power to take on an entire kingdom by himself. He was a hot topic when he suddenly disappeared one day. Who would have thought he was hiding out at the academy? Maybe Andre came here because he was here, Jack thought as he walked quietly. Duke Drake is known for being terrifyingly persistent. There are even rumors he got the title of Black Knight just because he likes the color black. That's gotta be some dumb rumor, right? Right now, Duke Drake is showing a strong interest in me, but getting some normal training just because he's interested, not something I'm interested in learning. Thinking this, an idea sparked in his head. If I'm going to learn something, I'm at least going to learn his secret technique. I'll turn that interest into obsession. At the same time, in the academy's main building, someone was standing on a podium asking, "In a situation like this, do any of you know what would happen?" He was the academy's magic theory professor, Fan Ong. In response to his question, the room was dead silent. All the students were passed out asleep. The professor asked again, "No, nobody knows? Anyone?" With no reply, he forced a laugh and said, "Ha ha, right." When creating a spirit formula, he had barely started when a voice cut him off. The one who spoke was Jack. He raised his hand and continued, I don't get the law of spiritual energy transfer you were talking about earlier." Hearing this, the professor exclaimed in shock. "Huh," Jack called out again. "Professor?" The professor quickly replied, "Oh, sorry. This is the first time I've ever gotten a question, right, about spiritual energy transfer. To explain the concept, that's an interesting one. It's the way spirit energy." The discussion went on incredibly smoothly from there. Before they knew it, class was over. Everyone got up and started chatting. Why the hell are we learning magic theory at a night academy anyway? It's basically just nap time. But Jack didn't think that at all. That was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor. Just as he thought that, someone called him from behind. "Hey, wait up, Jack." It was the professor. Jack turned in surprise. "What is it, professor?" He answered, panting, It's nothing much." He smiled and continued, "It's just, thanks to you. It's been a long time since I felt like I taught a proper class. So if you have any questions, feel free to come by my research lab anytime. I'm a scholarship alumnus from the Delphi University of Magic, so I know a lot of stuff." Hearing that, Jack was surprised, thinking to himself that he knew the guy wasn't a normal mage. But he never expected him to be an alumnus of Delphi University of Magic, the nation where magic originated. Thinking this, he replied, "I understand, Professor." Even after leaving the classroom, the professor was still super enthusiastic. Jack smiled to himself. Getting friendly with a mage isn't a bad thing. Mages are good at math and are usually flexible thinkers. They're better colleagues than knights. Fanong? Huh? Let's see if he's useful. Just then, Jack stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide. In front of him, Duke Drake was sprawled out on a bench, waiting for him. He's more impatient than I thought. It's only been about a week. Duke Drake glanced over at him and asked, "You done, kid?" Jack started, "Why are you?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the old man shot up and demanded, "Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? You definitely understood what I meant when I said I'd teach you useful stuff." Hearing that, Jack replied with a bored look, "I told you, not interested." This made Duke Drake furious, and he jumped up and yelled, "What? Why the hell not?" Jack calmly replied, "I know you're incredibly talented, but I'm busy with my own personal training right now." The old man laughed and added, "Of course, you can't neglect your personal training." Just as he said that, Duke Drake, who had somehow appeared right behind Jack, asked, "You think I was going to say that?" Sensing that something was very wrong, he quickly glanced behind him, but he was still a step too slow. Without a word, the old man brought his hand up and chopped him right on the back of the neck, making his eyes roll back as he passed out cold. After a while, Jack finally came to. His eyes slowly fluttered open as he groaned. "Ugh." He sat up, clutching his head. "I can't believe he actually knocked me out. I guess waiting a week was too long for him." Thinking this, he looked around and wondered, "So, is this the West Greenhouse?" Seeing that Jack was awake, Duke Drake put down his watering can and asked, "You up, kid?" Jack looked at him with wary eyes and shot back, "Did you kidnap me?" At that question, the old man looked thrilled and got right up in his face. "Yeah, I kidnapped you." Duke Drake grinned and continued, "I've taken a little interest in you, kid." Hearing that, Jack thought in silence. So now he's not even bothering to hide it. Looks like he's pretty damn impatient. As soon as he thought this, he immediately used a system skill. Activating skill, Agile Footwork. As he took off with lightning speed, he smirked and said, "But now's not the time." But before Jack could get far, Duke was already standing right in front of him. Seeing that, he instantly changed direction, quick as a flash, and leaped to the side. But it was just as useless as before. A hand appeared, looming right in front of him. Jack stared at the guy, shocked, thinking he was still being treated like a joke. He figured he needed something to light a fire under this guy. With that, he spoke up. "What is it about me that's got you so interested anyway?" Duke Drake immediately shot back. "I asked you, how did you heal your internal injuries so quickly?" That made him stop. A little smirk crept onto his face. "So that's what's getting under his skin, huh?" He kept going. "If you're so damn curious, then make me talk." Suddenly, Duke Drake vanished from where he stood, leaving no trace behind. Jack looked around, totally stunned, thinking, he's gone. He stood there calmly and wondered, where the hell did he go? The second he thought that, an unidentified object came flying at him from behind at a dizzying speed. It seemed Jack sensed the danger, because his eyes shot wide as he glanced up. He immediately dodged to the side and threw up a hand to catch whatever was thrown at him. It was a sword. Luckily, he managed to block it in time, but the force of it still shoved his feet backward. Jack glanced back nervously and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Duke Drake slowly walked closer and replied, "You told me to make you answer, but that's too easy. Let's make a wager." He said, "If you could so much as graze my clothes, I'll grant you one wish." Jack immediately raised his sword, thinking, takes one to know one. Just then, Duke Drake's expression turned seriously creepy. He flashed a sinister smile and continued, "But if you back down during this fight, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding." And just like that, a brutal fight broke out in the Academy's West Greenhouse as the sun slowly set. Inside, dust kicked up everywhere, making it nearly impossible to see. Duke stood there, clenching his fists, and let out a sigh. What the hell is this kid made of? The scene in front of him was a terrifying wreck. Everything was a total mess. It had already been 3 hours. From behind a boulder, a hand reached up and gripped the edge. He thought, it's not just that he has insane stamina and endurance. As Duke Drake watched Jack get back on his feet, he continued his thought. His vitality and his wounds also recover without any limit. A look of indescribable suspicion crossed his face. That kid. At the same time, over with Jack, his clothes were torn to shreds and his expression was grim. The system window suddenly popped up. Class skill. Self-healing has been activated. Class skill. Endless stamina has been activated. He glanced over at the old man, thinking, I can do this all day, but there's no way I can win this damn bet. Dragons might. It seemed dangerous, so I've never used it. With that thought, he made his decision and charged forward. But against the Black Knight, it shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, the look in both their eyes changed, radiating killing intent and a surge of raw power. Let's keep this going. Seeing this, Duke Drake broke into an amused grin. That look in your eyes. He laughed out loud. Good. That's more like it. Jack stood perfectly still as a whirlwind erupted around him, kicking up a storm of dust. The system immediately displayed a notification. Skill, agile footwork has been activated, and with that, he shot forward. He swung his sword like a maniac, but Duke Drake was no pushover. He dodged every single blow with ease. Watching the sword come at him, he smirked. He's just repeating his attacks. Sure, he's fast, but compared to that blood-sucking leech and the Turan brat, he's nothing. But this malice. His malice goes beyond mere persistence. I freaking love it. As he thought that, he reached into his pocket. Maybe I should use a little light aura, huh? But before Duke Drake could even do that, a terrifying pair of golden eyes appeared right next to him, making him freeze. He immediately swung his hand, shattering Jack's sword into a million pieces. Duke Drake's face darkened. What was that just now? Before he could even finish the thought, a thick cloud of dust billowed up, completely blocking his view. Duke Drake looked around, wondering. He blocked my vision? But it'll be just as hard for him to find me. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Jack appeared right behind him with a piercing gaze. A system notification popped up. Dragon's skill. Dragon's Eye has been activated. But just as the sword was about to connect, Duke Drake realized what was happening. Jack was startled when he realized the thing he just sliced through wasn't a person, but just an afterimage. He had vanished from his spot without a single trace. He was moving so fast he kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Jack looked on, totally bewildered at the whirlwind circling him, and blurted out, "Is this Duke Drake's secret move? A simple dash creates a powerful gust of wind. Is this why they call him the Whirlwind Knight?" While he was still trying to process it, Duke Drake closed in right behind him and whispered, "Watch out." Hearing that, Jack flinched and swung his sword, but hit nothing but air. Suddenly, the man lunged in front of Jack, his fist ready, yelling, "Let's call this a draw, kid." The punch landed before Jack could even react, and blood flew from his mouth. His body went flying backward and slammed hard into the ground. A system notification popped up. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion has surpassed the acceptable limit. Seeing that, Jack smirked and muttered, "Hey. Like master, like student." The system continued. For your own safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down immediately. His vision started to blur. Damn it, damn it. After being knocked out cold for a while, Jack's eyes finally fluttered open. He was in his own familiar room. He shot up, clutching his pounding head. Jack looked around again, thinking, "This is my room. Did Duke Drake bring me back?" At that thought, he sighed in frustration. Ugh, I almost had him. He flopped back onto the bed and muttered, "He really is the Black Knight, no doubt about it. I feel like I did everything I possibly could right now, and it was all useless. I tried to make Duke Drake drop his guard by repeating the same attack hundreds of times, and then at the critical moment, I made an opening using Dragon's Might, and on top of that, used Dragon's Eye to attack him. And it still wasn't enough. That skill Duke Drake used at the very end, that has to be his secret technique. Sure, I passed out from overusing my dragon skill, but because of that, I got to see his secret move. That insane high-speed movement he pulled off with his body, which has been trained to its absolute limit, that secret technique. It's definitely what's going to help Andre. A guy with crap stamina made it to the rank of Crimson Knight. Thinking about it, Jack felt kinda bummed. Sucks that I missed the chance to learn his secret move, but whatever. It was worth it. The dragon's fear and its pressure is enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate. Most of the small fry would just bow down the second they came into contact with this skill. Suddenly, a notification box pops up right in his face, making him jump. It said, "You have one unread message. Confirm, yes or no." He was like, an unread message. The system continued. The D-rank skill, Agile Footwork, has evolved into the C-rank skill, High-Speed Movement. Your soul has evolved due to your strong will. Along with your soul's development, your system functions have been activated. The next function can be activated using causality points. Jack Drake's eyes glazed over. The hell? The system announced. Minimap. Geographical and topographical features can be seen through a map interface. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Inventory. Can store as many items as capacity allows. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Beginner's Quest Book. Contains guides and quests for the effective development of a low-level administrator. Locked. 45 points to unlock. Current causality points, 40. After reading through it all, he sat there, lost in thought. A whole bunch of stuff just popped up. According to the descriptions, aside from the inventory. Not wasting another second, Jack slammed the yes button on the system panel. Might as well check out the inventory first. A notification immediately popped up. If you select an item you want, it will be stored in the inventory. To retrieve an item from the inventory, you can think of the item's name or its shape. The space an item occupies in the inventory depends on its size and weight. If you want a larger inventory, you can use causality points to increase its size. After hearing the explanation, he glanced to the side, wondering, select an item I want. He quickly went and grabbed his shattered sword. I can activate skills just by thinking about them, so putting stuff in the inventory should work the same way. Jack gripped the sword tightly, repeatedly thinking, store, store, store. Instantly, the sword glowed with a white light and slowly vanished. He looked at the inventory screen in front of him and thought. The two-handed sword disappeared and took up 2 of the 28 slots in the inventory. So this is what the system meant when it said the space an item takes up depends on its size and weight. To take it out, I just need to think of its name or shape. Just as Jack thought, the sword appeared right in his hand. A smirk crept onto his face as he said with excitement, I was thinking of a subspace inventory, but this is even better. That treasure is obviously crazy expensive, but it's a pain in the ass to find something to carry it in. And I can even expand the inventory space using points. The notification box read, Status Window, Low-Level Administrator. Name, Jack Drake. Class, Immortal, Unique. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Low-Level Administrator Functions. Talk about being OP. Man, what's it gonna be like when I reach a higher rank, he thought. If these points are this valuable, I can't just blow them recklessly. Looks like I'll have to change my plan. And just like that, Jack Drake was lost in his chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. May I come in, young master? Jack thought. Decker? He replied. Come in. What's up? The man answered, There's a message for you. With that, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jack. He said you would know who it's from if I mentioned the groundskeeper, Duke Drake. Hearing that, Jack got it right away, a small smirk playing on his lips. He started reading the note. Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come anytime. He thought to himself, guess it wasn't a total failure after all. Jack remembered what the man had said before. Let's call it a draw, kid. He wondered, is that what he meant by a draw? His hand clenched into a fist as he exclaimed happily, whatever it means, I still have a shot. Suddenly, Decker, who was standing beside him, spoke up. I have one more thing to tell you. He continued, I found the blacksmith you mentioned. Jack blurted out, oh, for real? So when's the appointment? The man adjusted his glasses and replied, about that, there's a problem. Decker announced, the blacksmith has refused the appointment. Hearing that, Jack yelled in shock. What the hell? Why? Meanwhile, over at the blacksmith's place, the place was super dark, weapons scattered everywhere, and the guy just drowned himself in booze all day. Decker explained, he doesn't forge weapons anymore. First thing the next morning, a foot steps down from a carriage. Jack was now standing in front of the blacksmith's house. It's been a while, he thought, looking at the sign that read Pub Near Bread. Breath of Pub Near. He gave a weary laugh. Ha. What a prestigious name for a smithy. With that thought, Jack slowly pushed the door open and called out, anyone home? From what he remembered, the Aura Blade. It was the masterpiece that Ganiel forged. He said it was the price for his research. He deserved the title of Soul Smith. He was known for reading people's souls before forging their weapons, and he lived up to that reputation, creating a sword with the exact ability I needed most. The power to substitute light aura with ether. The greatest blacksmith on the continent forged that sword. With that in mind, Jack looked over at the man who was completely wasted, wondering, what the hell is with the state he's in now? Sensing a presence, the man looked over at Jack Drake, confused, and asked, the hell is this? A kid. This ain't a place for brats. Get out. This was the Soul Smith, Ganiel Hanbeck. Jack ignored him and glanced at the mess all around, thinking, he's always been an emotional guy, but not this messed up. What the hell happened to him before he met me? Without another thought, he grabbed a large bucket of cold water and chucked it right in Hanbeck's face. Done, Jack tossed the bucket aside. He walked over with a smile and asked, you awake now? He continued, I want to know why you refused my request. After being stunned for a second, Hanbeck finally clocked the emblem on Jack's gauntlet. He trembled and choked out, a Drake? Ganiel Hanbeck bowed his head and said loudly, I apologize for my complete lack of respect. His entire body was shaking as he continued, please, forgive my insolence, but I'm not accepting any requests right now. How can a worthless bastard make something someone wants when he can't even make something he wants? Hearing that, Jack kinda got it. So, even the great Ganiel Hanbeck went through a phase like this. Come to think of it, the guy was already the continent's greatest blacksmith when I first met him, and Ganiel Hanbeck never told me jack about his life before that. Hanbeck sat there, holding his head and moaning. Why am I so useless? Can I even forge weapons anymore? His whole body trembled. A blacksmith who can't forge weapons. Jack roared. Ganiel Hanbeck. Hearing that, the man snapped out of it. Please, forgive me for this shameful behavior in your presence, sir. Jack continued. Don't worry about it. I want to see some of your failures. Hanbeck quickly replied. Let me take you to the back. Jack thought to himself, guess there's no other way. I'll have to get him on the right path myself. A moment later, they were both in the backyard. Hanbeck spoke up. I apologize, sir. I shouldn't have let everything get so messy. Jack just replied, It's fine, it's fine. He looked over at the pile of weapons and added, You could say it's pretty damn captivating. Hearing this, Hanbeck stuttered, Thank you, sir. With that said, he continued to step forward. The second he saw Jack Drake pick up a sword to inspect it, Hanbeck nervously warned him, Sir, please be careful. Even though they're rejects, they're still incredibly sharp. Jack paid him no mind. One by one, the swords were inspected. This one. And this one. No. These. They weren't failures. Their quality was on par with the weapons he'd forged back when he was hailed as the greatest blacksmith on the continent. A system notification popped up. Dragon's Eye has been activated. He muttered, just as I thought. Then he spoke up. There's a problem with your furnace, isn't there? At those words, Hanbeck was completely shocked and stammered back. How could you? Jack replied, I'm asking the questions. You've optimized your own unique smithing style, right? Jack went on. It looks like you've mixed certain metals to create a lighter, more refined material. As he said this, he swung the sword. With just a little force, the sword immediately shattered. He said, But the durability is crap. In cases like this, it's because the impurities weren't removed properly during the heat treatment. Ganiel Hanbeck looked at Jack, thinking, he's so precise. He didn't just recognize my smithing method. He even analyzed the critical flaw and its cause. If it's this guy, then maybe. With that, he spoke up. Sir, I know this is a bit random, he continued, but there's something I'd like to ask of you. A moment later, back inside the house, Jack walked over and asked, What is it? Hanbeck replied, Could you take a look at this first? He then placed a large scroll on the table and unrolled it. Jack leaned in, looking at it thoughtfully. He thought to himself, This is Ganiel Hanbeck's secret. The thing he revealed years later. The blueprint for a magic furnace. He remembered what Hanbeck had once told him. Why would I hide anything from the man who saved my life? A furnace whose temperature can be freely adjusted with magic. This is my secret. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, With this, your smithing method will work perfectly. Hanbeck happily chimed in, Of course. I knew you'd recognize it immediately. Jack then asked, You have the complete blueprint, so why haven't you built it? Hanbeck thought for a moment before answering. The most important component. The blueprint for the mana energy theorem is here, but the implementation fee from the magic tower is 10,000 gold. Hearing this, Jack thought, a normal family of 4 has monthly living expenses of 10 gold. That means this is 1,000 times that. So it took him 10 years to scrape that money together. Hanbeck continued, That price is absurd. That's why I want to ask you a favor. You're a Draker, and a true blood awakened one. So, if you create this furnace for me, I will fulfill any requests you have, free of charge and unconditionally, until my last breath. Hearing that, he thought to himself, This is tough. It'd be possible if I were a guardian knight of the family, but it's impossible for me now, even as a true blood, to get 10,000 gold in support. But I can't give up on Graham, the Radiant Sword. His problem is the mana energy theorem. Just as he was thinking that, an idea struck Jack. His eyes shot open as he blurted out, Wait. He let out a smirk and thought, The mana energy theorem. Huh. Without hesitating, he slowly rolled the blueprint back up and said, All right, I accept. Hanbeck asked, confused, Really, sir? Jack replied, I can rely on a mage I know. As soon as I have an answer, I'll let you know. Before leaving, he made sure to add, Oh, and stop drinking. But before he could even finish his sentence, Hanbeck dropped to his knees, snot and tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Thank you, sir. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This Ganiel will serve you for the rest of his life as his savior. Loud shouts echoed from inside the house. Thank you so much, sir. Geez, I get it. Stop already. I'll tell you when it's done. A while later, at the Draker Academy, the professor's research building. As Jack walked, he thought, Why the hell do those bastards at the Magic Tower charge such a high implementation fee? The structure looks simple enough. Fan Ong's specialty is the design laws for mana energy. His research lab. Just as he had that thought, he stopped dead in his tracks. A terrible feeling washed over him as his sharp eyes darted to the side. Right next to Jack was a dark alley. He thought. In that alley, and a flood of horrible memories suddenly rushed through his mind. Back then, Jack was dragged into that alley by a group of guys and beaten senseless. He had to kneel on the ground and beg them, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, please. But those guys had no intention of letting him go. The leader's face twisted with rage as he yelled, What was that? Jack sobbed as he said, I sincerely apologize, Lord Leon Conrad. A lowly worm like me dared to lay a hand on your sacred body. Hearing that, the bastard immediately stomped his foot down hard on Jack's head. Model. Nice speech, Jack. Real touching. He let out a contemptuous smirk and continued. As a reward, I'll give you the chance to lick the ground you dirtied clean. Faced with those words, he couldn't fight back. All he could do was kneel on the ground and stammer, thank you, Lord Leon Conrad. But back in the present, Jack wasn't taking that crap anymore. He slowly walked toward the alley, cursing, son of a bitch. At the same time, from deep inside the alley, the sounds of vicious cursing and brutal beatings echoed out. A vomit like you just gets in everyone else's way, Leon Conrad said, panting. And so does that bastard Jack Drake. That unprecedented golden light reaction. A true blood awakener who's above everyone else. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, stomping repeatedly on the vomit. He cursed, damn it. Losing to that low-life piece of shit was a fluke, all cause of his cheap shot. That was before the match started. But how the hell did that lucky piece of trash who beat me become a true blood awakener? Just as he said that, a figure suddenly approached from behind and spoke up. Yo, crater face, Jack said with a grin. Found my replacement already, huh? As he spoke, his smile slowly vanished, his face darkening. He pointed straight at him. Listen up. I'm giving you all 3 seconds. Get your faces on the ground. Now, hearing that familiar voice, Leon Conrad slowly approached and asked, What? What did you say? He tried to act calm, pointing at Jack as he went on. Your arrogance has shot through the roof ever since you became a true blood. Jack Drake, are you sure you're really a true blood Owak? Before he could even finish, Jack cut him off. Shut up. His eyes were practically boiling with killing intent as he said coldly, If you don't bow, don't blame me for what happens next. Hearing that, Leon Conrad was terrified. His face went pale as a ghost as he stumbled backward. Sweat poured down his face like rain as he thought, this pressure. Just a few months ago, this punk was groveling at my feet, and now I'm scared of him. He felt his pride being trampled on, and through gritted teeth, he screamed, How dare you order me around, you low-life bastard. The second he finished speaking, Leon Conrad charged straight at Jack Drake, yelling, What are you waiting for? Get him. Seeing them rush toward him like a pack of mad dogs, he just stood there calmly and asked, Don't come crying to me later, got it? Just as he said that, Jack quickly tilted his head to the side. He dodged the attack, and while the other guy was still trying to figure out what happened, a lightning-fast fist flew straight into his face. He clocked him with one hell of a punch, sending the guy flying backward. The other dudes saw that and got a little shook, but it was too late to stop. Jack threw punch after punch, knocking the teeth out of every single one of them. It was obvious that none of these guys were a match for him. He took them all down with ease. Jack Drake tossed them aside like a pile of trash without a second thought, kneeing one and kicking another, dropping them one by one. Every move he made was lightning fast, flawless, and finally, the last guy was beaten to the ground. Watching the whole thing unfold, Leon Conrad was so scared he was drenched in a cold sweat, standing there completely stunned. He looked at his crew, not a single one of them still standing, and gasped. No way, he kept asking himself. Is this bastard really the Jack Drake I know? Jack then walked up to him and said reassuringly, Don't be scared. I'm sure you already know it only hurts for a second. Leon Conrad desperately drew his sword, pointing it at him with a trembling hand, shouting, Stay back. One more step and I'll slice you. Hearing that, Jack replied coldly, You're really drawing your sword outside the training grounds? You know what that means, right? Those words made him freeze up, his eyes wide with fear. Jack reached for the sword on his back and continued to face the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword outside the sacred training grounds. Hearing this, he screamed in terror, Wait. But Jack had no intention of stopping. His face was a mask of pure murderous intent as he growled, I, Jack Drake, will respond in the name of honor. The guy was so scared he went limp. This battle will end when one of us is dead. We alone are responsible for our actions, and our opponent will bear no responsibility for the outcome. As he finished, he looked at the guy on the ground and added, Liam Stone, you are the witness. Wasting no more time, Jack began to raise his sword. Now, let's get on with it. Seeing the dead serious look in his eyes, Leon Conrad hurriedly begged, I'm sorry. He was so scared he pissed his pants, kneeling on the ground and groveling. Jack Drake, please, please, sir, let me live. His whole body trembled violently. Please spare me. At those words, Jack slowly lowered his sword, remembering himself. He was once in the same position. I'm sorry, Lord Leon Conrad. Please spare my life. The memory just made his blood boil even more. You stupid son of a bitch. In the next instant, a lightning-fast slash flew straight at Leon Conrad's face. Jack sliced off one of his ears, sheathed his sword, and said, I'll take your ear as the price. Hearing that, he clutched his head, screaming in pain, My ear. Jack walked over, put a hand on his head, and warned him, if that ear is reattached, the next time we meet, the next thing I take won't be your ear. Jack Drake grabbed his hair and yanked, roaring, It'll be your head. With that, he slammed Leon Conrad's head into the ground. Then he let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Phew. Stone watched Jack's retreating figure and called out, Jack. Jack stopped, and he continued, Why did you help me? To that question, Jack answered bluntly, Don't sweat it. He then smiled and added, I wasn't helping you. As he said that, he turned and walked away, thinking, I was helping myself. Jack scratched his head and sighed, wondering, is Ganiel Hambeck rubbing off on me? Damn. I almost said something super cringy. Back at the academy, in Fan Ong's research lab, a voice came from inside. Is it feasible? Professor Fan Ong looked at the blueprint Jack brought and replied, Let me be blunt. You could say it's feasible. He followed up, Really? Then I'd like to entrust it to you, Professor. Fan Ong adjusted his glasses slightly and replied, Hold on. I think it'd be better if you heard my explanation first. They both looked at the blueprint as he continued. As you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem is the core, which is responsible for the energy input. The core is like the heart of this machine, but the circuitry has some seriously annoying limitations. It might be small, but it needs a ton of power, and we'll also need a way to regulate the output without any lag. Fanon exclaimed, This is totally unprecedented. Jack shot back, But is it even possible? He replied, Yeah, there are two options, depending on the core's condition. I can personally tweak your design, but it'll take at least a decade to rework the design for the core. No, it'll take 15 years. Hearing that, he freaked out and yelled, 10. 15 years? Then Fanon replied, Yeah, it's going to take a significant amount of time. As for the second method, we could just ignore the core design and use a similar material, but even though doing that would save a crap ton of time, the material we'd need is a high-density spirit stone. This answer made Jack's head spin. He shot back, Hey, what? Isn't that some ancient artifact that can't be made with modern tech? He answered, Exactly. Ancient artifacts are already rare as hell, but finding one in some ruins is even harder. To get a spirit stone that can handle our design, it's going to cost over 3,000 gold. Those words crushed Jack's hopes, leaving him stunned. He thought gloomily, I'm so going to get kicked out. If anyone finds out I can't use aura. But 15 years is way too long, and 3,000 gold is just insane. Unbelievable. I can't give up on Graham. The aura sword. Most people think I'm an aura user because of what happened at the blessing ceremony, but that was just a reaction caused by healing and Egger. The reality is, I still can't use aura. Egger is considered a power that's basically impossible for humans to control. But aside from the primal spirit insight skill my master taught me, I can't use any sword skills that use aura. Even with that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body. Compared to everyone else, aura is way easier to use and much more versatile. That's why I need Graham, the aura sword. At that thought, Jack grabbed his head and groaned, Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to find a high-density spirit stone? Suddenly, Fan Ong spoke up. By the way, the person who created these blueprints was a genius. Even considering the complicated core, it's a superior design. He continued. It'd be hard to create even among the artifacts of the Golden Age. Hearing that, an idea sparked in his mind. He froze and blurted out, An artifact from the Golden Age. Huh. A small smirk played on his lips. Why didn't I think of that before? Not wanting to waste another second, Jack slowly got up to leave. Please keep the design safe until I get back, Professor. Fan Ong, confused, asked, What do you mean? You want me to spend 15 years perfecting it? Jack laughed and replied, Haha, of course not. He gripped his sword tightly and added, I'll bring one to you. Jack's face was brimming with confidence. I mean a high-density spirit stone from the Golden Age. The War of Liberation. The fight to escape the rule of the dragons ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut. Thanks to Tarakan Drake, humanity was given a century of peace. During that time, many ancient artifacts were discovered in dragon lairs, relics from the hero King Arthur Drake during the peak age of magic. All the artifacts they found had techniques and magic that were way beyond modern standards. Among them were high-density spirit stones, packed with enough spirit energy, enough to sustain an entire village. A true artifact from the age of the Hero King. Scene change to the Draker Academy, Central Library. Even though it's rarely used, the Central Library is still maintained because it's believed that Terrakin himself established it. During an expansion of the records room, artifacts from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and Archmage Nirvana, a member of one of the three great families, in the excavation. During those months, countless Golden Age artifacts were uncovered, and news about it spread through the continental press. Or at least, that's what's supposed to happen in 10 years. In the Central Library's records room, Jack was already there. He looked around, thinking, no one has found the artifacts yet, or is even aware they exist. He sighed in frustration. I could search all day and still come up with nothing. The system notification popped up. Dragon's Mark. Dragon's Eye has been activated. One of Jack Drake's eyes began to glow. He didn't give up and kept walking around the library, searching. As he was walking, he suddenly spotted something. He froze, his eyes widening. On the ground, a single floor tile was giving off a faint red glow. Jack whispered, there it is. He walked over and knocked on it, thinking, it should sound hollow when I tap it. Yep, this is it. He quickly used his Primal Spirit Insight skill, the only application of Aegir available for the skill. The Primal Spirit Insight I learned from Master. Since Aegir materializes the user's will, it's possible to apply certain properties like cutting and use it in different situations. But it's got a major drawback. The user has to burn a huge amount of Aegir to do literally anything. Just as he thought that, his head started pounding like crazy. Looks like using it now is still too much for him. After a moment, the tile finally slid open, and Jack just dropped right down. He carefully closed the hatch behind him. The floor looked like nothing had ever happened. It was super dark and damp below, so Jack had to pull out a torch and light it up. He looked around and said, the papers never said it was this deep. Right after he said that, a sudden noise echoed, making him jump in fear. Right next to him, two figures were shuffling around. He thought in surprise, it should be at least another decade before anyone finds these ruins. Jack risked a peek, wondering, did someone else already find this place? But the sight that greeted him wasn't people, but two moving skeletons. He blurted out, skeletons. They're holding a pickaxe and a shovel. All right then, guess they weren't created by souls. Jack immediately pulled the sword from his inventory. If that's the case, the system notification popped up accordingly. Critical hit skill has been activated. In a flash, he rushed forward and shattered the skeletons. This'll be easy. He took care of them just like that, without breaking a sweat. Model. After cleaning up shop, a system notification popped up. Because you defeated 2 skeletons, you have received 2 karma points. Skeletons defeated. 2 karma points. Current total, 2. Hearing that, Jack just laughed. Oh, right. I can get points from killing monsters, totally spaced on that. The thought got him super hyped. Hold up. Isn't this the perfect chance to grind for points? Without a second thought, Jack grabbed his sword and took off, yelling, here I come, my precious points. And just like that, he started mowing down one skeleton after another. The system notifications kept popping up. For defeating 1 skeleton, you have received 1 karma point. Skeletons defeated, 20. He smirked. Too easy. The system continued. Current karma points, 22. Status window, Junior Administrator, name, Jack Drake. Class, the Soul Immortal. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. System functions, inventory, minimap. Requires 20 points to unlock. Beginner's quest log, requires 45 points to unlock. Class skills, self-heal, calm mind, vitality, recovery, senses. Skill levels, accurate thrust, E rank, continuous slash, D rank, critical strike, D rank, agile footwork, D rank, mana reversal, A rank, total body strength, A rank. Dragonoid record, level 1. Dragon's Eye, Dragon's Aura. Devour, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragonoid record level 2. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. Seeing this, he thought, gotta take a closer look and see what I can spend these points on. The beginner's quest log is 45 points and the minimap is 20. Both the Devour skill from Dragonoid record and that lock level 2 skill cost 50. Looks like the only thing I can afford right now is the minimap. The minimap function activated right in front of Jack. A map appeared, showing his current location. He looked it over, impressed. Huh, kinda like a magic map. He hit a button on the side, wondering, what's this do? The system chimed in, minimap has been switched from 2D to 3D. Seeing it, Jack grinned. Sweet. Now this is what I'm talking about. His gaze zeroed in on a room that was glowing red. But why is that one room a different color? The system popped up. Would you like to be guided to the selected location? Tomb of the Dragonslayer, storage room. Yes or no? Hearing that, he thought. A storage room. He didn't hesitate and slammed the yes button. The search party took days to find this place, and I found it just like that. Unbelievable. Now providing the fastest route to your designated location. Jack looked at the detailed route and let out a laugh. Haha, no way. How could I possibly get lost with this? And just like that, after a short walk, he found himself standing in front of a massive door. A notification appeared. You have arrived at the designated location. He glanced around and muttered, this must be the place. But how do I get in? He touched the door, adding, looks like a simple push isn't gonna cut it. The second he said that, a bizarre red light erupted from the door right where his hand was. Not only that, a massive jolt of electricity surged out, blasting Jack Drake's hand away. He thought in shock, a security spell. This door must be the link between the magic tower and the great mage Nirvana. Jack stared at his smoldering hand. He felt a rush of relief. Damn, if it weren't for these gloves, I would have lost a hand. I can't break through this spell on my own. Hey, system, can't you open it for me? The system immediately responded. Administrator's request received. Connecting to the security device. Security spell has been neutralized. Automatic device activation failed. Now switching to manual activation. He blurted out, the hell? Jack asked, stunned. Wait, you're actually responding to me? The system replied, correct. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Jack Drake. Hearing that, he just stood there, stunned. I can. Talk to the system? He asked. In that case, why did you make me regress? The system replied, unable to answer the question posed. Jack pressed on. What is this administrator system? The system replied, unable to answer the question posed. He wasn't about to give up. Who made you? The system replied, unable to answer the question posed. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Jack Drake. Jack sighed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Damn it. I'm not getting answers to any of the important questions. Giving up, he just said, whatever, just open the door. The system replied, Administrator's request confirmed. The Tomb of the Dragonslayer, storage room, has been opened. And with that, the massive doors slowly creaked open. He stepped inside, taking it all in. Whoa. All of this. He couldn't believe his eyes. They're treasure chests. Seriously, treasure chests. Like the name says, they're chests packed with priceless artifacts and loot. Finding just one of these things is considered a damn miracle. He didn't waste another second and threw open one of the chests. A brilliant, golden light exploded from within. Haha, you're kidding me. There's got to be hundreds of these things. Jack Drake wasted no time, looting every single chest. I'll take this. Ooh, this one looks decent. I'll give this to Fan. He grinned. Finally found it. Inside a small wooden box were 4 compressed aura stones. 4 high-compression aura stones. Perfect. Jack happily stored them all in his inventory. I'll use 1 point to expand the inventory by another 4 slots. Still not enough space to carry everything. Guess I'll have to make regular trips back here until I graduate, huh? After grabbing everything he could, he slowly got up to leave. That's probably enough for today. But before he could even finish the thought, a bizarre presence washed over him, sending a chill right down his spine. He nervously scanned the room but couldn't sense anyone else around. Jack thought, huh? What is this creepy feeling? Suddenly, his arm brushed against the stone wall beside him, and a red light immediately flared to life at the point of contact. Sensing something was way off, he yanked his hand back. But it was already too late. A crap ton of magical seals flared up, trapping him. He was like, what the? But before Jack could even get the words out, he straight up vanished. Poof, gone without a trace. A second later, Jack popped up somewhere completely unfamiliar, a place he'd never stepped foot in. He just kinda stared around, all confused. He hit up the system. Yo, where am I? The whole place was disgustingly gloomy. The system replied, Administrator is currently inside the Dragonslayer's sanctuary. Hearing that, he looked up, like, the Dragonslayer's sanctuary. Huh. It never mentioned anything about a room packed with chests. At that thought, Jack pulled up his minimap, a serious look on his face. Just as I figured. It's not that far from where I was, but there's no path leading to this sanctuary. This must be a hidden spot that nobody found in my past life. He didn't waste any time, just shoved open the chest right in front of him. Can't pass this up. The lid creaked open, revealing a weird-ass set of armor just sitting inside. Jack blurted out, armor? Right on cue, the system popped up. Exclusive Dragonslayer equipment discovered. That definitely got his attention. He set the armor up to check it out, studying it closely. Exclusive Dragonslayer gear. This looks nothing like the armor I remember from the Golden Era. What's this? Jack leaned in, staring at the back of the armor's neck. A slot for something? Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes went wide as a thought hit him. No way. Not waiting another second, he whipped out a condensed spirit stone. He jammed it in. A system notification popped up. Spirit battery installed in the exclusive Dragonslayer equipment. Activating. The moment the message disappeared, the armor's eyes flared to life, like it was sentient or something. Seeing that just made Jack even more curious. He had to know what was hiding inside this thing. But then, the armor started shaking like crazy, which made zero sense to him. He freaked out, yelling, "What the hell's going on?" And just like that, a huge explosion erupted, kicking up smoke and dust everywhere. The system pinged. Equipment malfunctioned due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is imminent. Please evacuate immediately. Hearing that, Jack just collapsed onto the floor, totally defeated. His face all grimy, he shot back. It already blew up. The system actually apologized. He slowly pushed himself up, staring at the smoldering armor. He thought to himself, so a high-density spirit stone is just a battery for this thing. That got him thinking, seriously, what kind of functions does it have that it needs that much juice? Not wasting any more time, Jack just kept moving, deciding to explore some more. After walking for a while, he ended up in front of this huge room. The other rooms were all empty, so this had to be the final one. He looked around, thinking, this entire room for just one glass case? Then, a system panel popped up right in his face. It caught his eye. Jack Drake's face went pale, his brows knitting together as he muttered, "You've got to be kidding me." He let out a helpless laugh. Tarakan, the Ranker. That dude was completely nuts. The system message read, "You have discovered the legacy of Tarakan, the Ranker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Jack wondered. He left the heart of the dragon he slayed as his legacy. For real? So that chilling vibe I felt back in the storage. It was coming from this. But now his body started moving on its own, and the feeling was weird. The system popped up. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. His hand was now pressed against the glass. From where he touched it, this mysterious black energy poured out, and a voice whispered, "All right, I hear you." His whole expression twisted. His eyes were wide and totally lifeless. Guess there's no other choice. Fine. It was like Jack was being controlled, not himself anymore. He kept muttering, "I'll kill them all." Just then, at the most dangerous moment, the system showed up, activating defensive skill, Indomitable Spirit. Thanks to that skill, Jack finally snapped out of it. He grabbed his head, totally confused. What was I? He couldn't even finish the thought before a sharp pain shot through one of his eyes, the iris turning pitch black. This freaky black aura started to swirl around him and the glass case. He yelled, "What the hell is this?" The aura just kept getting bigger, covering the entire area. Jack was like, "What is this thing?" Then another system panel flashed into view. Sudden quest. Quest reward. Ownership of Tarakan's legacy. Reading that just made his mind get foggier, and the skill kept trying to activate. Activating defensive skill. Indomitable Spirit. Error. Skill activation failed. A wicked, dark aura started pouring off of Jack. The whites of his eyes turned pitch black, and this creepy laughter echoed in his mind. Reacting to it, he just slammed his head straight into the glass case. Hard. So hard it actually cracked the glass. Jack Drake just smirked and started talking nonsense. Such a damn pain. Through the glass, he could see a totally different, human-like version of himself. You call this freedom? Freedom is something you seize for yourself, you moron. The second he said it, the glass exploded into a million pieces. A system notification popped up. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Sudden quest complete. Quest reward, ownership of Tarakan's legacy obtained. His body screaming in pain, Jack Drake fell to his knees, thinking, damn it, that was way too close. I can't believe my skill actually failed. What the hell was that just now? The system chimed in, activating class skill, self-heal. Activating class skill, endless stamina. Beginning absorption of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. After a bit, once his body started to settle down, he looked up, exhausted. Right in front of him, the evil dragon Bahamut's heart was pulsing with light. Suddenly, Jack Drake got sucked into that torrent of power, his eyes rolling back in his head. Veins popping on his skin. He freaked out, thinking, what the hell is this? Pure, condensed ether is blasting right into me, but I don't even have an ether ring to handle this insane amount of power. It's got nowhere to go, so it's just tearing my body apart. This is getting seriously dangerous. I gotta do something. Now. Jack slowly raised his hand, gritting his teeth as he tried to form a massive black orb, the ultimate sealing technique. Instantly, the radiating energy started to get contained. He thought, gotta wrap this energy in aether and then seal it in my own aether space. Suddenly, a crazy explosion erupted, shaking the ground all around. Where Jack was standing, a giant pillar of pitch-black smoke shot into the sky. The blast tore a massive crater deep into the ground. Jack's body was all twisted up, his eyes were glowing like crazy, and he felt like he was gonna blow. After a second, the crazy glow faded from his face and he let out a huge sigh of relief. He shakily stepped forward, wondering, "Whew, I'm alive, right?" Jack slowly walked up to the glass case, just staring at it for a second without saying a word. Peeking inside, he thought, so the heart's gone. That massive load of ether, that had to be from Bahamut. Just as he thought that, he spotted something, his eyes widening. In the reflection of a shattered piece of glass, he saw some weird-ass mark on his body. What's this? Jack reached out and lightly touched the mark. It was a dragon on his chest. He wondered, did I get this because I sealed Bahamut's power? Suddenly, a system notification window popped up in front of him, making him freeze. It read, "You have absorbed the cursed heart of Bahamut, the evil dragon." After that, a ton of other system windows appeared. The absorbed aether has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's constitution has transformed into a heavenly bone. Physique. Power unable to be processed by the administrator has been detected, compressing and sealing 95% of the power for the successor. You have gained access to the secure archives of Terracon the Ranker, activating the Novice Quest book, providing guidance for the low-level administrator. Hearing all this, Jack was totally lost. Heavenly Bone Physique, the secure archives of Terracan Drake, guidance. Just more weird-ass crap. I'll deal with it later, like always. For now, I'll just close. He stopped mid-thought and blurted out, "Wait." He tapped on the system window, saying, "Leave this one open." Jack Drake's face lit up with interest, a small smirk on his lips. My ancestor sure was generous. The system popped up. Do you wish to open another legacy of Terracan the Ranker? After a moment, a pile of items quickly materialized in front of Jack. A system notification. Unlocking the second legacy of Terracan the Ranker. Staring at the pile of stuff in front of him, he gasped in shock. What is all this? Later that night, inside a room in the Platinum Tower, Jack carefully stashed all the new items he got in a locked cabinet. Looks like the cleanup's almost done. He grinned, looking at the system window and said, "Time for a closer look." An info window popped right up. It read, Status Window. Low-level Administrator. Name, Jack Drake. Job, the one and only Undying. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon, Heir of Terracan Drake. Sovereign Ruler of the Dragonkin. Constitution, Heavenly Bone Physique. System Funk, Sheehan's 65-slot inventory minimap novice quest book. Faction skills, self-heal. Mental defense, indomitable, endless stamina. Heightened senses, skills. Precise thrust, E-rank adept, combo/D rank rookie. Critical strike, D rank veteran. Agile footwork. C rank rookie. Aether counter, A rank rookie. Body burst, A rank rookie. Dragonoid sigil level 1, Dragon's Eye rookie. Dragon's Fear rookie. Command speech, locked. Unlocks when conditions are met. Devour, locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragonoid sigil level 2, unviewable, requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 10. Dragonoid sigil. Command speech, infuses your words with power. Locked, unlocks when conditions are met. After skimming the info panel, Jack tapped the system window again. Damn, there are a lot of expansions. Let's see what else there is. The system displayed Sovereign Ruler of the Dragonkin. Grants dominance over Dragonkin, allowing the user to summon and command any subjugated Dragonkin. Heavenly Bone Physique optimizes physical abilities, increases the learning speed of martial arts, and enhances ether conductivity. Even after reading it over and over, Jack was still kinda confused, thinking, these descriptions don't really tell me much. And earlier, I swear I saw more than just Terracan's second legacy. There was a whole system window about him. He plopped down on the steps and commanded, System, show me the notifications related to Terracan again. The system promptly displayed. To access Terracan's secure archives, data synchronization is required. Hearing that, Jack tapped the system window, wondering, Terracan's secure archives? The system replied, please move to a synchronization point. Do you want the synchronization coordinates displayed on the minimap? He let out a sigh. What the hell? So I have to actually go to some designated spot just to access it? Seriously. Fine, show me the location. Instantly, a minimap appeared in front of him, and he muttered, so it's... Jack's face twisted in confusion as he wondered, Valhalla. From what he knew, Valhalla was the top knight training academy. Thinking about it, he scratched his head, annoyed. No one can even get near that place without clearance, let alone go inside. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going there wasn't part of my plan, but if something like Terracan's legacy is in there, Jack quickly tapped the system window, thinking, then it's worth changing my plans for. Looks like I'm stuck in this cursed family a little longer. The system displayed, the Novice Quest book has been activated. The Novice Quest book will now begin guidance for the administrator, low level. After the tutorial, quests will become available to support the administrator's growth. Completing quests will yield rewards. Hearing that, Jack thoughtfully rubbed his chin. So, I take on quests and get rewarded when I finish them. Basically, just like the Adventurers Guild or some mercenary quest. But what the hell is this tutorial? The second I thought that, another notification popped up. Tutorial for low-level administrator. Begin. And just like that, before I could even process what was going on, everything around me started to warp. Everything dissolved into this pitch-black, endless void. I thought to myself, did I just get warped again like before? Nah, this felt totally different. It was like the whole dimension shifted. The moment I thought that, this huge racket exploded behind me. I whipped around, totally freaked out, to see what was right behind me. Giant-ass monsters were charging straight for me. I yelled, "Orcs!" then shot a look at the system window. The tutorial mission was right there. Defeat the monsters that appear within the time limit by using at least 2 skills. Reward. System shop access points. Time limit, 60 minutes. Hearing that, I whipped out my sword, thinking, so they just spawn a bunch of orcs and throw a mission at you. So this whole tutorial thing is just to force me into situations where I have to use the system. Seriously, they should have given me this way earlier. Right as I was thinking that, a giant orc fist came crashing down, smashing the ground and sending dust everywhere. But I was already gone, zipping out of the way to dodge. Activating high-speed movement. Activating continuous slash. The orcs just froze solid, trembling all over, their bodies covered in dozens of crisscrossing slashes. A second later, they just exploded, not even knowing what hit them. I, Jack Drake, thought to myself, this two-handed sword feels as light as a feather. The system chimed in. Heavenly Bone Body optimizes physical abilities, increases martial arts learning speed, and enhances mana conductivity. I wondered, so this is what Heavenly Bone Body does. At this rate, I can take down commander-level enemies, no problem. The system announced, tutorial mission complete. And just like that, I was back in my room. Seeing this, I was like, oh, I'm back. I stashed the sword in my inventory thinking, so that was all just an illusion. Damn, it felt way too real. A new notification popped up. Critical hit bonus has been added to the reward. Time bonus has been added to the reward. Mission reward, 40 points. And the shop category has been unlocked. I stared at the system window. Stoked. Wait, I can buy stuff through the system? The panel was filled with all kinds of weird items. Giant skin, 10 points. An elixir that mimics the tough skin of a giant, temporarily boosting defense. Low-grade speed rune, 7 points. A magic stone inscribed with a rune that slightly increases movement speed. Fire Giant's Mighty Breath, 20 points. An elixir containing the concentrated breath of a fire giant. Unleashes a flame that can't be put out. Wings of the Sky, 5 points. An elixir made from bird feathers that temporarily boosts agility. After a quick scan, I was like, what is this? This is insane. Giant's Skin. Fire, Giant's Mighty Breath. All of this is rare treasure worth hundreds of gold. I could make a killing just by reselling stuff from this shop. The notifications kept coming. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Training, two-handed sword. This item cannot be sold. Elven dagger. Would you like to sell this item? Sale price, 4 points. I mulled it over. 4 points for this dagger. I could get at least 100 gold for this at an auction. Selling it is useless unless I'm totally desperate for points. With that thought, I stretched, exhausted, and started to move. Sigh, what a long day. The lights in the room clicked off, and the huge door slowly swung shut. Guess I'll crash hard tonight. The next morning, over at Dragon Academy, in the professor's research building. Inside Professor Fan Ong's office, he spoke up. You seriously brought back a high-density spirit stone in a single day? How the hell did you pull that off? Hearing this, Jack answered, it's complicated. I slowly picked up my teacup and asked, so when's the operating device going to be finished? Fan. He replied, it's already done. That totally shocked me. Already. You're incredible, Professor, he added. The fact that you brought this thing here is even more amazing. Seeing how chill Jack was, he got even more suspicious that something was up. So sketchy. Whenever a high-density spirit stone is found, the major powers on the continent register its unique ancient markings as a serial number. And they use that to manage the ownership of all the high-value spirit stones. So, by checking the serial number, you can pinpoint when it was dug up, where, and who owns it now. I thought to myself, but there's no way the one I brought is registered in that book. The Encyclopedia of High-Density Spirit Stone Serial Numbers of the Central Continent. This is my own brand new discovery. Thinking this, I slowly set my teacup down. Sketchy or not, the guy has solid appraisal skills. I walked up and asked, "So, if you're done checking the registration code, can we get going?" Hearing that, Fan Ong whipped around, surprised. "Oh, you know about that too? You're way too talented for a place like this." Cut to Daniel Hambeck's forge. A voice rang out from inside. "All right, I'm activating it now." A green magic circle flared to life, acting like the main control unit, linking all the surrounding parts of the forge. Everything started running flawlessly, so perfectly that even Daniel Hambeck himself couldn't believe his eyes. Finally, my blueprint has become a reality. Jack and Fan Ong, watching from behind, couldn't help but be happy for the guy. The professor said, "Well, I've got to go teach my class now." Daniel Hambeck replied cheerfully, "Thank you, Professor." A little later, when things had settled down, he beamed at Jack Drake and said, "I never in my wildest dreams imagined that I'd see a fully operational magic furnace in my lifetime." "Seriously, thank you, sir," I replied. "Just call it fate. No need to get all dramatic." As I started digging around in my backpack for something, I added, "You haven't forgotten the terms of our deal, have you?" He answered, "Of course not. Just give me the word." At that, Jack pulled an item out and held it right in front of him. "Make me a sword with this." Seeing the item, Hambeck was floored, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Sir, is this?" Inside the wooden box Jack Drake was holding was a fang, a dragon's fang, the hardest fang of Bahamut, the cursed dragon. Hambeck looked at the item, practically drooling, and gasped. "This size, this condition. I've never seen anything like it. Where in the world did you find it?" It was the second legacy of the ranker Terrakin. From his heart to his tooth, "Feels like I'm a damn grave robber." He smiled and replied, "It's complicated." Before he could even finish, Hambeck's expression suddenly made him stop. The man was trembling, snot running down his face as he spoke. "Not only did you make me a magic furnace, but you're also giving me the chance to forge a dragon's fang." At this, his spirit practically exploded as he shouted, "I will definitely repay your faith in me." Hambeck's eyes were more determined than ever as he continued, "I, Daniel Hambeck, will stake my life on your sword." Those words immediately reminded Jack of a familiar scene from before. "I, Daniel Hambeck, will stake my life on your sword." Faced with that statement, he felt incredibly awkward. "That kind of talk is a lot of pressure, dude. Please don't." Jack smiled, satisfied, thinking to himself, he's damn determined. "All right, I'll trust him." And just like that, he happily turned and walked away. "Let's see what kind of sword you'll make. I'm really looking forward to it." The scene changes to the Platinum Tower, Jack's bedroom. He pulled at his shirt, letting out a deep sigh. Man, getting a sword made is exhausting. An image appeared in his mind. The fight with Duke Drake from before. It's been a week since I got the message telling me to come back after the bet with Duke Drake was over. Just as he thought this, he suddenly froze. His eyes shot open as he blurted out, "Right, it's about time for things to get messy." From outside the window, footsteps slowly approached, and the air turned incredibly tense. Then, a voice echoed from behind Jack. "Why didn't you show up this time, kid?" Hearing that, his whole body trembled slightly. He forced a strained smile. Duke Drake was furious, his eyes bulging as he roared, "Answer me. Honestly." Seeing his expression, Jack thought in terror. "He looks like he's going to kill me." Thinking fast, he waved his hands and said with a laugh, "Ah, well, you said to come back if I wanted to challenge you. Naturally, since I had no intention of doing that, I didn't come." The moment he finished speaking, Duke Drake stormed right up to him and demanded again. I said, "Be honest." His hand shot out, grabbing Jack Drake by the collar and yanking him up. Without another word, he threw him straight backward. Jack was sent flying out the window before he could even react. His eyes widened in disbelief as he yelled, "What the hell?" Realizing the danger he was in, his eyes welled up with tears as he looked down nervously. The view below was enough to make anyone dizzy. It's so high. To save my own ass, Jack quickly twisted his body to jump back up. From this height, I'll die instantly without any chance to heal. He reached his arm out, trying to grab the railing. But before he could, a large hand shot out and clamped down on his neck. Duke Drake's face was dark as he asked, "You don't want to challenge me again?" "I don't think you're clueless enough to misunderstand my intentions. If anything, it's the opposite. You didn't come after you lost, not even for a courtesy call. It's as if you're deliberately trying to piss me off." Hearing these words, Jack thought in confusion. What? He knew and still went along with it. The Duke continued, "I'll give you 5 seconds. This time, answer honestly." 5. Jack smirked slightly and muttered, "This is absurd." The Duke's hand tightened on his neck as he continued to count. 4, 3. Jack said, "You didn't even reveal your true identity." After the count of 2, he continued, "Am I wrong?" Duke Drake, the gardener? This made Duke Drake pause, a corner of his mouth twitching into a sly grin. Immediately after, he threw Jack, sending him tumbling back inside. Jack leaned against the wall, rubbing his aching head and groaning. "Ow." The Duke continued, "All right, you're right, kid." Then, Duke Drake walked up to Jack and extended his hand in introduction. "I was once a Black Knight of the Drake family," Jack thought, confused. "Was?" The Duke continued cheerfully, "I am Duke Drake." After a moment of shock, Jack placed a hand on his chest and replied, "To the elder of the family and a former member of the Black Knights." He bowed his head slightly and continued, "I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I've shown." As a knight himself, seeing this display, Duke Drake pointed at him in astonishment and asked, "What's with that 'I knew this would happen' expression?" Jack scratched his head, looking bewildered. "I have no idea what you're talking about, sir." He then stood up and asked, "But Duke Drake, what do you mean you were a Black Knight?" He replied, "Simple. I was a Black Knight before, but now I'm a Red Knight." That statement left Jack completely baffled, wondering, how is that even possible? A knight's rank can increase, but for it to drop is unheard of. The Duke cut him off. "Kid," Duke Drake warned him, "don't bring that up again." Hearing this, Jack noticed. The Duke's hand was trembling. He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He then placed a hand on his chest confidently and added, "Since you've been honest with me, Duke Drake, I will be honest in return." The Duke immediately asked, "So you're saying you figured out who I was from the start and deliberately provoked me to become my official disciple?" Jack replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this answer, Duke Drake looked extremely intrigued and exclaimed, "You've got some serious guts, kid." After that, he slapped his thigh with a loud smack and roared, "All right." Duke Drake beamed with a huge smile and shouted, "I'll take you on as my disciple." Everything happened so smoothly that Jack Drake didn't even have time to process it. "Huh? That's it?" Without hesitating, he dropped to one knee, thinking, better do this before he changes his mind. He began to recite the oath. "I, Jack Drake, offer my disciples' oath to the great Duke Drake, a knight among knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with diligence, cultivate virtue, learn and strive to preserve and enhance the honor of my master." Hearing this, the Duke looked pleased and replied, "Oh, you even know the disciples' oath? That's rarely used these days." Jack smiled and continued, "Cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, is it not?" Duke Drake chuckled, "You sly little brat." Jack just grinned and replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." He then looked up and asked, "But master, may I ask a question?" The Duke replied, "Calling me master already? Huh? Fine, ask away." Jack asked bluntly, "So, what's so great about me that made you take me as your disciple? I mean, everyone knows the famous Duke Drake doesn't take students, not even for that so-called prodigy of the century, Andre. It should have taken, like, years to become his one and only student, so why'd he accept me so easily? I've got a theory. He must have seen my potential during that bet, something that totally blows Andre's talent out of the water. The old man's got sharp eyes, I'll give him that." Hearing my question, Duke Drake just laughed and shot one back at me. "What do you think? Take a guess, kid." Jack shot back without missing a beat. "Duh, because I'm the ultimate prodigy." The guy just face-palmed, like he was totally done. "Your confidence is something else." "Ha. If that was the reason, I would have just taken Jenna." He went on, "It's because you have determination. Not all these so-called prodigies make it to the level of a Crimson or Black Knight. Kids who grow up with everything handed to them crumble at the first sign of trouble." Hearing that, Jack thought with a stone-cold look, damn, he's not wrong. So many prodigies who were supposed to hit Crimson rank, at a minimum, ended up getting stuck at Violet or Blue. And right as he was thinking that, Duke Drake slowly got up and was like, "All right, enough talk." He continued, "Follow me. Your first lesson starts now." Jack got all hyped up and answered, "Yeah, master." Scene change. We're at the greenhouse west of the training grounds. He looked around, thinking, who the hell knew a place like this was hiding under a greenhouse? What's this guy gonna make me do? He told me to run, so I ran. Can't read his face at all, but it's been, like, 3 hours. Right then, Duke Drake yells, "Stop." Jack, surprised, asked, "So, I can stop running now?" The Duke was like, "Yeah, but I gotta ask you something." Jack happily waved his hand, all like, "Sure, master. What's up?" And then, boom, Duke Drake appeared, right behind him. Out of nowhere, he whispered, "Nothing much." Then his hand shot out and grabbed Jack's wrist. Feeling something was way off, Jack yanked his arm back and jumped away. He was instantly on high alert, more than ever. He glanced down at his hand, which was already turning red. Duke Drake asked, all serious, checking your energy is a real pain? Huh. That totally threw Jack off, and he started sweating. The Duke went on, okay, something's been off from the very beginning. In the infirmary, during the test, even at the greenhouse for that bet. And just now, after 500 freaking laps, I couldn't sense a single drop of aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you dodged me. Kid, don't tell me. Based on all that, he dropped a bombshell that made Jack freeze. You can't use aura, can you? Duke Drake asked. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? He slowly walked closer, adding, that crazy golden light. It caused a whole scene and brought you right to me. He stopped right in front of Jack. So why'd you stop me from checking your pulse? Hearing that, Jack had no idea what to say. Shooting Duke Drake a cold look, he thought, it's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use aura, that's a seriously big deal. But it looks like his curiosity is winning out. Lucky for me, the guy I'm dealing with is Duke Drake. Once I get Ram, no one's gonna suspect me for not having aura. Until then, I gotta play it cool. No need for some big, complicated lie. Not like my last life, when I was the family's first ever failed awakener. With that thought, he slowly pulled off his glove and said, you're right, Master. A system notification popped up. Mana backflow skill has been activated. He continued, I can even influence mana, which is a sign of true blood. And yet, for some reason, I can't use aura. Jack held his hand out to Duke Drake, thinking, this truth is the perfect cover story. He started his act. I'm sorry. I was terrified earlier. Because if word gets out that a Draker can't use aura, 2 tears streamed down his face as he choked out, I'll be exiled. A pretty believable excuse for this mess. Hearing that, Duke Drake gently put a hand on Jack to feel for his aura. The Duke's face got real thoughtful. Jack asked, surprised. So, what do you think, Master? The old man's eyes flickered down at Jack Drake like he was about to say something. He thought to himself, a kid with this much grit at his age. But why can't I feel any aura from him even after he supposedly awakened? The more he thought, the more confused Duke Drake got, having no clue how to explain it. Jack's face went dark as he schemed. Even if he checks my pulse, he won't be able to be sure of anything. The blessing ceremony is everything to the Draker clan. Just then, Duke Drake spoke up softly. Ah, he thought, even if I really can't awaken an aura, he'll probably cook up some reason to explain it away himself. But all his theories came to a screeching halt when the guy blurted out, a mutant. Jack closed his eyes and thought, a mutant, of course, knew this was where we were headed. If he doesn't get the whole class concept, then yeah, that conclusion makes sense. Jack played dumb. A mutant? What's that, Master? He replied. It refers to people with abnormal abilities, like someone who can use both aura and mana, or people who see the future stuff that breaks all the rules. Because of that, mutants usually get treated like crap, so don't go blabbing to everyone that you might be one. Jack kept jogging after him, asking, so why do you think I'm a mutant, Master? Duke Drake just kept walking and said, your insane stamina and recovery, no matter how minor. Internal injuries take time to heal. But you bounce back instantly. I'm positive. A massive amount of energy was used up. And what do you think that energy was? Jack answered. Aura? The Duke was like, exactly. My theory is that any aura you manage to create is instantly burned up by your stamina and recovery, leaving nothing left for you to even sense. That theory actually made Jack Drake go, whoa, okay, that's actually pretty convincing. He walked up and asked, so, does that mean I'll never be able to use aura, Master? Hearing that, the old man just burst out laughing, haha, don't worry about it. Then, he shot Jack a smirk. The Cyclone technique doesn't need any aura. It's a special case. Duke Drake explained that special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights. Usually, they involve applying or enhancing dragon-slaying techniques, which require aura, but my whirlwind technique is based entirely on physical training. With that, he started stretching his limbs. I'll give you a demonstration. Watch closely. As he finished speaking, his body shot forward like a flash of lightning, leaving a huge crater in the ground. The speed was so intense, Jack couldn't even blink. He had to try his best to follow every single one of his master's steps. It was insanely fast. He could only hear the faintest footsteps everywhere, but couldn't see the man himself. After a moment, he stopped right in front of Jack. He looked at him and asked, you see that, kid? Jack slowly stood up and answered, I just have to follow your footsteps, right? His words took the old man by surprise. Well, if that's all you think it is, I don't need to explain any further. Jack added, I've seen enough. The Duke laughed out loud. Your confidence is on par with a Black Knight. All right then, show me what you got. Immediately, Jack got into position. his eyes showing a level of confidence that was unreal. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot, leaving only a small footprint inside the large one Duke Drake had left behind. Jack's body nimbly leaped from one side to the other, leaving the old man utterly shocked. Jack thought to himself, by following his footsteps, paths that I couldn't see before have appeared. Every step had a purpose, whether it was to attack, evade, close the distance, or create distance. Not a single step was wasted. After a series of movements, Jack screeched to a halt. Seeing this, Duke Drake thought, I can't believe it. It's only been a week and he already has that talent, but this level. He looked at Jack, who was standing there lost in thought. The distance between his steps is a bit different, isn't it? He wondered. What in the world happened in just 1 week? Duke Drake was getting more and more interested. He grinned and exclaimed, a perfect prodigy. Jack glanced at him, a confident smirk on his face, and asked, so, I'm worthy of a Black Knight's confidence now, huh? The old man got pissed, thinking, if only he could drop that insufferable attitude. Duke Drake ran over and grabbed him by the neck, yelling, you little brat, you were crying your eyes out a minute ago, and now you're getting all cocky. Jack quickly tried to pull him off. You're not going to go bragging about me, are you? That depends on your attitude, you insolent apprentice. What kind of former Black Knight isn't discreet? Some time passed, and in the Academy's grand dining hall, the food today was amazing. With a full spread of savory and sweet dishes, Jack was wolfing down a heaping plate of food all by himself, thinking, it's been a month since I started training under Duke Drake, and my appetite just keeps growing. While he was still stuffing his face, a figure suddenly approached him. The newcomer was none other than Andre. He spoke up, can you spare a moment? Hearing this, Jack was surprised. What's with Andre? But he wasn't in a rush, shrugging slightly as he replied, only if it's here. I'm busy. The guy replied, fine. With that, Andre pulled up a chair and sat down in front of him, asking, how did you convince Duke Drake? Jack thought to himself, straight to the point. Huh. Looks like he's freaking out because I became the disciple, even though I haven't officially. After a moment of thought, Jack replied while chewing, convince him, didn't need to. Duke Drake chose me himself. That statement just made Andre even angrier, and he gritted his teeth. He scanned Jack with a scrutinizing gaze. After a moment, he said, in the end, it's just because you're a true blood. Hearing that, Jack shot back. What? And slammed his knife and fork down on the table. Without hesitating, he asked him directly, you really got that much of an inferiority complex? Hearing the question, Andre tried to clench his trembling hands, replying, is that all you have to say? No, that's only half of it, Jack continued, wiping his mouth. Even if he was initially drawn in by my lineage, you think a man like Duke Drake would take on a disciple for such a simple reason. The reason I was able to become his disciple, besides his initial interest, was because of my talent. He tossed a napkin at him and said, so instead of wasting time wallowing in your jealousy, why don't you work on becoming someone worthy of being chosen? Cut to the greenhouse west of the training grounds. Jack stared blankly at Duke Drake and asked, what's this all about, master? The old man replied, I'm wondering the same damn thing. They both looked at Andre, who was running nonstop despite being completely exhausted, and exclaimed, what the hell is wrong with that kid? I don't know. He begged me to let him stay close, even offered to be a servant if necessary. I told him to run 300 laps without using his aura if he wanted to stay, and now he's actually doing it. Hearing that, Jack was stunned. 300 laps without aura? Duke Drake held his head and sighed. Or maybe that guy's just a certified lunatic. Jack smiled to himself. I thought he was just another arrogant dude, but it looks like he's got some real determination. The next morning, at Draker, the atmosphere was more bustling than usual, filled with whispers and gossip. You idiot, did you forget what day it is? The family head is visiting today. Right after that, the thundering sound of horse hooves echoed as a magnificent carriage with golden emblems appeared. Someone saw it and shouted, the head of the family is arriving. Hogwarts stepped forward, stroking his beard, and said, everyone, prepare yourselves. His subordinates immediately replied, yes, headmaster. All attention was fixed on the carriage that had just stopped. Soldiers quickly lined up on both sides and opened the door. From inside the carriage, a man with platinum blonde hair slowly stepped down and said, it's been a while, Hogwarts. Hearing him, the headmaster bowed respectfully and replied, I greet you, master of the Draker family. As he said this, all the soldiers standing around shouted in unison, we greet the master of the Draker family. On the clock tower, the hands began to move, the hour and minute hands pointing to exactly 12 o'clock noon. A terrifyingly oppressive aura radiated from the Draker family head. He raised his large hand and reached out, placing it directly on Hogwarts' shoulder. The family head spoke. You've been through a lot, I can imagine. The headmaster replied, my efforts are nothing compared to you, my lord. The head of the family smiled, satisfied, and continued, I'll be counting on you, then. That man is Arthur Drake, head of the Draker family, one of the 3 great dragon-slaying clans. Hogwarts spoke up respectfully. The sun's a bit harsh today. Let's head inside. Just as he said that, he was cut off. All the trainees heard the loud noise and rushed out at the same time. Huh, is that the head of the family? Where? Arthur Drake stepped forward to stand in front of everyone, raising one hand. Then he boomed, Young Dragon Slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train harder and harder. Your growth, as he said this, a hidden meaning flashed in his eyes, and with a smirk, he shouted, is the growth of Draker. After hearing those words of advice, all the trainees bowed their heads and replied in unison, We will engrave it in our minds, my lord. The sunlight grew even more blinding. Arthur turned to leave, saying, All right, let's go. Hogwarts replied, Yes, my lord. A moment later, a voice was heard from outside the family head's office. My lord, master of all knights and protector of the Dragon Slayer's honor, Arthur Drake. I, Jack Drake, a member of this family. Standing before him, he continued, I offer you my respect and greetings. Hearing this, the man turned back with a bright smile and replied, Even the folks at the Four Seasons Fortress don't use greetings like that anymore. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea, so I brought something exquisite. I hope it's to your liking. Jack replied softly, Thank you for the tea. He sat looking at the man, his eyes filled with suspicion, thinking to himself, Even my taste in tea gets reported back to the family. They say, the Emperor may not know, but there is nothing the Drakers don't know. Now I'm really feeling it. Just as he thought this, Arthur spoke up. The reason I summoned you is because I heard some surprising news. Duke Drake has taken on a disciple. His words startled Jack, who thought, straight to the point with no BS. Huh. Thinking this, he immediately replied, Sir Duke Drake was simply showing me his generosity. The man calmly sipped his tea and continued, Is that so? Well, if you say so, then I guess that's how it is. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke Drake's teachings, you will become the strongest person on the continent. As he finished his sentence, a calculating look appeared in Arthur's golden eyes. He continued, Stronger than anyone else, so that you can live more freely than anyone else. After saying that, he gently placed his teacup on the table. Jack said cheerfully, That is my goal. Seeing his confident expression, Arthur's face darkened and he didn't respond. Suddenly, the space around them was distorted by an oppressive pressure. He asked again, So, that includes surpassing me, right? At that moment, Jack's whole body went rigid, sweat pouring off him like he'd been in a shower. He agonized, wondering. Could it be that within this range, he controls the life and death of all beings? Though it was unbearable, he still felt incredibly intrigued, a smile forming on his lips as he thought, Celestial Body Sword, the pinnacle of aura manipulation, attainable only by the Black Knights. Arthur glanced down at his son, a slight smirk playing on his lips. And yet, Jack didn't collapse. He looked straight at the man and replied, Of course. At that confident declaration, the man smiled faintly and picked up his teacup. Immediately after, the immense aura in the room was withdrawn. He spoke up, Of all the things I've heard recently, that was the most interesting. Jack, looking a bit worried, thought to himself, What is this? The man continued, I came to the academy to encourage you, but now that I see you, encouragement alone isn't enough. Faced with the man's demeanor, he had to exclaim, The current master of Draker, a true Black Knight. As he said this, Arthur placed a card on the tabletop. Seeing it, he thought, I already thought Duke Drake's level was absurd, but this is on a whole different level. The man continued, As a gift to celebrate you becoming Duke Drake's disciple. He asked in surprise, What is this? Arthur Drake replied, A black card. These words made Jack exclaim in shock, Father, you're giving this to me. The man continued, Judging by your reaction, it seems you know what it is. He took the card, thinking, a card issued to only a very small number of VIPs, known to provide incredible benefits with no spending limit. I can't believe I'm seeing this legendary card with my own eyes. Arthur smiled and said, I'll add you as a co-user. Feel free to use it. Jack replied, Thank you, Father. I will definitely use it wisely. He stood there, looking at the card, thinking to himself, his words are kind, but his intention is so damn obvious. Since the card records all information, it means it'll be easier to track my actions. Still, the fact that he's using a superficial method instead of brute force means he's not paying too much attention to me yet. Arthur continued, I can't waste any more of your precious time, Jack. You will become the strongest. He waved his hand in dismissal. You may go now. He bowed and replied, Understood, my lord. After saying that, he quickly exited and slowly closed the door behind him. He then quietly walked back to his room. Inside the room, the silence was suffocating. Arthur Drake leaned his head back in his chair, his eyes shut tight. Suddenly, Duke Drake appeared from behind him, saying with a look of annoyance, "What a damn pain in the ass." Hearing this, the man smiled and asked, "Why are you so worked up, Duke Drake?" He smirked and replied, "He was abandoned in his cradle, and now you're going to play the caring father?" Arthur Drake glanced over and continued, "As the head of the family, I have no choice. You know that, and what you just said is slander against the family head, Duke Drake." He then waved his hand, sat down in a chair, and sighed, "Ha, fine, arrest me." Arthur reached into his coat and pulled something out, smiling as he said, "This is why you're the only one I can speak freely with." The thing he had just taken out was a bottle of alcohol. He smiled and continued, "Let's drink while we talk." Seeing this bottle, Duke Drake became extremely excited, exclaiming, "Dragon's breath? And it's the red kind, too. See, you do have good taste after all." The two continued their conversation. "You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, right? I've been cooped up in the academy." Duke Drake smiled and continued, "How would I know? Your spies are still crawling all over the continent, right?" His face flushed red as he scoffed, "You already knew. Then why even ask, you old fox? The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is scouring the entire continent like a madman." He asked, "Yeah, but do you think it's even possible?" This left Duke Drake speechless. He said loudly, "Of course not. Eternal youth might be possible with magic, but immortality is totally impossible." Hearing that, his eyes got thoughtful. He replied, "I agree." Then he added, "But what if? What if it involves an ancient dragon artifact?" Those words made Duke Drake freeze up. "What?" he blurted out. Inside Arthur's room, the conversation was getting intense. Even if magic could make someone look young again, immortality was a whole other level of impossible. In a room nearby, Jack was watching. What if? What? He stood there silently, using his spirit form skill to eavesdrop on Arthur and Duke Drake's entire conversation. They had no clue anyone was listening as they talked. What if the artifact he's looking for is related to an ancient dragon? That's just one possibility. Duke Drake asked, "You think he's already found its location?" Arthur replied, "Maybe. The Order of the Black Knights reported to me that the artifact is most likely on the northern continent." Hearing that, he asked again, "The northern continent?" He kept going. "The people of the Empire don't know about this yet, right?" Arthur Drake answered, "Yeah, but it's only a matter of time before they find out." This whole thing reminds me of the past. That psycho emperor had just taken the throne when he started his war to unify the continent. The fighting didn't stop until he conquered half of the central continent. I really thought he'd give up on that crazy, messed up dream, but I guess I was wrong, if even one of those artifacts can grant immortality. Before Duke Drake could finish, Arthur Drake cut him off. "This continent will be plunged into a sea of fire all over again. I'm telling you." He went on, realizing how serious this is, "I've decided to go north myself." Hearing this, Duke Drake exclaimed in shock. "What? You're just going to abandon your post when you know for a fact that son of a bitch emperor is going to cause chaos everywhere?" He just smiled cryptically in response. "That's why I came to see you." At Arthur's words, Duke Drake understood. He sighed and asked, "Damn, were you a fox in a past life or something? How'd you get so damn sly?" And just like that, they came to an agreement and clinked their glasses. Right next door, Jack was still listening to every single word. "I knew I could count on you. You always stick me with the hard jobs." Just as he heard this, he suddenly buckled and dropped to his knees. His face was wrecked with exhaustion as he thought, "Crap, I overused my spirit form. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't do anything about this side effect. Ancient dragon. Right. So that statue I was holding before I regressed. It must have been the ancient dragon's artifact. The voice I heard in my head before I died and the system message I saw right after I was reborn. It all makes sense now. I stole the artifact the Emperor was drooling over. He even sent his damn hounds after me. Back then, I didn't even care what it was. Still, I found a clue. That administrator system that sent me back in time. It's a function of the ancient dragon's artifact. But who made it, and why?" Thinking about it, he slumped to the floor, his mind a total mess. He sighed. "In the end, I just have more questions." After their conversation ended, Duke Drake got ready to leave, saying, "All right, I'll get on it right away." Arthur Drake waved him off. "I'm counting on you." After seeing his old friend off, he quickly headed back to his room. His steps were powerful and quick. Suddenly, Arthur Drake stopped dead in his tracks. He shot a probing look toward the closed room. It was like he sensed something. Inside, Jack was still lost in thought. If this really is the artifact the Emperor is looking for, then how does rebirth have anything to do with eternal life? The moment he thought that, a loud noise from the door made him jump, his eyes flying wide open. Just then, Arthur suddenly shoved the door open and burst inside. But what he saw was a completely empty room. Not a soul in sight. Turns out, at the last possible second, Jack had jumped out the window to escape. Arthur stood there wondering, was I mistaken? A little later, Jack made his way back to the training grounds. He was practicing when suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. He heard it and called out, "Didn't I say not to bother me in the training room, Decker?" The man replied, "My apologies, young master. A fellow student is here to see you. Should I tell them to leave?" This made him super confused. He thought, a student? I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Jenna? With that in mind, he replied, "Fine." Jack looked tiredly at the man kneeling in front of him and thought, it's Liam Stone again. How the hell am I your friend? The guy was kneeling on the ground, practically begging, "Please, I'm begging you to accept me." Hearing this, he sighed awkwardly. I should have just walked away back then. He then asked, "Accept you? You mean, like a subordinate?" Liam bowed his head and answered, "Yes, master, I swear my loyalty to you." Jack asked again, "What about your family?" At that question, his hands clenched on the ground in anger. "I've abandoned him." His face darkened, and sweat poured down like rain as he added anxiously, "I have to get into Valhalla." Seeing him act like this, he wondered, was he like this in my past life, too? What's his obsession with Valhalla? Liam didn't give up, pleading over and over, "Please, I'm begging you, accept me." Jack shot back, "Are you stupid? You should have picked Jimin or Turin." As he spoke, he turned to leave. "I don't have a family backing me." He walked over and grabbed a sword, continuing, "Which means I'm useless for helping you get into Valhalla Academy." And his eyes glinted sharply as he asked, "So why should I trust you?" To be blunt, what he said next made Liam's face go pale, so scared that sweat started streaming down. "For all I know, you could be a spy sent by the Jagan family." Suddenly, the guy pulled a dagger from his clothes, his expression more determined than ever. To prove his loyalty, Liam gritted his teeth and, without a second of hesitation, brought the dagger to his own ear. He literally just slices off one of his own ears to prove his point. Liam raises the knife, yelling, "Sir, I get why you doubt me, but I'll prove it to you, no matter what it costs. If you want me mute, I'll cut out my own tongue." His whole body was shaking as he kept going. "If you want me crippled, I'll hack off my own legs. My life is yours to decide, master." Jack was like, what the hell is with this guy? He glances back, his eyes ice cold, remembering what happened before. "To save your pathetic life, I'll take this hand." Liam, dead serious, says, "So please, just take me in." The scene felt weirdly familiar to Jack. He remembered saying, "I want to get stronger." He was standing in front of his master, adding, "and surpass everyone." His eyes back then looked exactly like Liam's do now. "Please, teach me, master." Back in the present, facing this echo of his past self, Jack was totally speechless. The guy just keeps begging, Please, I'm begging you." The second he's done talking, Jack launches his sword right at him. Pointing straight at the guy's face, he goes, "If you can take one hit from me, I'll take you on." That gave Liam a sliver of hope. He cracks a smile and says, "Thank you so much, sir." A little while later, Jack speaks up. "You all healed up?" The guy answers, "Why, yes, sir." But he's thinking to himself, "Honestly, I thought one hit would be easy. I mean, I can use the Drake family's aura. That's a fact. But is he really my age?" The sheer pressure coming off Jack was terrifying him. Shaking uncontrollably, his vision blurs as he gasps, I can barely breathe." Before Liam could even get ready, Jack charged, sword in hand. No time to think. He desperately swings his sword up to meet the attack. The clash of their blades unleashes a massive shockwave. Sparks fly as the two swords grind against each other, locked in place. A second later, one of them gets knocked into the air. And that sword? It wasn't Jack's. It was Liam's. He just collapses onto the ground, a look of pure terror on his face. Jack's voice cuts in. "Liam Stone, is that all you've got?" He sounds bored, adding, "You're a real disappointment." Jack just stares down at Liam. He says, "I'll give you props for your determination." But then he turns away. "But you should probably just give up on your dream of going to Valhalla." Hearing that, Liam scrambles to his feet, yelling, Sir Jack." Jack thinks to himself, "So it looks like I really did abandon him. If he wasn't my servant, a distant relative like him would have never gotten into Cradle. Hell, even I, a direct descendant, got kicked out of the academy. It wouldn't be weird at all if Liam got expelled now." Just as he thinks that, he freezes. He gets why the kid's so worried. He glances back, and there's Liam, kneeling on the ground, clinging to his leg for dear life. But is it really worth groveling like this? In his past life, Liam got expelled from the academy and his knight order was disbanded. After that, he reached the level of a red knight and became the king of mercenaries. But right now, Liam's just helpless, tears streaming down his face as he says, "Please, Just give me one more chance. Seeing this, Jack's in a tough spot. He thinks, this guy really isn't going to give up, is he? With that thought, he speaks. Fine, I'll give you a chance. His expression darkens as he adds, but there's a condition. You said if I wanted you mute, you'd cut out your tongue. Or, if I wanted you crippled, you'd cut off your legs, right? Jack slowly walks over and puts a hand on his shoulder. He orders in a low voice, then cut off your right arm. Those words make Liam freeze. His eyes go wide with absolute terror. Seeing him hesitate, Jack asks, what's wrong? Is that arm too precious? He thinks to himself, this is basically telling him to give up his life as a swordsman. No one in their right mind would ever agree to this. With that thought, Jack gets up and says, I've got a mountain of training to do, so if you can't do it, get lost. A moment later, Liam slowly gets to his feet. Seeing this, he glances back, thinking, I don't know why you're so desperate, but I hope you don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you can't make it to Valhalla, you can still become a Red Knight. Just as he's thinking this, the sword stuck in the ground is slowly pulled out. Jack's eyes fly open in shock. Right now, Liam is actually about to cut off his own right arm. Jack lunges forward, furious, thinking, this psycho. At the same time, the guy is bringing the sword down. In the nick of time, Jack manages to shatter his blade with his own. Neither of them can process what just happened. They just stand there, frozen, staring at each other. The broken piece of the sword clatters to the ground. Liam looks at it, panting heavily, and stares at his hand in fear. Jack can't take it anymore. He rushes over and grabs the guy by the collar. He glares at him furiously. Are you out of your damn mind? What if I changed my mind after you chopped off your hand? Hearing that, the guy's face just crumples. He answers, it's because. He continues, I can't give up on something that's more important than this arm. Hearing that, Jack turns away and says, if you ever pull a stupid stunt like this again, I won't hesitate to kick you out. I don't care how loyal you are. You better remember that. Those words make Liam light up. He cries out, Sir Jack, does that mean? Before he can finish, Jack cuts him off. Get a move on, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what do you think people are going to say? He happily replies, yes, I understand, sir. A little later, inside the dining room, the two of them are sitting down to eat. Liam's ear has already been healed. He asks nervously, can I really use medicine this good? Jack just smiles and says, don't worry about it. You're a worthy investment. With that, he gently sets his teacup down, his expression turning dead serious. He asks, so, what's really going on? What's more important than your right arm? No, more important than your life? At this question, Liam clutches his arm and answers, it's my mother, he explains. A few days after I was kicked out by Dragon, I got news that my mother had collapsed from a high fever. Luckily, the fever went down quickly, but her body's covered in these red spots that look like roses, not to mention she's getting weaker by the day. He choked out, slumping over the table in agony. The healers in my village don't even have a name for it. Jack shot back. So that's why you're gunning for Valhalla? He replied, yeah, that's right. The medical benefits Valhalla gives its students and their families are supposed to be the best on the continent. Hearing this, Jack snatched a pen and dipped it in ink, clearly pissed. He scribbled something on a piece of paper and said, red spots that look like roses, huh? Recurring high fevers and rose-shaped red spots all over the body. Those are symptoms of the Crimson Rose disease, a plague that's going to sweep across the entire central continent in the next 5 years. It's got a high infection and death rate. It wiped out countless lives until some breakthrough cure was developed that finally ended the pandemic. With that thought, Jack slid the paper over to Liam. He said, this is the formula for the cure for your mom's disease. It's not that hard to make, so the healers in your village should be able to whip it up. The guy took the paper, totally shocked, and stammered, thank you, sir. But how do you know about a disease that even the healers don't have a name for? The Zepp brothers, a pair of genius alchemists. They're the ones who developed the cure that saved the dying central continent. Back then, the Alchemist Society was blinded by greed. They exploited desperate people to make a killing. When the brothers found out, they made the formula public, and the info spread so far and wide that even mercs like me know about it. Jack answered with a smirk. Let's just say I know a talented alchemist. He continued, now you have the cure. There's no reason for you to go to Valhalla or become my subordinate anymore. Hearing that, Liam shot to his feet, blurting out, how could I possibly do that? He said bluntly, I've already given my life to you. As he finished, he clenched his fist and touched it to the ground. Liam knelt before Jack Drake and said, from this day forward, I swear my undying loyalty to you. Jack smiled to himself. An oath of loyalty? Huh. Having the Mercenary King as my subordinate. Yeah, that definitely puts my mind at ease. Thinking this, he spoke. If you fall behind, I'm leaving you in the dust. so you better keep up. The guy replied, "Yes, I understand, master." And just like that, time flew by. Before they knew it, night had fallen. From inside a room, a voice called out, "So, what's this all about?" Hogwarts asked the student, Owen. The guy continued, "Yes, headmaster, there's something I wanted to discuss. What do you think about cranking up the difficulty of this semester's evaluation test?" This caught the headmaster by surprise. He asked, "Why would you suggest that?" Owen replied with a smile, "This might sound a little arrogant, sir, but this year's freshmen are insanely talented. They all come from prestigious families, and we even have 2 pure-blooded awaken students. If this exam is as easy as last year's, then it won't properly distinguish their abilities." Hogwarts seemed to agree with his answer. "That's logical. Just what I'd expect from the Jimes bloodline. I'll consider it." The guy bowed his head. "Thank you, headmaster." With that, he quickly slipped out, and the door closed behind him. Hogwarts turned his chair to face the window. He let out a heavy sigh. Blood never lies, does it? He thought to himself, brooding. To think he'd have the same idea as that person, considering the potential threats in the future. It would be better to nip this in the bud during the dungeon exploration on the day of the semester evaluation. The Dungeon Exploration Test. It's a special evaluation at Draker Academy where 2-person teams have to escape a dungeon within a set time limit. A key feature of this test is that each team is assigned to a dungeon with a different difficulty level and layout. Inside one of the dungeons, Jack looked over at Liam. "You nervous, Liam?" He replied, yeah, a little." Hearing that, Jack smiled reassuringly. "Don't sweat it. It's totally normal. But worrying too much makes you sloppy, and worrying too little makes you arrogant. So it's best to have just the right amount of anxiety." Nearby, Jenna Turban was also a nervous wreck about this test. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Next up, Jack Drake and Liam Stone." Hearing their names, Jack spoke up, "Let's go." Liam replied, "Yes, master." As the two of them were heading in, someone suddenly stepped forward, holding up a hand to stop them, and said, "Hold on." He pointed off to the side. "You two will go this way." In front of them was a dark, cold, and mysterious-looking dungeon. Sensing something was off, Jack quickly scanned the area. Seeing them just standing there, the professor urged them on. "What are you waiting for? Get in there, students." Hearing this, Jack just smirked without a word. Then, they decided to enter the assigned dungeon. "All right, have it your way." Even though the difficulty changes depending on the dungeon, since these are test dungeons managed by Draker, there shouldn't be any major dangers. The ultimate goal is still to escape. Within the time limit, each team gets a timer that starts counting the second they step inside, and the exact time limit is 96 hours. Basic combat skills are also part of the evaluation. If you can bring back the heads of the monsters you've killed, you get extra points. But the most important thing is still escaping the dungeon. So if you don't get out in time, that means you fail. Inside the dungeon, Jack said casually, "We just ate, so you should get some rest." Liam replied, "But you set up the camp and prepared the meal all by yourself. Maybe you should rest first." "Sir," Jack shot back, "I can go 4 days without sleep and be perfectly fine. So don't worry about me." Since he'd said that, Liam didn't dare argue. "Well then, if you don't mind, I guess I'll rest first." Jack replied, "All right. I'll wake you if anything happens." And so, the two of them set up their tent and lit a fire. Resting in the dark, cold dungeon, Jack stared at the watch on his wrist, thinking, "It's been 16 hours since we entered the dungeon, and I was already awake for 3 days straight before the test. So, I've been awake for about 90 hours total. But infinite stamina can only restore physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion. In a place like this, where you never know what's going to happen, it's best to minimize risks as much as possible." Around him, a whole bunch of bells were set up on a tripwire, just in case something big went down. His eyes were starting to get heavy. "I'll just switch with Liam when he wakes up." Suddenly, an image of a bell in a snow-covered clearing flashed in his mind. Jack's eyes finally slammed shut, completely crashing from exhaustion. A weird scene kept playing out in his head. It was a place he'd never seen before. Right above the castle gate was a red flag with a huge lion on it. Everything was a total, desolate wreck. It looked like a war had just torn through. On the pure white snow, a girl's body was just lying there, completely soaked in blood. He couldn't make out her face at all. He just heard a bell ringing. The next second, Jack jolted awake, his eyes wide open, drenched in sweat. In front of him was the same old scene, the inside of the dungeon with that yellow fire still burning away. He clutched his throbbing head, struggling to breathe. Damn it, that dream again. But wait a sec, I'm positive I heard a real bell. Just as he thought that, it hit him. The tripwire of bells outside the entrance. Jack immediately doused the fire with water, killing it completely. He called out to Liam, "Get up, Liam. We've got company. I'm gonna go check the situation first. And don't you dare light that fire, he replied. Got it, master. Jack cautiously hid by the edge of the doorway, thinking, I'll use Dragon's Eye. Using it during a 4-day test is way too risky. It's better to just let my eyes get used to the dark. Just as he thought that, a weird smell hit his nose. Is that sulfur? Don't tell me it's a creature that stinks of sulfur and hunts in packs. A grade 3 danger class monster, hellhounds. Jack nervously tightened his grip on his sword, thinking, in my past life, Jana brought back orc heads during the evaluation, but I never expected to run into hellhounds here. He carefully peeked into the distance to scope things out, but strangely, he couldn't see a single one. Wait a minute, something's not right. Even there, pack leader can't weigh more than a few hundred kilos. Thinking this, Jack slowly raised his sword. Through the image, reflected on his sword, he looked towards the cave entrance, but with these vibrations, it feels like it weighs at least several dozen tons. Is it some kind of mutation? Before he could even figure out what was happening, a massive tremor hit. Crap. The rock and dirt around the cave started to crumble and break apart. It was falling in huge chunks. Luckily, in the middle of the chaos, Jack managed to use his sword to keep himself steady. Seeing this, a worried Liam rushed over and asked, Are you okay, master? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, these bastards. Right in front of him, a ridiculously huge hellhound was lumbering toward them. I knew they were behind this. But things didn't stop there. The hellhound's eyes went dark, its severed head just dangling there. What appeared was a giant orc. Liam asked, his face pale with horror. An orc? A grade 1 danger class monster. It can easily swallow hellhounds and their orc blood kin whole. They're also a key ingredient for making recovery potions, but more importantly, their regeneration ability is just ridiculously powerful. Suddenly, before Jack could say a word, Liam stepped forward. He raised his sword, shielding Jack, and said, I'll distract it. While I do, you have to run, master. Hearing that, Jack knew he'd picked the right guy. He gave him a satisfied smile. Then he slowly walked over, tapped him lightly, and replied, Don't say such hopeless crap. We're fighting this thing back to back. What kind of master abandons his own subordinate? He continued, I believe in you, Liam. You're not weak. I'll back you up, so just go all out. Hearing that, even though he was incredibly tense, he felt more confident and replied, Thank you, my master. Immediately, the two of them worked together, charging like lightning toward the monster in front of them. Before the orc could even react, it was hit with countless critical sword strikes. Jack glanced at it, thinking, Not bad. It's pretty impressive that he can damage that tough orc hide. On top of that, he's aiming right for the joints. He wondered to himself, Have you been studying these monsters? Liam, Jack muttered. But just then, the orc's club came swinging down. Luckily, Jack reacted in time, blocking the blow and saving Liam's life. He followed up with another slash, slicing the orc's club in two. Seeing that, Liam looked back worriedly and said, I'm sorry, master. Jack smiled in reply. It's fine. For your first real fight, that wasn't bad at all. Aiming for the soft joints was the right call. But you underestimated its regeneration. Remember, orcs can heal minor wounds almost instantly. So, direct attacks like that are useless against its healing factor. Jack looked over at the orc. It was raising its hand in front of its face. He continued, Looks like this thing is a bit out of your league. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his sword. Just let me finish it. After a frenzy of attacks, the orc's head was finally sent flying. System. A notification popped up. You have defeated an orc. You have received 30 karma points. Jack spoke up. This is going to get us a lot of bonus points. Go collect it, Liam. He immediately stepped forward, replying, On it. While he was busy collecting the monster's head, Jack's eyes drifted to the system panel. A surprise quest was listed. 2 birds with 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species in the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Quest reward, double karma points earned during the quest, 2 random boxes. Seeing this, he happily exclaimed, What the hell? Double karma points? The system continued. Quest status, 2 species, 14 monsters. Docile monsters will not be counted. Time remaining, 71 hours. 2:59 minutes and 52 seconds. Jack looked at the timer, thinking. There are still 79 hours before the test ends, so the 100 monster requirement. No biggie, but finding all 10 types is going to be a real pain. This place is huge, yeah, but it's still just a test dungeon. Normally, you'd only find like 3 or 4 types, tops. But since this is a trap set by those Jimin scumbags, who knows? If we look hard enough, maybe we'll actually find all 10. Finish the mission and get out? Yeah, right. Not going to be easy. Just as I was thinking that, Liam piped up. "It's done, Master." Along with the timer, they gave us a bag to carry the heads of the monsters we kill. It's a total piece of junk compared to a real spatial pouch, though. But I guess it's good enough to haul our loot. Thinking that, I replied, "All right, let's move. Don't fall behind." Liam shot back, "Understood." And so, the two of us just kept fighting as time ticked away. 67 hours, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. 64 hours, 7 minutes, 60 seconds. 61 hours, 3 seconds. 56 hours, 47 seconds. 47 hours, 1 minute, 6 seconds. 41 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds. We discovered monster after monster. 39 hours, 8 minutes, 4 seconds. 31 hours, 33 minutes, 44 seconds. Just like that, time was almost up. 27 hours, 47 seconds. 20 hours, 8 minutes, 49 seconds. 12 hours, 26 minutes, 26 seconds. After a while, Jack looked over at Liam and asked, "So, how's it going?" "Liam, we've hunted a ton already. You getting used to actual combat yet?" Hearing that, he just kind of forced a smile and said, "I'm not so sure." Seeing that, I gave him a reassuring smile. "No worries, man. Everyone needs time to adjust." After saying that, Jack looked back at the system window. Time remaining, 50 minutes and 54 seconds. Mission status, 9 out of 10 monster types. I thought to myself, seriously, even after bagging those freaking tiny blood-sucking leeches, we're still only at 9 types. And there's nowhere left to look. The more I thought about it, the more it pissed me off. Those damn Jimin guys are completely useless. Why the hell couldn't they have just thrown one more type in here for us? Just as that thought crossed my mind, I suddenly froze, my eyes wide. I could feel something massive coming, and I whipped my head to the side, on high alert. Instantly, a massive crack split the ground open right under our feet. I screamed, "Liam, drop that damn bag." But he just looked at me, totally clueless about what was happening. With this dumbfounded look on his face, something suddenly slashed up from underground, ripping the bag clean in two. A gigantic monster erupted from the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Liam was so scared the color drained from his face, and he just froze solid. Luckily, I managed to get there in time to save his ass again, but my arm got hurt in the process. After snapping out of his daze, Liam asked nervously, "Are you okay, sir?" I shot back, "I'm fine. It's just the monster's blood." I held up my hand and added, "This time, you stay back, Liam." In front of us stood a monster with a hideous body and a mouth full of fangs. I told him straight up, "Look, I can't fight this thing and babysit you at the same time." I thought to myself, "A dungeon worm? You've got to be kidding me. This thing is crazy dangerous. Normally, it takes like a dozen veteran knights just to take one down." The thought just made me curse them out. Son of a bitch, those Jimen guys. Are they really trying this hard to get me killed? Just then, the dungeon worm lunged forward with insane speed, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and sand. Liam yelled out, panicked, "Master." His face went pale as fear completely took over. Then suddenly, he remembered something and glanced behind him. Liam rushed over and started rummaging through the stuff in the bag. Meanwhile, I was barely holding off the worm's attacks. I was quick on my feet, jumping to the side and swinging my sword right at its body, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Damn, I thought. Even the elite Blue Knights would steer clear of a fight with a dungeon worm in a place like this, since it loves to burrow and move around underground. So if I don't take this thing out fast. And right on cue, a huge crack appeared in the ground beneath me. I instantly felt its presence. I whipped my head around, and just as I figured, there it was. The dungeon worm shot straight at me, its massive, fanged mouth wide open, looking to swallow me whole. Shit, I'm gonna get buried alive. No time to think, I just leaped to the side to dodge. Then I swung my sword again, shoving it deep into the monster's body and gritting my teeth. I yanked the blade hard, trying to rip its body open. The dungeon worm didn't have time to react as blood gushed violently from its mouth. Gritting my teeth, I growled, "Just you wait, you piece of crap. I'm gonna cut you in two." The sheer weight of it was crushing me, shattering the ground under my feet as a series of poisoned barbs shot out from its tail. But right then, I didn't give a damn about any of that. The only thing in my head was to just keep swinging my sword like a maniac and slash this damn worm to bits. But then, the dungeon worm's body started to constrict, coiling around me tight and leaving me with no way out. Once it had me trapped, it shot forward with both its tail and its mouth. But just in the nick of time, Liam finally showed up. He plunged his sword straight into the dungeon worm. The monster reeled from the unexpected blow, its whole body writhing in pain as it let out a massive roar. "Jack," I felt something change. The grip. It's getting weaker, I thought. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly backed the hell away, escaping the dungeon worm's death grip. The second he saw me, Liam asked, "Are you okay, master?" I just wiped the blood from my mouth with the back of my hand. I asked him, "What the hell did you do, Liam?" He held up a small vial and answered, "I coated my sword with a numbing agent, sir." Hearing that, I thought, so that's it. The main ingredient in that stuff is Keika poison. For humans, it just causes some light numbness, but for a worm, it's basically a lethal poison. To remember that Keika poison was the worm's weakness in a life or death situation like this, and then to improvise by using a numbing agent as a substitute, is pretty damn impressive. That's the judgment and adaptability of the mercenary king, Liam Stone. For you. Thinking that, I cracked a smile and said, "Liam, when I give the signal, I need you to stab it with that sword one more time." Yeah, I thought, bringing him along was definitely the right call. As soon as I said that, I leaped back onto the monster's body, weaving my way straight for its head. Then I raised my sword high and yelled, "Liam." Hearing the signal, he quickly moved in with his sword coated in the numbing agent, slamming right into the dungeon worm. The thing threw its head back and roared in agony as the poison paralyzed its entire body. Seizing the opportunity, Jack used his spirit transformation skill with his sword, slashing a straight line all the way down from its neck. Slash. And just like that, Jack ripped the monster's body in two, killing it on the spot. A system notification popped up right after. You have completed the unexpected quest. Karma points earned during the quest have been doubled. You have received 2 random boxes. Current karma points, 780. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, an announcement blared out. Students who made it out of the dungeon, get over here to have your points tallied. Once you're done, you can head home. A professor glanced at the pile of monsters Jenna had collected and said, "All right, let's start tallying your points." She just replied, "Okay." The professor continued. Base score for escaping the dungeon is 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc, for a total of 180 points. Hearing that, the other students started whispering to each other, like, "Whoa, isn't that almost as high as Sir Aben's record of 200 points? Man, as expected. A pure blood awakened is just on a totally different level." Even the professor was full of praise. "You're a credit to the Turin family, passing the required score by 130 points. She placed a hand on her chest and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Done with her, the professor looked over at Owen. "All right, let's tally your points." After a minute, the professor announced, "Total score, 120. You passed the requirement by 70 points. Nice work." His teammate cheered. "Thanks." Owen was seriously pissed, glaring at Jenna Turin and thinking, "Jenna Turin, you won't be on your high horse forever." A nasty smirk spread across his face. "Whatever. If she gets in my way, I'll just take care of her, like I did with Jack." The second that thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice cut through the air. "Whoa, how long's it been since I've seen sunlight?" He snapped his head around. That voice. Just as he suspected, it was Jack. And not only that, Liam was dragging the head of the dungeon worm out with him. What the hell is he doing here? All the students around them were freaking out. Is that a dungeon worm? I thought orcs were the monster with the most points. So what's that thing doing here? Did they actually kill a dungeon worm together? Once they got to the professor, the two of them just dropped the head on the ground. Jack shot a condescending smirk at Owen. "What's with the face, Owen? Not happy to see me?" That sent him over the edge. Owen gritted his teeth, thinking, "This arrogant prick." But Jack wasn't done yet. Jack kept poking at him. "What happened to that poker face you always wear?" He shoved his hands in his pockets. "Actually, never mind. This look is way better on you." Owen was so pissed he couldn't even speak. His face just got darker. As he turned to storm off, Jack called out, "Leaving so soon?" He fumed internally. "Damn, these purebloods. I'll make every last one of you pay for disrespecting me." Seeing them scurry away was so damn satisfying for Jack. "Oh, so scary," the professor cut in. "Are you kids done with your little pissing contest?" Jack just smiled and said, Yeah, we're done." He then said, "Professor Andre." The professor looked at his clipboard and said, "All right then, I'll start calculating your score." Jack asked, "We only brought this one thing. Do you need, like, a special scoring system for it?" The professor replied, "As long as I'm the one doing the scoring, you can be sure I won't miss a single detail." Then he asked, "Did you guys lose the bag for the heads?" Jack answered, Yeah." At the gruesome sight, all the other students gagged and scrambled to get away. Jack just grinned to himself. "Guess that worked out pretty well for me. That damn dungeon worm ambushed me, and I lost every single head I collected over the last 3 days. I wasn't about to fail, so I had to grab its head to make up for my losses. Besides Andre, who else is psycho enough to check every single piece of flesh and skin stuck in its teeth? After a bit of an inspection, he tossed down 2 gloves covered in monster blood. The professor announced, "So far, the monster types I've identified are gremlin, goblin, hobgoblin, pixie, imp, ogre, hellhound, orc, and finally, a troll." Hearing that, everyone started freaking out, shouting over each other. A troll? He got a troll too. Andre kept going, judging by the amount of blood. There's a hell of a lot of it, but counting all of them wouldn't be fair to the other students, so we'll just treat it as 1 kill for each identified monster type. Also, trolls and dungeon worms aren't even on the scoreboard, but based on past records, they're worth 3 and 6 orcs, respectively. So we'll convert that to 90 and 180 points. Total score, 368. You pass. The other professors were blown away. Damn, what was our score back when we were students? Hellhounds weren't even on the list back in our day. 368 points? How the hell do you even get a score that high? Suddenly, some pissed-off student stomped forward and yelled, "Bullshit. The only body here is the dungeon worm." Another student shot back, "Dude, that worm by itself is worth 180 points. Besides, what's the point of arguing? Think about it, people. If any of you ran into a dungeon worm or even a single troll, you really think you'd make it out alive?" People started murmuring. No way. Is Jack Drake really that good? Jack watched them. He thought to himself, these guys are being so extra. This feels way different from when they used to make fun of me. It's not bad, I guess, but now I've got all eyes on me again. The Jimin family went so far as to rig the test dungeon just to take me out. Was that all Owen's doing? Nah, not even he would have the balls to mess with the Academy's official test. The Dunham family itself must have gotten their hands dirty. Realizing this, Jack got worried. Looks like I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Being so obvious about hiding my power might actually be backfiring. From now on, I should probably just play along and see what happens. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and called out, "Jack Drake." It was none other than Jenna Turun. He was surprised to see her. Jenna Turun. She shot him a dirty look as she brushed past, muttering, "Guess you win this round." And just like that, her whole crew bounced. Jack was totally lost, thinking, I won? What the hell does that even mean? A little later, in the training room, he stared at the system window. This is what you wanted, right? The system popped up, Dragon Skill. Level 1, Devour. You can eat and digest a lot. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current Karma points, 780. Hearing that, he was like, man, I totally ignored this thing because it looks so useless. But 50 points is nothing now. The system asked, do you want to activate the Dragon Skill, Devour? He shot back, yeah. The second the word left his mouth, boom, the whole system window changed. Jack was shocked, thinking, wait, did the skill description just change? The system now read, Dragon Skill Level 1, Devour. When activated, all matter can be digested and converted into energy. Also, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities allows you to absorb their powers. Hearing that, he smirked, intrigued. Absorb monster powers, huh? Damn, I should have activated this before the test. Guess I should try converting some energy to see how it works. The system flashed, activating Dragon Skill, Devour. But before Jack could even take a bite of the meat, a sudden blast of dark energy knocked the piece of meat aside. Startled, he whipped his head around. The sight in front of him was seriously weird. He blurted out, what the hell? On the ground, the meat was slowly getting pulled down by some invisible force. Jack thought to himself, it's like it's sinking into a swamp or something. Is the meat just disappearing into the shadows? All of a sudden, the system announced, replenishing lost energy, with the newly absorbed energy. Whoa, my headache's gone. It feels like I just took a quick power nap. Did it just get rid of my mental fatigue? Not only that, my whole body feels totally energized. Mental fatigue, physical exhaustion, even my energy. It's only a little, but I definitely recovered. Activate Dragon Skill, Devour. With that thought, he started chucking more meat onto the ground. Totally worth the 50 points. With this skill alone, I can lower the risks of all my other skills. Mental burnout gets handled by Devour, and physical exhaustion is covered by infinite stamina. The more he thought about it, the more hyped Jack Drake got, throwing his head back and laughing like a maniac. This means I can train for 24 hours straight, without needing to eat or sleep. Let's get to it. Just as he was getting pumped, a knock on the door totally killed his vibe. He groaned, Decker, didn't I tell you already? Don't bug me when I'm training. The guy outside replied, my apologies, young master. But this is an urgent message, so I had to tell you right away. Jack perked up. An urgent message? The guy said, your sword is finished, sir. Hearing that, Jack lit up. Finally. A little while later, at Ganiel Hambeck's forge, Jack called out, Ganiel, is my sword done? He answered, yes, just a moment please. He zoned out while waiting, thinking. In my past life, the sword I got from Ganiel was forged from midran and pure iron, the legendary sword, Graham. Anyone could tell it was a masterpiece. Even though I gave him a dragon's fang as a material this time, I figured it would probably look just like Graham. But his expectations were completely shattered when he saw the sword. It wasn't a gleaming, golden blade at all. Instead, it was a solid, jet-black sword resting in a wooden case. What is this thing? Jack picked it up with one hand, holding it in front of his face to get a better look. He thought, man, this thing looks basic on the outside. Jack immediately asked, Hanbeck, did you leave the blade dull on purpose? Hanbeck answered, that's just how the sword is. Jack shot him a look, then placed the sword back in its case. So, this is the form you think suits me best. Hanbeck stammered, why yes. He looked at the man in front of him, thinking. Most people would be totally confused by it, but he understood exactly what I was going for. Seeing Jack's thoughtful expression, Hanbeck had an idea. If it's him, he said to Jack, Master, the sword doesn't actually have a name yet. I tried to name it, but nothing felt right. Then he asked, will you name it yourself, Master? Jack pointed at his own face, stunned. Me? Name it? Then, the look in Jack's eyes changed. He thought back. Graham was the one who named by Ganiel himself. But now he's saying this is just a new version of Graham made from a dragon's fang. But this is a completely different sword. With that thought, Jack decisively whipped out a sharp knife and sliced his own hand. A name? Huh? Hanbeck was totally shocked when he saw this. He blurted out, Master, what are you doing? Jack ignored him, just thinking. Even with self-recovery always on, it's still a skill I control. I should be able to control it. Hanbeck, meanwhile, was freaking out, telling him to stop the bleeding. A system notification popped up, confirming skill administrator's request. Self-healing system will be temporarily disabled. A blue aura surrounded Jack's hand, and the cut he just made stopped healing on its own. Jack thought, all right, it worked. Now, he closed his eyes and let his blood drip onto the blade. Hanbeck watched, confused. Is this some kind of sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ceremony, a traditional dwarven ritual used to name a weapon. The user channels their aura, or their spiritual energy into their blood. The ritual begins the moment blood touches the blade. Once it starts, the person performing it sinks deep into their subconscious. They'll wander through an eternity of time until they find the sword's name. It's so dangerous it's almost been forgotten. But he knows this ancient dwarven ritual. How is that possible? From the countless names that pop up, he has to find the one he'll carry forward with him. A name for a new path. A new name. Jack had found it. The Black Sword, Bahamut. Then, a system notification appeared. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as an equipped item. Jack looked up at the glowing sword in front of him. He was the one who named it, but he still gave the blade a skeptical look. Out of all the possible names, I picked the name of an evil dragon. Is my subconscious totally screwed up? Ganiel Hanbeck, however, was completely oblivious to Jack's thoughts. Instead, he just kept gushing over him. As expected, you're incredible, Master. Even among dwarves, barely knew about the sword-naming ritual. Jack just played it cool, like, oh, I just happened to learn it while studying dwarf history or whatever. He glanced at his bandaged wound, thinking, huh, when was the last time I even needed a bandage? Suddenly, Ganiel Hanbeck came up, all formal, asking Jack, my lord, would you like to rest for a moment? There's something I really want to show you. Jack was chill about it. Yeah, sure, take your time. Ganiel Hanbeck immediately bowed, thank you, my lord. Once Ganiel Hanbeck was gone, Jack looked down at his bandaged arm, remembering the system notification that his self-healing skill would be temporarily disabled. He realized being able to control a passive skill was a huge deal. Thinking back, he was like, this means I can stop my powers from getting exposed, like what happened with Duke Drake. Jack touched the bandage, telling himself, no need to show all my cards. Sorry, Ganiel, but I'm taking this off later. Then he glanced over at the sword, propped in the corner, and smirked. But right now, the more important thing is checking this bad boy out first. The system displayed the sword's info, Black Sword Bahamut, a blade forged by a master craftsman with a mystical eye. Made from the strongest fang of the cursed dragon Bahamut, refined with blue flower aura. Unique ability, indestructible. Aura conversion, special feature, sealed, unlocks with the user's growth. After reading that, Jack was seriously hyped. A seal that unlocks with the user's growth? I've never heard of a weapon like that, and it's even indestructible to boot. It's made from a dragon's fang, but this is just ridiculous, he thought. Picking up the sword. Damn. His face reflected on the blade. The most important part is the aura conversion. Jack thought, I went through so much hell to help Galleon create that magic current and forge this sword. It wasn't just because of his insane skills, but because of Graham's core ability, aura conversion. Jack slowly started to feel the flow of power from the sword, a unique ability that converts edger, aura, or any other energy into a light aura. A blue stream of light began to radiate from Jack's hand holding the hilt. That stream of light slowly enveloped both Jack and the sword. I was born unable to use aura, but this is what got me to the red rank knight level. Just then, Daniel Hambeck walked out of the room, scratching his head and sighing, "Phew. Finally found it. My apologies. My lord, did I keep you waiting long?" But as soon as he stepped out, the sight in front of him made his jaw drop. Jack had the sword slung over his shoulder and grinned at him. "Back already?" Daniel Hambeck gasped. "Whoa, a light aura." He was totally blown away. A pure light aura is surrounding the sword. "My lord, you've surpassed the purple rank knight level." Jack said to Daniel Hambeck, "This sword is unbelievable. You worked hard." Daniel Hambeck just laughed. This was nothing compared to the forge. More importantly, he held out a scabbard in front of Jack and said, "Could you take a look at this?" Jack looked at the thing in Daniel Hambeck's hands, intrigued. "A scabbard?" Daniel Hambeck continued, "My master personally crafted this scabbard." Jack stared at the scabbard, thinking, even in my past life, I never heard anything about Galleon's master. Golrin Jobber? A thought suddenly flashed through Jack's mind. What, Golrin Jobber? As in the Golrin Jobber, the legend of the blacksmithing world, Golrin Jobber, the greatest blacksmith on the continent with skills unmatched among the dwarves. Golrin's creations were near perfect and possessed all sorts of special abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold to collectors. Jack rubbed his chin, looking at Daniel Hambeck. "So, you're Golrin's apprentice?" Daniel Hambeck was impressed. "Of course, you can read the dwarven language." Jack continued, "If it's from Golrin, then this is no ordinary scabbard." "Obviously," Daniel Hambeck said confidently. Then he flicked a switch on the scabbard. "If you turn the dial on the face of the scabbard, it'll turn into a shield, like this." The second he finished his sentence, the scabbard transformed into a super sturdy shield. Daniel Hambeck explained the shield's features. Made from wyvern, bone, and mithril, it can block most attacks. If you turn the dial down on the handle, it turns back into a scabbard. Then he offered the scabbard to Jack, saying, "Even though this is nowhere near enough to repay your kindness, my lord, but please accept it. This is my gift to you." Jack was confused. "Couldn't you sell this to build a forge?" Daniel Hambeck laughed out loud. "I could never sell my master's work to anyone." Jack tried to reason with him anyway, "But it's worth tens of thousands of gold." Daniel Hambeck was shocked. "What? Seriously?" But Jack just continued, "Well, whatever. I'll gladly take it." Jack took the scabbard, comparing it to the sword in his hand. The scabbard was smaller. As he thought this, he tried sheathing the sword. But if it's a Golrin Jobber original, then for sure. Watching the scabbard morph its shape to perfectly fit the sword, Jack grinned. "Just as I thought. This thing is way beyond my expectations." Jack happily thanked Daniel Hambeck. "I've received a seriously precious gift, thank you." Seeing how happy he was with the gift, Daniel Hambeck felt good too. "I'm glad you like it, my lord." When he got back, Jack started checking out the gauntlets he'd just gotten. Meteoric iron? That's some super rare material. The system displayed the info for the gauntlets he was holding. Gauntlet info, gauntlets created with meteoric iron. Durable and lightweight. Unique ability, none. Special feature. A unique ability will be activated when the full set of meteoric iron armor is equipped. 2 random boxes were given as quest rewards. Jack looked at the first box he'd just opened with a mix of shock and suspicion. A random box I got as a surprise quest reward. I thought it'd be like some treasure, but the stuff inside is way more valuable. There was still 1 box left unopened. Jack quickly unboxed it too. All right, on to the second one. The box slowly opened, but when he saw what was inside, Jack's face was a giant question mark. The hell is this? He picked up a pretty old-looking piece of paper, all faded and torn in places. He wondered, what is this? A map. Suddenly, Jack's eyes went wide. A system notification popped up in front of him. "We have detected a map containing traces of Grandmaster Kaiser." Jack was like, "Kaiser? No way, the Hero King Kaiser." Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower was this super popular book all over the continent, basically a record of the journey of Kaiser and his crew overthrowing the Kronos Kingdom, which was supposed to be some epic civilization. But the whole story was just way too wild to be true, and with zero historical proof, everyone just wrote it off as fantasy. But after that system notification popped up, Jack's hands were shaking as he gripped the map. So, the Hero King Kaiser was actually real. The system pinged again, restoring and analyzing damaged parts of the item. Analysis complete. Confirmed location marked on the minimap. Jack just stared, totally stunned, first at the system screen, then at the map in his hands. Jack thought, the giant mountain range, that's Manji territory. This might actually be easier than I thought. He sat there, running through the possibilities. Then boom. Another small system screen popped up. Jack glanced at it. Based on user level, tutorial phase ending. He was confused. Tutorial phase ending? He hadn't even processed that one when another alert appeared right by his hand. You have found a quest-linked item. Achievement quest. Kaiser's Legacy. Objective. Collect Kaiser's vision from a ruin marked by Kaiser. Time limit. None. Quest reward. Administrator system level up. Current level. Low-tier administrator. Upgrade to mid-tier administrator. It clicked for Jack. Oh, so the tutorial was just a system designed to get me to a certain level. Jack smirked. I've made my first move. Now the real game begins. He was actually getting hyped. Even the rewards were on a whole nother level. After checking out the rewards and all those pop-ups, Jack slowly got to his feet. All right, then, he said with a grim smile. I'm gonna devour it all. Leave nothing behind. First, gotta use these bank points. The system notifications started rolling in. Tier 2 Dragon Arts now available. View Tier 2 Dragon Arts. Tier 2 Dragon Art Dragon Scale Armor. Hardens into dragon scales, providing insane magic resistance. Locked. Unlock. Price, 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summons a powerful dragon claw to slash enemies. Locked. Unlock price, 80 points. Jack thought, I've got a decent stash of points, but who knows when I'll get another chance to farm this many again. As much as I want to go on a spending spree, I should probably just invest in some potions and the Tier 2 Dragon Arts for now, and keep 400 points as a backup. With that, he tapped the screen. The system instantly announced, activating Dragon Art, Dragon Scale Armor. Activating Dragon Art, Dragon Claw. The Dragon Arts activated on Jack in a flash. He immediately decided to test out his new skills. Let's try Dragon Claw first. Jack swung his arm wide, and a massive gash was instantly torn into the floor. Jack looked at the damage and let out a laugh. Ha, this is even better than I expected. Then he raised his sword to test the other Dragon Art. All right, next up, Dragon Scale Armor. A loud clang echoed as the sword in Jack's hand was violently knocked backward. Jack was shocked. I didn't even use my aura. But even at full strength, instead of cutting through, the blade just bounced right off me. It's like wearing full-body armor without a single piece of gear. Rolling his shoulder, Jack thought. Dragon Claw for offense. Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Pretty straightforward. All right, warm-up's over. Let's get going. The scene shifts to the central training grounds at Dragon Academy. A voice boomed across the field. All right, before we begin the Aura Practical Exam, I'm gonna lay down the rules. The instructor, sword in hand, continued. Behind me, you'll see the training dummies. These things are specially made. A normal physical attack won't even leave a scratch, he said, dragging the tip of his blade across a dummy. However, if you channel aura into your attack, they can be easily destroyed. After the demonstration, he sheathed his sword and went on. But if you can't even manage to break one of these, he gave everyone an ice-cold stare. Then you fail. Regardless of your previous evaluations, you'll be starting over from the absolute basics. The students tensed up, breaking out in a cold sweat and murmuring to each other. Start over from scratch? That means we can't level up. The instructor yelled, Quiet. When I call your name, you step forward. Next up, Aaron. A kid named Aaron scrambled to the front, present. Watching the nervous kid, Owen, who was standing behind him, thought, all these rookies are so jittery. A smug grin spread across his face. But for me, this training method is basically just my family's aura technique. After all, the entire aura curriculum at this academy was designed by the Jimin family. He shot a glance over at Jake and Vert and Jack. Doesn't matter how talented some true blood awakened are. They'll never beat me when it comes to aura control. Just then, the instructor called out, Next, Owen. Owen strode forward confidently, sword in hand. Ignoring the instructor's step forward when you're ready, he stomped his foot and swung his sword. Everyone gasped, seeing the flow of aura swirling around him. Whoa, sword resonance. The examiner turned to the instructor. He's only 13 years old and he's already achieved sword resonance. That's seriously impressive. The instructor just gave a cold humph. It's to be expected from a prestigious noble family. A flash of light and one dummy was torn through the torso. Another's head was sliced clean off. All you could see were streaks of light zipping past, and the other dummies were getting ripped to shreds. The other students were just stunned silent by the display. Every single dummy was left in tatters from just a few passes of Owen's sword. The examiner immediately praised him. Incredible. Just what you'd expect from the Jimin family. He clapped a hand on Owen's shoulder to encourage him. At this rate, he might even surpass Lord Aben. But instead of being happy about the praise like a normal student, Owen just gritted his teeth and slapped the guy's hand away. Watching his angry retreat, the examiner muttered, "What's with the attitude?" The instructor just crossed his arms and scowled. Arrogant brat. Then the announcements continued. One by one, the other students went up for their test, but it looked like none of them were doing too hot. The examiner glanced at the scoreboard and grunted. "Looks like they're all struggling." The instructor said. They probably lost all their confidence after watching Owen's little show. He glanced over the students, thinking, still, no one has actually failed yet. Even if it's just a tiny chip, every student in this advanced class can infuse their blade with aura. But even in a place packed with elites, the strong always stand out. Just then, it was Janna's turn. She stepped up and said, "I'm ready." Before she began, she turned to the instructor. "Sir, I have a request." The instructor just replied, "Spit it out." Model Jenna Turin stared the guy down, not backing off an inch. "I want to be tested on the dragon-slaying arts," she demanded. The instructor just tells her that's an evaluation for the upperclassmen. Jenna Turin didn't flinch. "I know." The other students watching started whispering, Ever since she awakened as a true blood, she's become so damn arrogant. Channeling aura is one thing, but the dragon-slaying arts are on a whole other level. Just keeping your aura on the blade is tough enough, but the dragon-slaying arts require pinpoint control to pour just the right amount of aura into every single move. Owen smirked, thinking she'd probably manage a few swings, tops. Then she'll totally lose control of her aura. Jenna Turin, your stupid pride is gonna be your downfall. The instructor looked skeptical. The penalty for failure is way harsher for this one. Are you absolutely sure? Jenna Turin shot back. I'm sure. The instructor just gave in. Fine, whatever. It's your funeral. Jenna just bowed her head. Thank you. With that, she raised her sword. The other students shut up and watched Jenna start the test. A wave of aura immediately flared up around her. She brought the sword down hard, slicing right through a dummy. Then, bam! Flashes of light shot everywhere, dicing the other dummies into pieces. On the last one, Jenna Turin just straight up stabbed it, and the whole thing exploded into splinters. And just like that, Jenna Turin was done. Behind her was a total wreck of splintered dummies all over the floor. The students who saw it were freaking out. Damn, she's on another level. I thought Owen was the master of aura control, but he's got nothing on her. Hearing all this chatter, Owen was grinding his teeth, a vein popping on his forehead. Damn it. Jenna, catching her breath, spun around and pointed her sword right at him, which totally caught him off guard. He scowled, thinking, what the hell? You trying to pick a fight with me? But then his expression changed. He slowly turned around. His face got all tense. No. The sword was pointed in his direction, yeah, but there was someone else standing behind him. Someone way more dangerous. Jack had this smirk on his face like, you're not even worth my time. Jack just scratched his head, thinking to himself, great, this is going to be a pain. He remembered the look Jaina was giving him. With her staring me down like that, I can't just blow it off. Whatever. Guess I should give her what she wants. Maybe play along a little? With that thought, he raised his hand. Hey, Professor, I want to be graded on the dragon-slaying arts, too. Hearing that, the professor looked seriously pissed off. He shot him a dirty look and asked, you said your name's Jack, right? You think the dragon-slaying arts are a cakewalk just because you saw student Jenna Turin make it look easy. He kept going. Student Jenna Turin is a pure-blood awakener. He was about to say more, but someone else cut him off. The grading conditions will be the same as they were for Jenna Turin. You got a problem with that? Jack just smirked back, full of confidence. Not at all. Without skipping a beat, he stepped into position. But the other prof still wasn't happy and piped up again. Why are you letting this happen? This kid is marked down as present for every single class, but I've never laid eyes on him, not one single time. The first professor answered, that's because he won a bet against instructor Andre. But whatever, you're new, so you wouldn't know. A pure-blood awakener with a golden aura nobody's ever seen before. The kid who smashed Sir Aben's record in the dungeon exploration test, that's the guy standing right over there, Jack Drake. A system notification popped up. Black Sword Bahamut has detected ether. Activating unique ability. Aura conversion. Now converting ether to aura. He looked worried for a second, thinking, crap, holding this back is way harder than I thought. After a beat, he calmed down, tightened his grip on his sword, and smirked. This should be enough, right? Without wasting another second, Jack started his swing. The second she saw the attack, Jenna Turin knew exactly what it was. Her eyes went wide. The move Jack's using, that's the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 1, Section 1. Heaven Cleaver. She thought, a little worried, if I'm seeing this right, compared to Instructor Andres, his form is basically perfect. The one slash he made sliced the training dummy, clean in half. This is the dragon slaying art I practiced over and over for 2 whole years before I came back, from the angle of the swing, to my footwork, even the flow of my aura. My body just moves on its own now, without me even having to think about it. At that thought, Jack planted his feet firmly, steadying his body. He glanced down at the sword in his hand. Even though I'm so sick of this, of drilling this technique again and again, I guess going back to basics isn't so bad. This should be enough to light a fire under Jenna Turun. Just then, a bunch of whispers started up. It made him jump. Wait, hold on. Did he just completely cover his sword in aura? Right, yeah? I saw it too. The whole blade. Does that mean Jack's already at the level of a sword master? Hearing them, he flinched. Guess I got a little too carried away. Right behind him, every single training dummy had been completely obliterated. Looks like I let my aura slip out without thinking. I was just trying to match Jenna's level. Crap. Now I've gone and made a scene again. The 2 professors were stunned, silent. A first-year student. At the level of a sword master. Hearing all this, Owen's fists were clenched so tight they were shaking. Deep down, a fear he didn't want anyone to see was bubbling up. Meanwhile, over with Jenna Turun. Her fists were clenched too. But her expression was totally different from that loser Owen's. A small smile played on her lips. A little while later, in a large office, someone set a teacup down on the table. I heard about your little show during the semester evaluation, Hogwarts said. Seems you pulled off something pretty incredible. Huh? Jack just said. It was just luck. The man didn't buy it. Reaching the level of a sword master at just 13 years old, and you call that just luck. So, Jack, what do you say to taking a grade advancement test? Hearing that, Jack asked, a little confused. A grade advancement test? You mean like skipping a grade? The man replied, could be 1 grade, or maybe even more. It's a program for exceptional students, like you. Before the guy could say more, Jack thought to himself, looks like they took the bait faster than I expected. Oh well, I guess Hogwarts is making a bigger deal out of this than I thought. I figured this would happen. Thinking this, Jack just smirked and shot back. All right, whatever, I'll do it. And just like that, the convo was over as the door slowly shut. Jack walked off, pissed as hell, thinking to himself, looks like that dude's got something up his sleeve. You want to play? Let's play. Inside his room, Hogwarts stared out the window. All of a sudden, he reached into his coat and whipped something out. He muttered, Jenna Turun and Jack Drake. Both pure-blood awakeners have accepted the test. Hearing this, a voice came back out of nowhere. Got it. I'll handle the arrangements. A nasty grin spread across Hogwarts' face. Now things are getting interesting. Cut to Draco Academy, in the high-end aura training room. And who's already there? Jenna Turun. She shot a look to the side. Standing right next to her was Jack, of all people. He totally avoided her eyes, giving this awkward smile. The dude was sweating buckets, thinking, dude, at least pretend you weren't just spying on her. Right then, the door swung open and some guy walked in. Sorry to keep you waiting. He walked closer. The one watching over today's advancement test is a high-ranking knight from the main family. And right in front of him, a dude with white hair and a nasty scar across his face shows up. Sir Wen Drake. Jack knew who this was the second he laid eyes on him. His eyes went wide as he wondered, when? A memory hit him like a truck. Back then, Wen was carrying some messed-up-looking guy. The second he set him down, Jack showed up right behind him. With a pissed-off look, he asked, Drake? Then he immediately reached behind his back, drew his sword, and added, why the hell are the Empire's damn dogs here? But in response to that question, Wen didn't even flinch. Jack stopped drawing his sword, too, and carefully scoped out the ground ahead. He's just a kid. Wen started digging into the dirt with his bare hands. Jack could feel the guy's pain, so he just shut up. He just stood there, watching Wen dig a grave for the kid. All of a sudden, a shovel stabbed into the ground next to him, making him jump. Jack walked up. Need a hand? Before the guy could even answer, Jack was like, I'm helping whether you like it or not. He started digging and kept talking. I'm Jack Drake, Northern Alliance Forces. You're a Draker, right? Wen shot back, no. I threw that name away. Jack was like, guess that makes 2 of us. So what do I call you? The guy answered, just call me Wen. Back in the present, Jack smirked at Wen. Wen, huh. A name that totally fits a quiet, cold-as-ice sword like him. Whatever. Snapping out of it, they both put a hand over their chest, bowed, and said, greetings, Sir Wen. A Draker needs a high-ranking knight to watch a couple of first years take an advancement test? Seriously? A high-ranking knight is basically a pillar holding up the whole Draker family, a big-shot title that takes a mix of power, rep, and experience. A super prestigious gig. Then, some professor dude piped up. The test is a sword fight. Should be familiar turf for anyone from the cradle, right? As long as you're not knocked out or you tap out, the fight goes on. So bring everything you've got. Hearing that, Jenna started drawing her sword. Then I'll go first. But the professor shut her down. No, he went on. Don't bother with one-on-one. Both of you, come at me at once. That got Jenna pissed. She gripped her sword tight, but Jack Drake immediately stopped her. He said, chill out. You know there's a huge power gap here. He shot her a look and a little smirk, adding, besides, the test has already started. If you rush in like that, all emotional, you're gonna lose points. What Jack said actually worked. Jenna Turun calmed down and let out a breath. She then asked, so what's the plan, Jack Drake? Jack smirked, thinking to himself, hey, that's the genius Jenna Turun for ya. Catches on quick. He answered, I've got the perfect plan for this. We're gonna land one, solid, perfectly aimed hit on him. And with that, the fight was on. They both flanked Wen, eyes locked on him. Jack watched as he drew his sword, thinking, a special, single-edged sword from the Eastern nation. A Wando. Yeah, it's a short, single-edged sword you use one-handed, designed to be paired with a shield. It comes from the Joseon dynasty, named after the ring on the scabbard where you attach a strap for easy carrying. Thinking this, it hit him. So he's been using this sword for a long time. Heh. Looks like Jenna's pride is getting a little bruised. But what good is pride if you're weak, he thought, staring right at her and giving a slight nod. Just gotta ditch the feelings and focus on the plan. She got it instantly. Her eyes hardened and she nodded back. With a plan set, they both swung their swords and charged straight at Wen. But before their blades even got close, the guy moved like lightning, unleashing a flurry of blocks with ease. It wasn't just Jenna Turun. Jack was trying his ass off to get close, but he couldn't break through. But they weren't giving up that easy, coordinating their attacks perfectly. Then, all of a sudden, there was a huge crash. Wen sent them both flying to one side. Seeing those moves, Jenna Turun was seriously impressed, thinking, so this is what a high-ranking knight can do. Even though I kept aiming for his blind spots just like Jack told me to, not only could I not land a solid hit, I couldn't even scratch the guy. With that thought, she didn't hesitate and went straight for her big move. Dragon Slaying Arts, Chapter 3. Be prepared to kill. The thought barely finished before a blade came slicing straight down in front of Wen. Half Moon Slash. But this guy was no joke. He dodged back in a flash, then lashed out with a kick that slammed right into Jenna Turun before she could even react. That brutal kick sent her flying, slamming her into the ground as dust exploded everywhere. Seeing this, the others standing around rushed over to Jenna, all worried. Miss Jenna Turun, are you okay? Hearing them, she just gripped a fragment from the wall. I'm fine, she shot back. Wiping the blood off her mouth, she warned everyone. It's way too dangerous here. You guys need to scram. Wait, did I really black out for a sec and create an opening? Nah, no way. At my current level, I could never pull that off. With that thought, she glanced at Jack, wondering, you seriously think you can pull this off, Jack Drake? Jenna Turun remembered what he'd said earlier. She'd been pissed, snapping. Like hell, I'm gonna be part of some cheap-ass tactic like that. You're trying to tarnish an honorable duel? Jack Drake heard that, laughed, and shot back, oh yeah. Can you eat honor? This ain't some knight's tournament. It's a test. They're testing our killer instinct. Faced with that cold, hard logic, Jenna Turun was speechless. She sighed, all right, fine. I mean, I'm the one who asked you, but you really think that strategy's gonna work? Our opponent's a high-level knight, you know. He just smirked and said, we just have to force a situation where it has to work. Just like when you fought me back in Cradle. Think about it. Why couldn't you dodge that rock? She shot back. Because I never thought you'd pull a cheap stunt like that. Exactly, he replied. Jack cracked a smirk and added, high-level knights are no different. Just wait for my signal. It'll definitely work. One tiny opening is all I need. Back in the present, just as Owen launched his attack on Jenna Turun, Jack seized the chance to unleash his dragon-slaying arts, along with the shadowless step wind arts. Seeing the move, Owen was totally shocked, whispering, that's Duke Drake's technique. The second he said it, he felt something was off. His eyes shot backward, and just in the nick of time, he threw up his sword to block a slash coming from Jack Drake. Jack smirked. You should probably start taking this seriously. Before Owen could even process that, the lights just freaking died, plunging the whole place into darkness. Owen looked around, totally baffled, thinking, the lights are out? Oh, I get it. Those little punks are using the mana suppression trait of a pure-blooded awakened. Realizing he'd been played, he sent Jack flying back with a swing of his sword. But that didn't stop anything. Jack just kept coming at him in the dark. Seeing this move, Owen thought, totally unimpressed. What a childish little trick. Do these brats really think that just by blocking my sight, they have a shot at beating a high-level knight? That thought evaporated the instant the figure of Jack Drake appeared right next to him in a flash. He wondered, completely confused. But what is this weird feeling? Why is it that in this pitch-black darkness, where I can barely see a damn thing, he's moving around like he has perfect night vision? While Owen was still lost in thought, Jack made his move. This is the perfect chance to test out my new dragon skill. Besides, Owen's not the type to run his mouth about it. And just like that, the system notification popped up, activating Dragon Skill, Dragon's Claw. Over with Owen, staring at the insanely destructive flame barreling right at him, he couldn't help but yell in shock. Is this seriously the swordsmanship of a freshman? Right then and there, he could clearly see what he was up against. The phantom of a massive, terrifying black dragon. No, this is more than just swordsmanship. No matter how you slice it, Jack Drake is way beyond a student's level. But Jenna Tarun can't move around in the dark as easily as Jack. So he's ditching the non-essential factor to focus on pinning me down. As he thought this, Owen leaped into the air, swinging his sword right at Jack. But that tactic only works when your opponent's on the same level as you. In the total darkness, the sound of swords clashing rang out like crazy as the fight got super intense. Jack was shocked, thinking, his movements are basically the same as before the lights went out. Don't tell me he's already used to the dark. The moment he thought that, a blade flashed straight for him. The one behind the attack was, of course, Owen. Luckily, Jack dodged it just in the nick of time. Owen scowled, pissed off. He vanished. I can barely see his outline. It's like I'm fighting a ghost. While he was just standing there like an idiot, Jack's silhouette appeared right behind him. Sensing something, Owen swung his sword back again, but it wasn't Jack he hit. He wondered, a mana lamp? Turns out, Jack was up above, slashing down all the lights with everything he had. The noise was covering up Jack Drake's presence. And then, a lightning-fast slash came down from above. Owen instantly threw his sword up to block it. Somehow, Jack was now standing right in front of him, a shady grin on his face. Before Owen could figure out what the hell was going on, Jack yelled, "Now, Reyna!" He remembered what the professor had told him before. It's simple enough in terms of structure and materials, but you can only use it once. So what kind of magic are you planning to put in there? When the professor heard what Jack said, he freaked out. What? An explosion spell? Jack just smiled and said, "Nah, just a flash of light and a loud bang is all I need." Back in the present, the bomb thrown right at Owen went off with a brilliant flash of light and a deafening boom. Jack smirked, satisfied. Perfect timing, Reyna. This move was definitely something Owen never saw coming. He couldn't even react, just collapsed to the ground, clutching his ears, his eyes completely blank. He gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it, I fell right into their trap. Thinking Jenna Tarun was just dead weight was my biggest mistake. The moment he thought that, Jenna Tarun and Jack charged him together, swords ready, looking totally fired up. He smirked. But before either of them could act on their intentions, On leaped up and unleashed his dragon-slaying art. Chapter 4, Part 1, Crescent Moon Slash. The blow sent Jack flying backward, slamming him hard onto the ground. Jenna Tarun suffered the same fate, with no time to react. On just stood there, stunned, gritting his teeth hard. The pain was written all over his face. Just then, the people injured in the chaotic battle were brought back one by one. A girl walked over to cheer him up. "You worked hard." Before he could reply, a man with a booming voice approached. "On, you bastard. You completely destroyed someone else's disciple." Turns out, that was his master. Seeing the man, On immediately bowed his head in greeting. His master just waved back, same as always. Duke Drake slung an arm around On's shoulder and asked, "So, how's my disciple?" Hearing this, On went quiet. He thought back to that moment with Jack Drake. In that split second, when the attack landed, he had deliberately thrown away his sword and switched to a defensive stance. He totally could have counterattacked. So why didn't he? Was his goal not to win, but to improve and learn? Was he only showing just enough of his strength as needed? On looked at his own hands and said, "Jack Drake is far beyond my ability to judge." The scene changes to the Academy's promotion meeting room. I assume everyone agrees with this opinion. The people in the meeting spoke up, "Yes, Headmaster." Andre also replied, "No objections at all." Jenna Turin and Jack were officially promoted to 5th year and 3rd year. After that, Jack kept as low a profile as possible. After receiving all of Duke Andre's teachings, he had taken Jack's place. Jack had maintained a good relationship with Professor Fan Ong, but he and Jack gradually drifted apart when Jack was chosen by Del Po's Royal Magic Research Institute and left the academy. Jack no longer had any connection to the powerful noble families. But then something interesting happened. On relentlessly sought out Jack for duels. And just like that, he had an epiphany. He took a leave of absence and locked himself in his room for some secluded training. 2 years passed like that, and Jack graduated from the academy. Blessings were showered upon Jack. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the youngest person to ever enter Valhalla. You must be very proud. Jack Drake was now 15 years old. Decker said joyfully. The headmaster rarely writes an admission recommendation letter himself. Jack replied, wow, so many. Then he thought, the title of youngest new student. Seems like 2 years of silence meant nothing at all. Jack spoke up. The entrance ceremony is in about 3 months, right? Decker, you head to Atlas first. The man was shocked to hear this, but stammered a reply, yes. And you, young master? Jack packed his things and answered, I'm going to retreat to a quiet place by myself. He said, I don't want anyone bothering me. Got it? Decker complied. Yes, young master. The Kaiser ruins are located in the giant mountain range. Under the guise of a retreat, Jack planned to use the Agos Kingdom's Adventurers Guild. To launch an expedition, there was no need to inform any suspicious characters of his whereabouts. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jack called out and Liam entered, kneeling and bowing his head. My greetings, Lord Jack Drake. He turned around. Liam, I told you, that title feels way too stuffy. A simple greeting is enough. Hearing this, Decker said, then I'll take my leave, young master. He replied, why did you summon me all the way to the Platinum residence? Only Jack and Liam were left in the room. I heard you were transferred to the special class, Jack said. As your master. How could I just stand by and watch? I've compiled everything you'll need during your time at the Academy, expected questions for academic assessments, a training manual, and necessary materials for the exams. Go see Fapnea and show him this. He'll provide you with all the items. Oh, and when you become a 4th year, you'll need a proper sword, too. You can also request it from Fapnea. I've already paid for everything, so don't worry. I'm sure you'll do great, Liam. I will never fail my master's expectations. Hearing these words, Liam's eyes filled with tears, and he bit his lip to keep them from spilling over, then bowed his head with determination. I literally just said a minute ago that stuff feels stuffy. I will correct my words. The Agos Kingdom is located at the northernmost tip of the central continent. Along with Delbra, Tibia, and Alenia, it is considered one of the 4 great kingdoms of the central continent. The giant mountain range, which separates the land of magical beasts from the continent, contains countless dungeons that attract adventurers eager to seek their fortune. Recognizing this, the first king of Agos integrated adventurers and dungeons into the kingdom's main industry. With royal backing, the giant mountain range was divided into hundreds of sectors, establishing supply routes and outposts for management. This was the origin of the Agos Adventurers Guild, an organization that would later spread across the continent. Next, number 546. 546. Number 546. Not here. Next, number 547. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer. Jack Drake submitted his papers at the Eastline office. They would issue him a registration card. Jack Drake replied, thanks. Drake thought to himself while he was disguised as Jack Drake. With a wig and magic glasses, it's better to create an adventurer identity to move around more conveniently. Traveling under the name Drake would be way too conspicuous. Jack thought it was time to start the treasure hunt. At the gathering point, some carriages had already departed, while the rest were waiting for other adventurers. Jack was in one of those moving carriages. He thought to himself, lucky I still found a seat during peak season. Suddenly, a voice rang out, hey kid, are you an adventurer too? You look pretty tense. First time in a dungeon? Why don't you join us? We might not look like much, but we're seasoned pros. Dungeons are dangerous these days. Going in alone is just asking to be monster chow. Right, scum like this is everywhere. He thought, they say the first party you enter a dungeon with determines half of your life as an adventurer. Ever heard that? In their minds, they were thinking about their real purpose. Tricking newbie adventurers into being monster bait or selling them to slave traders. Jack just listened, not saying a word. They were smirking, just waiting to see what he'd do. All of a sudden, Jack stood up and said, shut up, which totally shocked them. What the hell? What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Then, Jack Drake went over to the carriage door. He said to the driver, 500 meters back and to our left, there's a monster. Looks like a pack of ox. Are monsters supposed to pop up around here? The driver, all confused, asked, huh? What are you talking about? This route is a safe zone. Hearing this, the other adventurers with him just burst out laughing. Looks like this little chicken is starting to freak out. You don't know that the main guild routes are run directly by the kingdom? Forget about monsters. Even wild animals can't get into the safe zone. Jack spoke up. Then what's that behind you? The guy's heart skipped a beat as he asked, what? A horde of monsters appeared and attacked them. The carriage was wrecked, everything torn apart by giant ox. What the hell is happening? An oxy got closer to him. Pinned under the carriage, he trembled in fear, screaming helplessly, "Help! Help me!" The ox's blood-soaked mace dragged across the ground. By then, Jack had already ducked behind a tree. If ox are rampaging in a safe zone, that means the outpost isn't doing its job. After the ox showed up, everything fell apart just like Jack predicted. They really made a mess, even taking down the Argo soldiers. But with this many people, shouldn't they have been able to handle most of the monsters? Jack got a really bad feeling. He stared, stunned, at the cut across a soldier's chest. Jack gritted his teeth in fury. This wasn't a monster. This was a person. This body was deliberately mutilated to make it look like a monster did it. Jack moved from corpse to corpse, inspecting them. But if it were really a monster, the cut wouldn't be this clean. And most of them were killed in a single blow, with no chance to fight back. He leaped over to the other side, still lost in thought. This has to be the work of at least one squad of Purple Knights. Sucks, but hanging around here will only look more suspicious. Jack's eyes darted towards a jaw trap above, filled with skulls. The priority right now is to find the Kaisa ruins, a marker for barbarian territory. Looking at the map, I'm almost at the Kaisa ruins, but just then, a noise came from behind him. A ton of the Empire's lackeys were hiding behind the trees, watching. Why are the Imperial Hounds here? The Hounds are an elite unit under the Emperor, handpicked from the Empire's Knight trainees. Trained in tracking and assassination, they're supposed to be a key force in the Continental War the Empire is about to kick off. Jack looked at his screen, thinking, watching their movements on the map. When I got here, that tailing method, there's no mistaking it. Old memories came flooding back. They're the bastards who killed me in my past life. His eyes sharpened as pure hatred flared up. The situation was obvious. The Emperor is obsessed with immortality and is tearing the continent apart, looking for something. That's right. Even before I came back, the Emperor was obsessed with ancient holy relics, chasing some stupid dream. Old images flashed through Jack's mind, uniting the continent. Delusions of immortality. Could the Emperor already know about the Kaisa ruins? He glanced to the side, on alert. I have to check it out myself. With that, Jack vanished. This made the Emperor's hounds come out of hiding to search. They all looked left and right, trying to find any trace of him. A captain reached into his pocket, digging for something. He pulled out a gun. But before he could do anything, Jack appeared out of nowhere, unleashing a series of slashes on the captain's arm. The arm dropped to the ground. The gun fell from the severed hand as Jack's voice cut through the air. A yellow flare. For an unexpected situation. Just as I thought, you're the captain. He asked, only 3 of you? Must be the outer patrol. They usually move in teams of 12. The other guys rushed forward, yelling, who are you? Who sent you? Jack, however, didn't give a damn and just swung his blade. He sent the captain's head flying. His eyes narrowed and his voice went cold. You still don't get what's happening, do you? Jack growled, I'm the one asking the questions here. His gaze fell on the 2 guys behind him, who were shaking like leaves. He threatened, think hard. There are still 2 of you. If one dies, is the other one going to keep his mouth shut? Jack's voice dropped. I hope you make a wise choice. After a moment, he pressed his bloody hand against the screen. Suddenly, a complaining voice drifted over. This must be the temporary base. So damn cramped. Jack pulled his mask up, thinking to himself, these bastards turned the outpost into a slaughterhouse. They even killed royal soldiers. Did they really find the ruins? Only one way to find out. With that thought, he leaped down. For anyone who dares oppose Meccan, only eternal death awaits. The scene cuts to the base. A guard looks sleepy, yawning over and over again. He sighed. What kind of psycho stands guard in barbarian territory? The other guy spoke up. For real. We were totally burned out from that stupid turf war when they ordered us to infiltrate the Pevla gang. And this feels just the same. Some captain loser looking down on everyone. He slams his hand on the railing, yelling, that's the dagger style of a southern assassin. Then he starts screaming threats. I don't care if you're Macon or Pavila. Anyone who shows up here is dead meat. Surrender, and I'll give you a clean death. Jack hears him and looks up, thinking, that's their captain? He's almost at the level of a blue knight, huh? Compared to the hounds I fought in my past life, these guys are a complete joke. Then he smirks. A clean death, you say? All the guards grind their teeth as Jack speaks up. Is that seriously what you say to the guy who just smoked your buddies? Instead of mourning your guys, you're going to go easy on their killer, he taunts. Typical cowards from the central continent. Jack lunges, his blade flashing. Give him the death he wants. Tear him to shreds. No more talk. He unleashes a series of insane slashes, and one clean swipe sends the grunts surrounding him flying. Jack's a little confused. Weird. Were the hounds always this pathetic? He glances up, wondering, is it them, or am I just that damn strong now? All right, no need to test the waters anymore. The system window pops up. Activate mana reflection. The captain up top is totally freaking out. Seeing this, the guy looks up, bewildered. A power outage? Now. Panic starts flooding his brain. Could it be? Mana disruption from a Dragonslayer? The captain thinks back to Jack. The dude wasn't carrying anything special, and he hasn't used anything like that yet. But his swordsmanship, it's gotta be the Southern style. He's an assassin, no doubt about it. The guy tries to calm himself down. It's probably just a coincidence. With that thought, the captain leans over and yells, "Don't freak out. The power will be back on soon. Just hold your positions till then." But just as he turns away, the lights flicker back on. He looks down, and every single one of his guards is dead, lying in pools of their own blood. The captain's face goes ghost white. What the hell? That's when Jack appears right behind him, his voice low. The Emperor's got some nerve, going after the ruins of the hero king, Kaiser. The captain is shaking, his hands slowly reaching for his sword. He stammers, "K. Kaiser's ruins?" Then he swings his sword wildly, screaming, "What kind of crap are you spouting?" But when the captain spins around, no one's there. The voice just echoes around him, "Don't worry. If you won't talk, I'll just find out on my own." Suddenly, a hand clamps over his face from out of nowhere. Jack ambushes him from behind, covering his eyes and pressing a blade to his throat. The guy lets out a terrified scream. "Wait, we seriously don't know anything." But Jack's not interested in excuses. A flick of his wrist, a clean slice across the throat, and blood sprays into the air. After that, Jack quickly took care of anyone else in his way. He walks outside, casually tossing the dagger behind him as he thinks to himself, "Everything that happened here will get blamed on Meccan." The dagger thuds into the ground. The Meccan Syndicate, a criminal outfit from the southern continent, one I used to run with in my past life. They'll do anything for cash. After the Cusco Kingdom collapsed from civil war, the lawless lands got split between the Meccan and Pavala gangs. His mind keeps racing. I probably should have hidden my identity and just used my dragon descendant skills, but nah, I deliberately used the southern sword style. He flashes back to leaving Meccan's signature mark behind. It's always safer to have a scapegoat. Jack pulls down his mask, his eyes flicking upwards. The Empire, he thinks. They'll totally pin this on the southern gangs. And even if they try to fight back, Meccan will just get wiped out. So yeah, that works out for me. His face gets serious, but more importantly, that letter I found inside. The Emperor is even crazier than I thought. Jack looks down at a map on the table. The Imperial Order says to find ancient relics, but the insane part is the campaign map that came with it. He thinks to himself, from the central continent to the eastern one, over to Chu, and even into the mysterious Black Sea. The hounds are being sent to every single place they think might have a relic. Jack steps outside, realizing that means the hounds are already back to the same strength they were before I regressed. But they still haven't found Kaiser's ruins. I've got to move fast. Just then, a bright flash in the sky cuts him off. Jack looks up, confused, and blurts out, "A red flare? No way." The flare explodes in a brilliant light, blazing like the sun. He instantly recognizes it. It's the signal to activate the Heaven and Earth Net. Streaks of light rain down, forming a massive web. The Heaven and Earth Net has never once failed to track, surround, and search the area around a flare. This whole tracking formation forces every hound to lock down their position until the commander gives the word. And once the kill order is given, what's waiting for the target is certain death. Even I bought the farm once against the Heaven and Earth Net while trying to swipe a treasure. He keeps running, his mind on the system. But I have the system now. Suddenly, some scar-faced dude jumps out in front of him, sword swinging. Jack's instantly on the back foot as more guys rush in to surround him. Scarface is glaring at him like he wants to eat him alive. Jack kicks out, slashing wildly to parry their attacks. We'll see who's gonna die here. With a burst of speed, he leaps out of their circle, backing away. He watches them. Just as I thought, Scarface still looks tense and kind of shocked, like he can't believe Jack just got away. They all just stop and stare at him. These guys are on a whole different level from those losers in the cave, and now more of them appear behind him. Crap, he's surrounded again. Jack scratches his head. Man, this is getting complicated. He pulls up his system screen to check his status, thinking, if I go all out, I can probably escape, but that would blow my cover. Jack grabs the horn hanging from his necklace. Guess I have no choice. I really didn't want to have to use this. With that, he lifts it to his lips and blows, getting all their attention. The sound echoes everywhere, loud as hell. The grunts immediately start looking around, murmuring, what was that? He has backup. But then, suddenly, Scarface's expression turns to one of pure terror. He saw the 3 bombs in Jack's hand and screamed, he's got smoke bombs. That whistle was just a diversion. Get him. Just then, he threw down the 3 bombs, and a huge explosion erupted. Jack emerged from the smoke and dust with a wicked grin, but when the smoke cleared, He completely lost track of Scarface. He pointed, giving orders, "Don't panic. We've got this whole place locked down. He's not getting away. Hold your positions and watch carefully for any strange movements around you." At his command, all the goons stood dead still, observing. Scarface was completely baffled. Not a single trace of his presence. Does he really think I'm gonna back down just because I can't see him? Or was there something more to that whistle earlier? Suddenly, one of the goons went flying into the air, blood splattering everywhere as if he'd been attacked by some invisible force. It was so fast it startled Scarface. What the hell? He spun around, eyes wide. It was insane. A whole horde of giant Chan barbarians was charging out and attacking his men. Scarface was freaked out. Barbarians? What the hell is this? We didn't do anything to them. He watched in horror as the Chan tribe attacked without stopping. I could deal with one or two, but why a whole damn horde? One of the goons charged forward, his sword pulsing with energy, screaming, "You damn savages." But the Chan easily dodged the slash. The guy's hand started shaking in fear as he stammered, I can't land a hit." Before he could finish the sentence, the barbarian slammed a powerful fist right into his head, knocking him offline instantly. Blood went flying. Scarface couldn't figure it out. Damn it, why are they so riled up all of a sudden? My men are gonna get wiped out. He then raised his gun high. He fired a loud shot into the air, a flare rocketing into the sky as he yelled, "Retreat." The Chan barbarians instantly locked onto the sound and gave chase. All the goons and Scarface bolted, screaming in terror. "Retreat! Run for it!" After they were gone, a figure slowly rose up from the ground. It was Jack. He emerged from the dust, brushing off his clothes with a smirk. This worked even better than I expected. This tusk is a tactical communication tool used by the barbarians. Jack held up the necklace, raising it in his palm. He thought to himself, it helps you control the chaos on a battlefield. In my past life, I made an alliance with a barbarian tribe and learned how to craft and use it. I used the whistle to tell them that foreign invaders were trying to conquer their land. They might seem like primitive savages, but they have their own traditions and customs, something they'll protect with all their might. He yanked the necklace off, murmuring, "With my crafting skill level, it was only good for one use." With that business handled, Jack Drake strolled away. Explosions continued to roar in the distance as he urged himself on. All right, time to find the real ruins. Scene change. We hear stealthy footsteps. Jack is carefully hiding behind a wall, watching. He whispers, "Too many obstacles." A notification panel popped up. You have found a dragon-type creature affected by demonic energy. Seeing the draconic beast, he was a little suspicious. Dragon types are here too. Jack looked at the door behind the monster. According to the map, that was the right way. He asked the system, "Can you open that door?" A notification appeared. Administrator's request confirmed. Accessing. Connected to the management system of the Hero King Kaiser's Sanctuary. Now opening the Hero King Kaiser's Sanctuary. Just then, the stone door slowly started to lift. Naturally, the loud noise attracted the Hydra's attention. It instantly let out a terrifying snarl. It looked around, checking its surroundings. A smirk formed on Jack Drake's lips. Guess I'll have to work for this after all. Dragon-slaying secret art. Then, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, ending up right in the Hydra's face. Without wasting a second, Jack moved like a blur, launching a continuous barrage of attacks. Shadowless step martial arts. A thought flashed through his mind. I'll use Shadowless step to distract it, then make a break for the door. Jack reached for the door. He was almost there. But the Hydra was one step faster. It opened its massive mouth and smashed the door to bits, its tail whipping against the nearby wall. The Hydra's teeth ended up completely shattered. Turns out, he had been 2 steps ahead of it, axe already in hand. He unleashed a powerful chop, the dragon-slaying secret art, 7th form, dragon head decapitation. Jack landed back on the ground, but the Hydra's blood all over him began to hiss with red smoke, like it was burning him. He stood up, looking at his smoking hand in confusion. Its blood is poisonous, too. A notification popped up, recovery skill activated. Jack was taken aback. A 9-headed dragon-type monster? Dense black smoke billowed upwards. In my past life, Master said even he couldn't beat it. The 9-headed Hydra. He looked up, a small smile on his face. All right then, let's see just how tough you really are. The fight was on. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere as Jack struggled to block a giant fang from the Hydra. Another head roared, lunging at him from a different angle. He slammed his sword into the ground for support, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. He cursed quietly, "Damn it. What good is this dragon-slaying art?" Jack thought to himself. In an era where real dragons are extinct, the closest thing we've got are draconic monsters like this, but it's totally useless against them. Watching the Hydra continue its roaring assault, he got frustrated. No matter how much I slice it up, it just heals right away. So damn annoying. Jack's eyes narrowed. As I figured. I'm not strong enough to beat it at my current level. He scanned the area. The gate is about 30 meters away, he calculated. Having made up his mind, Jack Drake raised his sword and called out to the system, his voice going cold. Command, close gate. A notification window popped up. Administrator's request confirmed. Closing the gate to the hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. The gate started to slowly rumble shut. He slammed his sword straight into the ground. It sent cracks spreading across the floor. Immediately, glowing energy started pouring out of the fissures. Applied dragon-slaying art. Dragging his sword tip along the ground and kicking up dust, he yelled, "Martial secret art, wind slash." Jack swung his blade and rushed forward, attacking the Hydra head-on. The powerful slash flew as fast as the wind, creating a brilliant streak of light. Okay, now that I've made an opening, forget about killing it. I just need to get through that gate. But its eyes locked onto him as he moved. The Hydra wasn't about to back down, coiling up and lunging right at Jack. He was already at the door and dove inside. Made it in. Now where is it? Then Jack's eyes shot wide open. Right there in front of him was the Hydra's mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth, coming right for him. Before he could even react, it clamped down on his arm. Blood went flying, and the sheer force of the bite lifted him clean off the ground. The pain made Jack's entire body shake. He cursed under his breath, "You damn snake." The Hydra slithered inside. It actually followed me in. He gripped his sword and yelled, "You want my arm so bad? Fine, take it." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jack swung his sword and sliced right through his own arm. He broke free from its massive jaws and dropped to the ground. His hand instantly started to regenerate from a cluster of cells. The pissed-off Hydra let out a thick cloud of toxic breath. The nasty gas shot straight for Jack Drake, making veins bulge all over his body. Glowing bright, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Bone poison. You've got plenty of tricks." Huh. A notification popped up. "You have been afflicted by the poison dragon Hydra's toxin." Jack was at his boiling point now and unleashed an all-out attack. A massive slash tore right through the Hydra, sending two of its heads flying. The last head let out some vicious growls. That last attack, on top of the poison, really took a lot out of him. He was panting hard, but the Hydra wasn't giving up and charged at him again. A thought flashed in his mind. Just one left. It's all or nothing. A notification flashed. Dragon skill. Dragon's authority has been activated. Power exploded around Jack, his eyes blazing as he let out a ferocious roar. Get lost, unless you want to get torn to pieces too. The Hydra's eyes went wide, totally shocked. All that ferocity from before was gone. It actually shut its stinking mouth. It started cowering and backing away. Looks like the Hydra finally learned what fear is. It slowly slithered off, eventually disappearing completely outside. Jack could finally crash to the ground. He let out a sigh of relief. Can't believe Dragon's authority actually works on this damn dragon type. Should have tried that way earlier, but he was still wondering something. But why am I still this tired when endless stamina is active? Is it the poison? Just then, a notification window appeared. You have instilled fear into the corrupted dragon type tainted by foul energy. Do you wish to activate the authority to dominate dragon types to tame the target? An image of the Hydra's terrified face popped into his head. Jack was confused. Did I instill fear in it because I used Dragon's authority at the end? Whatever the reason, I can actually tame that insane monster. Having decided, he spoke up. All right, let's give it a shot. Suddenly, Jack Drake's face went completely blank, because the notification read, "Insufficient administrator authority to tame the dragon type. Failed to tame the corrupted dragon type." Confusion exploded in his mind. Insufficient authority? Jack braced himself on the ground, his voice low. Seriously. Got my hopes up for nothing. I guess it was weird that a broken skill like that didn't have any limits. Up until now, that is. Suddenly, a tremor shot through his whole body, making all his muscles seize up. A warning window flashed. Warning. The poison dragon's toxin has surpassed the critical threshold. Jack doubled over. Clutching his head, he cursed internally, "This damn poison." He thought hard. Recovery doesn't work on poison. There's got to be another way. That's it. What if I use the bloodline absorption of Devour? The info window popped up. Level 1 dragon skill. Devour. In the Devour state, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If a monster with an ability is consumed, its power can also be absorbed. He gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain as he planned his next move. A monster with poison this strong. It's got to have some kind of bloodline ability for poison resistance. A notification appeared. Activating dragon skill. Devour. Right then, a dark black aura poured out from Jack Drake's body, flowing toward the Hydra's severed head. The black energy billowed up like thick smoke. A notification flashed. You've devoured the severed head of the corrupted dragon type tainted by foul energy. Designated target has been consumed. The Devour skill has leveled up from Novice to Adept. Recovered lost energy with the Absorbed Core. Absorbing the bloodline ability of the devoured creature. Absorption complete. Acquired incomplete trait. Total poison immunity. His whole body shaking, he propped himself up on the ground. Jack Drake. He slammed his fist into the stone floor. Notifications kept popping up. Poison Dragon Hydra's toxin detected. Now detoxifying, detected with the total poison immunity trait. He let out a small laugh. Perfect. The info window displayed. Low-level administrator window. Name, Jack Drake. Class, Immortal. Rank, Unique. Titles. Blessed by the Ancient Dragon, Terrakan's successor. Authority to dominate dragon types. Constitution, Celestial Bone. Trait, Total Poison Immunity. System functions, 100-slot inventory, minimap. Beginner's quest book. Class skill, self-healing. Strong mental defense, endless stamina, combat sense. Weapon skill, A-rank adept. Spirit shockwave, A-rank novice. Area of effect, A-rank novice. Level 1 dragon skills. Dragon's Eye adept. Dragon's Authority adept. Dragon Maiden locked. Unlocks when conditions are met. Devour adept. Level 2 dragon skills. Dragon Scale Armor adept. Dragon Claw adept. Level 3. Dragon skills unavailable, unlock with 300 points. Current karma points 465. After reading it all, Jack noted, the word most is kinda sketchy. But the info window changed the trait to total poison immunity. Can neutralize most types of poison and greatly increases poison resistance. He figured, with this skill, I don't have to worry about poison ever again. Another change, Devour Novice became Devour Adept. Reading that, Jack wondered, Devour's proficiency level finally went up. That almost never happens. It says the rank increased because I absorbed a designated kill target, huh? The notification changed. Designated kill target. Monsters marked by the system for elimination. Defeating them grants additional rewards. Huh, that's actually pretty useful info, he complimented. Jack closed the system window and started moving again, speaking quietly. All right, that Hydra really slowed me down. Gotta move. The Hero King, Kaiser, the legendary half-human, half-elf. Son of the wise sage and the elf king. Like every legendary hero, Kaiser's birth was anything but peaceful. Thanks to some dark plot by a witch, he was separated from his parents and chucked into the mountains. A spirit wolf found the tiny, crying Kaiser, took him into the mountains, and raised him. That's how Kaiser managed to grow up safely. Kaiser saved the oppressed and founded a kingdom just for humans on the central continent, a kingdom called Kronos. He smirked, thinking to himself, this is the part of the story everyone on the continent knows, the origin of Kaiser's legend. Jack proudly looked at the currents flowing before him. There's literally no data left from that time, it's a straight-up legend. But the proof that the hero, King Kaiser, and the kingdom of Kronos actually existed. He looked up and glanced around. A tower appeared. Jack walked in, still lost in thought. It's here, right in front of me. It's flowing right before my eyes. He glanced over to get a better look, but it's way smaller than what I read in the books. I can't believe Kaiser's ruins are the kingdom of Kronos itself. Right now, Jack was standing in front of a shiny, sparkling door. Come to think of it, the Dragonslayer's sanctuary actually had a similar vibe. The system announced, opening the sanctuary of the Hero King Kaiser. The door opened, and he stepped inside. In the middle of the huge space was a sparkling crystal slab displayed on a pedestal, a blue light radiating throughout the area. Jack walked over and doubtfully reached out to touch it. This thing. Could this be the vision of the Hero King Kaiser? A notification popped up, starting quest. Chain quest related to the achievement, Vision of the Hero King Kaiser. After reading it, he was a little confused. Like, where did this warning suddenly come from? Warning. You cannot leave this area until the chain quest is complete. Jack flinched. What the hell? Who said you could do that? Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut, and more info for the chain quest. The Hero King Kaiser's progression appeared. In the ruins where traces of Kaiser remain, collect Kaiser's progression. No time limit. Reward, Tear of the Fairy King. His expression tensed up. The chain quest. The Hero King Kaiser's progression. Jack froze. And the reward is the Tear of the Fairy King, the mother of the Hero King Kaiser, the being who blessed humanity. And this is the tear of that Fairy King? He reached for the slab even though he had no clue what it did. But it's gotta be an OP-level treasure. System, how do I get that progression? System notification. Administrator. Request confirmed. Extracting data from the magic recording device. The slab began to glow brightly. A notification appeared. Found 546 video records. Magic of the Hero King Kaiser. Out of 546 entries, 12 matched the administrator's request. Playing magic video. First of the 12 entries. Ancient Chronos language detected in this video, which is currently not in use. Auto-translating into the common language of the Central Continent, the administrator's preferred language. A voice echoed from within. So, what is a sword? At the same time, the slab glowed even brighter. This man must be the one from the legends. This man is the hero King Kaiser. He spoke up. A sword is just a sword. What else is there? A bunch of old geezers who can't even swing a sword, just spouting nonsense. Kaiser continued his rant, so useless. Hey, he pointed and shouted, Saturn, snap out of it. The screen shook. Saturn, Jack thought. That guy is known as Kaiser's most loyal knight, so he was real after all. From inside, Cassia's voice asked, how do you master the sword? He drew the sword at his hip. It's not complicated. Just swing it hard and a lot. He slashed downwards as Cassia let out a cold laugh. You're probably wondering how much a lot is, huh? I'll give you a real target. Just like that, a slash from the void struck him right across the body. Jack fell hard to the ground, completely shocked. He clutched his chest, panting heavily. I can't believe that aura. Just watching the video is enough to overwhelm me. Jack looked up at the sword in the man's hand. This is the Hero King's progression. A wicked grin spread across his face. I like this. Jack commanded the system. Replay the previous video from the beginning. System display. Administrator's request confirmed. A few days went by. He held a shiny sword, thinking to himself, it's been almost 4 days since I got trapped in here, and I've been training non-stop. Around Jack now were 3 doors opposite the entrance. The first room was a pantry with enough supplies for a few months. The second room had a rest area and facilities to stay in shape, and the last room was packed with all sorts of books and training equipment. He thought as he finished a slash. So this place is a training ground prepared. After swinging the sword tens of thousands of times, Jack looked at his reflection in the shiny sword and thought, now I can imitate the outer form of that sword move. But I still can't grasp that powerful feeling from before. Suddenly, the system announced, you have achieved a sword skill upgrade. Skill of the hero King Kaiser, Elemental Sword Theory, Basic Form. After reading it, he wondered, Elemental, Information displayed, Basic Phase complete. Proceeding to Advanced Application Phase. Jack chuckled. Advanced Application Phase, huh. The system panel continued to display, summoning the soul of the hero King Kaiser. Instantly, a fierce energy erupted. The hero King Kaiser appeared. His feet touched the ground. A perfect figure materialized. Notification. Hero King Kaiser, Lord of the Ancient Kingdom of Chronos. Seeing this, he couldn't help but whisper excitedly, holy crap, the hero King Kaiser is right here in front of me. But Kaiser's greeting was to draw his sword. Jack's joy vanished instantly as he scrambled to block the old man's slash. He was shocked. What the hell? Attacking me out of nowhere? Kaiser's strength was insane, sending Jack flying backward as dust kicked up everywhere. The old man roared, get up, now. Jack reappeared, his eyes wary. Did that one move seriously send me flying across the whole damn room? It's like I'm up against some legendary master from a past life. Kaiser taunted, resting his sword on his shoulder. You really think you can learn my swordsmanship with that pathetic skill level? His voice was dripping with sarcasm. Man, if the knights of old saw this, they'd probably rise from their graves. He's on a whole other level. Honestly, Jack still couldn't figure this guy out. But why is he attacking me? Maybe he's just testing my skills. But while he was lost in thought, Kaiser charged at him again. Barely escaping with his life again, Jack cursed under his breath. Test my ass. This dude is actually trying to kill me. His eyes sharpened. Can I really take this guy on? Jack's gaze fell on the man's grotesque face. What a ridiculous monster. But he's just too damn strong. He looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. No need to overthink this. Jack then tossed his sword aside. Just gotta give it my all, like always. He summoned his giant, divine sword and shouted, here I come, Hero King. Seeing this, Kaiser looked a little surprised. So, you're Saturn's student, huh? Do you really think you can stand against me? What's that little power of yours called again? Jack charged forward, while Kaiser just stood there, casually curious. Aurora. As Jack closed in, Kaiser effortlessly swung back with a strike of his own. The two slashes collided, sending a shockwave through the air. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes thoughtful. That's not it, is it? Meanwhile, Jack was trembling in horror, thinking to himself, a sword skill. That's way too powerful for such a casual swing. Kaiser zipped forward with a cold smile. Who the hell cares about your power? Without another word, he swung his sword. He slashed straight into Jack's giant sword, sending him staggering backward. Kaiser said nonchalantly, as long as I'm having fun, that's all that matters. Let's have ourselves a nice little fight. After that, he unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes. Jack's feet scraped hard across the floor as he was pushed back, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth. He thought, I figured he was strong, but I never imagined it'd be like this. I can't believe the gap between us is this huge. Right now, he felt like a tiny ant, and Kaiser was a giant looking down on him like he was some tasty little prey. A corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. So this is what it takes to become the hero king. Is it supposed to be this damn hard? But I still got some fight left in me. A system notification appeared. Activating skill, critical strike. Activating skill, high-speed movement. Activating skill, sword blade. Activating skill, dragon tribe's dragon dance. A ferocious aura now swirled violently from Jack's sword. He brought down one powerful slash after another, but none of them even fazed the guy. He just stood there casually, his sword resting on his shoulder as he laughed, using the dragon tribe's power without actually being one of them. By this point, Jack had already zipped behind Kaiser. As he prepared to strike, the man's eyes glanced back. An elemental sword principles, too? This revelation left Jack stunned silent. Jack immediately unleashed an all-out attack, but Kaiser didn't just stand there, swinging his own blade to counter. Their expressions couldn't have been more different. Jack was gritting his teeth, desperately resisting the blowback, while a faint smile never left Kaiser's lips, like this whole fight was just a warm-up. A moment later, Jack suddenly came to his senses in a pile of rubble. He sat up to see Kaiser sitting in front of him. Well, weakling. You're finally awake. He stood up, propping a foot on some debris. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Huh. Saturn's skills, the power of the dragon tribe, and even elemental power. Kaiser's eyes narrowed. What the? He moved in closer, resting a hand on his chin as he muttered. You. A part of your soul is resonating with the spirit world. Jack heard him, totally confused. What? The spirit world? Kaiser went on. Looks like you brushed up against death quite a few times in that human body of yours. Huh. So that's how you can use elemental power. Jack pushed himself to his feet. You keep going on about Saturn's skills, the spirit world, and elemental power, but I don't get any of it. Can you explain it in a way I can actually understand? Hearing this, the man glanced aside, a small smirk playing on his lips. Kaiser asked, don't you have a more important goal than all that trivial crap? Jack was confused. What are you getting at? Kaiser pointed, his voice turning serious. Don't play dumb, you ignorant brat. The thing you're trying to get, he said, clenching his fist, is my skill for advancing swordsmanship. I'm talking about high-level elemental sword principles. Elemental power is the pure natural force that creates all things: water, fire, earth, and wind. Kaiser raised his sword high, a powerful aura flaring to life as he spoke. The elemental sword is based on and expands from these four elements. He slashed downwards, and a powerful torrent of wind raged like a hurricane. Elemental sword, wind power field, storm sword. Kaiser chuckled. This is a technique that uses the wind element, wind power field, and storm sword. The source of the elemental sword's elemental power is the very thing you call error. After witnessing such a spectacular sight, Jack froze, stunned by everything from the explanation to its raw power. It all seemed more like magic than swordsmanship. The man continued, all right, your turn now. Jack looked at the overwhelmingly powerful Kaiser and thought, wait a sec, elemental power comes from error. But I can't sense any trace of error from Kaiser at all. Is there some secret to converting it into elemental power? Or something? Jack walked closer and asked, so what's the method for converting error into elemental power? The man hesitated, as the sword in his hand flared up. With a scorching hot flame, he seemed stuck, stammering. Well, you just do it. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? Jack was baffled. Why is every teacher I get like this? Suddenly, the sword that was just burning with fire was now raging with a torrent of water, which startled Jack. It's not that it doesn't exist, you just can't sense it yet, he muttered. You have to focus all your senses just to detect a piece of it. The error is being used in an extremely refined way. Jack raised his own sword and said, all right then, I'll figure it out myself, then. Kaiser smirked. Getting a little cocky now, are we? Don't just cling to what your eyes can see. The memory of Kaiser's earlier glance flashed through his mind, his cold voice echoing, and elemental power, too. Kaiser had clearly called his own combined skill elemental power. A smirk crept onto Jack Drake's face. Guess that means my soul-body technique uses elemental power, too. Kaiser looked kinda shocked at the aura just pouring off my sword. Yeah, check out those crazy water currents swirling all over it. Soul-body technique. Wind. I swung down with this totally pathetic slash. The old man just fell on his butt, bitching. I said use elemental power, you moron. Elemental power. Where the hell did you pick up that messed up ripoff of draconic speech? I grabbed my head, totally lost. Draconic speech? Kaiser explained, all calm. Yeah, Draconic speech is a power that belongs only to dragons. Dragonkin might be able to pull it off, but a human? No freaking way. My face totally dropped as the old guy kept talking. Every time you use that power, you get totally drained, don't you? Kaiser went on. Humans and dragons are on completely different levels, right down to the size of our souls. Maybe you can pull off some clumsy imitation, but you'll never get the same results, not even close. His face twisted up like he was in pain. I don't know who made it, but this twisted technique is just pathetic. What kind of cheap knockoff of draconic speech is this? Then Kaiser's voice got low. All right, if you get it now, do it again. A thought hit me. I've seen draconic speech before. Flashes of the past hit me. Back when I absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragonslayer's rest, I saw a message pop up saying I'd learned draconic speech, but I couldn't use it. The system just said, Dragon Race Skill, Draconic Speech, words imbued with power, locked. Administrator's growth is insufficient. I covered my mouth, thinking, if my soul-body technique is based on draconic speech, then once I'm strong enough to unlock the real deal, I'll be able to use my soul-body technique without any problems. Just another reason to level up faster. I was totally lost in my head when the old man yelled, need another whack to snap you out of it? Get up. I jumped. Yes, sir. Then it was just slash after slash. Normally, advanced training takes way longer than the basics. But thanks to my heavenly bone body, Kaiser's demo, and tons of sparring matches, I finally got the hang of the elemental sword. It's kind of like how magic works by pouring mana into a spell formula. The elemental sword uses error as a go-between to suck in elemental power from the spirits. Once I understood the basics and what it could do, using the elemental sword wasn't that hard. After a bit of practice, Kaiser turned to leave, actually giving me a compliment. You're finally starting to look half decent, he said. Then he reminded me, the next part's going to be even tougher, so take a break for today. I just nodded. Got it, master. I slammed my sword into the ground. Hey, can I ask you a few things while we're on break? Kaiser, who was just chilling out on his own stream of aura, answered. Ask away. I kind of laughed to myself. So that's what that floating thing is. Elemental power. Then I got serious. When we first met, you saw me use light aura and called me a disciple of Saturn, right? What's that all about? He answered, super chill. Light aura? Oh yeah, that's what you call it. See, Saturn said humans couldn't handle the elemental sword, so he just made up his own style. And since you were using it, that's what I called you. Kaiser looked seriously pissed off and muttered, passing on his own techniques and leaving mine in the dust. That bastard, Saturn Draker. Hearing that name, I was like, wait, Saturn Draker? Saturn, the Hero King's closest ally, the Knight of Nobles. It clicked. The guy who created the light aura training method was a member of the Draker family. My mind was racing. No way. Does that mean the founder of the Drake family wasn't Terracon, but some ancient dude named Saturn? How come nobody knows this? I had to ask something else. Okay, I get it. So, what exactly is the spirit realm, where all the spirits live? I can feel the spirit's power now that I've learned the elemental sword, but I still don't really get what it is. He just waved his hand, and this line of energy shot across the ground. Next thing I know, I'm sucked right into it. I was stunned. The elemental sword. You can use overflowing wind power like this. Kaiser's voice echoed from inside. Technically, they're different, but you can just think of the spirit realm as the afterlife, and the mortal plane is like, well, the world of the living. Once you ditch your physical body here to enter the spirit realm, there's no coming back. It's like hitting a wall you can't get past. It was all super confusing, but then I remembered my master said before. That part of my soul is connected to the spirit realm. And besides, master, you're standing right here as a spirit, aren't you? He just snapped his fingers. A vortex ripped open and Kaiser continued. I've never seen anyone like you before, but yeah, there are some tricks to get across the boundary. Then he started explaining. In my case, a dragon helped me out. I couldn't believe it. A dragon. Kaiser shot me a look. Yeah, got a problem with that? I stuttered. Well, dragons don't exactly help humans. He looked at me like I was an idiot. What are you talking about? Kaiser lifted his head. No creature values humans more than dragons do. Hearing that just blew my mind. What the hell? Dragons care about humans. You mean monsters like the evil dragon Bahamut, the dude who tried to destroy the whole world? I buried my face in my hands, totally confused. So back in the old days, the relationship between humans and dragons was different? What the hell is going on? He stepped down towards me. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Kaiser's hand touched my chest. A magic circle lit up as his voice dropped low. I mean, come on. You're living proof, aren't you? Your heart, and the fang that became your sword. Kaiser broke into this huge grin. Wasn't it Bahamut himself who gave them to you? He's a real piece of work, but he has a soft spot. You can't say no to a sincere request. A thought popped into my head. Looks like Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were pretty tight. I just scratched my head and gave a dumb laugh. Yeah, he said my family was awesome for serving Lord Bahamut for generations, so he gave it to me as a gift. Guess I just got the wrong idea. He burst out laughing. Still looking out for number one, huh? I get it. You must have had a hell of a time dealing with that hot-headed bastard. That cranky attitude is the whole reason he clashed so much with Kronos. His face grew serious, his gaze ice cold. Wait, don't tell me Kronos is the name of a dragon. Too? His voice dropped. You mean the kingdom was named after Sir Kronos? I've heard plenty from Lord Bahamut, so the kingdom was really named after Sir Kronos. Kaiser gave a slight nod. Correct. I am his contract holder. When I was stuck on what to name the kingdom, he just sat there casually, sipping tea. So, I just named it after him. Jack gave a dumb laugh. A dragon, drinking tea. Is that the famous shape-shifting phenomenon? The old man's voice was soft. Kronos wasn't surprised at all, as if he'd already seen it coming. Honestly, I just wanted his name to be passed down for generations to come. Jack blurted out, seriously, that's insane. The clock turned back thousands of years. In the era he lived, humans and dragons coexisted in harmony. But if the powerful dragons helped humanity without any limits, the world's balance would collapse, and the world itself could have been in danger. So they suppressed their own power and offered their help. By transforming into humans and forming contracts, humans who held contracts with dragons, like Kaiser, were called contract holders. Jack rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself. So the reason ancient relics are so valuable is because they were made with the help of dragons. But why did humans and dragons grow apart later on? Kaiser waved a hand, cutting off Jack's train of thought. I've been waiting an eternity for you. Hearing this, Jack glanced over at him, thinking, I should probably carve out some time to read some history books. Jack slowly stepped forward and spoke up. You've already waited 2,000 years for a successor. What's a little more waiting? Hearing that, the old man grumbled helplessly. Seriously, this cheeky disciple of mine. Let's see how long you can keep that smug attitude. Kaiser stepped down. The final advanced training is. His eyes sharpened, glowing brightly. Against me. But that's no different than before. A small smile played on Jack's lips. The whole vibe just changed. Kaiser continued, so I'm adding one more rule. He slammed his hand down, declaring, from now on, you are forbidden from sleeping and eating. This fight continues until I say stop. Kaiser added, and you can only use the same sword element as me. Jack asked, and what if I break the rules? Kaiser's eyes flew open as flames erupted violently around him. Elemental sword, fire field, fire dance. As he charged forward to attack, he let out a small laugh. Break the rules? Kaiser's gaze sharpened. If you think you have a spare life, then go ahead and try. The elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, one for each element. First up, the one based on the fire element. The two immediately clashed. The fire chapter flames raged violently, unleashing intense heat and fire. With overwhelming destructive power, they lunged like monsters, tearing at Jack's body. His eyes flew wide open, staring, bloodshot. Next, a long, deep gash appeared in the ground. The earth chapter, based on the earth element. Kaiser leaped down from above, swinging his sword to attack. He brought down a powerful slash aimed right at Jack. It specializes in suppression and pressure by controlling density and weight. Jack quickly managed to block the powerful attack. He swung his sword, throwing off Kaiser's crushing weight. And then, a flash of light shot past Jack's head, the one based on the wind element. At that moment, the old man was unleashing a barrage of slashes. It created a net above him, descending like a cage to trap him. It's weaker than the fire chapter in terms of raw power, but it's incredibly versatile, useful for quick attacks, high-speed movement, and slicing through the air. And finally, the one based on the water element. The water chapter covers offense and defense, even suppression and support. It has a perfectly balanced power, flexible and adaptable, just like water. The attack was so strong, Jack couldn't defend in time, and blood sprayed everywhere. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. What the hell is this? Kaiser's eyes darkened. Shouldn't I be superior in both power and scale? A question arose. Why was there such a massive gap? Old memories came flooding back. Jack let out an interested "oh" before getting whacked on the head with a sword. Tears flew from his eyes. A loud yell echoed. Master, what is it now? The old man scolded gently. You blockhead. That's the power of a waterfall, not just water. Jack looked up, confused. Isn't it enough just to deploy the element? Kaiser stepped down and continued. The other chapters work. When you release the element and swing with all your might, the power will follow. But I've told you over and over, the water chapter is about gentleness. He gave Jack zero chance to rest. Softness overcomes hardness. Don't you get it? Now, again. Jack cursed in his head. Damn it. What is this softness overcomes hardness crap? I surrendered because I didn't have the power to resist. I lost because I didn't have the power to protect, to survive, to hold on to my beliefs, to protect the precious things I was chasing. My entire life has been about nothing but power, and now you're telling me softness overcomes hardness? There's no way in hell I can understand those words. A powerful wave of water rushed toward him. It snapped him back to reality as Kaiser swung his sword, attacking right in front of Jack's face. He thought, did I seriously just zone out in the middle of a spar? Jack leaped back, escaping the old man's control. Power surged through him as he brought down an attack. When it was over, Jack's whole body trembled from exhaustion. After 15 days, I just stopped counting. The image of Kaiser and his ferocious gaze flashed in his mind. It's been at least a month since this insane training started. No food, no sleep, just nonstop sparring. He glanced over at the old man. Right now, thanks to all this, I've realized something. Endless stamina isn't so almighty when you're facing a monster who can just overwhelm that ability. Suddenly, Kaiser charged in again. He tirelessly unleashed a powerful water attack at Jack. All Jack could do was stand there and take it, cursing, damn it. I can't even lift my arm anymore. Jack's feet dragged across the slippery ground. His entire body was now as tattered and torn as a beggar's. Suddenly, an explosion erupted like a bomb going off. The wave of water shot up everywhere, coiling like a massive snake around the two of them. A smirk crept onto his lips, but I managed to push back that heavy blow. Softness overcomes hardness. Shimmering droplets of water rested on Jack's heavily wounded face. So I get it now. My hand was trembling, just holding the sword, from the strength to grip it, to dragging my feet across the ground, to just the power to stay standing. Jack tossed his sword up, the moment I let it all go. I finally understood what Kaiser was getting at. These chains appeared. The way I practiced, controlling my sword forms and techniques, it was actually shackling my freedom. I sliced through those useless chains from top to bottom, like flowing water. Just let it find its own path. Yeah, this is a feeling I remember. From my past life, when the line between me and my sword blurred. That feeling of being one with the blade. The waves of water surged high, sometimes raging. Water droplets sprayed through the air, and sometimes it was graceful. Both of them cracked a small smile. Kaiser flicked his sword up, unleashing another water breath. Jack slammed his sword into the ground. The old man knew I'd figured out the game, a smirk playing on his lips. Their eyes met, cold and sharp, practically sparking with electricity. Elemental overdrive. The two swords crossed, creating a glowing X in the air. Domain of water, horizon slash. The impact sent a massive tremor through the space around the tower. A brilliant light exploded, flooding everywhere. Kaiser's lips curled up, satisfied. He praised me, his voice echoing. Incredible. Successor to my past battles, Jack Drake. Time passed, the light slowly faded, and a question popped into my subconscious. Did I pass out? Jack lay on the ground, clutching his head. This is the second time now. The memory of before came flooding back. The first time was during the fight with Duke Drake. The system window popped up. Skill usage has exceeded its limit. Fatigue. For the user's safety, consciousness will be temporarily forced to shut down. My thoughts started racing. But back then, I overused a dragon art, and the system forced me unconscious. This is the first time since my regression that I've passed out just from hitting my physical limits. I sat up, turned my head to call for Kaiser, but no one was there, just that block of stone. Jack figured. He probably went back to the spirit realm. I looked around. So, what about the quest? I think I used the power of water pretty damn well there at the end. Suddenly, the system window appeared. Notification boxes started scrolling nonstop. It read, Link quest complete. Bonus time added to reward. Reading that, Jack exclaimed with relief. After all that hell, I damn well better have succeeded, the system announced. Quest reward, Tears of the Fairy King, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. Achievement, quest complete. Bonus time added to reward. Quest reward, System Administrator rank upgrade. 500 karma points and 3 random chests. System authority upgraded to Intermediate Administrator. New system features unlocked. Beginner's quest log upgraded to Intermediate quest log. Equipment slot all unlocked. Teleportation gate and minimap features unlocked. Administrator's soul has matured. Soul growth partially unlocked. Heart of Bahamut. Current seal level 90%. Status window Intermediate Administrator. Name Jack Drake. Class the one and only immortal. Title Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Heir of Tarakan Drake. Successor to the Dragon Lord's Dominion. Physique Celestial Physique. complete poison immunity. System features, inventory, 100 slots, minimap, teleportation gate, intermediate quest log, class skills, self-heal, mental defense, indomitable endless stamina, combat sense, weapon arts A rank, elemental sword mastery S rank, novice mana counter A rank. He commented, amused, damn, that's a lot. Just checking all this crap is a full-time job. A notification popped up, soul growth partially unlocked. Heart of Behemoth. Jack rested his chin on his hand, thinking. First, let's check the seal level. The stats showed the seal level. A thought ran through his head. It was 95%. After I absorbed the heart, a notification said, my administrator physique had changed to celestial physique. Power exceeding administrator's capacity detected. 95% of power has been compressed and sealed. Criteria met to access Terracon Drake's secure archive. After reading, Jack thought to himself, I tried to open the seal right then, but the previous image replayed in his mind. The system locked it. The system announced, request denied. Risk of physical and mental damage from power exceeding administrator's capacity. He covered his face, rubbing his forehead in thought. Of course, I know damn well from experience what power exceeding capacity feels like. Right now, it looks like I can handle about 10%. Even Dragon Tongue, which can't be unlocked with karma points, and the Dragon Lord's Dominion, they're probably all related to this seal level. Thinking that, Jack said aloud, for now, I'll just keep an eye on it. Next up, the random chests. The system continued to announce, reward for System Administrator rank upgrade quest, 500 karma points and 3 random chests. The info displayed, information, boots made from meteoric iron, strong but light, unique ability, none. Special note, set enhancement, activates when the full meteoric iron equipment set is worn. Information, leg armor made from meteoric iron, strong but light, unique ability, none. Special note, set enhancement, activates when the full meteoric iron equipment set is worn. Information, earring, an earring exquisitely carved from crystal. Unique ability, increases the wearer's mana recovery speed by 15%. Special note, goes well with a red dress. He picked up the earring, laughing excitedly. If I sell this to a mage, I'll make a fortune. He remembered his previous items with a grin. Plus, now I've got boots and leg armor to go with the gauntlets. I'm almost at a full set. Jack turned his head to the side, and then a golden system screen with secret slots appeared. He assessed. Random skill cards. As the name implies, there must be skills in here. A notification box appeared. Open random skill card. The card shot up, sparkling like stars. Static charge, C rank, has been acquired as a skill. Skill. Static charge generates electricity to shock a target upon contact. Flash bomb, C rank. Skill. Flash bomb shoots compressed energy high into the air, creating an explosion of light that blinds and obstructs vision. Sonic burst, C rank. Skill. Sonic burst emits a jarring sound that disrupts the opponent's hearing. He looked a little bewildered. They're all C rank? If they just gave out high rank skills for free, then all my suffering would have been for nothing. Notification, activate skill, static charge. Jack picked up a dagger that was crackling with electricity. Bright. He glanced back at his own hand and chuckled. This is C rank? Jack eyed the dagger, impressed. The power's pretty damn good for a C rank, and I can use it in a ton of ways. He thought, hey, if I combine the flash bomb and sound breaker, I could probably get an effect way better than that artifact I use in the level up test. With that, he kept tapping away at the screen. Plus, the authority upgrade said it had unlocked a new system feature. There it is. System notification. Universal equipment slot. You can use equipment in the slot like a skill. Jack covered his mouth, thinking, use gear like a skill? Huh. Could be clutch in an emergency. His hand kept scrolling nonstop. Since I've got infinite stamina and self-healing, I should use these slots for something other than potions. His eyes stopped. Hold up. Even a so-called perfect skill has a weak spot. There's no guarantee I won't run into another psycho like Kaiser, someone I can't deal with even with infinite stamina. And I don't even know the true limits of my self-healing. There's always a what-if scenario. Thinking that, Jack tapped the screen again. A notification popped up. 1 A-rank healing potion purchased. Phew, that's a lifesaver. Current karma points 1,465. Registering high-grade healing potion to equipment slot. Effect. Instantly heals critical injuries and restores stamina. Special note, due to its overwhelming performance, it will not affect the same target twice and has unknown side effects. He said out loud, an unplanned expense, but for this tier, it's totally worth it. This can be my backup for infinite stamina or self-healing. Jack's hand took out the potion vial, and now, for the main event. He breathed out, Tear of the Fairy King. The info window popped up. Tear of the Fairy King. A tear shed when the hero King Kaiser was defeated by the schemes of an evil sorcerer. You can summon the Fairy King from the spirit world once by using this tear as a catalyst. Reading that, Jack froze. Summon the Fairy King? He stared at the vial. He thought, according to legend, the Fairy King grants wishes to humans. If all the myths about Kaiser are real, does that mean I can summon the Fairy King and get a wish? But it's a one-shot deal. Jack's eyes went back to the info panel on the screen. Can't just waste this. He held the vial up, staring at it intently. After a moment, Jack put it away. Better save it for now. Then he casually walked out. I'm sure I'll need this eventually. As he stepped through the door, a new scene appeared. A magic circle on the ground flared to life, swirling up and wrapping around Jack's body. He whipped his head around, looking everywhere. Is this an adventurer's outpost? Did I actually teleport? Old-school buildings surrounded Jack. He hopped over a fence and went outside. He thought to himself, new feature, system teleport gate. Super convenient. The system displayed, do you want to use the system teleport gate feature? Please select a destination. Current location, Arrow's Kingdom, 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Jack took it all in. I just have to pick a spot on the minimap and I can go there instantly. Kaiser's Sanctuary requires 150 points. This place requires 0 points, he observed. Other than long distances needing more points, there are no restrictions. Jack looked up at the map screen. If I have enough points, I could even jump between continents. It's not just convenient, it's perfect for shaking anyone trying to tail me. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, this is going to be a game changer for my plans. Suddenly, Jack noticed something weird. Flowers were blooming on all the trees, like it was spring, which made him a little suspicious. Flowers. In the middle of winter, Jack Drake's eyes scanned the area. Don't tell me. No, it can't be. Scene changed to the Academy. The top knight training academy on the central continent, Valhalla. In the Grand Hall, a loud voice boomed, my word, in my 10 years as headmaster, I have never seen a case like this. A hand was meticulously trimming a plant with a pair of shears. The man spoke as he worked, a new student. Appearing 1 month after the entrance ceremony. Jack was dying inside. I didn't expect to be stuck in there for 4 months, sir. A memory resurfaced. The guide who gave him the recommendation letter had said, failure to attend the entrance ceremony may result in your admission being denied at the headmaster's discretion. His expression tensed up. Waiting until next year is too late. I need access to Tarek and Drake's secure archives. I have to convince the headmaster, no matter what. With that, Jack Drake bowed respectfully. Headmaster, sir, the truth is, I fell into a trance-like state while training to overcome my weaknesses and lost consciousness for a long time. The man's hand placed the shears down on the table. He turned, his voice icy. A trance-like state? His gaze sharpened. Is that the excuse you came up with after missing the entrance ceremony? This was the headmaster of Valhalla, Robert Boxer. The one and only Robert Boxer, the longest-serving former captain of the Royal Guard of the TB Kingdom, a knight revered across the entire continent. The story of how Arthur Drake, the current family head, personally visited 3 times to offer him the headmaster position is still legendary. Jack thought to himself, he's a man who values honor and principles. Getting emotional will only make things worse. Jack bowed his head and explained, I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, and 100 excuses wouldn't change that. But it is the truth, headmaster. Robert fell silent after hearing him, seeming to ponder it. Then, he spoke. Achieving a state of enlightenment is no simple matter. If it were any other student, I'd have expelled them for talking such nonsense. But you were recommended by the Academy's chairman. I will arrange a place for you. Hearing that, Jack was taken aback, a bit shocked. Robert continued, if I judge that your training was more valuable than a month spent at Valhalla, I will permit your admission. A sinister smile spread in his mind. Even though it pisses me off that damn Hogwarts paved the way for me. But now isn't the time to be picky. Jack replied, overjoyed, thank you, headmaster. Robert's hand pressed a bell under his desk. Instantly, someone opened the door and entered, saying, yes, headmaster. He announced, I will immediately prepare an empty training room. Inform the professors of each department to gather for a supplementary admission evaluation at once. The person replied, yes, sir. Scene changed to a private training room at Valhalla Academy. Jack's gaze was incredibly tense. So this is Valhalla. It's on a whole other level. He scanned his surroundings. Every professor here is a famous knight, someone who's been in the Continental Papers at least once. Robert's voice rang out. Everyone is present. His voice was deep. Show us the results of this training you claim to have undertaken. All the professors' eyes were locked onto Jack. He drew his sword, thinking, what the hell am I supposed to show them? Made up my mind, no way I'm letting them see the elemental sword here. Then, the professor starts radiating this super dark, oppressive vibe that kinda rattled me. The pressure is insane. I'm staring at the people who train the strongest knight on the whole continent. They're not gonna be impressed by some basic-ass move. And with that, a slight smirk played on his lips as a bright aura flared up around Jack. Guess I should get a little serious, huh? Jack raised his sword with both hands, his aura surging violently. His power made the professors gasp. A professor quickly recognized it. Isn't that sword aura? Jack's entire body was now overflowing with a wild energy. They started whispering like crazy. He's only 15 and he's already at the level of a blue knight. Wasn't the last record for the youngest set by Knight Aben when he was 19. No wonder people call the kid a golden awakened. His eyes shot over to where the whispers were coming from. Crap, I forgot. He remembered what Kaiser had told him before. What do I think of sword aura? It's a cheap trick that weaklings love to use, Jack thought to himself. After spending months fighting Kaiser alone, I totally forgot I was supposed to control my aura. Watching the professors freak out, he thought, lucky for me, this saved my ass. A sly grin spread across his face. Looks like they think I'm at the blue level. Before I met Kaiser, my aura was definitely on par with a blue knight. But after learning moves like hydraulic field and elemental sword, I blew past that limit a long time ago. I reached a higher level, the red level. The key difference between a red knight and a blue knight is how well they can control their aura. A blue knight can summon and maintain it, but a high-level red knight can freely shape and change the blade while keeping it active. The insane destructive power the blade holds. Jack was still lost in thought. Sword aura. Man, I'm glad they backed off, or I'd be even more wiped out than this. Suddenly, a loud voice snapped him back to reality. Excellent. Frobert walked over, praising him. Truly an unrivaled achievement, even if you did spend a whole month in Valhalla. If it was for a priceless epiphany, then I wouldn't mind waiting months more, or even years. Jack was startled. It's like he's a completely different person. He bowed his head respectfully. Not at all, headmaster. Once again, I sincerely apologize for my absence during the induction ceremony. The man chuckled softly. Don't worry about it. Then Frobert turned to the people behind him and asked, so, what does everyone else think? Does anyone still object to Jack joining us? Guess he's always been generous with talented people. The professors replied without a second thought. No objections. An aura that transparent is extremely rare, even among the knights active today. Agreed. I don't think we need any more tests. Hearing their response, the headmaster turned back. All right then. Frobert's voice was warm and welcoming. Welcome to the academy, Jack Drake. The scene shifts to Atlas in the central region, a massive city-state located right in the middle of the continent. Valhalla, the best knight training academy on the continent, and the Four Seasons city of the Draker family are both located here. Of the two, the Four Seasons city is where the main branch of the Draker family and its key members live, a place known as the true fortress of the Draker clan. Footsteps approached. Jack looked up and let out a whistle. Damn, impressive. Right then, at Jack's mansion in Atlas, he grabbed the handle, opened the door, and let out a sigh. This mansion is way too big, even for someone with a black card. When the door swung open, two people were standing inside, looking out. As Jack stepped in, confetti cannons exploded with a shout. Congratulations on getting into Valhalla. Clowns popped out, grinning from ear to ear. He was stunned. Master? Andre, you're here too. Duke Drake clapped Jack hard on the shoulder. You're something else, kid. First time I've ever seen someone ditch the induction ceremony at Valhalla. He gestured behind him. Well, now that the man of the hour is here, shall we get this party started? He was a little confused. What the? As soon as he got to the Atlas mansion, Duke Drake and Andre had thrown a surprise party to celebrate his successful admission. I wonder which staff member from the academy is working in Atlas. Duke Drake had received a summons from the main house and had already returned to the Four Seasons city. He's been managing the mansion without even asking me for a month. And Andre spoke up. I've decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, but I needed to get your input, too. Figured he'd follow me. The two of them just started laughing. The room was filled with rowdy laughter. Jack was completely bewildered, cursing under his breath. Why the hell do you guys always decide everything without asking me, the actual owner of this house? A while later, the party was over. Beer and wine bottles were scattered all over the floor. The two of them had gotten hammered and passed out right where they sat. Night had fallen over the whole estate. At a certain diner, loud talking and laughter echoed. A hand in a black glove held out a coin, requesting, "A dark beer, thanks." The server suddenly looked totally shocked. The person added, "And I'd like to see Kay for a moment." All at once, everyone else in the diner stood up. They started toward him, knives in hand. A cold smile spread across the masked man's lips as his chilling voice cut through the air. What? You want to try me? One of them recognized him almost immediately. A Draker. They all went back to normal, and no one made another move. The server was so terrified he started stuttering. My apologies, I should have stopped him. With that, he grabbed a bottle of wine and bowed respectfully. I'll take you to the branch manager right away. That person was none other than Jack. He walked down the hallway, scanning his surroundings. He thought, a secret door, protected by magic. Before my regression, if you were gonna name the top intelligence organizations on the continent, there were two. The Draker family's Nightfall and the Zom Empire's intelligence agency. But there was another, less famous organization, the Union. At first, it was just a bunch of smugglers, but a low-level member named K developed a communication network based on their smuggling routes. Before I regressed, around this time, I would have been kicked out of the academy and joined the organization. I fought to survive and ended up becoming one of their assassins. Then, the branch manager at the time came to me and ordered me to wipe out a major transport route. Taking advantage of the route I cleared, K expanded those branches and turned the Union into an intelligence organization on the same level as Nightfall and the Imperial Agency. With K's vision and skills, she finally managed to snatch the Alliance for herself, especially after the Empire ripped everything away from her. Some dude in a cloak, half his face hidden, shoves a piece of paper at me. Take this. It's the intel on the artifact, the one the king is looking for. A quiet voice warns, careful now, this ain't gonna be easy. This person's really going out of their way to help me. No one's more bent on revenge than K. Yeah, her main goal is still using me to build up the Alliance, but if it wasn't for her, I'd never have gotten my hands on that artifact or even made it this far. Information is power, kinda like how Aben showed up at the blessing ceremony. The future can flip on the smallest things. Right then, a servant steps up and knocks on a door up ahead. Jack walks in slowly, thinking to himself, damn, her skills are insane. If I can stay on her good side after this deal, Kay will be a seriously powerful ally down the road. Inside a huge room, someone's sitting at a desk, facing away. They strike a match. The flame flickers to life as he pulls out a chair and sits. Same old habits. The girl brings the match to her lips and lights a cigarette. The lights flick on. A soft voice chimes in. So, why would the prodigy from House Drake come looking for little old me? Kay says, rubbing her head like she's confused. Jack's clearly in a hurry. Cut the crap and get to the point. He lays it out. I want to make a deal with Syndicate. All she does is crack a cold smirk. Kay spins around and starts talking. A noble, pure-blooded, awakened genius from House Drake, full of potential. Hitting the Blue Knight rank at only 15 years old. So why would you want to team up with a bunch of criminals like Syndicate? Jack's eyes narrow. Crap. Looks like she already knows exactly what went down at Valhalla today. She's crazy fast at digging up intel, that's for sure. He shoves a hand in his pocket, fumbling for something while thinking. The way she's playing dumb right now, she's probably not interested. Jack slams his hand on the table, making her look. But you should at least check out the goods, shouldn't you? He reveals a pair of earrings. Kay asks, a proposal? He says, this ain't regular junk, it's a treasure. Put 'em on, you'll be surprised. Kay agrees and puts them on. Her whole body starts sparking with electricity as she asks, boosts mana recovery speed. Huh. Kay grumbles, this cheap crap. Her cigarette drops to the floor, but then Kay's eyes go wide. What? What the hell is this? The recovery effect isn't 10%, it's a full 15%. She starts thinking about all the other enchanted jewelry she's seen. Most treasures these days only give like a 1% boost, 3% at the absolute max. And this thing is 5 times that. If an item like this existed, how have I never heard about it? He must have his own black market hookup. Or he dug it up himself. Kay's eyes dart over to Jack. This kid. Seeing he's getting somewhere, he finally speaks up and asks, so, you interested in a deal now? What the hell is this all about? Kay explains, just use the personal info I attached. Use it to make a new account, and you're done. She instructs him, I've already registered as your agent. All you have to do is go to the bank in North Atlas to pick up your stuff. In her head, Kay was thinking, one look at those earrings and I knew. This is just another job to protect some sketchy artifact with an unknown origin. Right? She mused, looking over the papers. Commission's 10% on each item, and if the total profit goes over 10,000 gold, there's a bonus. That's literally the highest rate we offer for any deal. He even knows I'm a mage. This guy. He's definitely got a serious intelligence network. I need to keep a close watch on him. Kay stacks the papers and says, the contract is set. With that, she stands up, flashing a brilliant smile. From now on, I'm counting on you. Jack just points at her with a smirk. Right back at yeah. But hey, there's something I'm kinda curious about. His tone gets serious. That ghost ship of yours. It's still all right, isn't it? The question makes Kay freeze. Suddenly, a bunch of guards start showing up around them. Her voice drops to an icy whisper. Where did you hear that? Seeing things getting tense, he throws his hands up with a casual laugh. Hey, I'm just asking. Why so tense? Then Jack Drake's voice drops to a low growl. Nice try, but you really think this is enough to drag me down? A massive fireball explodes into existence. He hit Kay right where it hurts. Her face twists into an ugly sneer, her whole body shaking. After a massive explosion, he was just gone. The guards were left totally stunned. She gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath, damn it. But the intel was wrong. Jack Drake, the youngest Blue Knight. No, that's not it at all. Even if the entire Atlas branch, or hell, all of Syndicate showed up, Jack reappears, asking, should we switch seats? Partner, you can't underestimate this guy. Scene changes to the Syndicate branch chief's office in Atlas. He picks up a piece of paper. A vow, huh? This thing just screams mage. Vows are how mages usually set up contracts to keep each other safe. All you do is use blood for ink and sign your name. Simple, but crazy powerful. When the contract activates, the other person's signature gets carved right onto your arm. If one person screws over the other, they both die. But if it's indirect, like hiring a hitman, the signature just vanishes from the betrayer's arm, and a non-lethal curse hits him, putting them at a huge disadvantage. Kay speaks up. Good. As long as you get it, hurry up and sign. I need some insurance for myself, you know? Who knows, maybe you'll decide to try and kill me one day. Jack slices his hand open with the tip of the pen. Drawing blood for the oath, he lets out a little laugh. You're not wrong. He quickly signs the paper, and a magic circle flares to life. He thinks to himself, if it means earning your trust, I'll sign 100 of these things. Mana flares from the signature, and the symbol instantly burns itself onto Jack's arm. He turns to leave. Well, I'm officially your partner now. Sprawled out on a chair, Jack says, so, should we pick up where we left off? The stuff you're shipping on that ghost ship of yours is Soma from John, isn't it? Kay seemed pretty annoyed, running a hand through her messy hair. She let out a sigh. I have no idea where you got your intel about my ship, Kay's voice dropped. But yeah, it's true. I'm moving Soma for John. Soma was a narcotic that was banned from being grown or used in most kingdoms, but in the southern continent, which had become a lawless wasteland after the kingdom collapsed in a civil war, it was a massive source of profit. Jack sat up and asked, it's because of that new travel ban the Transcendent Instaclan just issued, right? Kay brought a cigarette to her lips and replied, that's right. Even John isn't stupid enough to mess with one of the Transcendent clans. The only land route connecting the central and southern continents was a desert region under the control of the Instaclan. But a few years ago, Insta suddenly sealed the border, banning anyone from coming in or out. Just like that, the connection to the south was completely cut off. She picked up a matchstick as she recounted the story. The land route is blocked, and the sea routes are controlled by Pavella. That's why you have to use Syndicate's shipping lines. In any case, you pay us well. You're an important client. John and Pavella were the two major crime syndicates carving up and ruling the lawless south. Using the central continent's jungle as the boundary, the north belonged to John and the south to Pavella. John had the advantage of shipping Soma by land. But since they monopolized the pass, Pavella had no choice but to turn to the sea. Then when Insta sealed the border, John lost their land route and scrambled to find a sea lane. But by then, Pavella already had it all on lock. Kay still had some doubts. But hey, how did you even know about my ghost ship? Syndicate's ghost ship was Kay's own creation. The entire ship was covered in stealth steel, which allowed it to evade detection from both pirates and the Navy, making it a critical source of income for Syndicate. It was a secret so well kept that it had never been exposed. A small smirk played on his lips. Of course, I can't tell her she's the one who spilled the beans in my past life. Jack shot back. An intel broker asking for sources? His declaration made Kay freeze. Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't we be focusing on Pavella's offer first? She remembered something and turned back to him. That's right. Pavella contacted me recently. They promised to pay double if I stopped dealing with John. The higher-ups are still considering it. Jack said flatly, turn it down. He stood up and walked toward her. Syndicate probably thinks it's just a ploy by Pavella to screw with John. If you guys give in, John will lose their Soma smuggling route. Jack's voice turned serious. But what if Pavella is actually that pirate crew that was wiped out by the White Knights? Kay slammed the table, yelling, bullshit. Pavella are rule-abiding types, totally different from those bloodthirsty pirates. He shrugged. That's just the front they put on for outsiders. His face was dead serious. Pavella's real goal is to seize the only secret sea route, the one they haven't found yet, Syndicate's route. He analyzed, unlike John, who wants to keep the ship for long-term profit. If Pavella found out the ghost ship's true identity, they'd attack and steal it immediately. But Pavella and the Southern Pirates were always considered two different powers. How do you know? Jack slammed his hand on the table. Hey, Kay, shouldn't you be paying up for the info I'm providing first? What I want is simple. Jack gave a wicked grin. Get me a meeting with the boss of John, he stated. Do that, and I'll help you take over Syndicate. The scene changes to nightfall across the city. Jack, wrapped in a heavy cloak, walked silently, thinking to himself, even with Kay's strong intel network, it's not enough. Before I regressed, the fastest way to take over Syndicate's intelligence network was to conquer the entire southern continent. Just you wait, John. A cigarette, smoked down to the filter, was ground out by a foot. Kay sat smoking, deep in thought. It will soon become an inferno that will burn your empire to ash. The scene changes to the next morning at the Valhalla Night Training Facility, where Jack observed. The atmosphere here is way more free than places like training camps or academies. He looked back, thinking to himself. The headmaster said to just wait a bit. Someone would come and get me. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Well now, someone from the academy appeared and asked, Are you Jack? The one the headmaster mentioned? Diego held out his hand, a bright, friendly smile on his face. But in response to his warm welcome, Jack just gave him a look of disgust. Diego put a hand on his shoulder and winked teasingly. Our boy Jack. Still got that stuffy academy vibe, huh? Jack coldly shoved his hand off, saying, You're the guide the headmaster assigned, right? A guide chosen by the headmaster? Diego wondered. Then he leaned in playfully and asked, Why so tense? Diego snapped his fingers teasingly. Don't be so prickly like a porcupine. Chill out, let's be cool. All right? I'm tasked with showing you every nook and cranny of Valhalla. He grumbled to himself, annoyed. This guy doesn't stop talking for a second. He continued. Almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Diego. When Jack heard that, his eyes went wide with shock. Diego stuck out his pierced tongue as he introduced himself. A new wave composer, mixing medieval melodies with traditional southern rhythms. That's me, Diego Villa. Hope you'll have my back, bro. But Jack just turned his head away, replying flatly. Looking forward to working with you, Diego. The guy asked, confused, So we're cool now, right, Jack? Bro? Jack replied, That's just what you think. Inside his head, he thought, the Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa. I can't believe I ran into a talent who will later be known as one of the 5-Star Knights. The 5-Star Knights is a title given to knights from the southern continent who made huge contributions in the Continental War before I regressed. The Silent Knight, Bishop Casting, the Arena Knight, Jefferson Maff, the Phantom Knight, Aster Elitop, the Lightning Knight, Jenna Turin, and the Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa. Jack looked at Diego and realized, now that I think about it, wasn't there a rumor that all 5-Star Knights came from Valhalla? I need to confirm if that rumor's true. If everything goes well, I can expand my influence here quickly. Diego threw an arm around his shoulder and started pulling him along. All this walking around is tiring. Want to try some southern food? Yo, dude, Jack said. I've got 0 good memories of that dish. Diego shot back. That's just because you haven't hit up the right joint, man. Trust me on this one. Scene changes to a dinner table. He's holding up a sandwich, takes a bite, and praises it. This is freaking amazing. He's all hyped up. Told ya, dude. The food is plated all fancy and intricate. Diego introduces the shark dragon dish, a specialty you can only get in Valhalla. Even for a born and raised southerner like me, gotta admit, this is next level. Yeah, gotta say, it's good. Even better than the local stuff back home. Hearing that, Jack got curious. You been to the southern continent? He replied, Nah, just talking. After that, the two kept eating and chatting. When they were done, he asked, So, hey, how does a guy from the south like you end up all the way in Valhalla? Diego looked down, stirring his drink, and answered, It's a long story, but truth is, my parents used to be the rulers of a small kingdom in the south. Hearing him say that, Jack wondered, a Rhythm Knight, who's also southern royalty. What? A thought crossed his mind. The southern continent is a coalition of small kingdoms surrounding the Gusco kingdom. Most of those kingdoms probably migrated to the center when Gusco collapsed from civil war. Diego spun a spoon in his hand, chuckled, and said, In other words, I'm a high and mighty prince. Hearing that, Jack was just done. Not like that title means squat anymore. Still, never thought a royal could be this hyper and full of energy. Diego continued, but the stuffy old geezers insisted on preserving the royal dual sword style. So me, the one with a knack for dual wielding, got shipped off to Valhalla. Diego winked with a mischievous grin. But instead of swinging swords, all I want to do is make music, Jack wondered. So what about all the people who had expectations for you? TSK, His eyes lit up. Hey, why don't you join the music research club, man? Jack didn't hesitate for a second and shot him down. Not happening. Scene changes to a classroom. Jack asked curiously, are we really allowed to just walk into a senior's class like this? Man, I still can't shake that old academy vibe. The Valhalla Kingdom is all about freedom. As long as it helps you learn, anything goes. Diego replied, as long as you want to learn, dude, you can crash any class you want. Besides, this isn't some regular class today. I heard there's something totally epic waiting for us. Jack chuckled to himself. This guy really can't keep his mouth shut, can he? Suddenly, whispers started buzzing from behind them. Is that him? Definitely. All eyes were locked on Jack, the new kid who joined Valhalla as its youngest student. Jack Drake, I heard you're from the direct bloodline, right? And you're the genius who even took down an instructor. Hearing those rumors made him a little stunned. What? Wait, you're a Drake, man? He leaned in close. What was that? Jack held up the back of his hand with the symbol on it. So, what do you think this is? Huh. Diego just stared blankly. What is what? He explained angrily. It's the pureblood glove, you idiot. The symbol of a pureblood, awakened from the Drake family. Hearing that, Diego was totally lost. Holy crap, you don't even take it off when you eat. I just thought it was some cool fashion statement. Damn, so that's the pureblood glove? I had absolutely no clue. Seeing Diego's reaction, Jack smirked to himself. How can you be in Valhalla and not even recognize the pureblood glove? Whatever, I guess it's normal to react like that in front of a pureblood awakened. Diego was now trembling all over, his eyes wide with utter shock. Jack thought, maybe he'll finally quiet down now. Diego's eyes lit up as he said, so that's why you act all high and mighty. It all makes sense now. Jack's face darkened. This idiot. He threw an arm around Jack's shoulder and laughed. If you're a Drake, you should be treating me to a meal, dude. Just kidding. Just kidding. Jack was exasperated. Great, I thought he calmed down, but he's even more fired up than before. Just then, Frobert's applause echoed from the podium. He lowered his hands and began to speak. Attention, everyone. All the students immediately focused and listened. Jack thought to himself, no wonder this place is so packed. It's a special lecture, and it's being run by the headmaster himself today. Frobert's voice rang out. Just looking at the number of students here, I can tell how excited all of you are for this session. Diego whispered, hey man, what do you think of this lecture? Still awesome, right? Jack reminded him. If you're going to drag me to a lecture, the least you could do is pay attention. Frobert continued, anyway, let's skip the long-winded introduction. I'll make the announcement right now. A very special guest. A pair of feet stepped through the doorway. It took a lot of convincing, but the Black Knight Drake has returned. Hearing this, Jack couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He's back in Four Seasons City. Is he finally making a comeback? Frobert's voice boomed. Duke Drake. Duke Drake walked in like a god, waving to the crowd. Whispers erupted. Is that the Storm Knight, Duke Drake? The very same Black Knight who vanished without a trace. There were rumors he was spotted in Four Seasons City recently, so it was true. He took the mic and began, I've been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. It's a tremendous honor. Everyone was hanging on Duke Drake's every word. I hope today's lecture will be of great value to all of you. And now, I, Duke Drake, will tell you about my journey from an ordinary academy student to becoming the Black Knight. Seeing this, Jack was a little surprised. What the? I never expected him to be such a charismatic speaker. He continued his speech without pause, but after a while, some people started dozing off. Jack looked at Duke Drake, who was proudly basking in the attention, and wondered. He's been bragging about himself for 2 hours straight. When is this going to end? Just then, Frobert snatched the mic. I already told you. Think again. And yet Arthur still apologized. While I feel for the students who were listening intently, our time is up. Jack was thrilled. Awesome, headmaster, he continued. Our second speaker is someone you're all familiar with, so there's no need for a lengthy introduction. Despite being busy with their duties as a guardian knight, they still made time to be here today. The Drake family divides its knights into 4 ranks: Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, and Guardian Knight. Among them, Guardian Knight is the highest rank, holding power equal to the family's Council of Elders. Jack thought to himself, that's why there are less than 10 Guardian Knights in total. Looks like the second speaker is some big shot. Frobert glanced to the side as the clock went tick, tock, tick, tock. Just when everyone was about to lose it, someone with white hair walked in. The sound of their shoes clicking on the floor made everyone shut up and look. Jack checked him out. Platinum hair and a full suit of white armor. Definitely an attention grabber, but he still had no clue who it was. People started whispering, dude, I'm so glad I came to Valhalla. Yeah, no kidding. I can't believe we're seeing the Silver Knight, like, for real. That made him flinch. Jack whipped his head around. Collie Drake? So that's the eldest kid of the Drake family, the Silver Knight, Collie Drake. Cut to Eisen, the big deal port city of the central continent. Eisen is a bustling trade hub, holding the trade routes with both the southern and eastern continents. But 10 years ago, this place was completely different. Back then, Eisen was a lawless wasteland overrun and ruled by pirates from the south. After becoming an official knight for her family, Collie Drake started cleaning house. 5 years after she went on her little crusade, there wasn't a single pirate left in Eisen. Now, Eisen has become the largest port under the Drake's protection. Any pirates who survived had to scram and hide out in the Dead Sea, south of the Dota Republic. Collie was named the youngest Guardian Knight ever, a prestigious title that even Aben couldn't get before he regressed. Jack thought to himself, I knew she was some big shot, but my own big sister? Seriously. He stared right at Callie. Come to think of it, she's the one fighting Aben Drake for the inheritance. Jack got lost in thought. Makes sense I didn't recognize her, because before I regressed, Collie Drake was already dead. Just then, she started her speech, tapping a hand on the table. A loud voice boomed, shaking the entire hall. Students, shut it. All of you. Everyone was totally terrified. He was baffled. Everyone was shaking in their boots. Good grief, how can a Guardian Knight just scream her head off like that? Her voice was pure power. The lecturer is here, and this place is still a noisy, suffocating mess. At Valhalla, where I graduated, we never acted like this. If your seniors saw you now, they'd be shaking their heads in disgust. Callie glared down at the room. You think this peace you enjoy was just handed to you? No, it was bought and paid for with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She went on. Just knowing that in your head is pointless. It's your actions that create value. You got that? Jack smirked to himself. Ah, I get it now. Collie slammed her hand on the table, shouting, training till you sprain something, plus ironclad discipline, plus a sound knightly spirit. Only when you have all that can you be a true knight. He groaned. God, she loves to hear herself talk. After class was over, people started whispering. Man, that was a total nightmare. I missed Duke's lectures, too. As Jack walked, he thought, her advice wasn't actually bad, but I guess these Greenhorn students just don't get it. His expression softened a bit. By the way, that Diego guy from earlier called out, hey, sorry, bro. 5 hours of composing has totally fried my soul. I'm done with the Valhalla tour, so I'm out of here. Jack wondered. He's just gonna dip like that, he thought for a second. But that's kinda cool. Things are about to get crazy busy with recruiting talent and just living at Valhalla. Maybe I should use this downtime to go check out the Terracan restricted library. With that thought, he said out loud, all right, let's do this. Little did he know, a pair of footsteps was tailing him. A voice called out, Jack Drake. Callie walked up to him. Got a minute? Cut to the Valhalla training grounds. She swung her sword, and this insane aura just exploded from it. His eyes widened as a thought hit him. Is that the Midran sword, the one the Holy Nation gave her? The Holy Nation used to have a huge pirate problem near Eisen, but thanks to Callie, they've had some peace. They gave her the armor and sword, both 100% pure Midran. That's actually where her Silver Knight nickname came from. Callie spoke up. Show me everything you've got. Jack bent down to stretch, thinking to himself, so she wants to fight, huh? Guess she heard the rumors about me reaching the Azure level, huh? He finished up, planted the tip of his sword on the ground, and gripped the hilt. The razor-sharp tip of his sword glinted. My full power, he said out loud. Yeah, sorry. Not happening. Jack's expression turned serious. It's not just her. All those other vultures are eyeing my talent. Showing off everything I can do would be more trouble than it's worth. In the Drake family, it's survival of the fittest. Reaching the Azure level at 15 is already a freaking miracle. If I show them how strong I really am, they'll just try to off me during the fight for the inheritance. And the clan head will try every trick in the book to control me. I'll show my real power when I'm strong enough to take him down, not a second sooner, he thought. All I need is the title of being a descendant of this transcendent family. There's no way in hell I'm going to be their puppet. With that settled, Jack shot toward Callie like a lightning bolt. Their swords clashed in a brilliant flash, but then she suddenly parried his. His sword was knocked to the side. The force was insane. In a flash, both their swords were pointed down, but just as quickly, Kali's sword was coming back up. A powerful slash whipped past Jack's nose, close enough to make it bleed. A system notification popped up. System has received the request. Pausing activation of the elemental healing skill. His eyes darkened as a thought crossed his mind. The opponent is a Guardian Knight, so of course she can detect my elemental healing skill. An old memory flashed in his head, Duke Drake asking how he healed so fast. I'm not making the same stupid mistake I made with Duke Drake. And with that, they dove into an endless fight. She kept unleashing a storm of insanely fast and powerful attacks. Jack regained his footing, leaped high into the air, and aimed his sword straight down at her. Callie prepared for a massive strike, diving down with a powerful attack. He glanced at his own sword and thought, just as I thought, she's at the Crimson level. Trying to hold my power down to the Azure level while fighting a Crimson level opponent is a real pain in the ass. With a sudden burst of force, he launched himself upwards. The ground cracked as Callie launched herself high into the air, getting ready to bring down an attack. Once again, she aimed straight for Jack below and swung down hard. Callie's sword slashed through the air, and he instantly brought his own up to block the insane strike. The impact created a massive explosion, kicking up a ton of white smoke. The smoke and dust totally blinded everything. Jack thought, man, a normal sword would have shattered from that. The clash of their swords lit up the whole area with a blinding flash. Callie actually let out a compliment. Impressive. That sword of yours is something else. A corner of his mouth twitched up as he poured all his strength into holding back her attack. A massive explosion ripped through the air, shaking everything. In the end, nothing was left but a pile of cinders on the ground. Cracks spread across the ground. Jack wiped the soot from his face, thinking, shit, nerfing my own sword down to a blue level to fight her red level blade. What a reckless move. Callie's voice cut through. You think keeping your distance makes you safe? Hearing that, his eyes turned sharp as ice. Oh, right, I forgot. Before she was known as the Silver Knight, Callie Dreyer had another title, the Colossal Sword. Because when she swings that thing, it's like a damn giant blade. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Callie launched a direct attack. He couldn't react in time and took the full force of the blow, blood spraying from his mouth. The attack caused a shockwave that blew everything to pieces. Rubble flew in all directions. Through the settling dust, Jack's sword came into view. Another explosion erupted. She muttered, damn it, I'm losing control of my power. Suddenly, Callie's gaze froze. Just then, footsteps echoed from inside the cloud of dust. He slowly emerged. After those two blasts, Jack Drake slammed his hand on a nearby rock. A small smile played on his lips. Hey, this act should be convincing enough, right? He called out with a taunt. Hey, you over there. You happy now? The entire area was now a desolate wasteland. Callie's voice cut in, impressive. Jack. Her eyes were fixed on him. As Jack trembled, trying to stay on his feet, she added, blocking that strike, you totally surpassed my expectations. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Callie's head. She winced, bowing over as her brows knitted together. She then looked up at him, Jack Drake. Actually, there's something I need to ask you. Without warning, his entire body gave out, and Jack collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Callie panicked and rushed to his side. Jack, are you okay? She cradled him in her arms, cursing to herself. Damn it, his internal injuries are way too severe. Callie wondered, did you overdo it with your aura? She reached into a pouch at her hip and pulled something out. Callie popped the cap off a small bottle and poured the contents into Jack's mouth, saying, this is my family's best grade recovery potion. There you go. Drink it slowly. His entire body began to absorb the potion, starting to glow. The system displayed a message, Administrator request confirmed. Class skill. Recovery factor is now continuously activating. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, yeah, this should be enough to avoid any suspicion. Reactivating the recovery factor that was on pause, this whole thing was staged. It wasn't just about holding back enough to look like I'd barely reached the blue rank. And when that massive sword came at me, I intentionally let it graze me instead of parrying. For whatever reason, there was a strange opening right before her attack connected. Because of that, everything went off without a hitch. I let Kali's aura flood into my system, even though I can't directly use aura myself. It naturally caused internal injuries. Now, Kali will be convinced I can use aura. She'll be mistaken and think I got hurt by pushing my own power too far. With that thought, Jack sat up. He clutched his head in pain, letting out a soft groan. Seeing this, Kali immediately asked, "Are you feeling any better?" He turned to her with a faint smile. "Yes, thanks to you." "My deepest thanks, Lady Kali." She gave a slight bow as she stood up. "You can drop the lady, Jack," Kali said. The scene shifts to a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas. She offered him a cup of tea. "I heard you like tea, so I brought some. It's imported from the Eastern continent. I hope it's to your liking." Jack changed his address as she requested. "Yes, thank you, Kali," he thought to himself. The family head said the same thing. "Seriously, how far is the news that I like tea spread?" Jack voiced his confusion. "Is this inside a carriage?" "I couldn't tell it all from the outside." Kali replied, "It's a disguise spell for the escort knights' carriages. They'd attract too much attention otherwise." He was a bit confused by all this, from the training grounds all the way out to the edge of town in a carriage. He then asked, "Is this about something sensitive? Something you don't want others to overhear?" Her voice was quiet. "The night of slaughter," Kali said, her expression serious. "I want you to help me stop Abin Drake." Jack couldn't hide his surprise. "What? Sir Abin is the second son of the Draker family." "I haven't explained it clearly," Kali said quickly. "Let me explain it, step by step." He calmly sipped his tea as he listened to her. "Currently, Abin is violating one of the core tenets of our family, the oath of neutrality, and he's actively taking part in the conflict. The conflict between the Jom Empire and Alencia, and he's siding with the Empire." Hearing this, Jack's mind started racing. Abin's making his move this early, he thought. He asked out loud, "Does the 4-star Order know anything about this?" "No," Kali denied. "They're turning a blind eye." Her voice grew grim. "Right now, the Order is split. A faction within the Council of Elders has already started to support Abin and the Empire." Jack was suspicious. "Are you saying the Elders have been bribed?" Jack asked. "A few are still maintaining a neutral stance," Kali told him. He continued the thought, "Those conservative Elders choosing neutrality instead of outright opposition. It's only a matter of time before they all switch sides." "That's a reasonable assumption," she agreed. "We're investigating who he's pulling the strings on, but we can't afford to wait for him to make a mistake. If we just let Abin run wild, a full-scale war is just a matter of time." Jack's face was tense as he thought. Kali's prediction was dead on. "It's already been 3 years since I returned to the past. In another 7 years, the Draker family and the Jom Empire, with Abin pulling the strings, will ignite a continental war. Countless lives were lost or completely ruined. The skies turned black, and the ground was soaked with blood." Kali's voice cut in. "And so, I've made a decision," she continued, "to build a force strong enough to stop Abin. He is slowly taking control of the Draker's upper ranks. He probably believes that once you seize the head, the rest of the body will automatically fall in line. But true knights don't bow to power. They follow justice and higher ideals." Kali's tone softened. "That's why, to stay true to my own convictions, I plan to gather the lower-ranking knights of the 4-star Order." She looked up at him. "But I won't force you to support this. You're young, and on top of that, you're a pure-blooded awakened being. The future's looking real bright." Jack Drake's eyes narrowed as he thought, "Okay, I'm finally starting to get what Kali Draker's deal is." He glanced over at Kali, who was just casually sipping her tea, and kept thinking. She's got these hardcore beliefs, but she's still flexible enough to bend the rules. She's all about the greater good, so righteous and pure. The only reason she has an opening in her ultimate sword style is probably because she's worried about me. A true Drake, for real. Strong and righteous, but deep down, she's incredibly gentle. Kali continued, "If things don't go smoothly, she could be branded a traitor, so I should take my time deciding." Jack replied, "Thanks for the concern." Just then, a chair was pushed back. He knelt down. "But I've already made up my mind." Determination was clear in Jack's voice. "I might still be green, but please, let me join your knighthood." Hearing that, the corners of Kali's lips curved into a small smile. She sounded pleased as she said, "Thank you, Jack." The scene shifts to the Valhalla research facility. He looked at the system screen, thinking to himself, "In my past life, the only intel I got on the family was from grinding. But I had no idea the rot started even before the Great Continental War broke out. The reason I wanted to ditch the Drake family early on was to avoid Abin's meddling, while building up my forces for the Continental War. But if there's someone else who shares that goal, I don't have to leave anymore." Jack pondered this as he walked. "No, actually, this is perfect. Staying with the family makes it easier to keep an eye on Abin, and with Kali taking all the heat, the pressure on me will be way less. To make that happen, I need to become an official knight and steer public opinion to back Kali. Even though she's the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, Kali doesn't have the awakened pure bloodline, and she's not from a powerful branch of the family. In my past life, she lost to Abin's faction and couldn't save the Drake family. But if I, someone with the awakened pure bloodline, become a knight and have her back, that'll be more than enough to shut down all the biased chatter." An old image flashed through his mind. "Thanks to that, I even got to play knight when I wasn't even qualified." Jack's gaze shifted to the map on the screen and he said, "Anyway, we're almost there. Now at the Valhalla Research Facility's central library. The whole reason I came all the way out to Valhalla was to get into Terrakin's top-secret archive." The scene inside was dead silent. He stepped into a library, and the system announced, "You have arrived." Jack wondered, "This is the top-secret archive?" He reached for the bookshelves, his face falling a bit. "Seriously, this is way lamer than I imagined." Jack looked at the books and remarked, "It's tiny, and there's nothing here but a bunch of useless old books." He thought to himself, since the system marked it, I figured it would be hiding something insane like the heart or fangs of Bahamut. Jack cursed under his breath. Damn it. Was this a waste of time? As he walked, a notification popped up, update button detected. Suddenly, a massive bookshelf appeared in front of him. It materialized out of nowhere, startling him. What the hell is this? Jack's eyes widened as the system announced, synchronizing and updating the secure archive of Terracon Drake from an external administrator. He wondered, an external administrator? Does that mean Terrakin was a system user like me? Jack turned to the bookshelf and said, if that bookshelf only responds to the system, then no wonder nobody's found it until now. Information kept scrolling. Secure archive data of operator Terrakin Drake has been synchronized. You can now access Terrakin Drake's secure archive at any time through the system, providing a classified index for efficient browsing. 1. Operations Organization Manual. 2. Dragon Slaying Technical Manual version 5.2. 1. 3. Reference Materials. 4. Growth Manifesto Collection. After reading, he let out a soft sigh. All right, whatever. I'll deal with this complicated crap later. And honestly, the titles sound pretty lame. Jack commanded the system, find me the thing that will help me grow the most right now. The system notified him, administrator's request has been registered. A book matching the administrator's request has been found. He looked at the screen and let out a sound of surprise. Oh, this is it? Jack picked up the book in his hands. True Dragon Sword style. He turned to leave. Never heard of this one before. Let's see who the author is. Suddenly, Jack froze, a jolt of shock shooting through his brain. As Hero King Kaiser's closest confidant, before passing down the secrets of the dragon-slaying sword, I, Saturn Drake, want to explain the reason why I was so obsessed with creating this ultimate technique. The bond between dragons and humanity began with the great Hero King. Thanks to him, even though we were weak, humans could form pacts with the supreme beings that are dragons. However, dragons didn't help humans for some noble reason. They simply pity humanity because compared to other races, humans were always the weakest, lacking in every way. From then on, the number of pack holders skyrocketed, and an independent civilization flourished around them across the continent. But that explosive growth is exactly what started to worry me. I fear the dragons. If a species that's superior helps humanity just out of compassion, then they could just as easily turn their backs and wipe us out whenever they feel like it. And if that fear becomes reality, humanity will definitely be annihilated overnight without a chance to fight back. For that reason, I began searching for a way to fight against the dragons. The first thing I thought of was magic, but magic was the very first gift the dragons gave to mankind. The human heart can't produce mana on its own, but the dragons carve magic circles into our hearts, allowing us to use it. Therefore, using magic to fight dragons is like using their own power against them, totally pointless. The next thing I considered was the Hero King's elemental sword, a power that even dragons feared. However, that power is reserved only for those with the blood of the Elven Kings. So, I poured everything I had into finding a new source of power that belonged entirely to humans. I tried everything to break past human limits, from the original sword arts of the North to the mystical powers of the East. Ironically, the one who helped me most on this research journey was none other than Kronos, the Hero King's own pack dragon. When I asked him why, Kronos just said he was doing it for fun, but in his eyes. I realized the research process was long as hell, but eventually, Kronos and I discovered a new power source called Aura. It wasn't an element, and it wasn't mana either. It was a unique power that only humans could tap into and use. After finding that lead, when the Hero King passed from this world, I continued to pour my soul into researching Aura. Before long, that research paid off. I compiled all the knowledge on Aura from the concept and how it works to the sword techniques that use it, and put it all into the ultimate technique, Dragon Slash. Luckily, as of the time I'm writing this, the fear of dragons betraying humanity hasn't become a reality yet, but I'm sure that one day, this sword art will be necessary for mankind. If anyone finds this secret manual, I desperately hope they'll understand my wish and train their ass off to master it, to save humanity. Finishing the thought, Jack spoke aloud. Luckily, as of the time I'm writing this, the fear of dragons betraying humanity hasn't become a reality yet. Suddenly, the system screen popped up with new info, displaying the achievement quest. Successor of Saturn. Master the Dragon/Sword style of the Sword Saint, Saturn Draker. Time limit, 3 months. Quest reward, coordinates to the Kronos Dynasty's treasury. He was a little surprised. Seriously, it popped up the second I finished reading. Jack put the book back on the shelf, a small smile playing on his lips. The Kronos Dynasty's treasury. It's got to be filled with treasures far beyond anything I've ever seen. The thought flashed through his mind. The problem is the 3-month time limit. Is this thing even harder than Elemental Sword? Looks like for the time being, I'll have to pour everything I've got into understanding this Dragon/Sword style. Jack thought it over. Saturn was totally right. He thought to himself, I don't know how much time has passed since the era of the hero kings, but everything happened just like they feared, and the result of that was the Human Liberation War. Jack looked up at the bookshelves and asked the system, is there any useful info in the secret archives, like Tarakan's journal or something? The system quickly responded, administrator's request confirmed. One matching document found. Reconstructing magic image data, Tarakan's journal. Suddenly, the space around him slowly vanished, shifting into another dimension. His eyes grew wary. The space around me is changing. A past memory flooded back, just like when the beginner's tutorial started and everything suddenly distorted. A weird, alien-like space appeared, leaving Jack bewildered. Where the hell am I? He turned and looked around. Seems like a space created by the system. Just then, a giant, mirror-bright sword appeared. Jack took a step. Suddenly, a colossal beast appeared. Dust and sand billowed up. The system displayed innate skill. Indomitable spirit activated. He was terrified, his whole body trembling. It felt so real, like it was actually happening. Kinda surprising that this thing was considered the pinnacle of all creation back in the day. Dragon. A growl rumbled out. Bahamut. Jack turned to look at the beast. So that's what it is. It was the evil dragon, Bahamut. He moved closer. Jack's eyes glanced at someone whose presence he hadn't even noticed until they spoke from right behind him. He looked at the man behind him. This guy is a monster, but in a totally different way than the others I've met. Suddenly, the man went invisible and walked right through Jack. He was a bit confused. Did he just walk through me? Don't tell me this time I'm just watching a memory saved as an image file, and the scene playing out before my eyes is recorded under the name Tarakan's journal. Could this be the legendary Great War between the Dragonslayer, Tarakan, Drake, and Bahamut? Bahamut let out a series of ferocious growls. Jack broke into a wicked grin. It's starting. The battle that only exists in stories is about to happen right in front of me. It took a step, its massive foot stomping down and creating a tremor. The man's eyes remained silent as he stood there. Bahamut's eyes glowed as he let out another growl. What are you waiting for, Tarakan? But the Dragonslayer just stood there, silent. Bahamut's voice continued, how disappointing. From the one I once chose as my contractor. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be shocked. What? The thought raced through Jack's mind. Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, like Kaiser and Kronos. His face was a mask of disbelief. If that's true, then the so-called legend of the Dragonslayer Tarakan destroying Bahamut is. Before he could even finish the thought, the scene in front of him made Jack's eyes fly wide open as his surroundings fizzled with static, like a TV with no signal. He was completely confused. Why is everything suddenly like this? Then, voices rang out, but they were garbled, which just pissed Jack off. Damn it, I can't hear a thing they're saying, he asked the system. Is there any way to fix this? The system quickly replied. Administrator's request cannot be confirmed. Jack gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a sound made him freeze. Jack's eyes darted back behind him. The Dragonslayer was also breaking up with static. A memory flashed back, a voice echoing, what? A contract dragon can harm its own contractor? That's so ridiculous, it's unbelievable. Kaiser stated firmly, a dragon can absolutely never betray a human. His voice was dead serious. But if a betrayal were to happen, Kaiser explained, it could only come from the contractor's side. The voice kept echoing. If it were actually possible, it would be the contractor. After the battle, all that remained was a gaping emptiness. Through the smoke and ashes, the Dragonslayer appeared. He froze, his eyes scanning the area. It was a heart. It was Bahamut's heart and fang, in the Dragonslayer's sanctuary. A thought popped into Jack's head, but when dragons die, they usually just turn to ash. How come a few things were left behind? He was a bit curious. But considering the pure blood armor is made from dragon hide, maybe Bahamut was a special case. Suddenly, the space began to shift back, and the scene brightened. With that, the library view vanished, which totally sucked for Jack. Is that all the footage there is? He slumped down, head in his hands, and muttered, this makes no damn sense. Jack sighed. Guess I'm done for today. After that trip to the Valhalla Grand Library, Tarakan's secure archive is now synced with my system, and I can watch it whenever, wherever. I tried replaying Tarakan's journal right away, but of course, it glitched out right at the good part again, and I still couldn't hear what either of them were saying. But it wasn't a total waste, obviously. I learned some new stuff by digging through the archives bit by bit. Like how the true dragon sword technique is the original dragon slaying arts. Tarakan basically just dumbed down the super complex true dragon sword stuff to create the dragon slaying arts. But the trade-off for making it easy to learn was a massive power nerf. It's so weak it can't even scratch a dragon. Totally ironic, given the name. But if you can mix your own strengths into a unique style, you can still deal some real damage with it. So even with the nerf power, you could still call it a success. The most annoying thing right now is the huge-ass gap between the legend of the Dragonslayer and Tarakan's actual journal. The accepted legend of the Dragonslayer goes something like this. Tarakan defeated Bahamut and kicked off a golden age of peace and prosperity. You know, a total fairy tale. All these legends have been passed down forever. And while the main story matches Tarakan's journal, throughout the whole record, there's not a single word about the two of them ever making a pact. No, this isn't just something they forgot to mention. As night fell, Jack Drake was still stuck in his own head. Long time no see, my friend. Not sure why you're suddenly into fairy tales, but I've looked through all the legends about the Dragonslayers on the continent, just like you asked. That includes the original texts that haven't been translated into common language. Basically, anything about humans making pacts with dragons, or legendary figures like Kaiser or Tarakan being dragon contractors, none of it exists in any record. But while I was digging, I found something weird. It's super strange how all the sources say the exact same thing, like it was all coordinated. So I dug deeper, until your oh-so-noble Draker family sent a personal warning. For that reason, my organization is backing off this investigation. We have no interest in pissing off the Drakers. Seeing that, he dismissed the screen, turned, and left, thinking, well, that settles it. The Draker family is hiding info about Tarakan, but Jack was still wondering. But why? Their whole reputation is built on glorifying Tarakan, the first Dragon Slayer. It's what made them one of the three great families, the Draker family. And yet, that same family is controlling information about Tarakan and Bahamut. He thought, whatever the reason, this is shady as hell. A thought popped into Jack's head. Maybe I missed something. I need to check the secure archives again. With that, he called out to the system. Jack's gaze went cold. He glanced to the side, a glint in his eye. Footsteps were approaching. He scanned his surroundings. He was on high alert, thinking, it's a day off. The staff, including Decker and Andre is late because of a mission. So who the hell is that? Just then, from behind, a man was hiding behind a wall, watching him. But Jack had already sensed him and mentally called the system. Activate minimap. The system displayed, administrator request confirmed. The map popped up. Jack watched the red dots appear on the screen. One inside, one outside. 2 bogeys detected. His face tensed up. Could those hounds have followed me all the way from the giant mountains? Jack wondered. Nah. I didn't even use my sword there, let alone the dragon-slaying arts. Even if they were hounds, they'd have no way of connecting me to that. So it doesn't matter who they are right now. He ignored it, playing dumb as he walked on casually. The real question is, who sent them after me? The guy kept tailing Jack Drake. He went inside and slammed the door shut. The man stepped out into the open, waiting for Jack to reappear. But from behind him, a voice like a ghost with glowing red eyes spoke. Abin. The guy whipped his head around, stunned. Jack dropped down and walked closer, thinking. An assassin sent by Abin. The one who found out about my alliance with Kali. That actually makes sense. Jack quietly pulled a knife from his jacket. You don't have to answer, he said, before he shot forward, leaping straight at him. He thrust the knife right at the man. The guy quickly blocked it with his arm. A glint appeared in Jack's eyes as he gave a wicked grin, because there are plenty of ways to find out. A moment later, the hall echoed with the clang of steel on steel. Sparks flew like fireworks. Clang! Seriously, he and this other guy were just going at it, trading blows nonstop. The dude was actually keeping up. Refusing to back down, he dodged and countered. Jack was lightning fast, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes. After going all out for a bit, he was starting to get winded, taking deep breaths. Jack Drake looked up, thinking to himself, okay, we've clashed. I've got a read on you now. He stared the guy down. You can hide your face, but it's pretty damn hard to hide your fighting style. As they fought, his eyes darted to the knife in the guy's hand. Dagger arts. That's the signature style of the Goka Kingdom on the northern continent. Goka's mercenaries are known as the toughest guards around. They specialize in a particular dagger called a kukri, and they usually get hired for high-priced missions across the continent. Jack tossed his knife back, resting his chin on his hand. Anyway, if he's really a Goka merc, there's no way Abin hired him. They don't take assassination jobs that could start a beef. But this guy drew his blade, and for a merc, he's way too focused on defense. The dude also threw up his knife in a defensive stance. Flashbacks hit me, even as I remembered deliberately leaving an opening. He didn't even try to close the distance. I bolted into attack, and even though the guy obviously had the skills to counter, he just didn't. So, their main goal isn't to kill me, but to take me alive. My eyes went ice cold. Suddenly, some ball comes flying in from behind. About time those losers made a move. I quickly slashed the thing in two. Ugh. Knockout gas. Trying to knock me out, huh? The split ball sprays this nasty gray liquid everywhere. I let out a small cough, watching the smoke rise. Yep, knew it. Smells like datura root, typical tranquilizer crap. My hand goes limp, and my dagger falls, sticking right into the ground. All right, let's see what you got. The system flashes, datura root detected. Activating full poison immunity. I hit the deck, playing dead. A moment later, I'm being hoisted up. The dude with chains on his shoulder walks over to some masked guy by the door. I can't help it. A wicked smirk spreads across my face. If this isn't Aben's doing, I have no idea who's pulling the strings or why they want me, but you better get ready. We cut to a small farm in the Atlas boonies. A pair of hands are locked tight in chains, but you can hear soft laughter. I start taunting them. I never expected the client to be Sir Cliff Reinhardt. This is Cliff Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. Cliff Reinhardt speaks up. If you know who I am, this'll go a lot faster. My haze hardens. In my past life, I never dealt with this guy. The Reinhardt Merchant Guild is one of the top 10 merchant guilds based in the Alencia Kingdom. Of course, if things keep going this way, the continental war between Aben and the Empire is going to explode. And it's going to take Alencia down with it. The story goes, back in the day, Cliff Reinhardt was just as vehemently anti-Empire as I was. But for whatever reason, after handing over critical intel that could have crippled the Empire, the dude just went back to the kingdom. Alencia was about to fall, and he died there. I think to myself, after all the crap I went through to escape, you call that patriotism? What a joke. Personally, I think it was a stupid-ass move. He points a finger and says, anyway, I apologize for being so rough earlier. His goon comes over to uncuff me as Cliff Reinhardt ordered. The guild will issue a formal apology for the disrespect, so let's just talk. I rub my wrists, totally chill, and reply, whatever, just get to the point. My voice drops. What do you want? Seeing my attitude, the old man looks a bit conflicted. Drake is still Drake, I guess. No matter how young he is, he mulls it over. Even a veteran knight would be freaking out in this situation. But this kid hasn't flinched once from the start. I set all this up so I'd have the upper hand in this conversation, and yet, he's the one who seized control. After thinking, Cliff Reinhardt says, fine. Before I tell you my request, he holds out an envelope. Could you take a look at this document? I flip through the pages. Cliff Reinhardt continues. That's a list of patients infected with the new plague spreading through the south-central region of the continent. I keep flipping through, page by page, wondering, why is he showing me this? Suddenly, my expression gets serious. I freeze. He's sitting off to the side, watching my every move. I'm staring at the paper. A woman's face appears, and it jolts me. Elena Stone. The thought flashes in my head. She's the mother of my first subordinate, Liam Stone. She had hemoblood fever, but was cured thanks to the formula I gave him. I toss the papers and ask, so what's your point? Cliff Reinhardt replies, locally, they call this disease hemoblood fever, a painful, horrific sickness. It has a mortality rate of up to 100%. He puts his hand on the woman's picture, his voice low. However, Elena Stone, she is the only person who survived and recovered. Her doctor refuses to say a single word. Cliff Reinhardt's voice gets serious. Do you know anything about this? A small smile plays on my lips. So, he suspected me from the start and came to test me. Just like a damn merchant. Is his goal to monopolize the cure for hemoblood fever? The thought runs through my head. With a mortality rate like that, a motive like this makes total sense. It's valuable enough to bleed the entire continent dry. I close my eyes. But the man I used to know, he at least knew right from wrong. He wouldn't risk it. Kidnapping someone with a transcendent bloodline just for cash. My face gets serious. If that's the case, I speak up. Of course, I know about it. I'm the one who gave him the cure in the first place. Suddenly, his chair topples backward. Hearing what I said, Cliff Reinhardt can't hide his excitement. Please, sell it to me. Name your price, anything. Then he wipes that smile off his face. A wicked grin spreads across my own. I stretch out my arms and say loudly, why so worked up? Doesn't suit a merchant at all. Cliff Reinhardt looks pissed, veins popping on his forehead, thinking, it's not money he's after. I rub my fingers together, making my point. So, let's make a deal, like merchants. In my head, I'm thinking, this is about someone's life. After a second, he calms down and asks, you want me to meet 3 conditions in exchange for the cure's formula? I reply, deadpan. Yep. Sounds simple enough, right? Cliff Reinhardt asks, can you tell me the details of those conditions? I shut him down. Not yet. I'll use them depending on the situation later. He looks worried, so I reassure him, don't worry. I won't ask for anything your guild can't handle, as long as we're clear on what's reasonable from the get-go. I give him another wicked smirk. After a moment, his expression is super tense, watching my hand write something on the paper. I hold out the paper with a reminder. Just follow the instructions here. Cliff Reinhardt lets out a happy, oh, saying, so, this is it. But I pull my hand back so he can't grab it, and speak up. But first, there's something I want to ask in private. I wonder, who is it? The one who's so desperate for this cure? Cliff Reinhardt plays dumb, looking confused. What do you mean? I'm just trying to secure a high-value item for the guild. I casually call him out. You sent your Northern Scout team to kidnap someone from a transcendent lineage, and now you're acting like a total lunatic. That's not how the so-called famous Red Hat Guild is supposed to act, is it? After hearing that, the old man just hung his head below the table. Cliff Reinhardt slowly sat down in the chair. He spoke up, as a member of the Alencia royal family. Hearing that, I was like, oh, which one of them? Cliff Reinhardt said quietly, I cannot tell you. I was like, what? Huh? Do you have any idea how many royals there are in Alencia? Suddenly, my eyes shot wide open, staring right at Cliff Reinhardt. An old memory came rushing back. A man's voice warned me, you thinking of going back to the Alencia kingdom? Don't even bother. Alencia and the Red Hat Guild are both done for. If you go back, it's a death sentence. Your only chance to live is to run to the northern continent. Cliff Reinhardt stopped him, saying, I appreciate the offer. But I'm just tired now. He said in a low voice, I want to spend my last days in Alencia. I'm sorry. Back to reality. Cliff Reinhardt's voice was a low growl. I can't say another word. Jack's eyes narrowed. I thought to myself, his eyes, they're on a whole other level compared to when he looked like a walking corpse. Someone's really important to you, huh? In any case, the Alencia Kingdom is still clashing with the Cassia Empire. He once said the Zom Empire is getting involved in the conflict with Alencia, and things are already a total mess, with fights over control of the dwarf slums, a weak-ass monarchy, and probably a bunch of internal power struggles. Hearing that, I held out the piece of paper, a slight smirk on my face. Looks like I still have some time before the all-out continental war kicks off. Playing my cards right with the Alencia Royals now could really pay off later. I spoke up. Fine, if you don't want to talk. All right then, we have a deal. The old guy looked suspicious, but he kept his mouth shut. Cliff Reinhardt's hands were shaking like crazy as he held the paper. He clutched it to his chest, buried his face, and just started bawling. While he was lost in his little emotional moment, I spoke up. Sorry to break up this emotional moment, I said, but can I make my first request now? Cliff Reinhardt snapped back to normal. He stammered, oh, of course. Ask for anything the guild can reasonably handle. I pointed at him and said, good. Then first off, set me up with a job in your guild. Cliff Reinhardt's voice echoed, a job. Or are you looking to do some kind of business? More precisely, I answered, I need a temporary fake ID to use. He wondered, if that's all you need, why bother going through us? I told him, I'm planning to use this identity on the southern continent. That place is crawling with expert-level scumbags. A shoddy cover won't do jack squat. And the Red Hat Merchant Guild is the one even cattle trusts enough to use, isn't it? Cliff Reinhardt agreed. Yeah, that's right. Not that I'm thrilled about it. He propped his chin on his hand, thinking it over. Okay, fine. I get the picture. If that's the case, just use the name of my cousin. They wouldn't dare question that. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel stoked. Perfect. Furthermore, I need a regular ride to and from the south, along with a house. Make it a big one, because I'll be using it for storage. I asked. That's my first set of requests. Oh, and since you guys dragged me out here, I'm guessing you've already arranged my ride home, right? Cliff Reinhardt was smiling on the outside, but I bet he was internally raging. This freaking cheeky bastard. How dare he? He said out loud, all right. We'll contact you when everything's ready. Our transport team will take care of getting you home. I thought, damn. I didn't think the famous Red Hat Merchant Guild would fold so easily. Guess that person must be really damn important to them, huh? After that, we all got up to leave. A voice called out, making me turn around. Hey, the dude pointed behind him. This way. A moment later, a pure black warhorse with massive, bulging eyes showed up. I was a little surprised. Oh? This warhorse actually looks pretty sick. I walked past the other two with a smirk. I'll be sure to put it to good use. Then, without another word, I swung myself onto its back. The guy looked back over his shoulder. Our work here is done, so we'll be taking off. As they were about to leave, I called out suddenly. So, does this mean the contract with Red Hat is officially complete? The guy whipped around, shocked. You speak Gokan? Since when do you Draker types learn that crap? A faint smile played on my lips. Let's just call it a personal hobby. I said softly, but whatever. Let's get back to business. I've got a job for you guys this time. The guy crossed his arms, his face dead serious as he announced, rescue a VIP being held captive by the Mercane. His eyes darted to the side. a thoughtful look on his face. I pressed, "What's up? Is the price not good enough for you?" The guy replied, "No, the price is fine. Actually, if the terms are anything like the Renhat deal, it's a sweet gig for us." His voice dropped. "The problem is the identity of the target. Our king isn't a fan of doing business with outsiders." I was seriously confused. "What the hell? You're hung up on a small detail like that?" I reminded him. "I already have a fake identity set up by Renhat. Just use that name to file the official request with Goka, and we're golden." The guy agreed. "Fine, as long as our asses aren't exposed." I added, "Oh, by the way, we still have that little debt to settle, don't we?" With a wicked grin, I flicked 2 daggers, pinning them into the ground right in front of them. The 2 of them immediately freaked out, pure terror on their faces. For the hunters of the Goka Kingdom, the kukri isn't just some weapon. It's what you get when you're recognized as a true warrior. To them, it's like a companion for their soul, as valuable as their own life. The fact that I was able to snatch your kukris without you even noticing means I can take your lives any damn time I want. My voice went cold. Consider that a little payback for having the balls to kidnap me, and a little reminder of the absolute gap in our strength. The guy's face contorted in fury and fear. What kind of monster is this guy? I just chuckled. "Yo, you're pretty fluent in the common continental tongue, huh? See you guys later." After dealing with Renhat, I officially kicked off my search for a crew. My targets, the heroes they used to call the 5-star knights, the badasses from the last Continental War. I've regressed. If I can get close to them now and pull them to my side, we'd be an insanely powerful team. Luckily, thanks to Headmaster Fraubert's help, the guys always had a soft spot for me, and I confirmed that all of them came from Valhalla Academy. It's just a matter of timing. The silent engineer, Bishop Casting, already graduated and is now with the National Garden Engineer Corps. Void Engineer Jeffrey is in his last year, swamped with fieldwork. Aster Eladop, even though he was still a student, dropped out because of some serious insomnia. Jack got lost in thought. Jenna Turin wouldn't even enroll until next year. But since we're both purebloods, there'll be plenty of chances to meet later. He got pensive, thinking to himself. Finally, the question slipped out. "That just leaves Diego, right? Wait a sec." Jack snapped out of it, finding himself eagerly drumming along with Diego's band. "What the hell am I doing here?" His face twisted in confusion as the memory came rushing back. "Oh, right. I came to Diego's club room to get him on my side." Back then, he'd walked up, thrown an arm around Jack's shoulder, and said, "Bro, perfect timing. We got an open spot." Jack was confused. "What? You were gonna say you just want to jam, right? I totally get it." And just like that, without another word, Jack was shoved onto the drum set while Diego cheered. "Congrats, you're officially a member of the Southern Continent's New Century Music Research Club." He raised the drumsticks high, ready to drop the sickest beat possible. Screw it. Jack lost himself in the thrill of the music. Let's just have some fun. After a while, he was totally wiped out and haggard from going all out. Jack trudged home like a zombie, muttering a curse. Damn it. I got completely sucked into Diego's rhythm. The moment he stepped into the mansion, Decker was already there, bowing respectfully. "You've returned, young master." He gave an order. "We're starting training right now. Tell the servants not to bother us." Bahamut's black sword was now stuck in the ground. His voice rang out with command. "First, circulate your aura through your body to open the meridians, then move from the lesser cycle to the greater cycle." Jack was totally baffled. What is this crap? It's all terminology I've never even heard of. His expression suddenly hardened, but then he reconsidered. Now I kinda get why Terrakin twisted this technique into the Dragonslayer style. The thought formed in Jack's mind. Because all the moves in the dragon-slaying sword arts are based on throwing a massive amount of aura and then making it explode outwards, something ordinary techniques could never pull off. He drew the sword. A sword style not meant for fighting people, but literally for slaying dragons. That's why its power is on par with an elemental sword. Jack began to get into his training stance. A thought crossed his mind. In the Dragonslayer style, every single move is amplified to the absolute max. A single strike is enough to split a giant dragon in 2. You throw a massive amount of aura to its absolute limit, then swing the sword down. Just then, at the door, a pair of feet approached. He walked in silently. Jack kept unleashing powerful slashes. He smirked to himself. This heaven-sent body is really something else. The system displayed, physique, heaven-sent body. Physical abilities optimize, superior technique acquisition speed, and the body's mana conductivity are also enhanced. Jack felt like a map had appeared before his eyes, clearly showing the path to perfecting the skill. I can feel it. The more I practice, the faster I master these sword moves. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. He froze for a second, his eyes widening. What the hell? I definitely broke through the red wall and reached a new level. So how have I already hit the black wall? A strong force slammed into Jack's elbow. They say rushing your training just makes the wall blocking the next level stronger, but the heart of Bahamut in my ego core is vibrating like crazy. With the dragon-slaying sword arts, power flows out endlessly. Suddenly, his family crest appeared on his body. Jack's eyes turned pitch black, and glowing veins popped out on his face. System notification. I have to swing the sword one more time before I lose this feeling. The heart of Bahamut is resonating with Saturn Drake's dragon-slaying sword arts. The memories engraved in the heart of Bahamut are being awakened. Reading that, he couldn't help but wonder, Bahamut's memories? Jack's eyes darted around, seeing only pitch-black darkness. He sank into his thoughts. It's too dark. Can't see a thing. Then, in that darkness, Jack Drake saw someone moving toward him. Someone's coming. The figure spoke in a deep voice. Ruler of Twilight, Bahamut, I have a favor to ask of you. Bahamut's eyes blazed with a strange, cold light. It spoke. I knew you were a despicable bastard, but I didn't think you'd gone completely insane, Saturn Drake. Jack quickly realized. So it really is him, Saturn. Bahamut questioned. Are you really entrusting the dragon-slaying arts to a dragon? Saturn replied, yes. Even Kronos has agreed. And as for the reason, you, Bahamut, know it better than anyone. Bahamut said nothing, just stomped its massive foot down with incredible force. Thick streams of dark energy billowed out, filling the space. It roared. Kronos has lost his mind. Seduced by humanity, he dropped to one knee, a torrent of aura swirling from his hand. Saturn yelled. His phony prophecy is meaningless now, Bahamut roared. I don't believe it. The two forces collided, attacking with immense power. He drew the sword in his hand, plunged it straight into the ground, and unleashed a world-shaking, earth-shattering explosion with his other hand. Bahamut relentlessly unleashed its power, throwing out chaotic attacks. Swords flew everywhere, razor-sharp blades, stabbing down straight at him. The two forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Dust and smoke billowed up as powerful spears rained down. Explosions went off one after another. Jack flew up high, his eyes looking down to watch. He thought to himself, so this is the pinnacle of the art of dragon creation. Just the power alone is insane. If it were me, I could maybe push back one or two of those at most. Jack was a little stunned, but Saturn blocked every single one. This guy's a monster beyond definition. The spears were now plunging down, surrounding Saturn as Bahamut let out a massive roar. Get the hell out of my den, Saturn Draker, or my next shot's aimed at the Kronos Kingdom. He asked flatly, you sure about that? You'll face the consequences of karma if you do. He just laughed. Karma? What a freaking joke. Bahamut growled, his aura flaring. What the hell would you humans know? No matter how many of you insects I slaughter, I won't be punished. Saturn just calmly planted his sword in the ground and replied, in the end, everything is just as Kronos predicted. He yanked the necklace off his neck, and its eyes flew open in shock. Immediately, Bahamut unleashed swirling torrents of energy that rushed towards Saturn. He just let out a little smirk. You think the power of Kronos can do jack squat to me? Bahamut's dark sword aimed right for him and plunged down. Just then, the magic circle blazed to life as he held the necklace's pendant high. The light was blinding as the compass circle at his feet lit up. Seeing this, Jack was completely stunned, totally lost. Bahamut's attack had stopped. The light from the compass circle flared up, wrapping around Bahamut's body. Saturn was using magic to stop him. Jack's brows furrowed, his eyes fixed on the necklace in Saturn's hand. This bizarre spell must be powered by that clock. Bahamut just laughed his ass off. You think the power of Kronos can do jack squat to me? The thought ran through Jack's head. Based on Bahamut's reaction before, that clock must be an artifact containing Kronos' power. Suddenly, it threw its head back, snapping me out of it. The roar was so loud and obnoxious, I had to clamp my hands over my ears. Did he seriously just shatter that spell? A moment later, Bahamut's foot slammed down, sending a shockwave through the entire area. Its whole body flew straight down, landing right in front of Saturn as its feet dug into the ground. It created long fissures in the earth as it growled, Saturn Drake, that vision you just showed me. Could it be? He smirked. Yeah, that was Kronos' prophecy. Now you get why I entrusted the true dragon sword to you. Saturn muttered a curse. Damn it, right from the very beginning. Dragons making pacts with humans was a mistake to begin with. Humanity should have relied on its own damn strength. Bahamut's giant mouth slowly opened. It agreed, fine. Hand it over, that dragon-slaying technique, the true dragon sword. Just then, the book started flipping open, its pages filled with symbols. Just a bunch of scribbles. The book then snapped shut. Its voice echoed softly. You really created this damn thing? He explained that it was to protect the world. Bahamut scoffed, bullshit. You mean protect humanity, not the world, right? It pointed at the book. Whatever it is, I'm keeping it unless that prophecy comes true. Otherwise, it's never seeing the light of day. Saturn replied, fine by me. He turned and walked away, saying, even without the true dragon's sword, humanity will awaken its light aura someday. Bahamut gave a grim smile. If that day ever comes, I'll personally wipe humanity from existence. This kind of power can't fall into the hands of insects. A smirk played on Saturn's lips as he spoke, even though I was terrified of dragons. So much that I had to create that technique. How ironic. I still have faith in Kronos, and in you, too, Saturn continued. Kronos used to repeat it like a mantra, that a day would come when even you would learn to open your heart, that the time would come when you'd find someone to be your contract partner. The cave then returned to normal, eerily quiet. A contract partner. To open my heart, Bahamut slowly coiled up to lie down. What a load of crap. Its eyes slowly closed. That's never going to happen. Back to the present. In the training room, Jack had his hands on the floor, looking up as he thought. I didn't understand a single damn word of that from start to finish. But one thing's for sure. That vision was about Bahamut's deep-seated distrust of humanity, something I felt after absorbing his heart. I can totally sympathize with that feeling. His lips parted. But that's exactly why I don't get it. What the hell made him change his mind and forge a pact with Tarakan? I just can't figure it out. A few minutes later, after seeing Bahamut's memories, I started digging for answers, only to find out that the Draker family had messed with Tarakan's entire history. Of course, there were no meaningful records left. Jack got out of the shower, so I spent my time training with the true dragon sword and looking for clues, and then I got word from Reinhardt that the first request was ready. He let out a sigh. I mean, I did ask for an identity that wouldn't raise suspicion. Jack picked up the card and gave a weak smile. But the vice branch manager of the Reinhardt Guild's Southern Continent branch, isn't that a little overkill? Suddenly, a noise got his attention. Outside, a pigeon was pecking at the glass door. It was trying to signal something. It's a messenger pigeon. So, Kay has finally made her decision. Scene change to the secret garden, managed by the branch. Atlas, the Syndicate organization. Kay spoke up. Hello, partner. In a VIP room at a bar inside the secret garden. At the hotel, Jack let out a small laugh. You're really calling me partner? That's a new one. He glanced around the room. She looked a little confused by his reaction. Jack observed, thinking, even though I've been in Atlas for a while now, seeing this with my own eyes still feels weird. The thought ran through his head. Well, it makes sense. The image I'm used to is just a bunch of ruins, total desolation from the Continental War, so it's no surprise this feels strange. Jack turned his head back, closing his eyes as he spoke. I never thought Atlas had a place like this. Kay asked, why's that? Mesmerized by the view, she presented the room. Magnificent, isn't it? This hotel is one of our syndicate side businesses. People who operate in the shadows always need a secret place to talk business, you know. Jack advised. Oh, by the way, I'll pass on the alcohol. Tea would be a better choice next time. Hearing this, Kay chuckled. What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're underage. I never knew you had such a cute side. He replied, honestly, I just don't see the appeal in drinking, so I don't. Another thought popped into Jack's head. Back then, at the party celebrating me becoming a new student, I got caught up in the atmosphere and tried a little. But just as I thought, my poison immunity treated the alcohol like a poison and automatically purified it. Before I regress, I used to drink just to get wasted. A system notification popped up. Alcohol detected. Activating poison immunity. Detected toxin will be eliminated. He mused. Now I can't even get drunk, so I'd much rather drink the tea I actually like. She turned around to grab something, smiling. Right. So long story short, you don't like booze. Got it. Anyway, let's cut the crap. I've got something I want to show you, Kay thought to herself. You don't listen to a damn thing, do you? She throws down a file. That dude you're backing, Pavela? Turns out he used to be a pirate, Kay says. I dug into it, and there's a mountain of evidence. It's crazy that no one's figured it out yet. She points to the text below. Even worse, the timing of the Silver Knights' attack on the pirates right when they disappeared lines up perfectly with when Pavela started getting powerful. And that's not all. I found something else, something totally unexpected. His brow furrows. The words are read aloud. Walken, also known as Walken. He's the number 2 guy in the John organization, and yet he's secretly making deals with Pavela, his enemy. Kay speaks up. This is so messed up. I haven't reported it yet. It would cause total chaos in the Syndicate. Sometimes it's better not knowing. Her voice drops. Oh, and about that artifact you asked me to sell. Suddenly, Kay's eyes go wide, her face darkening. Jack praises her. You've pulled off something huge. Kay, he smirks. Now I'm gonna lay out the plan to make you the new boss of the Syndicate. Rain starts pouring down outside. Sheets of rain are hitting the alleys hard. A system notification pops up, activating teleportation gate at the designated coordinates. Jack nods. Nice. Preparations are complete. He walks off, thinking. Using a portal on a small map costs a crap ton of karma points, but because of that, we'll dodge any hint of suspicion. Among the 3 big shot magic families, people who can actually use teleportation magic are crazy, rare, and jumping between cities requires a massive portal from a magic tower, at the very least. In other words, this whole plan will look like a total accident, perfectly disguised. Jack Drake smirks, thinking. Just thinking about that bastard's face makes me want to laugh. The rain's gone, and the sun's coming up. Just like he called it, tonight's gonna be a freaking explosion. Screams erupt. Fire! Somebody get a fire mage, now. All hell breaks loose with the roaring flames. It's gonna spread to the next building. Did anyone contact the owner? Where the hell is the fire mage? An ashtray is overflowing with crushed cigarettes. Kay thinks to herself, that kid. He's a Drake, through and through. A bold punk, and then some. She decides he's not just bold. Kay takes a long drag, her eyes gazing into the distance. He's completely nuts. She slams her hand on the table. What? You're planning to burn down all of John's Soma warehouses on the central continent. Jack Drake just says, yep, so give me the warehouse locations. Kay looks freaked out. That's top secret intel. Only the top brass at the Syndicate, and I know that. They'll find out right away. He grabs a glass of water, laughing a little. Perfect. I wasn't planning on being subtle. Jack points straight at a photo, because I'm going to pin the whole thing on El Mentro. The fewer suspects, the cleaner the job. The Syndicate still has no idea Pavla was a pirate, right? She answers, right, because I haven't filed a report. Kay freezes. Wait a sec. Don't tell me you. He gives a small laugh. Knew you'd catch on fast. Jack sweeps everything off the table with his arm. That's right. We barely have to lift a finger. His face gets this nasty look. All we have to do is drag every Syndicate executive, the ones who are on the fence between John and Pavla, into this little game, and then just tell John everything. Done. Jack Drake's expression totally freaks her out. Kay bites her lip, her voice super quiet. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? He's all casual. Of course. She's literally shaking. This plan is certifiably insane. You know exactly what they do to traitors. Jack's knuckles go white on the liquor bottle. He screams, when all the execs are blown away, who the hell is going to care about who betrayed who? He hisses, you want to be their little pawn for the rest of your life. Didn't you already agree to my deal to make you the boss? His eyes get sharp. No more Ford. From now on, it's either cone or rice. Pick one. After listening for a minute, Kay starts to come around. Yeah, he's right. I didn't sign up for this crap just to be some guffer forever. Jack Drake. His intel skills are insane. He found out who Pavela really was, and nobody had a clue. And that's not even the half of it. With those skills, he also uncovered ancient ruins that weren't even on the map, and even managed to perfectly snag a huge stash of top-tier artifacts. After seeing that kind of crazy skill firsthand, I knew I had to stick with him. She reaches out, grabbing the hand Jack has on the bottle, but now, Kay is shaking all over as she rips the bottle from his grasp. What good am I if I freak out after hearing the plan? She throws her head back and chugs the whole damn thing. He's just stunned, watching her. She slams the bottle down on the table, with a loud thud. Kay shouts, is that it? So what if we fail? We die. This is the biggest bet I've ever made in my life. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, laughing a little. Let's do this. I'm all in. Jack gets this satisfied smirk. Now that's the fire I was looking for. This bet. I'll make damn sure you don't regret it. A little later, a cigarette burns down to the filter. A hand is shaking uncontrollably, like it's freezing cold. Another hand slaps down on it, trying to steady it. Kay stands on the balcony, lost in thought. Jack Drake, I'm putting all my trust in you. Newsflash, a series of fires on the central continent. Coincidence or organized crime? Last night, a ton of fires broke out all at once in different spots across the central continent. Local investigators all agree, given how far apart the fires were, it's hard to call it a coordinated attack. Since the buildings were torched to the ground, they didn't find a single clue. In the end, the whole thing was ruled an accident caused by human error. Scene cuts to some other fancy mansion. A deep voice cuts in. Whoever that bastard is, I swear. A figure leans back in a chair, a man growling. I'm not gonna let you die easy. This is the big boss of the Catel John family, John. Cut to the next day. A hand raps on Jack Drake's desk. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking. The semester's almost over. And it's been half a year since the news broke that I hit the blue level. I knew this day would come eventually. He glanced down at the box below, but now that I've actually got the invite to the promotion party, I'm kind of freaking out. The promotion party is a celebration for Dragon Knights who've broken past the gold rank level to become full-fledged knights. Even for Dragon Knights, hitting purple or blue rank usually happens when you're around 20. That's why they also call it the Dragon Knight's debut. Jack thought to himself, it's been 3 years since I last saw the head of the family. He prayed that nothing would go wrong. The scene changes to the central hall of the Spring Garden at the Four Seasons Castle, with laughter and chatter echoing all around. A voice cut through, grabbing everyone's attention. Greetings to the master of the Dragon Knights. Arthur Drake turned and said, "You're here, Abin." Abin put on a gentle smile. "Are you well, my lord?" He added gratefully, "I've never seen so many guests at a promotion party before." The man agreed. "Indeed." Arthur Drake turned to the guests and remarked, "Well, you are the youngest blue-ranked knight on the entire continent, so of course everyone's interested." Abin's friendly smile vanished, his eyes turning cold as he thought to himself, "He's talking about him, even though he knows I held the record before Jack." The old man waved. "Jack should be here soon, so I need to go get ready for the ceremony. Sorry, I can't chat longer. It's been a while." Abin reassured him. "Don't worry about it, my lord." Arthur Drake turned to leave, chuckling. "Well then, enjoy the party while you're here." He obeyed. "Yes, sir." But the moment he said his goodbyes and turned away, Abin's face twisted into a nasty sneer, his eyes filled with pure disgust. Elsewhere, Jack loosened his collar, groaning, "This is so stuffy," he said. "It's been hard to see you lately, master." Duke Drake shot back, "Don't even start with that. They dragged me out of retirement and are working me to the bone. I can't even go home," he whined. "I was already swamped thanks to that bastard Arthur Drake, and now they're making me play your guide for the day. It's only natural for a master to guide his disciple, that's what that sly snake said." Jack thought, "No wonder you look so damn tired. You've been worked to death." He asked aloud, "So, are we heading to the Spring Garden now?" Duke Drake answered, "Yep. It's the only place in the Four Seasons Castle that lets outsiders in." Hearing that, Jack got lost in thought. After all, the castle is split into 4 main zones. The Spring Garden, where most events are held and the only place that allows outside guests. Just like the Duke said. Then there's Summer Rock, where most Dragon Knight business is handled and where the Lord's office is. Autumn Fall is for private ceremonies like a knight's initiation. And finally, the Winter Palace, which stores tons of rare artifacts collected over the years. He mused, "I'd only heard about these places. This is the first time I've seen them with my own eyes before my regression. Around this time, I would have already been kicked out of the academy." After a while, they stood before a huge door. The old man spoke up. "All right, we're here." Duke Drake reminded him, "You're on your own from here. This door only opens for guests of honor." He placed a hand on Jack's shoulder. "I've got duties, so I can't stay for the party." Duke Drake added, "But don't lose your nerve. Do good in there." A small smile played on Jack's lips. "It's not so bad, having someone worry about me like this." Jack reassured him, "Master, you really worry about the weirdest things." The man chuckled. "As long as you don't screw up, I'll be happy." Just then, trumpets blared and a loud voice announced, "The guest of honor, Sir Jack Drake, is entering." All eyes shot toward the entrance. The doors slowly swung open, and he walked in like he owned the place. Whispers immediately broke out. "So that's Sir Jack Drake. Reached blue rank at 15, totally worthy of being a golden blood awakener. Still, I never expected him to shatter Abin's record as the youngest blue rank knight. Oh man, you haven't heard? They say he already blew past Abin's achievements at the academy. Seriously impressive." A voice announced, presenting Lord Arthur Drake. Leader of all Dragon Slayers, Jack Drake proclaims his first step as a knight. Right now, Jack was kneeling respectfully before Arthur. The sword was lowered onto his back. The man continued, "For the future of Jack Drake, you shall become an honorary knight. I bless you in the name of Drake." And Jack's expression turned grim. Arthur then declared, "Jack Drake is hereby appointed as an official knight of Drake, and shall receive the title of a knight." Everyone was completely stunned. An official knight of Drake at just 15 years old, even if he's the youngest blue rank knight, isn't this way too rushed? Jack's face was a mess of confusion. In the Drake family, the only condition to become a knight is based on achievements blessed by aura. Dragon Knights awaken pretty early, so hitting purple or blue rank is predictable. That's why achievements matter way more than rank. Even Abin, the youngest blue knight before me, had to build up a record of achievements for 3 months before he was made a knight. That just shows how much achievements are worth in the Drake family. But Arthur's declaration totally goes against all of that. Jack looked down at the sword, thinking, the Lord has more power than any other title, so no one can object. But what the hell is he planning? Arthur's voice rang out again. Today, I am thrilled to introduce my son to you all. Jack received an unexpected golden awakening and became the youngest blue-rank knight. I believe this kid will surpass me as a knight very soon. He raised his glass and continued. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging, so I'll stop showing off now. Arthur Drake shouted, let's raise a glass to end the ceremony. Blessings on the future of this young buck, this talent. Here's to hoping for peace and prosperity on the continent for the sake of the Dragon Knights. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. Everyone chugged their drinks. He glanced over, looking totally defeated, thinking how in his past life that guy stayed quiet even when Hogwarts suspended him. So now that I'm actually good at something, he's going to act like some encouraging dad. Whatever. A voice called out, cutting through Jack's thoughts. Jack, he bowed his head respectfully. Yes, sir. Arthur Drake urged, let's take this somewhere else. The old man chuckled softly. As your father, I want to talk to you alone. Time passed, and the party wound down. No one else was left. William spoke up, hey Aben, you might want to fix your face, he whispered. Seeing the twisted, cold-as-ice look on Aben's face, that was definitely not the face of a big bro happy about his little brother's success. His lips were pressed into a thin line, like he didn't even want to talk. Then Aben asked, where's the prince? William replied, he said he'd show up after this boring-ass ceremony, so he should be here any minute. That guy urged, then we should get a move on. The other dude obeyed. Elsewhere, a door opened, and Jack walked out, holding something. He looked at the emblem in his hand, thinking, a memento that could be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why would the head of the family give this to me? Jack scratched his head, confused. Well, it's not exactly a bad thing, so I guess it's not a huge deal, right? Damn it, I don't even know anymore. He thought to himself, but there's a bigger problem now. And that's how the hell I'm supposed to survive these parties happening every single day, not just for one night. That's what I should be worried about right now. And now Jack was even more lost. How can people keep up this act all day long? This high-class crap really isn't for everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir Jack Drake. A soft voice spoke up. This is the first time we've met in person. The girl approached and introduced herself. I am the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia. He thought to himself, wait, isn't she like the top contender for the Alencian throne? She's currently representing the weak and useless king, pushing a series of bold policies that benefit the common people. And because of that, she's got massive support from the people. It's also why she's constantly clashing with the Alencia nobility. But if she actually takes the throne, sooner or later those nobles will just find a way to suck up to her. Still, before I regressed. As the conflict with the Empire got worse and worse, this promising princess stopped all foreign activities and then mysteriously vanished. Rumors spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the Empire, but when the Alencia Kingdom was wiped out in the war, the truth was buried forever. Jack's gaze shifted slightly. In this life, even though she's been keeping a low profile, showing up at an official event like this must mean everything's still okay. Wait a sec, he suddenly remembered something. Recalling what Cliff had said before, the royal family of the Alencia Kingdom, Jack turned to look back at Melissa. Could it be? He bowed his head with a friendly smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Melissa. Jack approached her. I've heard great things about you for a long time. It's a true honor to have you at my promotion party. She seemed a little surprised by that. Oh, you know of me? He replied. Of course. I've been paying attention to your pro-commoner policies for a while now. Jack explained. A lot of people probably think they're just showy policies, just handing out whatever you have. He chuckled softly. But in reality, everything from the budget down to the smallest detail has to be meticulously planned, right? Melissa was stunned to hear that. She bowed her head with a small smile, thinking to herself, the rumors are true. You really are different from the other knights. Seeing her reaction, Jack wondered, did I disrespect the princess in some way? She denied it, not at all. I just never expected someone to understand the burdens I'm shouldering. To be honest, I'm a little moved. Melissa lifted her dress, turned, and said softly, well then, I'll be taking my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sir Jack. He was confused. You're leaving so soon? She replied. I'd love to talk more, Sir Jack, but I can't take up all of the guest of honor's time, Jack thought. She has a point. Even though no one said anything, the stares from everyone else were clearly making her uncomfortable. Melissa continued, anyway, you don't need to be too disappointed. She gave a radiant smile and declared, I'm sure we'll have a better chance to meet again. A few minutes passed. Jack was plastering on a bright smile for the guests, but in his head, he was thinking, all right, the meet and greet crap is almost over. Finally, I can take a breather. He let out a sigh. Parties like this are so not my thing. I'd rather be training with Kaiser. That's way easier. Just then, a clanking sound rang out. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning cold as he glanced behind him. He scanned the area, wondering about the clanking armor. A thought bubbled up. Who the hell wears armor to a banquet? Jack let out a sound. Ah, right. I finally figured it out. A voice spoke up. You're the man of the hour. A young man with blonde hair approached. Jack Drake, the youngest to be knighted, right. This was the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Karos, and the bastard who, along with Aben, ignited the Great War across the continent before I regressed. Karos extended his hand in greeting, announcing, I am the fourth prince of the Great Rome Empire, Karos Nova Konstantinos. In contrast to his fake-ass welcome, Jack was completely calm, giving a slight bow. He said, A pleasure to meet you, Your Highness Karos. Thank you for coming to celebrate my promotion. Karos froze. His whole demeanor turned cold and sinister. He nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. Then Karos threw an arm around Jack's shoulder, beaming as he said, Come on, no need to be so formal. Let's have a drink. He turned and shouted, Hey, someone, get us some wine over here, and make it the best stuff you've got, worthy of this historic meeting between Karos, the greatest man on the continent, and Jack, the future champion knight of the continent. The wine was brought out in a flash and poured into their glasses. Karos Nova Konstantinos grinned like a maniac. Yo, this booze is a gift from the Imperial Prince himself. Don't waste a single drop. Bottoms up. Just like that, all eyes were on the two of them. The crowd started murmuring. Did he really just accept the fourth prince's offer that easily? He might be a talented blue knight, but damn, the kid's naive as hell. But that prince is way too damn arrogant. Considering the Drake family's power, you'd think he'd be smarter than to pull such a classless move. The prince was all praise. Awesome, totally awesome. I'm really starting to dig you. Tonight, we're drinking until we drop. Suddenly, someone shouted, Your Highness. Aben walked up and said, Congratulations to you, the rising son of the Empire. Karos Nova Konstantinos was like, Oh, Aben, you joining us for a drink? He replied, I am truly honored by your invitation, Your Highness, but I have something urgent to discuss with you in private. The prince was a little confused. Whatever you gotta say, just spit it out. Aben lowered his voice. There are too many eyes on us here. I think it'd be better if we took this somewhere else. The prince heard him out and agreed. Fine, if you insist, I'll play along. Then Karos Nova Konstantinos turned to Jack. My bad, Jack. I'm the one who invited you, and now I gotta bail first. Next time we meet, let's drink all night under a brilliant moon, and trade stories about the epic saga of the legendary Dragonslayers. After he said his piece, he left with his soldiers, his intimidating vibe making everyone he passed shake in their boots. The gossip started right back up. A dude like that is really a prince of the Empire. This nation never had its act together anyway. Gotta say, the way Sir Aben handled that was seriously impressive. No wonder the guy's got such a big reputation. He thought to himself, so it's all about how great Aben is? Huh. For real, if you didn't know what was really going on, you'd just think he was saving some awkward prince's ass. The thought ran through Jack's head. But this is all going down way earlier than what Kai reported before I regressed. Plus, the way those two act around each other. It's like they're old buddies. Cut to another room, where Karos, Nova, Konstantinos, and Aben are talking. The Continental War is probably closer than we think. After that, the room went quiet. Jack picked up the Gemin Constantinus token, thinking, one of these can be traded for a Drake report. He remembered what Arthur had said just a bit ago. Oh yeah, so, is that plan of yours to become the strongest on the continent going smoothly? Seeing as you're the star of the show tonight, I'd say things are looking good. Jack replied, Yes, it's all thanks to the family head. The old man let out a small laugh. Family head? Cut the crap. When it's just us, call me Father Jack. It's more familiar. Jack took a sip of his drink, mulling that over, remembering when Callie had requested, Just call me Sis, Jack. It's friendlier. Those were the exact words Callie used. He set his cup down. Now I get what that weird feeling was all about. Jack thought Aben's making some bold-ass moves, even getting the Council of Elders on his side. Even Callie saw what was happening and was getting ready to fight back. But Arthur, the damn head of the family, didn't notice. That's total BS. It means he's just looking the other way, even though he knows exactly what Aben's scheming. He wondered, so, if that's true, was him repeating Kali's words some kind of power play to pressure me? Or was it just a freaky coincidence? Whatever. I'm just gonna assume Arthur is siding with Aben to avoid getting screwed. With his mind made up, Jack Drake said, Yes, Father. Arthur let out a soft laugh. Father, man, I love the sound of that. All right then. I'll give you a gift as a little encouragement to keep chasing that dream of yours. As he spoke, he set something down on the table. It was a Gemin Constantinus token. Arthur explained, This is the mark you can use to claim a hidden treasure in Dong Boy. Jack picked it up, a look of pure excitement on his face. Dong Boy. It was in the Drake Report, a place famous all over the continent for its insane collection of priceless artifacts. The old man pointed a finger, warning. But remember this. In that place, mixed in with the real priceless treasures, is a whole lot of shiny-looking garbage. Jack replied, I'll keep that in mind, father. As he walked out, he wondered what the hell the old man was planning by giving him this thing. But that report on the Dragonslayers in Dong Boy's Four Seasons Fortress, everything is a resource. I'll use it all to my advantage. A girl was standing nearby, ready to greet him. I've been waiting for you, Sir Jack. Before you head in, I'll give you the short version about this treasury. Can you follow me this way? According to the Drake Report, this place holds about 17,000 valuable artifacts, and they can be claimed using the token. She continued, there's no time limit for you to choose, but once you leave, you can never come back. So, be mindful of that, Jack remarked. A vault full of priceless artifacts and not a single guard in sight. The girl explained, because we don't need any. She added, the magic security system here is just as insane as the one in the family head's office. Besides, all the artifacts in the vault are strictly controlled and managed by magic, so stealing anything is practically impossible. He thought to himself, figures. Guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. She gestured with her hand. All right, sir. Please place your token right here. Jack went and stuck the token in the slot. The whole space started to shake, and the door slowly creaked open. Cold air blasted out, and his mouth fell open a little in surprise. Inside, endless rows of shelves appeared. He stepped in, thinking, holy crap, it's way bigger in here than it looks from the outside. Classic Drake family. The girl said quietly. Well then, I will take my leave now. Jack muttered. It'd take a whole damn lifetime to check what every single one of these artifacts does. System. Can I sort these things by criteria I set? A system notification popped up. Administrator's request confirmed. Activating connection with Dragon's Eye. Please use Dragon's Eye to register items for sorting. He was confused for a sec. Register them with Dragon's Eye? Then, Jack let out a satisfied chuckle. He stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming. Oh, I get it now. All right, let's get this party started. A notification window appeared. Dragon Key, Dragon's Eye. Supports observation and viewing of detailed target information. Display available. Displaying items requested by the admin. Jack Drake stomped his foot down hard, then blasted off through the space. Jack pulled up at the end of the aisle. This has got to be enough, right? The system announced, displaying logged items on the minimap. Number of logged items, 17,138. He exclaimed, damn, way more than I thought. Filter out all the junk normal items, one-time use crap, anything that's not a relic. The screen displayed, sorting. Items detected as per the administrator's request. Number of items remaining after sorting is 9,832. Jack sighed, totally overwhelmed. Still way too many. Ditch all the swords weaker than the black sword. The screen went blank, and he thought, seriously, all the swords got axed? So you're telling me that out of tens of thousands of relics here, the black sword is the top dog? Wait a sec. Jack paused, looking at a blank spot, confused. Why isn't this one showing any info? Jack searched around. It's got to be around here somewhere, the system announced. Arrived at the coordinates designated by the administrator. A bracelet appeared, making him wonder. A bracelet. Jack picked it up to take a look. On the outside, it looked totally plain, and yet there's no info on it. The system screen popped up again. His eyes went wide when he saw the notification. This item is reacting to the title Hair of Terracan Drake. Jack turned back to the bracelet, smirking to himself. It reacts to the air title, huh? So this is a relic of Terracans. His gaze fell on the stone set in the bracelet. Information displayed, Sacred Guardian Stone, a bracelet inlaid with a guardian stone, capable of summoning a spirit beast. Inherent ability, summons a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. Special note, the guardian stone contains the blessing of the Elven King. The Sacred Guardian Stone has been bound to the administrator. You can now use the Sacred Guardian Stone to summon a guardian beast compatible with your soul. Jack freaked out, yelling, Whoa, hold up. What the hell do you mean, bound? Who gave you permission? Can you unbind this thing or not? A notification appeared, Administrator's request confirmed. This item is bound to the title Heir of Terracan Drake. Cannot be unbound. He cursed under his breath. Shit, I haven't even checked all the other relics. My whole plan is screwed now. Jack squeezed his eyes shut and just accepted it. Oh, whatever. Gotta think positive. If this was Terracans, it's gotta be way more OP than most of the other relics. System. Activate this bracelet's inherent ability. The system announced, Administrator's request confirmed. Activating the Sacred Guardian Stone to find a guardian beast compatible with the user's soul. The bracelet lit up, shooting out these brilliant streams of light. The screen displayed, due to the blessing of the Elven King, search range has been expanded to higher levels. Guardian Spirit Beast. A compatible Spirit Beast has been found for the user's soul. Summoning Spirit Beast. A flash of light exploded everywhere, blasting a beam straight down. It kicked up a sick dust cloud, crackling with lightning. A foot stepped out. A beast emerged from the blinding light. The system announced, Spirit Beast Longma has been summoned. Jack was floored. This is the Spirit Beast? The power coming off it is incredible. He glanced at the bracelet and exclaimed with a huge grin, the heart and fang of Bahamut, and now a relic that summons a Spirit Beast. Jack wondered, just how many insane things did Terracon even own? Just then, the horse came over and rubbed its muzzle against his forehead. Jack reached out, holding its head as he thought, so this is what compatible with the soul means. It's the first time we've met, but it feels like I'm seeing an old friend. He chuckled softly. All right, I like you too. I even feel this weirdly close connection. The two of them just rubbed cheeks, laughing happily. The system posed a question. If you name the Spirit Beast, you can summon it at any time through the sacred stone. Jack looked up. A name? Huh. How about Bucephalus? Hearing this, the horse jumped and neighed a few times. He chuckled. Looks like it likes the name. Information displayed, Bucephalus, a longmaw possessing a noble aura, inherent ability, can discharge the power of lightning from its two mains. Note, Supreme Spirit Beast, King of the Longmas. Jack thought to himself, King of the Longmas? Sounds impressive, but this is the first time I've ever seen a longma. How the hell am I supposed to know how strong it is? Suddenly, Bucephalus lowered its head and bit the shoulder of his shirt. It lifted Jack up, startling him as he struggled. Hey, Bucephalus, what the hell? Before he could get his bearings, Jack was thrown down. He landed on Bucephalus's back and asked, You mean, you want me to ride you? Jack leaned forward, stroking its mane as he thought, a Supreme Spirit Beast, for real. It read my mind, knew I wanted to test its power, and then knelt down for me to get on. He tugged the reins and shouted, All right, Bucephalus, let's go, full speed. In a flash, Bucephalus bolted forward at lightning speed, so fast even the god of wind would be left in the dust. Jack held on tight, wondering, it's running this fast, but there's no sound of hooves. What kind of insane creature did I just tame? Then his eyes widened when he saw that with every leap it took, it created a magic circle, and Jack was stoked. Let's go. This is awesome, Bucephalus. Scene changes to another location. A past memory came back to him, her asking, Are you sure you want to choose this? He sat in the carriage, thinking to himself, the guide's attitude. When I said I wanted this bracelet, he showed zero enthusiasm. I remembered what Arthur said, that this archive holds priceless treasures, but it's also full of useless junk that just looks flashy, so you have to be careful. The thought crossed Jack's mind. In other words, this bracelet was one of those pieces of junk Arthur mentioned. Makes sense. Before it reacted to my title, even the system couldn't display any info about it. It's no wonder people didn't realize its true value. I thought Terrakin's relics could only be found in ruins the system points you to. Can't believe I snagged this thing so easily. What a lucky break. He leaned back with his hands behind his head and said casually, Anyway, this is definitely one hell of a haul. Feels so good after all that crap from the battle at the party. I'm gonna go home and crash for the rest of the day. A few minutes later, a voice called out, Congratulations on officially becoming a Drake Knight, Sir Jack. Dude, talking all formal like this is making me cringe, he added. Cliff Reinhardt. Cliff Reinhardt just kinda laughed. You're an official Knight of Drake now, so it's totally normal for me to switch up how I talk to you. Jack sat down, running a hand through his messy hair, and sighed, Yeah, whatever. But from now on, don't just pop up out of nowhere like that. If anyone finds out we're connected, all our plans will go up in smoke. The old guy lowered his voice. I'm really sorry about that, but there's actually someone. They were dead set on meeting Sir Jack, no matter what, so my hands were tied. Just then, someone pulled back their hood. Melissa spoke up. We meet again, Jack Drake. She flashed a brilliant smile. Let me introduce myself again. I'm the head of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild, Melissa Alencia, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Jack thought to himself, the first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia, Melissa Alencia. Knew it. So the person pulling the strings of the Reinhardt Guild is the princess. Melissa let out a small laugh. You figured it out already, didn't you? Lately, Princess Melissa's been totally MIA from the public. But then she just randomly shows up at the party celebrating my own promotion. Right then, the patient gets injected with the Crimson Flower disease cure that Cliff Reinhardt brought back and, bam, they're instantly healed. He thought to himself, you'd have to be a total idiot not to realize this is a massive coincidence. Then he said out loud, "Yeah, that's exactly it." She just waved her hand. "All right, I'll skip the intro then. And get straight to the point, cool? The reason I tracked you down in such a hurry, Jack, is because I need a favor." Jack was like, "A favor? What kind of favor?" Melissa answered, "First, can you look over this file?" He took the papers and started reading as she kept talking. "This is intel on the recent Crimson Flower disease cases, mostly popping up around the Alencia border. It also has the analysis results on the disease from the Nirvana supernatural family." Jack flipped through the pages, and suddenly his eyes went wide. He blurted out in shock, "Is this stuff for real?" "The Crimson Flower disease is a pathogen created by magic," Melissa said. "These are the findings from the Nirvana family's research. They're one of the top 3 supernatural families, so there's no way they're wrong." Jack gritted his teeth, looking seriously pissed, and thought, "So the Crimson Flower disease is man-made. On top of that, it's spreading way faster than any of the rare outbreaks before. Did me coming back to the past change this?" she added. "And that's not all. Like you see in the file, the Crimson Flower disease first broke out in villages near the border between the Rome Empire and the Alencia Kingdom, but it didn't spread over to the Empire's side." Someone stubbed out a cigarette on the table. Melissa went on. "It only spread deeper into the Alencia Kingdom." He cut her off. "Hold on, are you saying?" Her eyes got sharp. "Yep, I'm thinking the exact same thing as you, Jack. It's totally possible the Rome Empire created the Crimson Flower disease and deliberately spread it toward Alencia." Jack got serious. This is messed up. Like, really messed up. It hit him then the reason the Alencia Kingdom fell so damn easily to the Rome Empire before he regressed was all because of the Crimson Flower disease. Jack looked straight at Melissa. "So that's why you need my help." He put the file down. Jack's voice went cold. "What you really want is the right to mass produce and distribute the cure for the Crimson Flower disease, isn't it?" She nodded. "Yep, that's right," Melissa explained. "In our last contract, our guild only got the basic formula to distribute the cure nationwide. We need a new, updated contract. On top of that, the princess was offering a seriously tempting deal. Still, I have no intention of breaking our contract." Her tone brightened up. "Of course, I'd do the same thing. As a merchant, whoever shows their hand first is at a disadvantage. But working with you, Jack, can hardly be called a bad thing." Hearing that, a small smile played on Jack's lips. He thought, "Just as I'd expect from the real boss of the Reinhardt Guild. It's no wonder Reinhardt got so damn powerful." Melissa added, "The cure will be handed out to the public as relief aid. You don't have to worry about the formula getting leaked. And obviously, we'll pay you what you're owed. I'll give you 20% of our guild's shares." Jack's whole expression changed. The Reinhardt Merchant Guild is still in the top 10 of the most respected guilds. If it doesn't go down with Alencia in the Continental War like it did before I regressed, the guild is going to get even bigger. A 20% stake in this guild is worth at least a few million gold. And if I can stop the war so the guild can grow, that value could skyrocket to tens of millions of gold. He went quiet, deep in thought. Jack leaned in and said, "That's a seriously tempting offer. But first, I have a few questions for you, Princess." His face got serious. "How do you know I'm not with the Empire for you to just spill all this information so openly? And offering up 20% of the guild just for relief supplies? I don't get it." Seeing that Jack was wary, Melissa quickly explained, "I'll answer every one of your questions." She said it so casually, like she was reading from a script. "I've already confirmed that you, Jack, aren't one of the Empire's guys. If I have any strength besides my title, it's my intuition, which I've had to sharpen after being burned so many times. The truth is, after we parted ways at the party, Jack, I didn't leave right away. I watched you from a distance. It was super subtle, hard to catch, but you were giving the cold shoulder to anyone connected to the Empire. More importantly, you refused to shake hands with Karos Nova Konstantinos, the 4th prince of the Rome Empire. Most people probably thought you were just being polite and choosing a different way to say hi, instead of a handshake, but I saw it for what it was, a gut reaction. A kind of disgust, like you couldn't stand to even touch him. That's why I'm sure you aren't on the Empire's side." Hearing that, he was seriously impressed. The princess's observation skills were insanely sharp. She went on. "The second question doesn't need a long-ass explanation. For just 20% of the Merchant Guild's shares," Melissa's eyes were dead serious. "If it can save the people, then it's definitely a worthwhile deal." Hearing that, Jack was totally floored. Screams erupted. "Alencia, stop trying, just fall back. Even if we stop the Empire right now, what's the point if the king dies?" The argument broke out. "That's right, Jack, that's your mission. Looking at the big picture, bailing now is probably the smart move. You get that, right? But Jack, if all it costs is my life to buy time for everyone to escape, then that's a damn good trade." She's being kinda cryptic right now. Seeing him bury his face in his hands, clearly in agony, he cursed to himself, "Damn it. I tried to stop this from happening. And yet, she's saying the exact same crap Alencia did back then." Jack let out a long sigh and said, "Fine, you've got a deal." Melissa beamed, "For real? Smart move." Jack added, "Just be careful not to blow my cover." She reassured him, "Relax. I guarantee it won't happen." Fast forward 2 weeks. Right now, in the training room in the mansion's basement, he was grinding nonstop. His slashes were powerful, and Jack was lightning fast. He launched a series of insane attacks, his whole body flying through the air as dust and smoke billowed up, creating a vortex like a furious hurricane. He paused, steadying himself. Just then, a system notification popped up. "You have successfully mastered the S-rank dragon-slaying sword art," Jack asked. "Finally done." Took about a month, didn't it? A notification appeared. "Achievement quest conditions have been met. Saturn's successor has completed the achievement quest. A completion time bonus has been added to the reward." Quest rewards include coordinates to the Kingdom of Kronos' treasure, the title Sword Art Inheritor, 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes. Reading it, he was like, "Whoa." He muttered, 2 whole random gift boxes? Sweet. That pretty much makes up for the points I burned torching John's warehouse. Jack sheathed his sword. "All right then." "All right," he said. "Let's check this first." Coordinates to the treasure of the Kingdom of Kronos, the system announced. Administrator's request confirmed. Suddenly, a red alert popped up. "Cannot read these coordinates at the present time," the system announced. "The seal must be found to activate the coordinates. If you collect and reassemble the scattered pieces of the seal, the coordinates will be activated." The locations of the seal fragments have been linked and are now displayed on the minimap. He checked the map, 2 pieces in the center, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. Jack rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, "These pieces are pretty spread out. It's going to take a good chunk of time to get them all." Suddenly, he froze for a second. Jack Drake smirked. "So that's what this is all about. No wonder it never popped up before." System notification, linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Kingdom of Kronos and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, a title, successor of the Kingdom of Kronos. The screen appeared, making him lean in. Jack was kinda let down. "Are you kidding me? The reward is just a title?" The system notification repeated. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Kingdom of Kronos and restore them to their original state. No time limit. Quest reward, the title, successor of the Kingdom of Kronos. He wondered, so restoring the seal and finding the treasure mentioned in the report counts as part of the reward? Or is it like that other time, where the relic reacted directly to my title? Maybe this title also has some kind of special power hidden inside. Jack's face twisted into a scowl. He put the compass away. "For now. I'll just put a pin in it." Jack turned to leave. "There's no time limit anyway. I'll take care of the more pressing matters first. No rush to figure it out later." He stepped outside. Good thing he'd just heard from Kay. A sinister smile spread across Jack's face. "Been a while since I got to mess with some drug smugglers. Down in the southern region, huh?" Cut to Goba Port, a harbor town on the southern continent. He thought. The smell of the sea mixed with the thick, coppery stench of blood. The atmosphere in the south is as foul as I remember. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully, shouting in unison. "It is an honor to serve you, Vice Chief of the Reinhardt Guild's southern branch." Jack waved a hand dismissively. "You've all worked hard." They roared back. "We eagerly await the day you return to us as the Vice Chief." He felt helpless. Okay, knock it off. You're being way too extra." As Jack walked away, he thought, "Before I regressed and now. I guess not everything has changed." He looked around, observing his surroundings. At least the smell of the ocean hasn't changed, Jack thought. All right, gotta get my head in the game for this. Just then, someone waved him over, calling out, "Jack Drake." His gaze fell on the 2 figures ahead. Talk about perfect timing for the mission, huh? A flash of memory hit him, and Jack instantly recognized the Northern Ranger. He commented, "Not bad. The merchant getup actually suits you." They both replied, "Thanks." Jack then asked, "You've got the plan from the mission letter down?" The guy answered, "Totally. On the day of the op, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl Merkin's holding captive." Jack walked up and patted him on the chest. "Good. Sounds like you know the plan. But remember, the mission also includes protecting the target and getting her somewhere safe. So don't let your guard down at the last second." The guy nodded. "Understood. But I do have one question." "What's up?" Jack asked. The man said, "Probably to stop any leaks, but the letter doesn't say anything about the chaos that's supposed to happen on the day of the operation. Is it going to be a special event, like a festival here in the South?" A faint smile played on Jack's lips as his voice dropped to a chill. It's not a festival. It's going to be a hell of a lot more chaotic than that. Because it's the day Merkin gets erased from this world. The guy was totally stunned by his tone. Just then, a voice rang out. So there you are, Vice Chief. A man approached them and said, "Oh, are you talking? I can come back when you're finished." Jack rushed the guild guide. "Nah, it's cool. We're done here. Just lead the way now." The guide responded, "Yes, right away. I'll take you in the carriage we prepared. This way, please." The ranger watched them go, wondering, is he seriously planning to start a war with Merkin? Jack overheard and let out a soft laugh. Jack waved a hand back at him. "Nah, I was just kidding. Don't worry about it." But the way that kid said it, it didn't sound like a joke at all. His partner replied, "Agreed." After arriving in another residential district, Jack asked, "Did you check out the place the guild set up?" The guide replied, "But of course. It looks a bit old from the outside, but the storage and the interior are all under our management. It's totally hotel grade. Damn, you're the real deal. Anyway, just to go over the plan again, I'll give you the rundown. Today is John John's birthday. Jack said this is a chance to celebrate the old man, but it's also a meeting for all the top brass to discuss upcoming deals. So Kay, the key player in the deal, along with her assistant Jack Drake, will also be at the meeting, right?" Kay answered, "That's right." Jack said softly, "How many times have we been over this?" "I think this is the 5th time. I know this crap word for word now." She pointed and yelled, "Well, you'll just have to deal with it. Partner, I ain't brave like you. It's normal to be worried. You're not going to drag me into this and then refuse to listen to me bitch about it a little, are you?" He thought to himself, I knew something felt different than usual. So this is what it was about. Kay grabbed her head, trembling, and said, "What if they find out I was the one who burned down the Soma warehouse? I heard the way John deals with traders is to paralyze their entire body and then stuff them on a ship to be fed to sharks." She freaked out, yelling, "This is so not good. I used a thick smokescreen, so no one could have possibly seen, right?" Jack enjoyed watching her worry like this. "This just makes me want to mess with her more." Thinking that, he spoke up, "Kay, you're a mage. They'll deal with you differently, so don't worry." Kay asked, "Differently? How?" Jack flashed a brilliant smile. "Down south, there's a rumor that a mage's body can stop curses. Nobody's going to waste that on shark bait. They'll probably just chop off your arms and legs and sell them to whoever needs them." Hearing that, she was completely stunned. Kay screamed, "So those bracelets the John members have been wearing aren't fake, they're actual fingers. Oh God, what are they going to do with my fingers?" Jack just sat there coolly, ignoring Kay's meltdown. "If that happens, partner, you better collect my body parts and bury them somewhere sunny, okay? But how do you even know all this?" Jack thought to himself, "How can I not know? I know the southern continent better than anyone. I'm the one who led John to both prosperity and ruin. As a hired assassin, my beef with John started long before I regressed. I got kicked out of the academy, snatched up by slave traders, and then sold to John's Soma farm. That Soma farm wasn't just for growing Soma on orders from the higher-ups. It was way more complicated than that. Sometimes we were even sent out as cannon fodder in their turf wars. I was the only lucky bastard who made it back alive. Back then, I was just relieved to be alive and didn't question a thing. But looking back now, my survival instinct probably kicked my healing ability into gear without me even knowing. Anyway, after surviving 5 or 6 of those cannon fodder missions, John started training me to be a hired assassin. And what do you know, John's sharp eye was right on the money. The assassin gig was a perfect match for my skills at luring enemies into a false sense of security and then using poison. Taking down a purple knight became a piece of cake. But blue knights were a different story. Even when I got close without leaving a trace, he'd magically detect me. And even if I managed to poison him, he could just manipulate his aura to burn or flush out the toxins. But at the end of the day, blue knights are still human. I learned to target the weaknesses that only humans have. And after that, I could even take down blue knights with ease. When the number of blue knights I'd killed hit double digits, I had solidified my position as a top-tier assassin in the John organization. After that, I kept climbing the ladder with big victories in wars and by wiping out the Pavila organization. I eventually became John's adopted son, with the promise of being his official successor. But on the night all the gang's top leaders gathered to announce the heir, I killed every single person there, including John, and left the John organization. Jack smirked. Whatever, that's all in the past. As he was lost in thought, Kay snapped. "Hey, partner, you've been dodging my question this whole time." She pointed a finger and shouted, "Don't tell me you're a spy for John. You're just using me to take over the Syndicate, aren't you?" Hearing that, he thought for a moment, then just stared off into the distance without saying a word, making Kay freeze like a statue. She started freaking out again. I'm right, aren't I? Say something, partner. Meanwhile, Jack Drake was laughing to himself. The K now is different from before my regression. She's still a bit naive, so messing with her is way too fun. Scene changed to John John's mansion. Everyone was excitedly gathered in the Great Hall. A voice called out, John John. This is K, the enforcer I mentioned. K said respectfully, it's an honor to meet you, Sir John John. Jack glanced up, thinking, damn, this place is loaded. He scanned his surroundings. It wasn't just John's assassins, but also infamous outlaws and well-known rangers. He's really put together a diverse crew. At that moment, in a secret meeting room behind the mansion's hall, a deep voice rang out. A pleasure to meet you, K. I heard a mage would be coming, but I never expected such a beautiful one, more precious than any jewel. John John chuckled softly. I'm eager to hear your words of wisdom. Let's begin the meeting. This was John John, the boss of the John John organization. She seemed crushed by the atmosphere and had to force herself to stay calm. Kay spoke up. A few months ago, you remember the Soma warehouse fire, don't you? The question silenced everyone. He stubbed out his cigar and replied, Of course, I remember. It's not something you can just forget. John John's voice turned to ice. But why are you bringing it up now? She stammered, It's because there's a traitor here who worked with Pavala to burn down the Soma warehouse. Kay regained her composure and said, Among us is someone who conspired with Pavala, and he was the one who set the fire that burned the warehouse to the ground. The people there reacted violently. What did that crazy bitch just say? Drag her ass out of here, now. A fist slammed down on the table, silencing the uproar. Everyone fell silent, no one dared to speak. His eyes sharpened. Are you prepared to take responsibility for what you just said? She gave a slight nod in agreement. John John pointed a finger straight ahead. All right, spit it out. Who had the guts to double-cross John John? Everyone there was, totally floored. Jack strolled over, put a blade to some dude's throat, and smirked. An honor to meet ya, John John. He then introduced himself. Name's Jack Drake. And that little problem you just brought up? Yeah, I think I can help with that. The old man spoke softly. Jack Drake. Pleasure's all mine. John John let out a small laugh. It's my birthday, you know. You show up to my birthday with a knife instead of a present? Jack just glanced over at Walken. What do you mean? The gift's right here, he asked. You're telling me my dear brother, Walken, is the rat? Hey, Walken, you're the one who should know what's up. Why don't you spill it yourself? The dude was thinking. Even the boss didn't clock this. How the hell does this punk know? Joaquin snapped. What are you useless idiots just standing around gawking for? His face was twisted with rage as he screamed. I've paid you clowns enough. Now earn your keep for once. One of the goons nearby stammered. But, sir, even if you say so, we can't touch him. He glanced over at Jack. That dude's a pro. Not a single opening to get close. If we try a long-range attack, he'll just use Sir Joaquin as a human shield. He's probably a spy sent by Pavala. Jack just chuckled. Damn, you really live up to the name of John John's right-hand man. He must really trust you, huh? You're the real spy for Pavella, and you've got the nerve to point the finger at me. Joaquin said quietly, feeling the heat now that your cover's blown, starting to spout whatever crap comes to mind. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Cocky, aren't we? You really think I'd pull a stunt like this without any proof? The guy started to panic. Kay was over there, casting some kind of magic circle, not too far off. John John was just chilling, smoking a cigarette, and watching the drama go down. He held up a clipboard. John John silently flipped through the papers, his brows knitting together. You brought me something real interesting, Jack Drake. Everyone was dead silent, shocked, listening to John John. So, not only did Joaquin team up with the Syndicate to backstab them, but those scumbag Pavala losers were actually pirates. Jack smirked. Knew it. The second you mention pirates, the whole vibe shifts. Nobody likes pirates, but Southerners, they hate their guts more than anyone. Since their turf is right next to the pirates' base, they've taken more hits than any other continent, he thought to himself. And on top of that, John John lost his whole family to pirates, so his hate for them runs deep. It's personal. Even for a guy like John John, there's no way he'd let something slide. If it involves pirates, he stared at the report, thinking, all right, Joaquin, what's your move now? Joaquin cursed under his breath. Son of a bitch. Damn it all. The guy snuck a glance at the paper, thinking, where the hell did you even get that picture? And this report. It spells out how I used to smuggle stuff with Pavela, and it connects me to that Soma warehouse fire a few months back. That alone is enough to put me in the hot seat, right? John tossed the report down and spoke up. I've read it, Jack Drake. But you think this flimsy piece of evidence is enough to make me suspect Joaquin, my own brother? Jack thought. Guess this isn't gonna cut it. I really didn't want to go this route, but looks like I'm out of options. John kept going. And if this is seriously all you've got, then I can't forgive you for insulting my brother. The guy spoke up quietly. Boss. It was Joaquin, confessing. Jack Drake's right. I'm the one who's been secretly working with Pavila. The whole place went dead silent. John got to his feet. So that's it. Never thought you'd be the one to betray me. You're a damn disgrace. He started walking toward him, slow. Since you confessed and all, guess you gotta get what's coming to you, right? Jack Drake's eyes went wide. Before anyone could even blink, John charged forward and sliced right through Joaquin, spraying blood all over Jack. The guy's body just dropped to the floor, not moving. Jack stared down at the bloody corpse, thinking, damn, for being John's so-called right-hand man, you went out pretty pathetically. These Southerners are a weird bunch, man. Earlier, he told him, Joaquin, just admit you're the traitor. Do what I say, and I swear to God, I won't lay a finger on that family you've got stashed away. Jack wiped the blood off his face with a cloth, still thinking. An oath sworn to God. That's as solid as it gets. Not that I ever plan on touching your family anyway. His eyes drifted to the axe in John's hands. Still, what a badass. The kingpin of the infamous John crime family. He didn't actually believe El Mencho was the traitor. He just offed him because he had to. He was just backed into a corner. Because the guy who started that fire at the Soma warehouse a few months back, the one that cost John a fortune, was also the same rat who teamed up with Pavila to burn it down. And right then, I went all in, called El Mencho a traitor to his face, and took him down. Then there was the bombshell that the Pavila organization was actually a bunch of pirates. In all that chaos, John somehow managed to keep his cool. He was analyzing the whole situation with a stone-cold face, but his crew, not so much. And then, right in the middle of all that mess, El Mencho confessed that he was the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't the actual traitor, letting it go would have made the whole organization fall apart. Total anarchy. Jack thought, yep, John is still the same calculating bastard as always. Some things never change. His axe came down, blood spraying everywhere. John was radiating pure killer intent, and his voice rang out. But if Kay's report is right and Joaquin was the traitor, then all you jackasses working in my beloved syndicate must be traitors too. He slammed his axe into the floor. The report makes it crystal clear that torching the Soma warehouse was just the first step for you clowns to jump ship and join Pavila. With Joaquin. John's voice was ice cold. If you confess, just like my dear brother Jokin did, I'll make it quick and painless for you. Someone stammered. This is a total setup. He pointed at Kay and yelled, we never planned anything like that. This has got to be that bitch's dirty work. That damn sorceress. If you had just interrogated that witch. But before he could even finish, a single slash sent him offline for good, splattering her with blood. Kay's whole body trembled violently. John turned and asked, what the hell are you doing? His eyes were locked on Jack. Jack Drake just casually pointed and replied, I'm just helping the boss take out the trash, that's all. Jack chimed in, saying Joaquin confessed his ass off and you executed him yourself. As for Syndicate, they were in on it with him. That's more than enough reason to take him out, right? McKeon thought to himself, I was wondering what the hell this punk was planning. So, his endgame is to use me to get rid of Syndicate. He nodded. A reason. Huh, sounds nice. But then Mackion's voice turned ice cold. But Jack Drake, are you some angel sent to help me? Or just another devil's errand boy sent to destroy me? A slight smirk played on his lips. Jack placed a hand on his chest and replied, I'm no angel, and I'm definitely not some devil's lackey. I'm just a business partner looking to make a new deal. Makian was puzzled. A business partner? That's right, Jack said, his tone chilling. I think the same way you do, boss. You want to wipe out the corporation's old order and restore your command, don't you? He broke it down. However, with Insta's expulsion order and Pabella's control over the sea routes, right now, Maki and Jim and Constantinus's only Soma distribution network is through the organization. Jack's eyes drifted to Joaquin's body on the ground. He continued, You're sharp enough to see all this clearly, boss. That's why you hesitated to punish them, even when you knew they betrayed you. Makian mused, You talk like you've known me for a long time. He turned to the trembling Kay. Don't worry. Up until now, the Federation's Soma distribution was handled entirely by Kay. A quiet laugh escaped her. Jack slammed a fist on his chest and declared, From now on, Kay and I will take over from the Federation. He lowered his voice and personally handle Makian, Jim and Constantinus's Soma distribution. The chair slowly turned around. Makian leaned back and spoke. That is, a fantastic offer? Jack Drake. His voice dropped. If what you're saying is true. An axe slammed down onto a stack of papers on the table. Deals have to be built on trust. Maki and Jimin Constantinus added, "But without trust, how can I hand over distribution to you when this is the first time we've ever met?" Jack stepped closer and said, "You're absolutely right. Then how about this?" He swung his blade, knocking the man's axe away. With a sweep of his arm, Jack sent all the papers flying into the air. He twirled the blade in his hand and stabbed it straight through a single sheet of paper. Jack let out a small laugh. Paulo Santos. "I'll take out the area run by that coward, Paulo Santos, a.k.a. Paulo the Coward. He got that nickname because he puts safety above everything else. That's why even though he's an enforcer, his reputation in the organization is total garbage." Maki and Jimin Constantinus thought, "And you even know details, like his existence and his nickname. Whatever. As long as it benefits me, I don't give a damn." He turned in his chair and said, "All right, that might just earn my trust." Maki and Jimin Constantinus stood up. "But, while I'm impressed by your balls and your guts, that place is way too dangerous to hit alone. So I'm sending Maki and Jimin Constantinus' elite assassination squad to back you up." Hearing this, Jack scoffed. "Support my ass. They're just going to be watching me, for sure." The man continued, "And, while you're proving your courage, just in case." Maki and Jimin Constantinus gestured towards Kay. "This young lady will be under my protection." His eyes sharpened. "That was just a long-winded way of saying she was a hostage." Jack spoke up. "I get it. Please take good care of Kay, boss." Night had now fallen on the Pabalai Ktel Soma. A hand went up. Jack Drake and the assassination squad were sneaking forward. He signaled them to stop. One of them thought, "Even as the squad leader, I stopped on his command without even realizing it." This was Manuel, the leader of the assassination squad. Manuel mused. Well, after seeing his skills, only a moron wouldn't follow his orders. He's got more stamina than assassins like us, and he moves faster and more precisely, like he knows this northern forest like the back of his hand. But most of all, the guy is insanely skilled in a fight, even against strong beasts. Skilled enough to easily take down the most expensive mercenaries from the wolf tribe. The guy concluded, "He's a total monster." Just then, Jack spoke. "All of you, wait here," Manuel stammered. "But, we're here as observers. We're not supposed to help directly." He shot him a look. "This is the only spot with a clear view of the factory. Stop saying crap you don't mean and just focus on observing." The guy reached out. Mr. Jack Drake. But before he could finish, Jack had already leaped away. The look on Manuel's face turned real ugly. A man asked, "What should we do, Chief?" "We do what?" he said. "We keep observing from here, just like he told us. We're only here to watch. There's no need to follow that guy into a fight," Manuel ordered. "From now on, hold your positions. Make sure you're camouflaged so we don't get spotted." Suddenly, a sound rang out. The man whispered. He started his assault. Just then, flames erupted violently. The whole fort was engulfed in scorching fire. Screams echoed out. "There's a mage among the attackers. We can't handle this alone. Get back up from the magic weapons team, now." That kind of reaction was expected for people seeing an elemental sword for the first time. Suddenly, a shout was directed at him. "Intruder spotted." Jack closed his eyes. But then again, for an organization that rivals Mickey and Jimin Constantinus in the north, I figured they'd react this fast. He was quickly surrounded as they all charged at him. The flames raged on. He unleashed his move. Elemental sword, field of incandescent fire. Jack's feet dragged across the ground as he turned back to look at the crowd being scorched by the flames. He chuckled, "Hey, this isn't even enough for a warm-up." Suddenly, a sound caught Jack's attention. He raised an eyebrow. That coward, Paulo, what a freaking lunatic. Cause right then, a bunch of tanks were aiming their cannons straight at Jack. He wondered, did he really tap into a whole mana tank for this? How much money went down the drain here? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just hire mages? Explosions ripped through the air as shells flew out. Jack didn't waste time talking. He just swung his sword and sliced right through an incoming shell. It immediately flew back the way it came, causing a massive explosion among the other tanks. He glanced back. Yeah, well, unless you're a criminal, you wouldn't accept a deal like that. With that, Jack unleashed his skill. Elemental sword, field of wind. The blade came crashing down. Under his mask, the corner of his mouth curled up. Before I regressed, I probably would have run at the sight of that mana tank. Jack ignored the explosion behind him and turned to leave. But things are different now. A hidden door on the ground opened up to a basement. All the guards had been completely wiped out. A powerful force rushed the last guy as Jack aimed straight for his head and slashed. Jack strolled inside casually. After taking care of this mess, it's about time for him to show up. Suddenly, an arrow shot down from above with insane speed. He quickly caught it, but it shattered, releasing all the gas inside. System notification. Black Mamba's toxin has been detected. Immunity to all poisons, negating poison effects. The arrow and the dark gas fell to the ground. Notification, Administrator's command confirmed. Continuous activation of the skill, recovery coefficient class, has been temporarily suspended. Jack thought, so you finally show your face. What the hell is the underground army even doing? Letting an intruder get this far? Paulo Santos stepped forward, his voice echoing, what you just breathed in is a deadly poison gas. Even an aura user can't do a damn thing against this potent toxin. A tall man spoke up, I'll give you a chance. Information about your accomplices in exchange for the antidote. This was the Pavela organization's officer, Paulo Santos. Paulo continued, seems like a diversion, but seeing how quiet it is up there. I guess all your buddies have been taken care of, huh? Why not take the deal before it's too late? Jack thought. A deal for something that doesn't even exist? You think I'm that easy to fool? His gaze fell on the arrow still emitting the poisonous gas. For Southerners, it's basic knowledge that there's no antidote for Black Mamba poison. A normal person would die in minutes if poisoned. Even a Blue Knight would have a hard time purging the toxin, and they'd probably suffer permanent damage. It really is a deadly poison. A thought crossed Jack's mind. But with my absolute poison immunity, this stuff is useless against me. The system just announced that Black Mamba poison was detected. Thanks to my absolute poison immunity, my body is unaffected. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to swing his sword, shattering the vial with the antidote. Paulo was stunned and yelled, You psycho! You dare destroy the antidote! Do you actually want to die? Suddenly, his eyes froze, his expression darkening. Jack pointed straight at him. Don't worry, my body is naturally immune to poison. And another thing, the reason it's so quiet up there is because I've already wiped out all your buddies. Hearing this, Paulo was baffled. What? He stammered. Don't be ridiculous. They're Pavela's elite, armed with enchanted weapons. Jack replied, If you're so curious, go check for yourself. Assuming you even can, that is. Paulo roared, Who are you? Who the hell sent you to do this? Jack chuckled softly. You've probably got some idea, right? He snarled, It can't be. John, Jack let out a little, Oh, wow, you catch on quick, Paulo reasoned. Because the only one who could mess with Pavela this badly is John. But I thought we had a truce, that we respected each other's boundaries. Why pull something like this all of a sudden? Jack sneered. You really have no shame, do you? He was shocked. What? Jack said coldly. Pavela's idea of respect is just sneaking into your rival's distribution network, waiting for a chance to dump your own products, right? Ignoring Paulo's shocked expression, Jack continued. Pavela has crossed the line. That alone is enough reason to declare war. The boss has declared he won't stop until the Pavela organization is nothing but ash. He also swore to wipe you filthy pirates off the southern continent. He thought to himself, he even knows your roots go back to being pirates. Hearing that, he tried to turn and run, cursing, damn it. But Jack wasn't about to let him go and gave chase. You really think you can get away? After a while, he was walking alone in a huge, open space. Jack Drake looked up, thinking, I guess that's enough of a chase for now. But where the hell am I? This place is totally different from that underground mine. Plus, the path here was loaded with traps. I had to pretend to fall for them to avoid suspicion. Such a pain in the ass. He glanced to the side. Those traps weren't part of the original ruins. Looks like someone set them up recently. Jack's brows furrowed as he cursed under his breath. Those damn Pavela bastards. What the hell are they doing here? Just then, someone was hiding behind him, watching. This guy took the chance when Jack wasn't looking and charged. He rushed in, swinging his sword down at him. But Jack just pivoted, sidestepping the attack. He got right up next to the guy and said coldly, Who the hell are you? Not giving up, the guy swung his sword, getting ready for another move. He spun his sword to attack, but Jack dodged every blow. Jack twirled the dagger in his hand, delivered a few fatal slashes, and ended the guy's life right then and there. Blood from the guy splattered everywhere, splashing all over Jack's face. He walked up to the body, but suddenly another dude showed up in the distance, pissing Jack off. Ugh, can't go anywhere without running into these assholes. But it wasn't just one, it was a whole damn crew. Shit, the Manhwa Empire's hounds. He muttered, This is why I didn't want to team up with those southern bastards. They should have handled this crap within their own borders. What the hell are they thinking, bringing a pack of rats all the way out here? The guy growled. Anyway, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Jack thought to himself. The battle map I saw on those hounds back at the giant mountains clearly marked ruins on the southern continent. So, this must be one of the ruins with the relic the Emperor is looking for. Manuel's eyes fixed on the dagger in his hand, and he spoke up. That dagger looks plain, but there was a gust of wind around it right before he swung it. Treat it like some kind of artifact. Be careful. The guy next to him obeyed. Got it. Manuel's brows suddenly furrowed when he saw Jack holding a magic scroll. He freaked out, yelling, That's a magic scroll. Get ready. Jack just tossed it behind him, all chill. Whoa, no need to get your panties in a twist. Jack pulled it back and explained, it's just a soundproofing and barrier spell, totally harmless. Basically, for the next 30 minutes, whatever happens in here, stays in here. He added, no need to worry about being discovered. Besides, it's not every day I get to test out a new technique. So you guys better enjoy it. Jack raised his black sword, letting out a soft chuckle. Right? After listening for a bit, Manuel was baffled. That spatial bag. It's weird. It doesn't look like a medium connecting to another space. It looks like it was created directly out of thin air. His eyes widened. And that strange weapon from before. He's obviously a mage, but he can use his sword too. Damn it. Manuel froze, his face a mask of pure shock. Right then, currents of electricity started crackling from the black sword into Jack's hand. An insane amount of inner power erupted. Sword aura. He started to panic. Don't tell me. Is that guy a blue knight? In that instant, a slash of energy shot down, striking all the assassins at once. Manuel was hit, too, coughing up blood. The massive spatial gate glowed brightly before slowly fading away. In the end, only rubble and ruin were left. Jack stood there, his sword blazing with fire, thinking, if I burn the bodies, it'll be hard to find any traces. Plus, it'll make people think Maki and Jim and Constantinus hired not just knights, but mages too for this raid. That should heat things up between Maki and Jim and Constantinus and Pavella. A thought popped into his head. Come to think of it, why are Pavella and the Roman Empire showing up here together? If I had to guess, they must be working together to find ancient ruins in the south. Before I regressed, there was no sign of this when I came here. Makes sense, I guess. That was about 3 years in the future from now. So they probably already found the relic and pulled out. Jack stomped his foot and sighed. Whatever, as long as the outcome is good, I don't care. Even though I just stumbled into this, I still managed to screw up that Emperor's plans. He turned to leave. All right, I guess I should really head back now. Suddenly, a noise from behind made Jack whip his head around. A foot stepped forward, followed by a low chuckle. What a pain. A man with red hair walked over and spoke. I felt a powerful and ferocious aura, but then it just vanished like magic, so I came to check it out. He slowly approached Jack. He said, so, we have an uninvited guest. The air suddenly got super heavy. Jack glanced over, checking out the guy's armor. Looks like Herzen, the magic armor gifted to the Red Knight of the Roman Empire. Right? He thought. A treasure among treasures. Herzen is inscribed with countless support spells, from weight reduction to self-regeneration. But this guy's Herzen seems different from the Empire's version. Jack spoke up. Who are you? That armor you're wearing looks a lot like Herzen. You, a Red Knight from the Empire or something? Suddenly, an insane force rushed straight at him. Jack immediately put up a perfect defense, summoning his black sword. Kian Jim and Constantinus charged, aiming his sword right at Jack. But luckily, the black sword appeared just in time to block his attack. Kian Jim and Constantinus's eyes blazed as he stared down Jack, who was struggling to hold his ground. The force of the blow sent Jack flying backward, slamming him flat against the wall. The impact was so huge it cracked the wall wide open, sending dust everywhere. Before Jack could even get his bearings, the guy charged again. The clash between them shook the entire basement. The two swords scraped against each other, making a piercing, metallic shriek. Jack thought, damn it, this strength is monstrous. His feet dragged across the floor. Don't tell me Herzen is enchanted with strength-enhancing magic, too. They exchanged blow after massive blow. Thick dust filled the air. Kian turned, looking for Jack, when suddenly a huge boulder came crashing down behind him. System notification. Activating skill, elemental sword. Metal force field. Giant blocks of stone fell, surrounding Kian. They pressed together, clumping into a mountain-like prison. Tendrils of aura wrapped around the stone prison, but he shattered it in an instant. Kian's gaze was razor-sharp. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared up, aimed right at him. It was like a powerful projectile hurtling towards Kian. Information panel displayed, activating skill, flash grenade. Chunks of earth and rock exploded, flying straight at him. Jack appeared. Gotcha. A beam of light shot down into the dark basement, flaring like a signal rocket. He was a little surprised. He can even block a sword aura. Jack lowered his sword, then suddenly looked up, pure shock on his face. System notification. Activating Dragon Tribe's skill, Dragon Scale Armor. Just then, Kian Jim and Constantinus unleashed a powerful slash at him. Luckily, Jack managed to dodge it. Jack spoke up. So you got a few weird tricks up your sleeve, too, the guy replied. A second ago, you asked who I was, didn't you? Kian Jim and Constantinus chuckled softly. With skills like yours, the least you could do is tell me your name, right? Kian, Jimin, Constantinus's voice dropped. I am Kian. Kian, Jimin, Constantinus. Jack thought to himself. His name isn't just Jimin. His eyes narrowed. It's also Constantinus. Constantinus is a surname only passed down to the royal family of the Roman Empire. On top of that, a royal middle name can only come from one of the elector families, the nobles with the power to vote for the emperor. Jack groaned. An emperor in the Roman Empire? He ran a hand through his hair, thinking, so does that mean the Jimin family, Drake's clan, is actually one of the elector families of the Roman Empire? Suddenly, a bolt of electricity shot past his face. A system notification popped up, demonic energy detected. Eliminating the wielder of demonic energy will grant bonus points. Jack raised a hand to shield himself. Demonic energy. I'm not exactly sure what it is. A realization hit him, but it's definitely super dangerous. An aura swirled up into the sky like a hurricane as he spoke. I never expected to meet a knight of my caliber in this wasteland. In that case, I will be courteous. I shall use my full strength to grant you an honorable death. He was a little stunned. I can't fight back with my usual lame techniques. Even if I use my elemental sword, my skill level is still way below his. Jack Drake's feet scraped against the ground. If that's the case, there's only one way. He unleashed his powerful black sword, his gaze intensely focused. Still not enough, the thought raced through his mind. His defense and power-ups are so insane they can even repel an aura blade. As long as that Herzen is active, I can't land a fatal blow on him. The most important thing is to drag him down to my level. System notification, mana reflection skill activated. The guy saw it and froze. What? Herzen suddenly stopped working. Completely baffled, he asked, what did you just do? Jack played dumb. Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kian laughed loudly. How interesting. If you don't want to answer, then don't. He unleashed a powerful attack. Figuring out an enemy's true strength myself is part of the fun of a fight. They both leaped into the air, unleashing ridiculously powerful attacks. The two terrifying forces slammed into each other, creating an explosion that shook space itself. Everything was now swallowed by their swirling auras. Lethal attacks exploded one after another, and after a moment, only desolate ruins remained. Sparks flew through the air. A hand fell limp, blood stained the ground, and a growl echoed, damn it. System notification. The concentration of demonic energy in the administrator's body has exceeded the permissible limit. The effectiveness of the elemental class healing skill has been reduced. Jack was now seriously messed up. His body was terrifyingly torn apart, covered in blood. In a trembling voice, he said, this situation is way too dangerous. Kian Jimin Constantinus spoke up. The Draker bloodline truly lives up to its reputation. I'm impressed, Jack stammered. How could you? He continued. Even if it was just for a moment, to disable Herzen's function, that has to be the sealing magic of the Draker family. On top of that, the sword style you use for your final blow. Kian Jimin Constantinus concluded. It's very similar to the Dragonslayer arts. A thought flashed through Jack's mind. The 100 Dragon Sword art is the origin of the Dragonslayer arts, so of course they're similar. But the Dragon Scale Pierce I just used only appears in the later stages of the Dragonslayer arts. It's a secret technique forbidden to be taught outside the family. The fact that an Imperial Knight like Kian knows about it proves the Jimin family already handed over the entire Dragonslayer arts to the Empire. Just then, he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, and his whole body collapsed to the ground. Kian spoke. Looks like your body has been pretty corrupted by demonic energy. It must be painful. Leaving you in this state would be disrespectful to an opponent who faced me head-on. He stiffened when he heard that. The guy stabbed Jack straight through, speaking softly, may you rest in peace. Kian said quietly, may your soul find peace. Then he pulled the blood-soaked sword out of his body. He turned and started to walk away, saying, though we were enemies, it's been a long time since I've faced someone so evenly matched. But suddenly, a dagger flew past Kian's face. He whipped around in shock. Before him, Jack Drake's body was gone, only a pool of blood remained. Kian was stunned. What the hell is this? The system then announced, recovery potion used. The user's vitality and injuries have been largely restored. While he was still gaping in confusion, Jack lunged out and swung, sending Kian's head flying. Jack Drake's body collapsed to the ground. His knees buckled, and he let out a few dry coughs. Jack looked at the potion bottle and thought, good thing I preset that recovery potion to my quick slot. Information displayed, Salvation is the masterpiece of Jabalo Ibn Hassan, a top-tier elixir that instantly heals fatal wounds and restores stamina. Warning: due to its potent properties, the potion will have no effect on previous users and comes with several unknown side effects. He let out a sigh of relief. That was way too close. A thought popped into Jack Drake's head. But it seems like the internal injuries from that aura attack haven't gotten any better. System warning. Warning. You have overused your skills beyond their limit. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion level has passed the red alert threshold. He leaned on his sword, thinking, if I pass out now in the middle of this hellhole, a notification appeared. To preserve life, the administrator's consciousness connection will be terminated. Jack panicked a little. No way. His eyes darted to the side. I need to recover more. Just then, Jack looked towards Keon's body lying on the ground. Whatever it takes. His whole body then collapsed. The dragon god of slaughter flew up, coiling around and completely enveloping the headless body. System notification. Dragon Clan skill, Devour, is activating. Successfully devour the fallen demon corrupted by dark energy. Jack's body was lifted up. Information displayed, stamina, mental energy, and depleted mana are being replenished, now absorbing the bloodline abilities of the consumed demon. Active skill, Static Charge rank C has been upgraded to Lightning Strike rank A. He was lying flat on the ground when a sudden tremor jolted him awake. Whoa. Gaping. He sat up and grabbed his head. Damn. I really thought I was a goner. Good thing I remembered my gluttony skill. Jack eyed the armor in front of him suspiciously. Is this thing? Battle armor. The system window chimed in. You have obtained armor. Do you wish to register ownership for this armor? He was confused. It's not showing the item name. He reached out and tapped the screen. The notification displayed, Armor User Registration confirmed. The armor's form can be customized based on the owner's will, using the 28 grand magic circles carved into it. Right now, 3 of the enchantments are ready to be activated. He let out a small laugh. This thing is unbelievably light for a piece of high-grade armor. If I wear this now, those Imperial scumbags will spot me for sure. For now, I'll just store it. I'll change its shape later. The most urgent thing right now is to get the hell out of here. Suddenly, he smelled something. That smell. Jack's eyes darted toward the next room, the stench of blood and dead bodies. Curiosity got the better of him, so he stepped inside. They were experimenting on living people. Jack gritted his teeth in fury, cursing under his breath, "You damn Imperial bastards." Just then, a guard spotted him and yelled, "Intruder, get him." Jack roared back in fury. You dare use human lives as lab rats," the system announced. "Toxin synthesized from magic has been detected. This poison exceeds the resistance of your poison immunity. You are now poisoned." Without another word, Jack bit down on the antidote vial. The system announced. "High-grade antidote has been used," he growled. "Well then, you all better be ready to pay with your lives, right?" A moment later, Jack had leveled everything with blazing fire. He picked up a piece of paper, thinking to himself, I need to grab all the research data and loot this place has. Since this is an Imperial lab, there might be a clue about the red flower disease. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It cut Jack's thoughts short. "So, it was you?" A wrinkled old man spoke up, "The one who smashed my laboratory." Jack didn't waste time with words. He unleashed his dark blade and lunged forward. Guleben instantly recognized the sword aura and raised his hand, casting a magic circle. It shot out powerful bolts of lightning, the force erupting and lighting up the entire space. But Jack was a step faster, moving in to slash across Guleben's body. Blood sprayed out as a wave of energy surged forth. He hunched over after the powerful attack, trying to catch his breath. A thought crossed Jack's mind. Judging by those patterns and that magic, he's from the Desert Scorpion clan, the ones who practice forbidden arts. A 6th rank officer of the Circle. Huh, this guy's gonna be a pain in the ass. I can't believe the Empire is even working with scum like this. The system announced, mana separation skill has been activated. The old man quickly regenerated his body and roared, "Damn it, are you a pure-blooded Drake?" Guleben tore a scroll. If that's the case, then. His power exploded, causing the ground to ripple like a raging storm. In an instant, Guleben transformed into a giant beast, leaving Jack stunned. A synthesized hybrid chimera monster? A loud laugh echoed. "Behold my greatest masterpiece. Even a Drake won't stand a chance." With that, it immediately slammed its giant foot down, trying to crush Jack. He quickly countered with a slash of his own. Jack unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes. The chimera didn't back down, raising one leg after another to block the blows. Jack's feet glowed brightly as he spun and launched himself into the air with incredible force. Instantly, the beast's giant, clawed foot stomped down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A swirling purple aura billowed up, engulfing the chimera's entire body. Jack slithered up its body like a snake, landing direct hits. The chimera's tail whipped back and forth, trying to swat him away. It twisted its head back toward Jack Drake and let out a series of ferocious roars. Without hesitating, Jack unleashed an attack that severed the chimera's tail. A look of disbelief crossed his face. It has no blind spots. Just then, it turned back and roared again, a clear sign that he pissed it off. Not even fazed, Jack charged into attack. I don't plan on wasting any more time in this dump. Jack launched a powerful attack, thinking to himself, If I drag this on, their reinforcements will show up. Suddenly, his eyes froze. The system announced, Ancient Power, Dragon Domination conditions have been met. Do you wish to tame the Dragon-type target? Jack lunged forward. Dragon Domination. He aimed straight for the Chimera's stinking mouth and thought, You've got to be kidding me? Jack thought, Submit now. The system announced, Activating Dragon-type skill, Dragon's Fear. The creature's eyes glowed as it charged toward him. Suddenly, the Chimera froze, then whimpered like a puppy, making an almost cute sound. A notification appeared. Fear has been instilled in the mind of the lesser dragon type. The effect of Dragon Domination has been enhanced. A thought ran through Jack's head. Both Dragon's Fear and Dragon Domination are working. It seems like when it was fused into a Chimera, part of its dragon essence got mixed in. The system announced, Activate Dragon Domination to tame the dragon target. Confirm. Reading that, he didn't hesitate. Yeah, tame it. Instantly, two swords crossed, transforming into chains that bound the Chimera. The system announced, Successfully tamed lesser dragon type. Jack was thrilled. Awesome. He walked over, holding his hand out to it and said, Look at you, tame as a little puppy now. Gulabin watched from behind, completely stunned. What the hell? Why isn't the Chimera obeying my commands? Jack turned back, his eyes glowing. Shut up. A moment later, Gulabin was collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Jack knelt beside him and spoke softly. Let's see. What did this guy have on him? Jack picked up an info sheet. Gulabin Alumani. Huh. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I think he's the second in command of the Scorpion clan. Just then, the Chimera started rubbing against him, making Jack flustered. Hey, what's with you? The screen displayed. Do you wish to name the newly tamed dragon type? A named dragon can be summoned at any time by its master's call. He asked, You want me to give you a name? Jack stroked its chin. From now on, your name is Gurap. Summoned beast, Gurap's registration is complete. The Chimera let out a few annoyed growls. Seeing this, he asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Well, I've already decided. The scene changes. The sound of applause rings out as a deep voice speaks. Truly impressive. Unbelievable. Jack Drake, John. My thanks. I didn't think you'd be able to handle that coward Paulo. Jack bowed his head respectfully. I am a man who keeps his word. The man chuckled softly. Indeed. You've proven your abilities. I have no choice but to believe you. John swiveled in his chair and continued. A brave warrior deserves respect. I've always cherished and admired the strong, like my own son. The old man declared, and I want to treat you that way, too. A thought flashed through Jack's mind. His child? Yeah, right. You mean the kind of child you can just use like a tool whenever you feel like it? A smirk crept onto Jack Drake's face. You really have the balls to say that to me? This bastard. I swear I'm gonna kill you with my own two hands. John walked over to Jack Drake to get a better look. He held out 3 gift boxes, his voice slick with venom. This is a gift I prepared just for you. Jack's eyes froze, instantly on guard. John glanced back at him. Didn't you say you wanted to do business with me? Well, you're gonna need some proof. Something worthy of building trust, right? Jack walked over and picked up a box. Of course, he thought. This size and power. He slowly opened the box. A head appeared, shocking everyone. It was one of the Syndicate's leaders. The old man gestured toward it and asked, Are you satisfied? A cold smirk touched Jack's lips as he spoke. Of course, boss. In his head, he praised. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. This little operation wiped out the entire Syndicate leadership. Now I just have to put Kay in charge. John continued. By the way, a small problem has come up. Jack wondered, what kind of problem? The old man told him, it seems those Pavella guys have sniffed us out as the attackers. They even mistakenly believe that I mobilized both knights and mages. Jack chuckled to himself. Looking at a scene like this, it's an easy mistake to make, John declared. So, I'm going to take this opportunity to send a decisive warning to those filthy pirates. He clamped a cigar between his teeth. That the true master of this southern continent is John. Jack thought to himself. So if you want me to attack Pavella again? He agreed without hesitation. I'll take the job. John was a bit surprised. Huh? Jack clenched his fist, his gaze firm. I will go to Pavella and make the boss's will perfectly clear. His voice turned cold. In return, I have one request. Please grant more authority to Kay so she can become the core of the new syndicate. After hearing Jack's request, he closed his eyes and thought, then spoke. All right, I'll act as her sponsor. And for you. John waved his hand. I will send my best assassin and a squad from Cradle to go with you. Instantly, a group of people jumped down below, all of them surrounding him. This masked guy's name is Simon. The old man added, he'll be a great help. Jack's gaze shifted toward him. Cut to the territory of Paulo Santos of the Pavela cartel. Footsteps slowly entered the area as William spoke up. "Aben, the investigation is complete," he reported. "The Imperial Intelligence Bureau already finished their examination and left. There's nothing left to dig up here. Besides, we already received the shared results. The combatants here included at least one squad of knights and mages. They had a seriously fierce battle back then." Aben suddenly crouched down. A confused William called out, "Aben." He scooped up some dust from the ground with his hand and said, "Wrong." Aben stated, "There was only one person here." William was stunned to hear that. What? What are you talking about, sir? How could it be just one person? There are both sword slashes and traces of magic," he concluded. "A skilled individual, at least the level of a red knight or higher. That one person wiped out everyone here." William was completely lost, hearing that, while Aben continued his analysis. "There are signs that the Intelligence Bureau cleaned up the scene in a hurry, which means there's some secret that even we aren't supposed to know." Aben turned and walked away. "We have to find out what the Empire is hiding." William reached out and shouted, "Wait, are you planning to investigate the Intelligence Bureau? What about the consequences?" He stopped. "William." Aben whipped back around and said urgently, "There was definitely something in this place. Something I absolutely cannot miss. My instincts are telling me it was here," he shouted. "You know damn well how much I've craved it." Aben's eyes turned sinister. "How much I wanted to make Drake and the Empire my own." Scene changed to a port area under the control of the Pavela gang. A man on a ship spotted a small boat approaching. "A small boat?" he shouted. "Hey, stop. What crew are you with?" The words barely left his mouth before Jack leaped up and rewarded him with a slash across his body. Blood went flying everywhere. The guy's whole body went offline in an instant and fell into the sea. At the same time, Simon also drew his sword with a clean, sharp slash. He immediately thrust his sword out, pinning the corpse directly to the side of the boat. Jack's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Gotta be clean." "Don't let the water splash," he called. "Get up here, Simon." Hearing him, Simon looked up. "This is Simon Sapatero," Jack thought. "In my previous life, he was the one who taught me southern martial arts and assassination skills." The thought ran through his mind. Even in John's den, which is full of total scum, he was the only one I dared to trust. What's more, even though I've turned back time, his combat synergy hasn't weakened at all. Jack concluded, "It would be awesome if I could recruit him." After a while, they all move into the city, he said in a low voice. Guards are scattered all over the city. Simon asked, "Is there any way to get into the central district?" Jack replied, "Of course there is," he explained. "This land originally belonged to the Holy Empire, so there has to be an old underground sewer system." "You plan on going through the sewers? That sounds insane. How the hell are we supposed to find our way through a maze-like sewer system?" He started walking. "Just shut up and watch. There's a solution for everything," the system announced, activating navigation to the underground sewer. Mateo's room. After reading the book, he smirked. A mini-map with a nav feature, he thought. With this thing, even a maze is a total joke. He looked at the screen, thinking, looks like a crap ton of guards up ahead. Guess I gotta go around. Besides, anyone at Red Knight level or higher doesn't even show up properly on this map. We gotta watch our backs for another clash. Last time was a screw-up because we got sloppy. Jack turned back to warn them, "Yo, we're almost there. All right, this is where we split up. You guys plant the explosives in as many spots as you can. I'll deal with the vice captain, Mateo, myself." Everyone got it. And with that, everyone scattered, while he just took off to handle his mission. Jack quickly got to a spot piled high with huge black bags. He clung to the steel door, thinking, if I ice Mateo, that Pavela boss is going to lose his mind. Then John will have no choice but to declare war on Pavela. Jack busted the steel door open in no time. He just ran straight into the sewer. But a question popped into his head. Did John really want this when he sent me? A guy so paranoid he'd purge his own crew just because he's scared of the organization's discipline getting shaky? No way. On the contrary, he's probably praying that every last person sent here dies and never comes back. He's planning to use this raid as an ultimatum to warn Pavela, and also to show off that a petty sacrifice like this means nothing to him. Inside, he just strolled on casually. A sinister smile curled on Jack's lips. Too bad for you, John, things aren't going to go your way, because I'm going to actually take Mateo's life. He leaped forward, startling the guys below. What the hell? Who's there? He launched his attack, slicing through every last one of those gangbangers. Jack's eyes sharpened. That's right, Pavela's obviously in bed with the Empire, so where the hell are all the Imperial soldiers? The minimap was dead silent, too. No alarms. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed right in his face. The thought hit him. He's invisible over there. Soldiers rushed in out of nowhere, yelling, take him alive. Following orders, all of them charged at once. Jack quickly leaped up high, dodging their fatal slashes. Then, without a second thought, he came down with an attack that wiped out all those soldiers. One guy in the back raised his hand to summon a spell, yelling, "Where's the magic squad? Open fire." But before he could even do anything, Jack had already stomped on and completely shattered that magic circle. He whipped out his dagger and immediately unleashed a chain of attacks, like a spider's web engulfing the space. Jack thought, "These guys are even weaker than the grunts from the Empire. You send this cannon fodder over and then have the nerve to say you sent military aid." He landed and said, "Listen up." Jack's entire body erupted in furious, burning flames. "I'll give you all one last chance." The system announced, "Skill, Dragon's Might, activating." His eyes were ice cold and filled with murderous intent. "Get out of my sight now if you want to live," Jack roared. "Otherwise, just come at me and die." A few minutes later, the soldiers were sprawled all over the floor, blood pooling and spreading around them. He was confused. What the hell is the Empire even doing, coming all the way down south for this? Suddenly, a dark, ominous aura shot up from Jack's arm. He looked up toward the source of the aura. A voice echoed from above. "A little minnow is getting in the way of greatness." Jack was stunned, thinking, when did he get here? "I didn't sense his presence at all," he called out. "Who are you?" The guy didn't answer. He held out his hand, and the dark aura surged. Wisps of that energy flew down toward the soldiers lying on the ground. It was like they were being revived, slowly getting back on their feet. Now they had become demons, letting out ferocious growls. The man commanded, "Seize him. You dare obstruct our great cause, I will personally drain your soul." Jack attacked immediately, thinking, can he really summon this many undead at once? Is he some kind of grand dark archmage? His eyes darted to the man standing above. But then Jack Drake's eyes lit up. Wait, aren't most of the top-tier dark mages from the Scorpion clan? So why doesn't this guy have any faction symbols or magic circles? Jack launched an attack, sighing, "What a pain." System notification, defeated demon-infused undead knight. Acquired 10 karma points. Seeing that, he paused. Jack let out an amused laugh. Points? Not a bad haul. Blood splattered as the notifications kept rolling in. The system kept adding 10 karma points. Feeling a surge of power, he brought down a devastating slash. Jack looked at the screen, wondering, was that the last one? Then he glanced up at the person standing on the level above. Suddenly, the man began to slowly fade, and then completely vanish like dust in the wind, leaving Jack baffled. What the hell? Did he just run away? Jack turned and left, too, thinking, next time we meet, I'm definitely cashing him in for points. Anyway, this area is cleared. Jack just kept walking. A little further ahead was Mateo's office. He glanced up. It's almost go time. Suddenly, something shot past Jack's head. He looked at the blade pressed against his throat and said, "I was waiting for you." Jack's voice turned ice cold. "Simon Zapatero." Jack was a little surprised. "I didn't think you'd actually show up." He realized, John must have sent you. Told you to take me out before things get messy. The knife in Simon's hand slowly lowered, and he switched it to his other hand. Simon still held the blade to Jack's neck and said, "The old man wants to crush the Pavella gang. There's no room in that plan for an outsider from the central continent like you." He gave a casual wink and replied, "If it weren't for me, Pavella could have taken your supply line." The guy retorted, "The Alliance will keep trying, get it? Which means it doesn't have to be you." Jack chuckled. "Oh, really?" He reached out his hand. System notification. Administrator's request approved. Continuous activation of the recovery element class skill will be temporarily suspended. Jack pulled the knife tighter against his own neck, his voice taunting. "So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill me, Museum, the shadowless ghost." Simon got flustered. "You? How do you know my old title?" He told Jack to call him Simon Zapatero. Jack stated flatly, "I know your past, and I know why you're working under John." The guy was stunned. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jack cut him off. "To protect the last bloodline of the Cuzco dynasty." His voice went cold, right? Simon Zapatero's eyes turned fierce as he snarled. "You? How do you know that?" He thought, "It's coming." Jack pushed off the ground, summoning his dagger to his hand, bringing his blade straight down and smashing Simon Zapatero's sword aside. Jack's eyes were ice cold as the other guy stammered out a yell. "How much do you know? Who the hell are you?" Jack just let out a little laugh. "My identity? Fine. I'll tell you." He introduced himself. "I am from the main bloodline of the Drake family. Jack Drake." Simon froze when he heard that. "Jack Drake?" he blurted out, totally shocked. "No way." The guy rumored to be the youngest ever to be knighted as a Blue Knight. Simon realized, if the Drakes are getting involved in this, the entire southern continent is gonna freak. Jack shot that down. Nah, my family's got nothing to do with this. This is all me, so you don't have to stress about it. But the guy wondered. Then why'd you just give up your name so easily? You could have kept that hidden until the very end. Their swords went up again, and Jack used his strength to send Simon's blade flying. Jack yelled, "Pledge your loyalty to me instead of John John. I'll help you protect the royal bloodline of Cusco, and I'll even help you rebuild the kingdom." The guy looked at his own hands, totally lost. What? A sword was planted in the ground right behind him. Jack continued, "Look, I know this is hard to just believe right off the bat, but you know damn well that staying with Mikian isn't going to do jack for your future." Jack broke it down. "Just think about it. If you kill me like you were ordered, what are you going to do about the Pabella goons heading up here right now? Is John John sending any backup for you and your crew?" The guy stammered, "No. You've always had to survive on your own," Jack added. "And after the Cusco kingdom fell, it was a bunch of criminal gangs that took over your homeland. John John actually wants a royal knight like you to get taken out, because then that bastard can sell the abandoned princess to the Cusco rebels for a sky-high price." The story goes, 10 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom collapsed, Simon Cepedero fled to the borderlands with a newborn princess. He went there to get stronger. He became a criminal, waiting for the day he could wipe out those rebel scumbags and put the princess back where she belongs. He even became one of John John's assassins for the exact same reason. But John John already knew all about Simon's past. In my past life, John John had flagged Simon Cepedero as a liability, and he was eliminated, while the princess was sold off to the rebels. Before he died, Simon Cepedero begged me to find and protect that princess. But by the time I found her, everything had already burned to the ground. Jack thought, "That's why I need you to get the hell away from Mekian, Simon." Simon spoke up. "We're out of time, so I'm not going to ask how you know all this." He hesitated for a second. "But Mekian, the place I thought I'd stick with for life, is starting to crumble," Simon said. "And it's all because of you, ever since the boss's birthday party. And with Pabella getting involved, everything's turning into a complete mess. So what's your endgame, Jack Drake?" He let out a sigh. "Didn't you say before there was no place for some guy from the central continent? Whatever. First, I want these two gangs to tear each other to shreds." And then, his eyes flashed with an icy glare. "Once this is over, I'm coming for Mekian." Simon was totally floored. "So your real target is John John?" He said again. "I'm dead serious, Simon. I really want you on my side." His voice softened. "Then promise me two things." Simon laid out his terms. "First, you have to get me and my men out of here in one piece. And second, keep your promise to protect the bloodline of Cusco and bring back the kingdom." He yelled. "Remember that, no matter what." Jack slammed a hand against his chest and shouted, "I swear on my honor as a knight." Suddenly, Simon Cepedero dropped to one knee before him, head bowed. "Simon Cepedero, captain of the Cusco Royal Guard, greets Master Jack Drake." Jack praised him. "Awesome, Simon Cepedero. Cut the formalities. Get up, let's talk outside." "What about your men?" he explained. "Once I give the signal, they'll set off the explosive scrolls, then group up to get out." "I'll give the signal. Get your men out through the underground waterway." That's right, the target, Mateo, has been captured and is locked up inside. The two turned to leave with a final word. "Good, I'll see you later." Scene changed to another location, where a terrified scream ripped through the air. A fat guy was tied up tight, screaming his head off. "You think Mickey Jimin Constantinus is just going to be fine after this?" Jack cracked a wicked grin. He leaned in close to the guy's trembling body and replied, "Of course not. Once a war breaks out, nobody's safe. And it's all thanks to you. Savor it, Mateo." He shoved a piece of paper in Mateo's mouth. "Now, bite down. The rest is for those who dare to raise their swords against Mikian Jimin Constantinus." Then, a spray of blood shot out, water gushing from a broken pipe as muffled, gurgling screams filled the air. Jack just turned and walked out. He thought to himself, "I've got all of Pabella's secret ledgers, so I should probably." Suddenly, Simon Cepedero ran up to report, "Master, I've given the signal to my men." He raised the sword in his hand and yelled, "Simon Cepedero, get behind me, now." At the same time, his sword appeared. A volley of arrows flew out of nowhere, embedding themselves in the blade. The gang members charged in, screaming, "Intruder, get him." Jack's sword erupted with this insane fiery aura, his eyes glowing. Jack swung his sword and charged at the mob, and the sounds of a brutal fight filled the air. A few minutes later, a voice rang out, "Show some respect. This is our new boss." 4 rows of men bowed their heads reverently. They shouted, "Welcome, new master." Jack cut them off. "Save it for later. We gotta move. They'll be on our asses soon." After that, they all took off running. His eyes glanced back as he noted, "They're here." Jack gave the order, stop. We're splitting up again here. I'll be the decoy. You take your men and get out of here. Once you're clear, regroup at the Alliance camp. Tell her my name. She'll understand. Simon Sapatero stammered, hesitating, but the princess is still with the MK gang. Jack Drake said softly, "You think I wasn't prepared for that? I remember what he said before. You memorized the action plan and the request, right? Obviously. Rescue the girl the MK gang took hostage. When the chaos broke out on execution day, well, you remember, right?" He chuckled. The princess was already rescued. Scene changed to John's massive mansion, southern continent. A loud shout rang out, "You think I want to listen to this crap?" A fist slammed hard on the table. "It's been a month since we hit Pavla." A loud roar echoed. "And for a whole damn month." John cursed angrily. "Those bastards have ambushed us God knows how many times," he yelled. "Half of John's officers are dead." A full half. John sat down, covering his face and cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Those two are too dangerous. That's why I was planning on using this chance to give them an impossible mission and get rid of them for good. But who would have guessed the bastards would actually succeed in pissing off Pavila, driving them crazy?" Just then, someone spoke up. "Sir." The voice pulled him from his thoughts. "What?" he answered. The man offered his opinion. "What if you were to leave John for a while?" John asked. "You telling me to run away?" The guy explained. "Not at all. Those psycho pirates are blinded by revenge right now. They're stupid enough to charge straight into John soon, and we'll use that to our advantage." He asked suspiciously, "You mean lure them here and wipe them out in one go?" "Yes," the man replied. "And you, sir, will command from the villa in Tahoe. Hearing this, it sounded reasonable. John nodded. "Not a bad idea," he declared. "As you all know, danger always makes us stronger. This time will be no different, right?" Everyone stood up and shouted, "Yes, sir." Afterward, they all left. As the man stood up, suddenly Jack Drake leaped down from out of nowhere, holding a knife to the man's throat. "Nice speech," he praised. The man stammered, I did exactly what you told me to do. I lured the boss to the villa in Tahoe, so please, spare me." But before he could finish, Jack took him offline. All the while still praising him. "You did great." His eyes sharpened. "Thanks to you, I can finally enjoy the main course." Scene changed to John's villa in Tahoe. John stepped out of his carriage, sighing to himself. "They really dare to force me all the way out here? I'll definitely wipe out those pirates. Won't leave a single one alive." Night had completely fallen over the villa. He was sitting, lost in thought, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The door opened. Without turning around, John spoke. "I didn't call for any servants. Get out." But when the door didn't close, he impatiently whipped around and snarled. "I said, I didn't call anyone. Get out." But John froze when he saw Jack appear with a thick aura of bloodlust. Jack pulled down his mask and said, "Still enjoying your little vacation, are we?" John. Despite the grim situation, he exclaimed in shock, "Jack Drake." He quickly regained his composure, picked up a bottle of wine, and spoke. "You think I got to this position without ever facing threats like this?" Wine flowed into the glass as John let out a soft chuckle. "Pathetic." Before he even finished pouring, Jack was there, slamming a knife straight down, shattering the wine glass and sending shards flying. "Well, that's just perfect," Jack praised. "I was worried you'd be crying and begging for your life, John. That wouldn't be any fun for someone out for revenge." He shot up to his feet, screaming, "Insolent brat! How dare you! Guards, make him kneel before me right now." Jack smirked. "No one's coming." John was stunned. "What?" "Because I've already killed them all," Jack stated. He continued, "In my past life, I ran out of time, so I couldn't make you feel enough pain. The pain you deserved. I've always regretted that." He stabbed the knife into the table. "Even now, I still have those dreams. Dreams about the time I had to crawl like a dog at your feet and about the people I was forced to kill. All because of your orders." Hearing this, he became confused, his voice stuttering. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Stop talking nonsense. I never made you do that," Jack asked. "You know what they say to me in my dreams?" He quickly overpowered John. He unleashed a flurry of punches, his voice dripping with venom. "Please save me. Save me. They beg me to spare them, begging a man like you who sits on a throne built from their flesh and blood to get rich." He raised the knife high. "That's how much they begged." The man denied it fearfully. "No, I am the chosen one. Because of me, the poor." "Shut up," Jack roared. Instantly, one of the man's ears was sliced clean off, followed by a loud scream from John. Blood splattered all over him. Jack raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and said softly, "All right then, time to experience the pain you should have suffered, and then die a slow, miserable death." The brutal night passed, and the sun began to rise. Bloody footprints trailed across the floor. Jack flung off his blood-soaked cloak. A voice asked, "Is it all over?" He asked, "What about Syndicate's side?" Kay replied, "You mean the report I submitted?" She explained, "Everything went exactly according to your script. The officers were framed for colluding with Pavila and then wiped out by John. And since I was in charge of the actual work, I didn't face any disciplinary action." Jack handed over a stack of documents praising, "Good. From now on, Syndicate will handle this, Kay." Kay took them and read, a bit confused. "What's this? A Renhard Merchant Guild contract?" He took off his wig and said, "I hear the guild is about to start a new pharmaceutical company." Jack explained, "We're going to produce high-quality soma and distribute it through them. Well-refined soma can be used to make all kinds of medicine. I'll leave the transportation to you guys." She was shocked to hear this. "What? Where are we going to produce it? And how will we run things? We can't transport it openly under our name." He casually walked out, replying, "We're going to help the nation of Cusco. In return, they'll give us a license to grow there. I have a plan for everything else, but it'd take too long to explain. See you later." Kay shouted, "Hey, partner." Few minutes later, Jack hits the edge of the woods, thinking, "All right, time to handle this crap." He shoves a hand in his pocket, digging for something. He pulls out an invitation from some royal dude, Prince Karos Nova Constantinos. A thought pops into his head. Jack Decker's report said that after the party, the prince still hasn't bounced and is just chilling in Atlas. He scans the paper. But getting to the center of the continent from here is going to take a few days, at least, if I'm late. The prince, or Jack thinks, whoever's with him might get suspicious, and they'll totally figure out why I'm late, that Jack Drake is messing with whatever brought down John. He presses his hand on the screen. Or worse, maybe they were already onto me, and that's why they called me. Slim chance, but whatever. I can't let anyone track me down. Gotta make an alibi. A smirk plays on Jack's lips. Right now. A system notification pops up. Please designate teleportation location. Location designated, Atlas Ruins. Points required to teleport to the Atlas Ruins, 600. Activate teleport gate function. He vanishes. A message flashes. 600 points have been used. Scene cuts to the Sky Lodge Hotel in Atlas. The second Jack walks in, people start yelling, "Look, it's Jack." "Over here, Jack." Karos Nova Constantinos waves him over. He thinks, Karos Nova Constantinos. And just like I figured, he's here too. A voice cuts in. "So you finally showed up, Jack, Abin Drake." Jack answers all respectfully. "See Drake, here is summoned. Your Highness, did you call me here for a reason?" Karos Nova Constantinos grins. "I called you for something super important. And that is," he throws an arm around Jack's shoulder, holding up a bottle of booze, "this." Karos Nova Constantinos says that William and Abin are good workers, but they're total lightweights. "But you can drink, can't you see? That's exactly why I invited you." Jack mutters to himself. "Ah, crap. When the hell did I give them that impression?" He glances over at Abin and William, thinking, whatever, I'll deal with that later. Prince Karos, Nova Constantinos, Abin, and William too. "Yeah, I pretty much figured out what they were talking about." Jack catches his stone-cold glare and knows what's up. Plus, it looks like Abin has something he wants to tell me on the down low. Karos Nova Constantinos cuts into his thoughts. Come on, stop being so stiff and have a drink." Jack laughs a little. "Yeah, all right then." They clink glasses with a loud shout. To having a good time. Cheers. After a while, Karos Nova Constantinos is the first one to get wasted, and William has to drag him out. A system notification pops up. Alcohol detected. Physical effect. Poison immunity activated, neutralizing identified toxin. Jack thinks, well, this is kinda weird. I'm the only one still standing. Kinda feel bad about it. Just then, Abin walks up. "Sorry, man. Heard you were taking a break to train, and now I'm bugging you." Jack replies, "Nah, it's cool. I was actually getting pissed off because I wasn't making any progress anyway." Abin grabs another bottle. "Don't worry about it. That's just how it goes. Now sit down. Let's have a drink, just you and me." Jack stares at the booze sloshing in his glass, kinda surprised. Didn't think Abin would try to get all buddy-buddy like this. Looks like he's planning to tell me something pretty damn important right here. He calls out, "Jack." Jack answers, "Yeah?" Abin asks, "What do you think about the Drake family?" His voice drops. "As for me." Suddenly, Abin's voice gets all cold and full of killing intent. "One day, I'm gonna wipe the Drake family off the map." He says, "You reek of the same stuff I do. The smell of blood and fighting, of death and victory." Abin keeps going. "All the qualities a pure-blooded Dragonslayer is supposed to have. You smell like a predator that's got it all." As a fellow Predator, I'm sure you get what I'm saying, Jack thinks. Damn it, not this crap about bloodlines again. He finishes talking and downs his drink. Jack Drake gets curious. So getting all chummy with the Empire is part of your plan to take down our family? Aben slams down his empty glass and answers, "A lot of people," he says, "praise Atlas as the greatest on the continent, but I see it differently. You can't just be happy with one small city. If you want to be called the best, you gotta get way stronger." Aben's voice drops. "Just look at the Zom Empire. Aren't they carving out that path for themselves? From north to south, they're even trying to connect the whole eastern continent into one unified block. Roads, trade, resources. The second it all connects back to Zom, he clenches his fist, talking fast. That's when the world will actually get a hell of a lot better than it is now. A perfect world where everyone gets along." Jack thinks, "Yeah, that's some crap only an emperor would say." A thought pops into his head. Kian Jimin Constantinus. Simon Constantinus, that guy's middle name is Simon too. That's the family on his mom's side that's backing Aben. And after hearing all this, there's only one conclusion. Aben, Simon, and the Empire are all connected. Suddenly, Aben's voice cuts through his thoughts. "See, my brother in blood. He's practically radiating killing intent. I think a guy with your talent deserves a real reward. And if it's you, I can give you the shiniest prize I'm gonna get in the future. Join me. See, we'll pull off this huge plan together." Jack thinks. So he wants me to be his number 2, his second in command? He finishes his thought, then bows his head respectfully. "I appreciate the offer." But then, Jack turns to leave. "I've already decided I'm doing my own thing, so that's probably not going to happen." Aben's voice gets serious. "You're not going to regret this." Jack answers flatly, "No regrets." He grits his teeth, his face darkening with pure rage. Does he really think I'm going to become some butcher? A pawn just like him? Aben, he's dead wrong. Just then, William came back after taking Karos Nova Constantinos to rest. He was a little confused. "Why are you all alone? Where's C?" Aben, seething with rage, growled. "My dear little brother said he's going to walk a different path than me." "In that case, William, we have no choice but to nip that little problem in the bud." "Right." William just frowned, totally confused. Aben let out a small, dark laugh. "I mean, I clearly gave him one last chance." Scene changed to the front of Headmaster Valahana's office. Jack thought to himself, "I'm already 17, currently a second-year student at Valahana. Of course, there's no way in hell I'm sticking around for the full 5 years to graduate. Application for early graduation. As I have officially become a knight, I wish to contribute to my family as soon as possible. However, as I am still a student, it is unfortunate that I cannot participate in important activities, therefore I humbly request your support. To the esteemed headmaster." He bowed with a slight smirk. Laying it on thick and sounding all reasonable like that is a surefire way to get an early graduation interview scheduled. Suddenly, a voice cut in. "You got business in the headmaster's office, too." Jack replied, "Yeah." "Diego?" Diego was with someone else, which made Jack curious. "Who's that over there?" Jack looked him over. It's a face I've never seen at this academy before. He noticed the guy wasn't looking too happy and wondered who he was. Just then, Frobert spoke up. "You students have perfect timing. Student Diego, and you as well, Student Aster." Student Aster. "It must have been almost a week since we last saw you, right?" Hearing that, Jack was startled. "His name is Aster? Don't tell me he's the Phantom Knight, Aster Elidop." The thought flashed through his mind. The guy who was a 5-star knight before I regressed, but there was absolutely zero information ever released about him. I can't believe I'm meeting someone of that caliber here. Aster sounded a bit guilty, stammering. "My apologies, Headmaster. I've been having trouble with insomnia, so it's been difficult for me to attend early classes." Jack mused. Sounds like his insomnia is pretty damn serious. Diego walked over and teased, "Yo, my man, need me to sing you a lullaby to help you sleep." He shot him down. "Sorry, my head is buzzing." "Could you please keep it down for a minute?" Jack thought to himself. In my past life, Aster was a major player on the battlefield for the Empire. If that's the case, Jack's eyes sharpened. Then all I need to do is get him on my side, just like I did with Diego. That would be perfect. The headmaster spoke up again. "Now, the reason I've summoned you all here today is for one specific purpose. Since all 3 of you submitted applications for early graduation at the same time, I decided to call you in together. The other professors have also said you meet all the graduation requirements. Therefore, I've decided to evaluate your skills through this mission." Jack looked at the paper, confused. "A cooperation request from Delbar." Frobert asked, "Have any of you ever heard of the Black Yaksha?" Jack answered, "From what I understand, they're outlaws who are considered public enemies by other organizations and need to be eliminated. They are individuals considered enemies by the entire continent who must be destroyed. The Black Yaksha is one of these public enemies. and recently, he has started hiding out in Delbar. The headmaster explained that their mission was to cooperate with the Delbar Knight Order to eliminate him. He continued, "These lawless thugs are people who have awakened their aura for the sole purpose of murdering innocent people. Their fighting style is fundamentally different from that of a knight, which is why they specifically requested we only send those who are purple tier or higher," Frobert warned. "This mission will be incredibly fierce and dangerous. If anyone wants to back out, speak now." Diego had a question. "How many rounds are there in total for this academy test?" He replied, "There are 3 rounds in total. This is round 1. Diego chuckled. 3 more to go, huh? Frobert asked. "Do you have any other questions?" Seeing the silence, he beamed. "If not, then I'll assume everyone is participating. Now go back and prepare thoroughly for this mission." A few minutes later, Aster was walking while rubbing his head, complaining, "My head hurts so much." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Aster Elidop." He turned his head, and Jack asked with a friendly smile, "Do you need some medicine for your insomnia?" Aster asked, "You mean like a sleeping aid?" Jack reached into his pocket. "Exactly. Luckily for you, I have a special medicine that's extremely effective." Aster replied softly, Well." He explained, "I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. I've tried countless heavily advertised medicines, and the result was always a big fat 0. Jack held out a small bag, saying, "No big deal. Just try a little and see what happens. If you like it, just sign a contract with me, and I'll guarantee a long-term supply of the medicine for you." He refused. "No, I really think it's useless to even try." But by then, the scent had already drifted over to Aster. He immediately fell into a deep sleep, the light in front of his eyes slowly fading. Darkness enveloped him as soft snores escaped his lips. Aster exclaimed joyfully, "I've finished signing, Chief." Jack asked, "You signed it that fast?" "That's a master-servant contract, dude. You didn't even bother to read the contents." He was thrilled. "I'd agree to anything if it means I can get a good night's sleep." Jack chuckled softly. "Is that so?" Thoughts raced through Jack's head. Having access to the system shop is a total cheat code. I gotta admit, it's way too convenient. As long as I rack up enough points, I can easily get my hands on rare artifacts. Thanks to this item, Aster will definitely stay on my side even after we graduate. The future is looking damn bright. This is basically heaven on earth here at Valahana, though I am a little worried since it seems like none of the 5-star knights are exactly normal. Maybe Jianna Tarun is the only sane one? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, letting things stay as they are seems like a bit of a waste. Since we're already here, why don't I test his abilities? Then he called out, "Hey, Aster." Aster replied, "Yes, sir, I'm listening, Chief." Jack unleashed the giant spear. "Before we head out on the mission, let me see your talent with my own eyes." A moment later, the spear was stuck straight into the ground. Then Aster spun it in his hand like a top, the spear crackling with power as he thrust it straight forward. Jack thought. The second he grabbed that spear, his entire vibe changed completely. Jack yelled, "Let's go all out. Don't be shy, use your damn aura." Aster just smirked. "If that's how you want to play, I won't go easy on you." Then they charged, clashing head-on. A thought crossed his mind. Thanks to the spear's advantage, his control over the battlefield was massive. His ability to block my attacks is actually pretty impressive. Is he choosing to play defense instead of going on the offense? If that's the case, I'll just use Shadow Step. Jack bent his knees and leaped up, easily dodging his attack. In a flash, he was behind Aster, ready to strike. Jack went straight for it, bringing his sword down with a powerful slash. Suddenly, he reached out and snapped something. Aster's sword broke in two. He followed up with a horizontal slash down low. But out of nowhere, he swung the black sword from behind, preparing a finishing blow. The tip of the spear suddenly detached, making its trajectory totally unpredictable. Aster charged in with a fierce attack, driving his blade straight into the ground. Jack Drake did a backflip, thinking, this is clearly an attack technique that you'd only see from the most dangerous criminals. A slight smile played on his lips. How interesting. Without another word, Jack swung his sword and charged straight at Aster. Over on his side, he yanked the spear upwards. Then Aster began to spin it in his hand. By now, he leaped off the rock to lunge forward, Jack's shadow soaring through the air. He started to get ready to break the spear's joint again. He lowered his sword, thinking, attacking again? But this is a blow you can't just brush off. Not like that, anyway. Jack shot forward in a blur, slamming his black sword into the ground for leverage. Dragon-slaying sword style. Second form. First stanza, Earth Cleaver. The sight of it instantly stunned Aster. He lowered his spear, immediately unleashing the Elidop family's counter skill. Reverse Flow Spear. Aster unleashes sweeping horizontal slash in midair, a blinding light flashing like a star. A few moments passed. Aster clutched his trembling arm, wondering, what kind of monster is the president? He rubbed his head. I'm a certified genius, so how the hell did I get beaten so fast? Jack shot back. It's because you're so busy drowning in praise about being a genius. That's why your will to fight has gone soft. A murderous aura poured off him as he said, You're still lacking, big time. From now until the mission, I'll be training you personally. Hearing that, combined with that look on his face, made Aster freeze up. He had a really bad feeling about this. Back at the mansion, Decker was already at the door, bowing respectfully. Welcome back, young Master Jack. Jack replied quietly. Yeah, Decker. He informed him, there's a guest waiting for you inside, sir. At that moment, inside, Ganiel Hambeck was looking around, bewildered. He looked up with grateful eyes. Your estate is truly magnificent, sir. He walked inside and said, It's been a while, Ganiel Hambeck. I invited you here because I have an item I need you to look at. He flinched. Me, sir? Is it possible the Black Sword is having some trouble? That weapon was born from a magic forge, so it's extremely difficult to damage or even scratch. Jack thought to himself. Now that he mentions it, by this point, Ganiel Hambeck's reputation must be known far and wide, right? All thanks to that magic forge that I helped him with in my past life. He's making top-quality weapons way ahead of schedule. Sooner or later, I'll have to make him my personal smith, to keep him away from prying eyes. He spoke up. The Bahamut is perfectly fine. The problem is something else. Then Jack channeled his power, and the armor materialized on his body. With a slight smirk, he said, I just acquired this. Ganiel Hambeck's jaw hit the floor in shock. He blurted out, Oh my god, what in the world am I looking at right now? Sir, Jack explained, even I don't know for sure. That's why I need you to appraise it. This is something I don't want to investigate. With a lot of fanfare. His voice softened, that's why. Can you please examine it thoroughly for me? Ganiel Hambeck took the armor and agreed without hesitation. Yes, of course, sir. A few minutes later, his voice rang out again. My sincerest apologies, sir, Ganiel Hambeck explained. In the list of all modern artifacts I'm aware of, there's nothing that matches this. Did you notice any features that could help identify its material? Jack was lost in thought, his mind racing. Now that I think about it, during the fight with Kian Jimin Constantinus, Jack rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. That armor, it could even deflect sword auras. Hearing that, he shot up from his seat. What did you say, sir? Sword auras? There's only one material in this world capable of such a miracle, Jack stated. The metal that's been hailed as a material of the gods. Ganiel Hambeck realized it. It's orichalcum. Hearing what he just said, he truly couldn't believe it, exclaiming, Unbelievable. To think I get to see orichalcum with my own eyes in my lifetime. Jack was curious. Is this metal really that precious? Ganiel Hambeck confirmed. It's more than just rare, sir. He explained. People have always praised orichalcum as the most perfect material gifted by the gods. Its ability to conduct magical energy far surpasses any other known metal, allowing people to inscribe on it far more magic circles than usual to amplify a weapon's power. He was intrigued. Is that so? Then what about a standard set of metal armor? How many grand magic circles can it typically hold? He slammed his hand on the table, his voice serious. What are you talking about? Basically, ordinary metal can't even handle the load of a single large-scale magic circle. Hearing that, Jack glanced at the armor, thinking, I knew it was no ordinary item, but I never imagined it was on this level. Then he asked, Is there any way to change the shape of this armor to a different style? Ganiel Hambeck had a strong reaction, exclaiming, What? You're talking about altering the structure of orichalcum? That's completely impossible, he continued. Even though it's a divine metal, there are ways to work it, but the problem is, this armor is already in its absolute most perfect state. If you carelessly mess with it and damage the magic circles, this armor could turn into a pile of useless, scrap metal instantly. Of course, if my master were to handle it, the result would be different. Jack's voice turned ice cold. Model. You talking about the master blacksmith, Golan? Ganiel Hambeck answered, Yup. If it's my master, he can totally remake it and keep all its powers working perfectly. He asked, So, you know where Golan is now? He casually replied, He's probably still hanging around the Himonas region. Just a habit, sir. Seeing Jack freeze up a bit, Ganiel Hambeck explained, You probably don't know where the Himonas region is, huh? It's some isolated place way up north. Jack figured it had to be under the Great Duke of the North's control. He asked, confused, How do you know so much, sir? Usually, people from the central continent don't know squat about the Great Duke of the North. Jack stumbled over his words. I happened to hear about it. He stood up. Anyway, thanks for the info, Valiant. If you want to learn more about metals, feel free to study up while you're here at the estate. Hearing this, Valian looked a little confused. Yes, sir. He hesitated. I am incredibly grateful. Jack didn't say a word, just thought, Himona's, I've still got plenty of time. I'll just deal with the crap in front of me first. Taking off later is no big deal, right? He started walking. Yeah, I gotta stick to the plan. The scene changes to the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. A dude named Cliff Reinhardt spoke up. The medicine production, following Sir Jack's instructions, should go off without a hitch. He lowered his voice. But, at least in the central continent, setting up a factory to process the Soma ingredient is going to be a massive pain. Jack thought to himself. Just like I thought. If word gets out that the princess helped process Soma, her reputation is going to get wrecked. He asked, so what if it's already a finished product? Cliff Reinhardt said, if it's a finished product, it gets classified as medicine. We just need to get the safety certification from the Mage Tower and we'll be golden, sir. Jack's voice got serious. Then this is what we're doing. We'll build the factory in the southern part of the continent, then import and distribute the stuff through the Reinhardt Guild's network. Just then, Melissa cut in, Sir Jack, sorry to be blunt, but the guild's budget just isn't enough to fund a factory. On that kind of scale on another continent. She broke it down. Just running the disease treatment plant has us stretched thin. We're already at our limit. So for this factory, we're probably going to need to find another solution. He calmed her down. Don't worry about that. I'll be the one to build the factory. In return, you guys just handle the paperwork from the Mage Tower to get it approved so business can run smoothly. Melissa was a little shocked. You're going to do it yourself. Does this mean the Drake family is getting involved directly? Jack declared. This has nothing to do with my family. All the expenses will come out of my own personal funds. He handed over an envelope and added, and this is the real point of today's meeting. Take a look at this document. She opened it, and her eyes went wide with shock as she gasped, oh my god. The Empire actually teamed up with the Scorpion tribe to run these 6 synthetic bioexperiments. Jack watched her closely and said, if the Crimson Flower disease really is an artificial plague made with magic, then it's highly likely this was a clinical trial that the Empire ran on the people of Alencia. She started shaking like a leaf. I had a bad feeling, but I can't believe they'd be this heartless to their own people. He warned her, Your Highness, the reason I'm letting you see these documents is because, for now, we have to keep these crimes of the Empire a secret. Hearing that, Melissa was stunned. She slammed her hand on the table, shot up, and yelled, What are you talking about, sir? We have to expose their crimes. Right now, to stop them from doing it again. Jack calmly explained, I get why you're pissed off right now, Your Highness, but this isn't enough hard evidence to win a diplomatic fight. He continued, the Empire was slick about it. They dumped all the responsibility for the experiments on the Scorpion tribe. Those guys are already a famous bunch of evil mages, so the world isn't going to be too shocked to hear they're experimenting on people, Jack figured. So all the Empire has to do is deny any connection. With that group, mumble a few fake apologies, and they can wash their hands of the whole thing. He added, and most importantly, us keeping this secret for now gives us a bigger advantage. She clenched her fists and asked, What are you getting at? His eyes sharpened. The Empire has no clue that we're onto them. Plus, since they're expanding their experiments, there has to be more evidence somewhere. Something more direct and clear-cut. Melissa quickly understood Jack's plan. You want to use this time to gather living proof, too, to put absolute, undeniable pressure on the Empire. He replied, Exactly. Still, the reason I showed you this first is so we can be prepared. She asked, What kind of preparation? Jack's voice got dead serious. If they use the disputed territory of Alencia to test the Crimson Flower disease, then it's very likely other synthetic poisons will be tested there soon, he stated firmly. Before that disaster happens, we need to have antidotes for these poisons ready. She thought to herself, if these bioweapons get unleashed on the battlefield, the Alencia army will be facing death, poisoned, and completely defenseless. Melissa was conflicted, but if we already have the antidotes ready, we can not only cut down on casualties, but we can also hit the Empire right where it hurts. Suddenly, her gaze hardened. That's right. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Melissa looked straight at Jack. Getting Sir Jack on the guild's side was seriously the smartest move I've ever made. He turned and said, For the next little while, I probably won't be able to make the regular meetings. My training schedule at Valhalla is getting insane. Melissa gave a small smile. I get it. You should totally come visit Alencia sometime if you get the chance. Jack asked. Alencia? You mean that place with all the famous spots? Like with the sick mountains and gorgeous lakes, right? Hearing that, she was totally floored and shot back. Wait, you've actually been to Alencia before? He chuckled softly. I've just always heard people praise it as a place well worth visiting. If I ever get the chance to stop by, I hope you'll show me those beautiful sights. Melissa immediately agreed. Yes, of course, sir. She and Cliff Reinhardt bowed respectfully. Then we wish you a safe journey. The scene shifts to the training room, where Aster is sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Diego isn't doing much better, lying flat out and whining. Jack, I swear I'm gonna kick the bucket before we even finish this mission. Jack shot back. Quit your pathetic whining. Instead of wasting your breath complaining, why don't you swing your sword one more time? He yelled back in anger. You're a freaking demon. Just like a drake, cold-blooded to the core. Then Diego, pissed off, let out a yell and charged forward to attack. A smirk touched Jack's lips as he thought to himself, hey, looks like a good jolt to the system is what it takes to get him motivated for training. Under his guidance, after a week of intense training, Aster and Diego were slowly starting to get in sync and work together. Jack's eyes watched his every move, especially Diego's. A huge change from his sarcastic attitude at the beginning. After a few training sessions together, he'd become much more skilled and obedient. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Everyone seems to be giving it their all. A man approached, and everyone gasped. Hello, Professor, Jack said. Professor Andre, what brings you all the way out here? Andre announced, I'm here to give the three of you some important news. He asked curiously. What's so serious? He replied, the three of you have been ordered to deploy and participate in the campaign to eliminate the continent's common enemy. Andre lowered his voice. Of course, we can't just let students throw themselves into danger alone, so I will also be accompanying you on this trip. As the ship moved along, a conversation could be heard. This is kinda sudden. I didn't expect you kids to be part of this Yaksha campaign. Andre spoke up. As I mentioned, I can't just leave everything to the students. Besides, I have some important information that needs to be explained more clearly. He asked, have you ever heard what kind of place Delpoa is? Jack answered, I've got the basics from my theory classes. He stated, I heard that unlike other places, mages hold a superior position there. Andre nodded slightly. That's exactly right. That land operates under a pretty unique system. He explained, the engineers in Delpoa primarily equip shields, which is a major difference from other regions. Andre continued, and while the engineers use their shields to trap and pressure the enemy at the front, the mages will rain down attacks from behind to finish the targets off. Aster spoke up, confused, wait, if that's the case, wouldn't our own frontline troops take insane damage too? He remarked, that is an excellent question. Andre glanced to the side. That's why Delpoa's engineers tend to focus more on training their shield and run skills rather than actual combat skills. This is why the Delpoa Engineer Corps never gets any respect from Valhalla graduates. Diego jumped into the discussion. So does that mean this Engineer Corps just exists to be servants for the mages? You're telling me they completely look down on us, right? Andre agreed. Your assessment is spot on. So don't be too shocked when you set foot in Delpoa, he remarked. Because the mages there are disgustingly arrogant and conceited. A few minutes later, Andre's cheerful voice rang out. It's an honor to finally meet you, sir. I am Andre Drake, an assistant professor at Valhalla. A man walked up and shook his hand, his voice low. I never expected someone from the Drake family to come here personally. This is truly a great honor for us. The man introduced himself. I am Georgia Outer, head of the Delpoa 8th Night Division. Andre glanced at the three behind him. The students with me are Valhalla's finest. There won't be any problems during the mission. So please, rest assured. Outer turned and walked away, laughing loudly. Hearing you say that is a great relief. Hey, the division commander is in the carriage. Diego was a bit surprised. Division commander? Wasn't that guy with the goatee the commander? Jack warned. Quiet, Diego. The man opened the door, and inside sat a man who looked incredibly cold. His sharp, cold eyes stared out, giving off a vibe that made you want to stay away. Diego commented, Man, that guy looks like a real piece of work. Jack said. I told you to keep your mouth shut, Diego. Jack observed, thinking to himself. So that's the leader of the Delpoa Mage Division? He looked at Outer's attitude with suspicion. To the point that even a knight commander has to be so damn meek and submissive, Outer then spoke. Actually, the commander has ordered that he wishes to travel separately. I'm afraid you'll have to find another carriage for yourselves. Diego was stunned when he heard that. What? He grumbled angrily. What the hell is going on? Does he see us as trash and just ditches us like this? Diego said loudly. No matter the reason, this is totally unacceptable. We came all this way for a joint mission. But before he could finish, Jack Drake kicked him, sending him flying to the side. Diego sat down, clutching his leg in pain and cursing under his breath. Jack, you freaking demon. Why isn't even Professor Andre saying a damn thing? Andre spoke up. Once you graduate and walk the path of a knight, you'll run into situations like this all the time. He looked towards the departing carriage and warned, burn every experience you're about to face from this moment on into your memory. After that, everyone went inside. Night fell, and a sigh was heard as Jack lay there, staring up at the ceiling. There's such a huge gap, he thought to himself. Our lodging is a rundown, old shack, barely prepared just to check a box. Thoughts raced through Jack's head. All the mage's facilities he saw on the way were so damn extravagant, a total waste of money. Whatever. In his past life, I'd been through way worse than this. His eyes narrowed, but the thing that was really bugging him was this whole black Yaksha extermination campaign. He flashed back to earlier today. During the whole strategy meeting, from Captain George down to the regular knights, everyone just sat there and took orders from that pack of mages. Pathetic. Jack sighed. He knew it would be bad, but he didn't think it would be this pathetic. Suddenly, a voice cut in. What are you doing here all alone? He flinched and glanced up. Jack stared at the guy in front of him. Oh, great. It was that mage captain from before. The mage captain spoke up. I have something to say to you, too. Lucky I ran into you here. You, knights, are completely useless for this grand mission. So just stay out of the magic stuff, don't cause any trouble, and quietly pack your bags and go home. A smirk played on Jack's lips. If that's how you feel, then why the hell did you even ask us to cooperate? God. He wanted to punch this guy right in the face. The mage captain's gaze fell on the gloves Jack was wearing. His eyes narrowed at the sight of them. Are you a pure-blood awakener from the Drake family? Jack replied coldly. Yeah. Got a problem with that? Seeing Jack Drake's icy attitude, the mage captain growled. What's with that crappy attitude? He snarled, gritting his teeth. If you know what's good for you, don't you dare take those gloves off while you're here. Then, he whipped around and started to walk away, warning over his shoulder. That is, if you want to stay alive to finish the mission and go home. Jack just watched this ridiculous scene unfold, thinking to himself, that guy is pretty sharp. Makes sense, I guess. He's a pureblood with the power to disrupt mana. Suddenly, another voice called out, Jack, is that you, Jack? Jack turned and grunted in acknowledgement, confused. Professor Pen Fan Ong beamed, a huge smile on his face. It really is you, he said, walking over. Long time no see. Huh, you been doing all right? Jack replied, I'm fine, sir. But what's a professor like you doing in a place like this? Fan Ong just scratched his head. There's no better place than this for a mage to get some real-world experience. I felt like burying my head in research wasn't enough, so I volunteered for the army. He asked, so what about you, Jack? What brings you here? Jack answered, I'm here for the Black Yaksha mission. Hearing this, Fan Ong flinched. What did you say? He pulled Jack aside. Come over here for a second. Why'd the mood suddenly get so weird? Jack was curious. Professor, is there something important you need to tell me? Professor Pen Fan Ong lowered his voice. Jack, listen. Whatever you do, you absolutely cannot participate in tomorrow's operation. Jack was confused. What do you mean by that, sir? The professor's voice dropped even lower. It's a suicide mission. It's designed to fail. Fan Ong warned in a cold voice. So whatever you do, do not go on that mission. Jack looked at his professor's dead serious face and couldn't help but feel completely lost. Model.